You were banished to the scorching lands of the north, but instead of feeling sad or angry, you were filled with joy and excitement. Just because you detest the power struggles among the princes, you thought you could live a peaceful life from now on, but little did you know, the northern borders are often under attack from enemy nations. In order to repel the enemy, you not only built an army of 100,000 fierce soldiers, but also defeated a Yin army of 200,000, capturing the Empress of Yin. After the victory in this battle, the people were jubilant, but the courtiers were full of sinister intentions. The emperor promoted you openly but demoted you secretly, appointing you as the Prince of Three Jewels and summoning you back to the capital. Upon hearing this news, you couldn't help but laugh and sigh. Little did you expect that after 5 years of leaving the capital, you would have to return to that place. You walked out of the city wearing white clothes, with the people on both sides seeing you off, their faces filled with reluctance. You raised your hand and smiled, then got on the carriage. As the carriage just left the city gates, you saw 100,000 soldiers lined up in the highest military courtesy to bid you farewell. Looking at the army you trained yourself, your heart was filled with mixed emotions. After parting ways today, you didn't know if you would ever see them again. Just as you sighed, a voice sounded in your mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the divine level check-in system. Host detected in the northern desert city of the Dashuan dynasty. Would you like to check in? Excited at the words, you replied, check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving the cultivation of a grandmaster. As soon as the prompt sound fell, a majestic spiritual energy swept through the whole body. Your spiritual sea instantly expanded thousands of times. You exclaimed, wow, this is so powerful. I've actually stepped directly into the ranks of the grandmasters. Among the 5 great dynasties, a master of the first rank can establish a sect, while a grandmaster is the pinnacle existence. Possessing the strength of a grandmaster allows one to easily crush a million-strong army. As you clenched your fist, feeling the terrifying power within you, a gleam shone in your eyes. With the cultivation of a grandmaster, you need not worry about this journey. Under the gaze of 100,000 soldiers, you gradually disappeared from their sight. The general who replaced you witnessed this scene, his face showing astonishment. He had not expected Yang Wei to be held in such high esteem in the desert city and knew he had to report this matter to his master as soon as possible. In the ancient classical courtyard of the capital, a man in armor bowed his head in front of the third prince. Yang Shanyun, Your Highness, a letter from the Northern Territory. He raised his gaze slightly and spoke. Read. The middle-aged man opened the letter upon hearing this. I have fulfilled my mission and arrived at the northern desert city, taking command of the 100,000 soldiers from General Yang Wei. However, upon my discreet observation, General Yang Wei holds great prestige in the northern desert city. It will take a long time to truly control this army. For the sake of your highness's dominance, I am willing to give my all and train this army into your highness's sharp blade. General Yang Wei has already left the northern desert city and is on his way to the capital. The middle-aged man finished reading and lifted his head. Your highness, the third prince, I never expected Yang Wei to possess such skills, training a powerful army in the northern territory. This young man will surely become a threat in the future. I suggest we take this opportunity to kill him. Yang Shanyun glared at him. If I hear such a foolish proposal from your mouth again, you can jump down from here and feed the fish. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately knelt down on the ground. Yang Shanyun ate the fruit with a faint smile and said, Prince Sanju, not everyone is worthy of this honor. Spread the news of Yang Wei's departure now. We don't need to do anything else. The middle-aged man nodded and immediately left. Yang Shanyun gazed at the fish pond. My dear brother, the capital has been too quiet for too long. I hope you can bring me a surprise and return to the capital alive. 100 miles away from the ancient desert city, you were leisurely brewing tea inside the carriage. With still a month before the deadline, you were in no rush to head to the capital city, instead wanting to enjoy the beautiful scenery along the way and complete the system check-ins in various places. Let's make the first stop at the ancient sword city, where it is said that a 1,000-year-old red dragon vine grows on the walls, shining brilliantly under the slanting sun, creating a spectacular scene. You had just taken a sip of tea when several dark figures emerged from the bushes outside the window, brandishing daggers as they lunged towards the carriage. As they approached within a foot of the carriage, they stood frozen in place, unable to move, before several powerful forces pierced through their skulls, causing them to collapse to the ground. The carriage continued on its way as if nothing had happened. After you left for half an hour, a figure wearing a mask appeared next to these corpses. He took a sharp breath at the sight. Actually killed 6 mysterious level assassins under my command. There must be warriors of 3rd rank or higher following Yang Wei. He did not linger in the same place, and disappeared in a flash. Before half a day had passed, news of a master accompanying you had already reached the ears of the officials in the capital city. Everyone looked surprised. A second-ranked warrior was already considered a master, each one renowned in the 5 great dynasties. Having such a master by your side made many people abandon the idea of killing you. However, some were not willing to give up and still sought to bring about your demise. The sun was setting in the west, 100 meters ahead of your carriage. 2 men in black holding weapons blocked the way. The carriage sensed danger and came to a halt, emitting an impatient low growl. Your eyes flashed with surprise. You hadn't expected someone to send these 2 brothers to ambush you. They were skilled experts who had reached the second rank for many years. You draw back the curtains and look at them. Zhang Hu, Zhang Xiong, long time no see. They look at you with a fierce smile. Zhang Xiong grits his teeth. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Never thought you would fall into the hands of us brothers one day. Today, I will avenge my dead brother. Zhang Hu also speaks up. You have destroyed our years of hard work, leaving us homeless. Yang Wei, even if you have a second-ranked expert by your side today, you won't escape death. Prepare to die. With that, they charged towards you with weapons in hand. Zhang Xiong wielded a large knife and fiercely slashed down, a blade of qi cutting through the air, aiming to split the carriage in half. Zhang Hu, on the other hand, pushed off with both feet, his figure appearing above the carriage. In an instant, the silver spear in his hand thrust out like a silver flower, intending to force out the second-ranked expert beside you. Unfortunately, there were no second-ranked experts inside the carriage, only you, a grandmaster expert. You immediately extended your right hand and gently waved it, causing the blade and silver petals to shatter instantly. The next second, an irresistible force ruthlessly struck Zhang Hu and the other person. Under this force, the weapons in Zhang Hu's hands shattered into a pile of scrap metal, and the 2 bodies were hit like a heavy blow, spewing out a large amount of blood from their mouths, and flew out for hundreds of meters to fall to the ground, their breath like a swimmer. Looking at the carriage once again, the 2 men had nothing but endless horror in their eyes. To seriously injure both of them with a single strike, the 2 Zhang Hu brothers were certain that no second-grade expert in the world could do it. This indicated that the person in the carriage was by no means some second-ranked expert. It is likely to be a first-class master, or even. Zhang Hu. 2 people trembling in fear swallowed their saliva. The heart set off shock waves. Do not dare to continue to guess. At that moment, the palm that stretched out the car window pointed in the air, and 2 channels of spiritual energy shot out, piercing through the skulls of the 2 Zing tigers. After finishing off the 2 people, Chu Feng calmly withdrew his palms, the corners of his mouth lifting into a playful smile. It hadn't been long since he had set out, and even the second-grade experts had come out. He was now looking forward to this trip to the capital more and more. The carriage started again, stepping over the corpses of the 2 Zhang Hu men, and continued traveling in the direction of the setting sun. A day later, the carriage drove into the middle of ancient Sword City's territory, and the pedestrians on the road gradually became more numerous. Ancient Sword City was a large city in the Great Xian dynasty with a large population. The name of the city is even named after the ancient sword sect, which is the #1 sword sect in the Great Xian dynasty. In addition to the numerous outstanding disciples of the sect, the ancient sword sect produces world-famous swords, and half of the top 10 famous swords of the world come from the ancient sword sect. It is precisely for this reason that the ancient sword city is the #1 holy place in the hearts of swordsmen from all over the world, who come here in droves just to seek a precious sword. A rugged mountain road. A woman with a pale face darted quickly and chaotically at a rapid pace. The woman's face had delicate features and an elegant temperament, and in her jade hand she held a sharp sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Only her situation was not too optimistic. The green skirt on her delicate body was stained with blood, and the 3 slender wounds above her back were particularly eye-catching. 100 meters behind the woman, 5 pugilists were leisurely chasing after her. Miss Huma, why is this necessary? What my son is looking at is just this sword of yours, not your body. If you honestly sell the precious sword to my son, your family won't die. A man spoke in a light tone, talking with fake regret. The front Su Yenran turned a deaf ear, biting her red lips tightly, a look of determination on her delicate face, firmly clutching the sword in her hand, and continued to escape towards the front. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the man's eyes as he grunted. Seek your own death. Blame no one else. Brothers, don't hold back any longer. Grab the sword and send it over to the prince. As for this woman, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. When the remaining 4 heard this, a hint of lust appeared on their faces as they cheered. Many thanks, big brother. The speed of the 5 surged, closing in on Su Yenran. Su Yenran saw the situation. Apricot eyes showed a touch of despair. Could it be that today they really cannot escape? After glancing at the distance between the 5 people behind her and herself, Su Yenyan decisively drew her sword and slid it towards her white neck. Even if he himself killed himself, he would never want to fall into the hands of this group of people. Right at this moment, a carriage turned from the dirt road turn, and Chu Feng inside the carriage happened to witness the scene. Chu Feng's expression was frozen. Is this another assassination attempt on my life? It doesn't look like it. The strength of the woman and the 5 men in front of them was only at the 4th rank. If they were really sent to kill him, the person behind it must be out of his mind. It should be a coincidence. At this time, when the 5 men saw a carriage intruding, 4 of them stormed out and killed directly towards the carriage. The matter of killing and taking the treasure should never be spread. Seeing this, Su Yanran immediately turned her head toward the carriage and shouted, "Quickly leave this place." She didn't want to involve other people's lives. Miss Yanyan, you'd better worry about yourself. The remaining man walked towards Su Yanyan with a sardonic smile, killing intent surging from his body. Chu Feng in the carriage did not want to care about this matter at first, but look at the woman herself in crisis has not forgotten to open his mouth to remind himself. The other party actually wanted to kill himself to silence him. Chu Feng's eyes turned cold. Only an indifferent voice was heard from the carriage. "Lend me your sword." As the words fell, the sword in Su Yanyan's hand flew out of the scabbard with a swish. The thin cicada-like sword body was as fast as lightning, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Before Su Yanran could react, the sword had already returned to its sheath. The man in front of Su Yanyan and the 4 people rushing towards the carriage stood frozen in place, their eyes as wide as bronze bells. Under Su Yanran's shocked gaze, a blood scar slowly surfaced on the necks of the 5, and then the blood couldn't stop flowing out, and the 5 fell to the ground and died. The Imperial object kills? This is a skill that only innate powerhouses have. One had unexpectedly encountered an innate powerhouse. Su Yanran only felt a slight coldness at her neck and looked at the carriage in awe. Her heart was incredibly grateful that her kind reminder had saved her life. But soon Su Yanran's expression became tense again, and without leaving any trace, she hid the sword in her hand behind her. Chu Feng inside the carriage smiled bashfully, immediately guessing what Su Yanran was thinking, and said softly, "This sword in your hand is good, but don't worry, I'm not interested in it." Chu Feng did not speak falsely. After his strength reached the realm of a grandmaster, whether it was a world-renowned sword or a blade of grass or a piece of wood was the same in Chu Feng's eyes. It was just a carrier, and it could all become Chu Feng's weapon. Only what made Chu Feng somewhat surprised was that the quality of this sword in Su Yanran's hands was very high, and although it could not be compared to the 10 most famous swords, it was only by a fraction of a second. You know, a piker is a piker. Holding such a precious sword in his hand and being so weak, it would be a strange thing not to cause others to covet it. But this was not something that Chu Feng worried about. Chu Feng urged the carriage, and as he swept past Su Yanyan, a stream of spiritual chi flowed out of the carriage and surged into Su Yanyan's body. Su Yanran's body was warmed up, and all the injuries on her body were immediately healed, and even her own strength broke through from the mid-4th grade to the late stage under the bathing of this aura. Chapter 4, The Famous Sword Jinzhou. This woman is pure toolman. The latter is almost non-existent. Su Yanran looked at the gradually departing carriage. A mixed feeling of emotions appeared on her beautiful face, and her mind was in a trance. He had escaped from death, but the tragic scene of the extermination of his family lingered in his mind for a long time. When she thought of the murderer of her loved ones, Su Yanyan felt incomparably mournful and desolate. With his own strength, he was afraid that he would never be able to avenge his loved ones in his lifetime. As soon as she thought of this, Su Yanran's knuckles that gripped the sword tightly whitened, as if she had made some sort of determination. She got up and chased after the carriage and knelt down in front of it, presenting the sword with both hands. "My daughter would like to thank Senior for saving her life. My daughter dares to plead with Senior to help my entire Su family avenge their hatred, and my daughter is willing to use Jin Chun as a token of appreciation. If Senior feels that a sword is not enough, my little daughter is willing to follow Senior for eternity and serve Senior as a maid." Su Yanran lowered her head, and after saying this, 2 tears silently flowed down her face. Inside the carriage, Chu Feng's face moved slightly, not expecting the woman in front of him to be so resolute and decisive. Just now in the desperate situation of forced death, are unwilling to hand over the sword, now directly to their own, but also hitched her this person. It looked like she knew deep down that she couldn't take revenge with her own strength. "Tell me, who is your enemy?" Chu Feng opened his mouth and asked. Seeing that Chu Feng did not reject it outright, Su Yanyan's eyes revealed a trace of hopeful light. "Back to Senior. My enemy is Ancient Sword City. Ancient Sword Sect Grand Elder Xiao Shan." Su Yanran clenched her white teeth and said in a cold voice, word by word, "It turns out that her Su family is a well-known sword-casting family in the Ancient Sword City. They cast the sword although cannot be compared with the Ancient Sword Clan, but the method of casting the sword into its own school, cast out of the sword by a lot of swordsmen's favorite, until Su Yanran's father cast this Yin Chun. This sword was instantly famous throughout the Ancient Sword City, attracting countless swordsmen to beg for the sword, and even the Ancient Sword Sect sent people to try to buy the sword. Su Yanran's father didn't want to sell the Yin Chun, but wanted to keep it as the Su family's town treasure. But the ancient sword clan's great elder Xiao Shan is not a good person. After sending his own son to purchase the sword many times failed, directly furious, secretly sent people to slaughter the Su family to seize the sword. Under the desperate cover of her father and the clansmen, Su Yanran escaped with the sword. After hearing what happened to Su Yanran, Chu Feng helplessly sighed lightly. Originally, he didn't want to be nosy, but nosy things always came to him. Whether it was within himself or the identity of the Dexian dynasty's royal son, it made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye to such a tragic case of extermination. That's some damn kindness. Chu Feng looked at Su Yanran, who was kneeling in front of the carriage, and spoke. Get up. I'll take care of this matter of yours. Su Yanran was delighted at his words, got up and came to the side of the carriage, delivering the Yin Chun in his hand. Keep this sword for yourself. I don't need it. Chu Feng said. This, that. Su Yanran sniffed, and her expression immediately became somewhat flustered. Don't want the sword. Does the senior he is looking at? It's. Su Yanyan was instantly disorganized and stood frozen in place, becoming at a loss for words for a moment. When Chu Feng in the carriage saw this, a smile immediately appeared on his face and stopped poking fun at her. I will be traveling all over the Great Xian dynasty during this period of time, and I just happen to be short of a coachman by my side, so you will take over for me from now on. After hearing this, Su Yanran immediately knew that she had misunderstood her seniors, and the two white cheeks were immediately dyed with two groups of redness, and she bowed her head and said, Please rest assured seniors, I will definitely be a good driver of this car. After saying that, Su Yanran took a step onto the carriage and sat in front of it. At that moment, the curtain of the car was pulled open, and Chu Feng looked at Su Yanran and said, My name is Chu Feng. In the future, just call me Duke Chu. Looking at Chu Feng's handsome and noble face, Su Yanyan first froze, then her face turned red, her eyes constantly flickering as she lowered her head, and softly said, Yes, Mr. Chu. After putting down the curtain, Su Yanran then secretly sighed in relief. How could she not expect the person in the carriage to be this young, with such outstanding looks and temperament, and with such powerful strength? For a time, Su Yanran's heart actually sprouted a faint sense of loss. Mr. Chu, where are we going next? Su Yanran asked for instructions. Naturally, it's Ancient Sword City, going forward to help you take revenge first. Many thanks, Mr. Chu. Su Yanran's expression shook as she drove the carriage towards Ancient Sword City. The widened official road was like a white python hibernating on the ground, its body curved and long leading straight to the Ancient Sword City. At this moment, above the official road, swordsmen from all directions were in an endless stream heading in the direction of the Ancient Sword City, just to seek a divine weapon of their own. In the crowd, a carriage slowly passed through the pedestrians, causing passers-by to stare. The main reason was that the coachman driving this carriage was a stunning beauty with icy clear skin, which made people wonder what kind of god was the person sitting inside the carriage, who didn't know how to take pity on a beautiful woman. Soon the carriage came to the entrance of the city. Sir Chu, we're here. Su Yanran twisted her head and whispered. A hatchet sound came from inside the carriage, and Chu Feng pulled back the curtain and stepped out of the car. Chu Feng raised his head and looked, only to see that the city wall of Ancient Sword City was 100 meters high, and the entire body was made of green rocks piled up, and the exposed rocks had long since lost their original luster under the baptism of the years. In the direction of the south of the city, a crimson-colored behemoth climbed and attached itself to the city wall, its thick vines standing tall like a dragon's body, while the pieces of crimson vine leaves were like scales, bright and dazzling under the hot sun. Duke Chu, this 1,000-year-old red Zhao ancient vine is one of our Ancient Sword City's great landscapes. It's a pity that it's not the time for the sun to set. If we come to see it when the sun is setting, it will be most shocking. Su Yanran introduced while surreptitiously sizing up Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded slightly and withdrew his gaze. Are you the seventh brother? At this moment, three people suddenly walked over at the city gates. The man at the head of the group had thick eyebrows and thick lips, an honest look, wearing a black robe embroidered python robe. A four-clawed golden python came to life, as if it had come to life with furious eyes, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Strikingly, above the golden python, there is a pattern of 5 dragon beads. Behind this man, an old man wearing official clothes and a goatee had a humble posture. There is also a man in black, sword eyebrows starry eyes look cold, hands clasped chest carrying an ancient yellow ancient sword. A glance at the man as if with the hands of the ancient sword into one. He is the ancient sword, cold and horrifying. Chu Feng looked towards the man in the black python robe and immediately recognized his identity. Arching his hand blandly, greetings to Prince Koan. The man in front of me is also a bit of the title of the prince, named Chu Jingshan. In the prince ranked 5th, The title Kuan. 5 beads prince. What prince or not? Why be so formal between you and me brothers? Just call me fifth brother directly. Chu Jingshan said with a displeased face. No, etiquette must not be messed up, Chu Feng said in an unassuming manner, but in his heart, he laughed coldly. When he was sent to North Desert City 5 years ago, this Chu Jingshan was not this appearance. Okay, call it whatever you like. Go, follow my brother into the city. My brother has long since booked an elegant room in the best restaurant in the city. You and I haven't seen each other for 5 years. We must get together today, Chu Jingshan said, and pulled Chu Feng towards the city. My subordinate, Ancient Sword City Lord Yu Chaoyang, pays his respects to your highness the 7th. The old man in official uniform immediately saluted. My subordinate, Gu Feng, pays his respects to the 7th highness. The man in black arched his hand and said in a cold voice. Chu Feng nodded his head, wrenched his hand away from Chu Jingshan's hand, and politely refused. Prince Koan, little brother, I'm too tired from this journey down here. And now I just want to find a place to rest, so it's better for us to get together some other time. Chu Jingshan froze at the words, thoughtfully glanced at Su Yenran on the side, then immediately revealed an understanding smile. Since the 7th brother is tired, then my brother will not force himself in the future in another appointment. Su Yenran on the side was still immersed in the shock of Chu Feng's identity and had not returned to her senses. Mr. Chu, why didn't I notice before? It was only then that Su Yenran suddenly remembered that the Chu surname was the surname of the royal family of the Great Shin dynasty. Mr. Chu, he is actually a prince. Su Yenran gazed at Chu Feng's back. Her eyes were filled with a refined light, and her heart became more and more hopeful for revenge. Chu Feng arched his hand towards Chu Jingshan and led Su Yenran into the ancient sword city. The moment Chu Feng stepped into ancient sword city, the system's beep immediately sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that the host is located in ancient sword city at this moment. Is he signing in? Sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, phaseless sword body. Phaseless sword body, the supreme divine body in the sword Tao, is a body that all sword cultivators in the world can only dream of. Any complicated and profound sword art can be instantly comprehended and reach the peak level of sword art in a short period of time. The moment the prompting tone fell, Chu Feng's physique instantly underwent a heavenly change. Every bone in his body was like a sharp sword, emanating a sharp aura, and the entire person was like a divine sword that had come out of its sheath, wanting to pierce through the sky. Su Yenyan, who was the closest to Chu Feng, immediately had her body's sweaty hairs stand on end, and the Yin Chun in her hand involuntarily trembled, seemingly wanting to rush out of the scabbard. When Chu Feng heard the commotion, his eyes flashed and immediately collected his breath, returning to normal. Let's go. Find an inn to stay at first, Chu Feng said indifferently. Yes, Sir Chu, Su Yenran responded in awe, walking ahead to lead the way for him. At the city gates, after Chu Feng walked away, the smile on Chu Jingshan's face immediately disappeared, and his eyes became gloomy. I didn't expect to really let this guy live to walk to this ancient sword city. The group of guys in the capital are all a bunch of losers. Chu Jingshan cursed in a low voice. Gu Feng, what do you think would happen if this Chu Feng died in this ancient sword city? Chu Jingshan glanced playfully at Gu Feng, who was on the side. The sight of Yu Chaoyang heard the face changed greatly, was immediately scared out of a cold sweat, lowered his head as if he did not hear. If a prince died in a city under his jurisdiction, his official career would be considered to have come to an end. No, even the 2 Zhang Hu brothers didn't kill him, which means that he must have an expert of the 2nd rank or above by his side, which makes it troublesome to deal with. Also, even if we forcefully kill him, you, my lord, are still the most suspected. The gains will outweigh the losses. Don't let him jeopardize the purpose of what the master must do. Gu Feng said coldly. That's a pity. Chu Jingshan sighed regretfully and glanced at Yu Chaoyang. Why is the ancient city lord so nervous? This king was just joking just now. Chu Jingshan patted Gu Chaoyang's shoulder and led Gu Feng into the city. Do you think I'll believe you when you say that? Gu Chaoyang smiled back. His smile was worse than a crying statue, and hurriedly stepped behind Chu Jingshan. Capital city. 3rd prince's residence. In a quiet study, Chu Jingyun was lying on his bed. An ancient book openly covered his face, and a faint snoring sound came from under the book. The door to the room opened and the same middle-aged man from last time cautiously entered the study. The middle-aged man looked up at the bed, and several times he wanted to open his mouth to speak, but in the end, he was hardened and held back. Speak. Chu Jingyun's voice came from under the ancient book. Only then did the middle-aged man put his heart down and reported the news he had just received one by one. When he finished speaking, Chu Jingyun on the bed sat up violently, throwing the ancient book on his face aside as he stared at the middle-aged man with an exuberant face. You're saying that Chu Feng made it to Ancient Sword City alive? Your Highness. Yes. Ha ha ha. Funny. My fifth brother even sent out the two Zhang brothers. And they didn't even kill Chu Feng. Ah, seventh brother. Seventh brother, you're still giving me more and more surprises. Chu Dingyun stood up, the excitement on his face growing more intense. Your Highness. The two Zhang brothers are both veteran second-grade experts. And if the two of them join forces, there is simply no second-grade expert that can stand up to them. According to my guess, the strength of the expert beside the seventh prince is likely to be above the second rank. If the seventh prince is unable to serve your highness in the future, I'm afraid it will definitely be a hidden danger, the middle-aged man said with a frown on his face. Chu Dingyun, however, did not think so. So what if that expert beside Chu Feng was even stronger? He did not have any roots in this capital. Then the throne of the emperor is not destined to be with him. What is my fifth brother doing in Ancient Sword City? Chu Dingyun asked. Back to your highness. Prince Koan should be going to pull in the Ancient Sword sect. Just by him also want to draw in the Ancient Sword sect? That old codger of the Ancient Sword sect has always been unwilling to intervene in power struggles. If it was really that good, this king would have succeeded back then. That old codger looks stupid, but he's as shrewd as he's become. Chu Jingyun shook his head and sneered. Your highness, one must not be careless. According to reliable sources, that Ancient Sword sect's Grand Elder has been secretly sent under Prince Koan's command. This time, Prince Koan has also brought along a first-grade sword Dao expert, Gu Feng, and it looks like he's bound to take down the Ancient Sword sect, the middle-aged man suggested. Hearing this, Chu Jingyun raised a hint of interest and walked barefoot to the window of the study and opened the window. A cool evening breeze blew Chu Jingyun's long hair, and Chu Jingyun looked up to admire the bright moon high in the sky. Of the current few princes, my fifth brother has the weakest roots, so it's not surprising that he went to pull in the Ancient Sword sect. If this king remembers correctly, the Ancient Sword sect's sword worship conference will be held soon, right? The middle-aged man was stunned and respectfully said, Back to your highness. You remembered correctly. The Ancient Sword sect will be hosting the sword worship conference in 2 days. Is that so? Then let's make this sword worship conference a bit more lively. After Xiao Jingyun finished speaking, the corners of his mouth traced an evil arc, and his eyes were filled with madness. Chapter 5, Sword Worship Conference. Ancient Sword City. In an inn's upper-class private room, Chu Feng likewise stood at the window, raising his head to appreciate the bright moon high in the sky. Although he had come to this world for 20 years, but whenever the night Chu Feng looked at the full moon high in the sky, there was still a sense of unreality, simply because there are no other stars high in the sky of this world except the moon, and the moon is set in stone, full every night. This feeling of unreality became stronger and stronger as Chu Feng's cultivation reached the level of a grandmaster. After looking at the night scenery for a while, Chu Feng withdrew his gaze and sat down on the chair of the box. Tell me, how do you want me to avenge you? Is it a case of injustice? Or do I directly slaughter the entire Ancient Sword sect? Chu Feng looked to Su Yenran, who was to the side, and blandly said. Su Yenran sniffed a heartbeat. She didn't expect the Chu Feng, who appeared to be a well-mannered man on the surface, to say the word slaughter clan as soon as he opened his mouth. But seeing as Chu Feng did not look like he was joking, Su Yenyan immediately understood that he was truly capable of doing such things. After Su Yenran thought about it, her eyes were bleak as she said, Mr. Chu, it's not necessary to slaughter the clan. My grandfather and the Ancient Sword Sect Patriarch have been close friends for many years. I very much believe in the Ancient Sword Sect Patriarch's character. He was never aware of the Su family's accident. All of this was done by the Ancient Sword Sect's Grand Elder without his knowledge. I only need the Grand Elder's lineage to die. Yes. Chu Feng nodded his head and agreed. Su Yenran looked at Chu Feng with this clouded look, and looked like she wanted to say something. She had originally thought that Chu Feng had other plans, but seeing the situation, Chu Feng clearly wanted to strike alone. She was not doubting Chu Feng's strength, but the Ancient Sword Sect's Grand Elder Xiao Shan was, after all, a veteran innate powerhouse. If there is no full certainty, if Chu Feng fights with Xiao Shan, who wins and who loses is not certain. Su Yanyan thought for a moment and felt that she could not allow Chu Feng to be so reckless, and proposed, Sir Chu, 2 days from now will be the Ancient Sword Sect's once every 3 years sword worship conference. At that time, we'll go to the Ancient Sword Sect again. Perhaps the Ancient Sword Sect Patriarch will do justice to the Su family, and you'll be under less pressure at that time. Chu Feng knew that Su Yenran was afraid that she would not be able to defeat that Xiao Shan. Chu Feng smiled faintly and did not explain more, but instead, he evoked a hint of interest in that sword worship conference. Chu Feng had heard about the Ancient Sword Sect's sword worship conference every 3 years. Every 3 years, the Ancient Sword Sect would widely recruit all the strong sword Taoists within the Dexian dynasty to come and participate in this sword worship conference. At the conference, The ancient sword sect would take out most of the top-grade swords that had been forged in the past 3 years and give them to those who were destined for them. This act had made a lot of connections and good karma for the ancient sword sect. Alright, I'll listen to you. And after attending the sword worship conference, I'll seek revenge on Xiao Shan. Chu Feng nodded his head and said. Su Yanran secretly sighed in relief after hearing this, bowed down and saluted before turning back to her own private room to rest. There were no words all night. The early sun rose in the east, and a beam of sunlight tore through the black curtain and shone into the ancient sword city. There was still a day to go before the start of the sword worship conference, and more swordsmen were arriving from far away, pouring into this ancient sword city. The sky was slightly light, and the streets outside were ringing with noise. On the bed in the private room, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed through the private room. Chu Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up in a good mood. After these few days of cultivation and stabilization, he was finally able to skillfully control his grandmaster cultivation. After a simple wash, Su Yanyan knocked on the door of her room with breakfast in her hand. After finishing breakfast with Su Yanran, ancient sword city lord, Yu Chaoyang, came to his door. My humble servant pays his respects to His Highness the 7th Prince. Tomorrow is the ancient sword sect's triennial sword worship assembly ceremony. Prince Koan sent me early in the morning, wanting to invite your highness to come along. Yu Chaoyang bowed and saluted, explaining his intentions. When Chu Feng heard the words, he pondered and then blandly said, You go back and tell Prince Koan that the good intentions of this prince are appreciated, but the peers are even. Yes, your highness. After Yu Chaoyang heard this, he turned around and retreated without saying much. Chu Jingshan wanted to lean on himself. Chu Feng knew that in his heart, but Chu Feng did not want to have too many interactions with him. Chu Feng had previously lived in the palace for 15 years, and had long since seen the faces of these imperial princes. To be honest, among these brothers of Chu Feng, only the crown prince, the 2nd prince and the 3rd prince, were still somewhat interesting. As for the other princes, all of them are strong and weak, only knowing how to form parties and fight for power, but not knowing how to govern the country and sympathize with the people's waste. Chu Feng himself would not let the throne fall into their hands even if he had no interest in that throne. Therefore, Chu Feng and Chu Jingshan were destined to be enemies. After Yu Chaoyang left, Chu Feng brought Su Yanran to leave the inn and wandered around the city. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the crowd, and a group of people swarmed and ran in one direction. Where are they going? Chu Feng asked curiously. Back to your son. It should be the start of the token competition. Su Yanran returned. The sword worship assembly isn't something that everyone is qualified to participate in, except for the honored guests that the ancient sword sect personally invites. The ancient sword sect will take out 100 tokens to participate in the assembly, and those swordsmen who weren't invited can only obtain a token through a competition. Only then can they participate in the sword worship conference. So that's how it is. Let's follow over and take a look as well. Chu Feng said indistinctly. Good. The two followed the crowd to an empty clearing. A ring was stacked in the center of the open space, on which a young swordsman held a broad, long, heavy sword and scanned the crowd below the stage with an indifferent expression. Can anyone else dare to come up and fight me? As the young swordsman's words fell, the other swordsmen present looked at each other in disbelief, and no one dared to go on stage. This swordsman's strength had reached the 4th rank at a young age, with a broadsword in one hand, a force that was unstoppable, and a wide open, unstoppable stance. Having defeated 5 swordsmen of the same realm before this, morale had reached its peak. Seeing that no one dared to answer the battle, the young swordsman smiled contemptuously, put away his broadsword, walked down the ring to take a token from the ancient sword sect disciple, and turned to leave. The crowd of swordsmen present gazed at the man's departing back and murmured, Hiss! I really didn't expect Li Xiao's current strength to be so terrifying. Yes, I saw him once 2 months ago, and at that time his strength had not yet stepped into the 4th rank, and now he is actually able to easily defeat a 4th-ranked warrior. In my opinion, this Li Xiao is already hard to find an enemy within the 4th rank. This statement immediately drew contemptuous gazes from the others. You're afraid you haven't seen any real heavenly pride, right? With the strength that Li Xiao has now, in the end, he'll just barely squeeze into the end of the submerged dragon ranking, and there's no comparison at all with those sect heavenly prides. Alas, Li Xiao has no sect and no power behind him to be able to come to this point today is already very good. That's not a bad thing for you to say. In the crowd, Chu Feng listened to everyone's conversations with an indifferent expression. The subterranean dragon ranking they were talking about was made by an intelligence organization called Tianji Pavilion. This Tianji Pavilion's intelligence network was spread across the 5 great imperial dynasties, and it was said that there was no secret story in this world that they didn't know about. There were a total of 200 people on the potential dragon ranking list, including all the heavenly prides under the age of 25 in the 5 major imperial dynasties. and the list would be updated once every month. How many places do you rank on this subterranean dragon ranking? Chu Feng asked as he turned his head to go to Su Yenran. Back to Gongzi. I ranked more than 160, Su Yenran said with some shame. Chu Feng nodded and did not say anything else. Su Yenyan's strength had now reached the late 4th grade, and with this Inchun handle in her hand, her strength was enough to enter within the 150 rankings of the subterranean dragon ranking. Li Xiao, who had left before, would be no match for Su Yenran. Immediately after Li Xiao left, 2 swordsmen jumped onto the ring to start a competition, and the strength of these 2 men was too much compared to Li Xiao. At a glance, Chu Feng saw that the 2 men's sword techniques were riddled with breaks in their swordsmanship, without the slightest hint of meaning. After watching for a while, Chu Feng left this place with Su Yenran. Just after returning to the inn, Chu Feng saw a luxuriously dressed prodigal male with a group of people blocking the entrance of the inn. When that eunuch saw Chu Feng and the 2 of them, both of his eyes lit up, and he immediately brought a group of people to surround him. Su Yenran, I really didn't think that you still have the guts to come back. The eunuch ignored the Chu Feng in front of him, his gaze tightly fixed on Su Yenran and sneered coldly. Su Yenran looked straight at the male, killing intent surging in her eyes, and said in a cold voice, why would I not dare to come back? Xiao Yujing, do you really think that the ancient sword sect is under the sole authority of your father? I came back this time to avenge the hundreds of people who died in my Su family. Revenge? With just you? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yujing sneered with his head held high. Just now you did have a word right. Today's ancient sword sect is really my father's say-so. If you fantasize that patriarch will do justice for your Su family, I advise you to put that thought to rest. Xiao Yujing coldly snorted in disdain and waved his hand. Men, take me down for her. Yes, my lord. When the group of people behind Xiao Yujing received the order, they immediately approached towards Su Yenran with fierce gazes. When Chu Feng saw this, a cold aura flashed through his eyes, and he was about to make a move when a dainty voice came from the distance. Stop it all. A valiant short-haired woman walked over. When Xiao Yujing and his group of people saw this woman, their expressions immediately became somewhat nonchalant. Yeah, why didn't you tell me when you came out so I could send someone to protect you? Xiao Yujing looked at the woman with a flattering smile. It's not your turn to care about my affairs. Gu Yaya returned with disgust, then stopped paying attention to Xiao Yujing. Yeah, why are you here? Su Yenran looked at Gu Yaya in front of her. A smile appeared on her face, obviously very familiar with this Gu Yaya. I just heard about your family as soon as I got out of the gate, so I immediately ran out to find you here. Luckily you're fine. Gu Yaya grabbed Su Yenran's hand and said with a worried face. Seeing this, Xiao Yujing was clear that there was nothing he could do to take Su Yenran today, and could only leave with his own group of people in ashes. After waiting for Xiao Yujing to leave, Gu Yu's face immediately clouded over and inquired. Yen, your Su family went really by Xiao. Let's go in and talk. Su Yenran interrupted Gu Yaya and said. Good. Who is this? Gu Yaya nodded her head, and only then did she notice Chu Feng. This is Duke Chu Feng Chu, His Royal Highness the 7th Prince of the Great Qian Dynasty. Mr. Chu, this is my bosom friend Gu Yaya, the granddaughter of the ancient sword sect's patriarch. Su Yenran immediately introduced the 2 of them. After learning of Chu Feng's identity, Gu Yaya's face immediately revealed an expression of dismay, and then she immediately saluted. Greetings to His Highness the 7th Prince. You might as well call me Duke Chu. Chu Feng said with a bashful smile. After the 3 of them returned to the inn's box, Su Yenyan told Gu Yaya all the ins and outs of the Su family's extermination. Outrageous! This Shaoshan father and son dared to do such a hurtful thing behind my grandfather's back. Yen, don't worry. When my grandfather comes out of the gate, I will definitely make him do justice for your Su family. Gu Yaya angrily slapped the table and stood up, a pair of eyes filled with rage. Su Yenran looked indifferent and did not hold any hope. She was very clear in her heart that even if Shaoshan caused much trouble, Grandpa Gu Yaya would not really take action against Shaoshan, because that would only weaken the ancient sword sect. Miss Gu, has your grandfather recently encountered some situation? At that moment, Chu Feng looked towards Gu Yaya and asked. Gu Yaya's face changed. Mr. Chu, how do you know that something happened to my grandfather him? Chu Feng shrugged. I guessed. Just now, with Xiao Yujing's emboldened appearance, it was easy to see that something must have changed within the ancient sword sect right now. The ancient sword sect's current power holder was Grand Elder Shaoshan, and Gu Yaya mentioned that her grandfather was in seclusion. All the circumstances seemed that this Gu Yaya grandfather must have encountered this thorny problem. This is an internal matter of my ancient sword sect, so I won't bother Mr. Chu with it. Gu Yaya stared at Chu Feng with a rather deep meaning and returned. Despite her big personality, she knew the things she could tell and the things she couldn't. Chu Feng did not say much when he saw this, and calmly sat aside to sip his tea. Gu Yeye left the inn after chatting with Su Yanran for a while longer. After sending off Gu Yeye, Su Yanran returned to Chu Feng. Sir Chu, if it's really as you suspect, how about we don't go to tomorrow's sword worship conference? Su Yanran opened her mouth after dwelling on it for a moment. Why? Now that the entire ancient sword sect is under the control of Xiao Shan, I'm afraid that you will meet an untoward. Tomorrow, Su Yanran said frankly. Although Chu Feng was strong, it was impossible to be an enemy of the entire ancient sword sect, and for the sake of Chu Feng's safety considerations, Su Yanyan was willing to give up this opportunity for revenge. A trace of surprise flashed across Chu Feng's eyes, and then a titanic smile appeared on his face. I promised to avenge you tomorrow, so I will naturally do it. You don't need to worry about anything else. Seeing that Chu Feng was so confident, Su Yanran's inner worries couldn't help but lessen a bit as she left the private room after giving a hum. Chapter 6 Interesting Sword. Early the next morning, Gu Yeye came to the inn where Chu Feng was and brought Chu Feng Su Yanran to the ancient sword sect to attend the sword worship conference. The ancient sword sect gate was not built in the city, but instead was situated on top of a towering mountain peak just outside of ancient sword city. The entire mountain peaks on the cliffs. The whole body is like a sheathed sword. The peak of the sword pierced through the clouds. Hidden in the clouds, the sunlight sprinkled down. The clouds around the mountain peaks flashed with 7-colored light. Beautiful. By the time Chu Feng's trio arrived at the foot of the mountain, most of the noble guests who had come to participate in the sword worship conference had already entered the ancient sword sect under the leadership of its disciples. With Gu Yeye beside him, he naturally didn't need any token to lead the way with the other disciples of the ancient sword sect. With Gu Yeye leading the way, the three of them stepped onto the stone staircase that led straight to the peak of the mountain and walked towards the sect gate. On the way, Gu Yeye carefully introduced Chu Feng to the beauty of the various parts of the mountain peak, and Chu Feng had a leisurely face, nodding his head from time to time. Get out of the way. A cold and merciless voice came from behind Chu Feng. When the three Chu Fengs heard that, they turned their heads to look, only to see that a few meters behind them, a black-robed man carrying a broadsword and with a cold expression stared at the three of them with an expressionless face. The position where the three Chu Feng people stood was right in front of him. Chu Feng and Su Yanran's faces twitched. This man they recognized was none other than Li Xiao, who had made a big splash in the token competition yesterday. Gu Yeye didn't recognize the other party and didn't spare him in the slightest, saying in a cold voice, "The stone road is so wide. If you're in a hurry you can just go around us. Why do you have to ask us to make way for you?" Li Xiao sniffed. His black and white eyes did not ripple in the slightest, gazing at Gu Yeye, and opened his mouth again to repeat those two words. Get out of the way. Gu Yeye's face was furious. She has never seen this kind of unreasonable people. Just want to stand out to teach each other a lesson. The sight of Su Yanran immediately stopped her. Su Yanran shook her head at Gu Yeye, then pulled Gu Yeye to the side to make way for the other party. Li Xiao raised his eyes and glanced at the two men, carrying the broadsword behind his back as he walked towards the front of the stone stairs. That's a bit of an interesting sword you've got there. As Li Xiao passed by Chu Feng suddenly opened his mouth. Li Xiao's figure slightly lurched and stepped away as if he didn't hear it. After Li Xiao walked out for more than 10 meters, the short-tempered Gu Yeye finally couldn't help herself and stared at Su Yanran unhappily. Yan, this is the ancient sword sect. Why are you stopping me? This kind of weirdo just owes it to me to teach him a good lesson and he'll be honest. Su Yanran helplessly gently stroked her forehead. He's Li Xiao. Are you sure you can beat him? Li Xiao? He is Li Xiao. Gu Yeye's face changed, and a cry of shock escaped from her red lips. That's right. Su Yanran nodded. Alright, this big miss is not a big fan, so I'll let him off once this time. Gu Yeye's eyes rolled in a generous manner. Her cultivation talent was mediocre, and her current strength was only at the mid-5th grade, so she was not a match for Li Xiao at all. Su Yanyan seemed to have long been surprised by Gu Yeye's character. On the contrary, just now Chu Feng signaled her to give way to Li Xiao. Su Yanyan felt very surprised. Once she thought of this, Su Yanran did not turn her head to look at Chu Feng, but saw that Chu Feng had still been gazing at Li Xiao's back. Seeing this, Su Yanyan also couldn't help but turn her gaze to Li Xiao's body, and without a moment's effort, Su Yanyan's eyes condensed and her brows furrowed. Duke Chu, that heavy sword of Li Xiao's. Su Yanran spoke, her tone revealing shock. Chu Feng withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. It's a good sword, but unfortunately it doesn't belong to him. Let's go. Aha. Su Yanran responded. What are you two talking about? How come I didn't understand a single word? Gu Yeye looked at the two, confused. Chu Feng did not explain and took a step forward, with Su Yanran following closely behind him. Gu Yeye looked at the situation, no longer think much and immediately followed. After the three people left, the rock of the stone staircase steeply made a small sound, and cracks appeared on the surface. Follow the stone staircase all the way up to the halfway point. A meteorite that was the size of a hut came into Chu Feng's eyes. and on top of the meteorite were the words Ancient Sword Sect. The words were like swimming dragons, a single breath of air, and with his eyes slightly lingering on them, he could feel a monstrous sword aura as if it was about to rush out of the words and lunge towards him. Without lingering here at the meteorite, Gu Yaya brought the two of them around in the Ancient Sword Sect with Chu Feng. Most of the disciples of the Ancient Sword Sect were the ones who lived at the halfway point of this mountain, and this sword worship conference was also held here, in a high floor of a court pavilion. Chu Jingshan sat beside the window, comfortably sipping tea and enjoying the beautiful scenery of the Ancient Sword Sect, and once he thought that after today, this Ancient Sword Sect would be subordinated to his own banner, his heart was on fire. Gu Feng still had his ancient sword inches away from his body, leaning on a wooden pillar with his hands clasped to his chest. Elder Xiao, how is the situation on Gu Jianfeng's side? Chu Jingshan put down his teacup and asked indifferently. Xiao Shan, who had been guarding behind Chu Jingshan, immediately revealed a fawning smile on his face when he heard this. Back to your highness the prince. That phantom scale soul-scattering poison is worthy of being the world's #1 strange poison. Even a veteran late innate stage powerhouse like Gu Jianfeng would be of no help when encountering this poison. Yesterday I visited him and found that he can only use his cultivation to forcefully suppress the toxins in his body now. Once he stops, the toxins will instantly spread all over his body, and at that point that's when he will die a violent death. Not bad, not bad. Xiao Jingshan nodded in satisfaction. Now that Gu Jianfeng, the biggest obstacle, was gone, then there was no one else from the Gu Jian sect that he could be afraid of. You've done a good job. When Gu Jianfeng dies, this position of patriarch will be yours. Xiao Shan's face was delighted upon hearing this, and he immediately bowed down to show his loyalty. Please also rest assured, your highness the prince, that in the future, the ancient sword sect will look up to you and will never have second thoughts. Chu Jingshan smiled gently, his eyes glancing at the scenery outside the window again. Ha! Chu Jingshan let out a surprised eek, seeing an unexpected figure outside the window. Xiao Shan curiously stuck out his head and followed Chu Jingshan's gaze to see the Chu Feng trio. He naturally knew Gu Yaya, and he also knew Su Yanran. After all, he was the one behind the destruction of the Su family. Only the Chu Feng beside the two women was unfamiliar to him to look at. Your highness the prince, what's wrong? Xiao Jingshan asked cautiously. It's okay, I'm just a little surprised. Yesterday I sent you Chao Yang to invite the seventh brother of mine to come along to this sword worship conference, but unfortunately he was rejected. I thought he wouldn't come, but I didn't expect to see him here. Chu Jingshan laughed lightly, but his eyes were unusually gloomy. When Xiao Shan heard that the man beside the two women was a royal prince, a shocked expression immediately surged on his face. Is there a possibility that people just simply don't want to travel with you? Gu Feng said leisurely. Xiao Shan's face skin twitched and immediately lowered his head as if he was deaf and didn't hear. Chapter 7, The Beginning of the Sword Worship Conference. Ha! Chu Jingshan snorted coldly, not moving to anger at Gu Feng. However, he had taken the initiative to show kindness 3 times, and Chu Feng did not give the slightest bit of face, which undoubtedly angered Chu Jingshan. Chu Jingshan's eyes went cold. Xiao Shan, just entertain this seventh brother of mine for me. Yes. Xiao Shan heard the meaning of the words and a grim smile appeared on his face. At noon, the noble guests who had come to the sword worship conference arrived. Under Gu Yaya's leadership, Chu Feng Su Yanran arrived at a broad ring. The honored guests sat on the seats around the ring in order, waiting quietly for the opening of the sword worship conference. After Chu Feng and Su Yanran arrived at the venue, they casually searched for a remote corner and sat down. Chu Feng had just taken his seat when he felt a gaze cast over. Chu Feng looked up and saw that it was Chu Jingshan gesturing down with a faint smile. Chu Jingshan seemed to have not expected Chu Feng to be so perceptive, and withdrew his gaze after smiling kindly. Time passed little by little, seeing that the honored guests had all arrived. Ancient Sword Sect Patriarch Gu Jianfeng did not appear, and Xiao Shan led 10 Ancient Sword Sect disciples to appear in the ring. When Xiao Shan appeared, a chilling killing intent suddenly erupted from Su Yanran's body beside Chu Feng, and her palms clenched the Yin Chun deathly tightly. Yuma, calm down, you're not that guy's opponent, Gu Yaya immediately advised, fearing that Su Yanyan would do something stupid. Su Yanran bit her lip and looked sideways at Chu Feng. Chu Feng faintly smiled and gave Su Yanran a reassuring look, which caused Su Yanran to suppress the killing intent within her heart. On the ring, Xiao Shan first thanked the honored guests who had come, and then after speaking some inconsequential pleasantries, he formally announced the start of the sword worship conference. The 10 disciples standing behind Xiao Shan opened the sword cases in their arms in unison, and all of a sudden, 10 sharp and unstoppable sword awnings flashed eye-catchingly, causing everyone to squint their eyes. The sword awnings flickered away, and 10 exquisite swords of varying lengths lay silently in the sword box. The quality of these 10 treasured swords was not as good as the Yin Chun in Su Yanran's hands, but they were all fine and sharp weapons that could not be found. The disciple from the ancient sword sect placed the sword case on the ring and then walked down. The sword is available to those who can make it. The ancient sword sect was only responsible for giving out the sword, and it was up to each individual to decide who the sword would end up in. After a short period of silence, a burly man took the lead, the chair underneath him exploding, leaping to the ring and charging out towards a crimson sword. Ha ha ha, since you all won't make a move, then I, Mr. Shen, will not be polite. The man laughed maniacally. At the same time that the man made his move, the others also moved in unison, swarming towards the 10 swords in the ring. I, Mr. Shen, have my eyes on this precious sword. All of you get out of my way. Shen Shang's eyes erupted with a ferocity, and a pair of fists cast like iron attacked towards the people beside him. A torrential fist wind was so aggressive that people's faces suddenly changed and they didn't dare to come any closer. Shen Shang saw this smug sneer, then walked to the front of the sword box, eyes wildly staring at the red sword in the sword box, probing his hand to hold the sword in his hand. Ha 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 ha, good sword. This sword worship conference Shen really didn't come in vain. Shen Shang admired the sword in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became, and his face was full of smiles. After the others realized that they were not Shen Shang's opponents, they could only turn around and join the fight for the other 9 precious swords. Elder Xiao, many thanks for the sword. Shen Shang turned his head to look at Xiao Shan on the stage and arched his hand. Brother Shen doesn't have to be polite. Xiao Shan smiled gently and ordered the disciple at the side to go prepare the scabbard for Shen Shang. Your Highness, this Shen Shang is the patriarch of the Ganghong Fist sect, a veteran 2nd-grade martial artist. Xiao Shan lowered his waist and introduced Xiao Jingshan in a low voice. Aha! Xiao Jingshan responded without much of a reaction. A second-rate clan like this was not enough for him to personally step in and pull it together. Just leave it to Xiao Shan. As a matter of fact, this sword worship conference is nothing more than a formality, and the ownership of these 10 precious swords has long been secretly arranged by Xiao Shan. The candidates who obtained the 10 swords were all personal friends of Xiao Shan. As for them to get the precious sword, they also only need to agree to Xiao Shan's one request, which is to join under Chu Jingshan's command. In the future, in the ring, Shen Shang saw Xiao Shan treating Chu Jingshan in a respectful manner and guessed the identity of the other party. With a straight face, he saluted respectfully. In the corner, Gu Yaya took in the scene, her face turning blue. Xiao Shan's look of a living lackey immediately made it clear what was going on here without Gu Yaya guessing. Yeah, Xiao Shan is this reckless. Why doesn't your grandfather come out and take care of it? If we continue to let Xiao Shan carry on like this, your ancient sword sect will be tied to Prince Kuan's boat in the future. Su Yanran said with a serious face. This is clear to me. But, Gu Yaya glanced at Chu Feng with a look of desire to speak. Don't be in a hurry. The good show has just begun. Chu Feng suddenly spoke at that moment. Su Yanran and Gu Yaya froze at those words and both looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Chu Feng, however, playfully gazed in the direction of the ring. His eyes kept gathering on a figure. In the ring, after Shen Shang obtained the sword as he wished, he was about to walk down, when a black-clothed youth appeared out of nowhere and stopped in front of him. The youth had a cold expression, and behind his back was a thick, pitch-black broadsword that looked very strange. I'll take this sword. Li Xiao stared at Shen Shang and coldly said. As soon as these words came out, Shen Shang's face immediately turned gloomy, and a ferocious gaze erupted from his eyes. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? With your strength of the 4th rank, you also want to take the sword from me? Shen Shang spat disdainfully. Li Xiao looked up, a pair of cold eyes as if they could penetrate the heart. Looking at Shen Shang's heart 10,000 times uncomfortable, Li Xiao didn't say anything, just reached out his hand and silently pulled out the broadsword behind him. As the sunlight poured down, the broadsword's blade was as black as ink, and when the sunlight shone on it, it was as if it was swallowed up by the blade. It was inexplicable. Seeing a 4th-grade strength kid provoking himself like this, Shen Shang was also enraged. A murderous intent spread from Shen Shang's body. Shen Shang pulled out the crimson in his hand, and slashed towards Li Xiao's head. Although Shen Shang was not a swordsman, his strength of late 2nd grade was indeed solid. A sword swung out. The sword body wrapped in Shen Shang a huge force. Crimson in the air left a demonic bloodlight. Sword buzzing. Li Xiao seemed to be stunned as if he was still standing still. The corners of Shen Shang's mouth lifted up in a sardonic smile, as if he had already seen the scene of Li Xiao being destroyed by his own sword. Chapter 8, Shocking the Four. Not to mention Shen Shang, even those noble guests on the stage who did not participate in the competition for the sword saw this scene and felt that Li Xiao was dead. After all, the difference in strength between the two was too great. Su Yanran and Gu Yaya beside Chu Feng let out a cry of shock and held their hands to cover their eyes, unable to bear to look at them. But in the next second, a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing resounded in the ring. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth hooked up slightly, and a hint of refined light emerged from the depths of his eyes. The two Su Yenran girls slowly lowered their hands and their pupils shook when they saw the ring scene. All that was seen in the ring was that there was no blood spilled. The crimson in Xin Shang's hand was unexpectedly blocked by the broadsword in Li Xiao's hand. The two sharp swords collided. The crimson did not leave the slightest trace on the body of the broadsword, and Li Xiao was only shocked back a few steps alone. How is this possible? How were you able to block my sword? Xin Shang's face was filled with incredulity. The crowd under the stage was equally shocked, wondering if they were hallucinating. A person who had just stepped into the 4th grade had actually blocked a strike from a late 2nd grade expert unharmed. How can Li Xiao be so strong? Su Yenran let out a cry of shock. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. It's not that he's strong, and there's something wrong with that broadsword in his hand. Su Yenran was startled at the words, and her eyes immediately gathered on the broadsword in Li Xiao's hand. The broadsword was pitch black, and Su Yenran did not see what material the broadsword was made of even after watching it for half a day. Only under Chu Feng's reminder, Su Yenyan still saw a hint of clues that no one else had discovered. The surface of that broadsword was actually permeated with a few threads of light black gas, which surged into Li Xiao's body in a steady stream along the body of the sword. It dawned on Su Yenran that Li Xiao should have relied precisely on these black qi to block Xin Shang's attack. In the ring, Li Xiao looked straight at Xin Shang and said in a cold voice, "Hand over the sword." Xin Shang's face flushed with anger at his words, and the veins on his neck rippled. The other party was only a youth of the 4th grade realm, and he had even spoken to him in such a tone. If he just let it go today, then he would definitely become a laughingstock in other people's mouths, which was something he could never endure anymore. "Kid, you're looking for death yourself, so don't blame me," Xin Shang shouted loudly and angrily, and the aura of the late 2nd grade realm suddenly burst out from within him. Xin Shang held his sword in one hand and clenched his fist in the other, killing straight towards Li Xiao. The crimson flickered with a demonic light, instantly transforming into several phantoms in the air, and stabbing at the vitals of Li Xiao's body with every move. At the same time, Xin Shang danced with a superb boxing technique. His fists rolled up gusts of wind, and his fists contained a terrifying force. Li Xiao's eyes were fixed in concentration, and he held the broadsword with both hands, and his sword technique was wide open and coquettish. Facing Xin Shang, who was sufficiently 2 great realms higher than himself, Li Xiao advanced instead of retreating. Red and Xin Shang's iron fists landed on the broadsword, emitting gusts of muffled sounds, and horrifying aftermath waves diffused and surged out between the two. In just a dozen breaths of time, the two had gone through 200 to 300 moves. Quite a few of the dignitaries under the stage had stood up at this moment, looking at the battle between the two with shocked faces. From the beginning, Li Xiao could only defend with difficulty under Xin Shang's attack, but as time passed, the situation suddenly changed. Li Xiao gradually became stronger in the match, and was actually able to easily neutralize Xin Shang's attacks and make counterattacks. This Li Xiao really only has the strength of the 4th grade realm? What is this Li Xiao's origin? Chu Jingshan was also moved, with a look of seeking wisdom. To be able to fight the late 2nd rank at the 4th rank realm without any difference, this kind of demonic strength, not to mention those heavenly prides on the submerged dragon list, Chu Jingshan had never even heard of it. If this son develops in the future and is still used by himself, will the throne not be within his reach? But Chu Jingshan's beautiful dream was immediately doused by a pot of cold water. Your Highness, it's not that this Li Xiao is powerful, but that broadsword in his hand has a problem, Gu Feng said quietly. Gu Feng was currently standing behind Chu Jingshan with a straight posture, his hands hanging down and his eyes staring tightly at the ring. There was no longer the slightest hint of laziness on his body, and the entire person was like a sheathed sword, exuding a stern aura. Gu Feng wasn't the only one. Many of the strongest people present had similarly discovered this. After dueling with Xin Shang for a few hundred moves, those black qi on the broadsword became more and more obvious, and it was hard not to attract the attention of others. Elder Xiao, what is the origin of this broadsword? Chu Jingshan turned his head to look at Xiao Shan and asked, "Back to your highness." This subordinate didn't see it either. Xiao Shan bowed his head in shame. Waste. Chu Jingshan cursed angrily. Regardless of its origin, this sword is wanted by this king. You should know what I mean. Subordinate understands. Subordinate understands. Xiao Shan nodded his head like pounding garlic and hurriedly answered. With that, Xiao Shan hurriedly made a glance towards Xin Shang in the ring. Xin Shang willed it and punched Li Xiao back. Xin Shang flings the crimson in his hand and sticks it in the ring. Then gnarled muscles rippled all over his body, and a terrifyingly manic aura erupted from his body. Xin Shang's eyes were covered in blood, his hands clenched into fists, and airflow chrysalises surged onto his pair of fists. Gang Hong fist, Xin Shang shouted in a low voice. His body was like a mangled ox rushing straight out, and the wind of his iron fists condensed into substance, blasting towards Li Xiao's face. This fist condensed Xin Shang's full strength. The power is enough to easily break 1,000 pounds of rock. Even the general first-grade realm experts do not dare to resist this fist. As soon as this punch was thrown, Xin Shang was certain that Li Xiao would not be able to catch this blow. Good coming! Li Xiao roared with his head held high, his long hair fluttering up in a messy manner, his cold face surfacing with a frantic expression, his entire aura a different person from before. Li Xiao gripped the broadsword with both hands, and his eyes stared wildly at Xin Shang as if he was staring at a prey. A red aura suddenly flashed out of the pitch-black broadsword, and a large amount of black gas surged into Li Xiao's mouth and nose. Li Xiao's aura soared under the crowd's horrified gazes. In the next second, Li Xiao's figure instantly disappeared in place, and before the crowd could react, a miserable scream rang out. Looking along with the screams, the crowd's faces suddenly changed, and a chill ran straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. Only Xin Shang's face was pale as he lay in the ring. Both of his arms had been cut off at the root, and blood spilled onto the ring. Li Xiao stood indifferently in front of Xin Shang with his broadsword in hand, which was still stained with blood. No more fighting. I'll let you have this sword. Xin Shang looked at Li Xiao in front of him and said with a trembling voice. Li Xiao glanced at it indifferently and snorted coldly. The broadsword in his hand fell, and Xin Shang died. After killing Xin Shang, Li Xiao took a step to the hilt of crimson and pulled it up from the ground to observe it. Just when everyone thought that Li Xiao was going to take the crimson, Li Xiao actually directly picked up his broadsword and slashed down towards the crimson. Click! A crisp breaking sound rang out, and the crimson shattered under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and the red aura in the broadsword flashed down again, seeming to leap. Enjoy. Chapter 9, Feeding the Sword with One's Life. He destroyed red? The crowd was at a loss, having never thought this would happen. In the ring, the powerful men vying for the other 9 swords were also shocked by this sudden scene, and they stopped to watch Li Xiao. Under the stage, Chu Feng gazed at Li Xiao. His eyes changed for a while, but he was not surprised. It seemed to be all within his expectations. On the other side, Xiao Shan was not calm. The 10 precious swords on the stage, each of which was created by the ancient sword sect with a lot of effort. He allowed the swords to fall into Li Xiao's hands, but he would never allow Li Xiao to destroy the swords. At this moment, Xiao Shan couldn't wait to rush to the ring immediately and exterminate Li Xiao. But the Sword Worship Conference has rules. But the conference began. The ancient sword clan people cannot intervene in the intervention. The sword fell into the hands of who was who. So even though Xiao Shan was furious, he can only stand on the stage and watch helplessly. This broadsword this king really likes. Gu Feng, you go up and snatch it for this king. Chu Jingshan said with 2 snowy eyes and a heartbeat. Gu Feng shook his head. I'm not going. With his current state, I'm no match for him. Chu Jingshan, you're joking. You're an expert of the first-grade realm. Chu Jingshan said in disbelief. I didn't. Gu Feng coldly returned without much explanation. A hint of disappointment appeared on Chu Jingshan's face after hearing this. In the ring, after destroying Red, Li Xiao turned to look at another sword, and when the people who were fighting for that sword saw this, they couldn't help but shiver in their hearts when they saw the indifferent eyes of Li Xiao hidden behind her long hair. Immediately, a few people dropped out of the fray. Li Xiao sneered and stepped forward with his broadsword in hand. The others who were unwilling to give up glanced at each other before killing towards Li Xiao together. 2 second-grade realm, 3 third-grade realm. 5 people surrounded Li Xiao in an encircling position, each casting the strongest attack to kill. Li Xiao held a black broadsword and stood in place with a stern face, just like a demon god. As the 5 people stepped within a 1-foot square in front of Li Xiao moved. The broadsword in his hand swung up, and a cold aura flashed by. The 5 men dented a large piece of their chests, spitting blood and flying backwards, falling to the ground for a long time unable to get up. 1 hit, defeated 5 people with just 1 strike. Chu Jingshan was shocked for a long time. He now believed in Gu Feng's words. Li Xiao walked to the sword and swung the broadsword in his hand once again to destroy it. The wailing of the sword resounded through the ring, and the red aura in the broadsword in Li Xiao's hand flickered more and more. Li Xiao closed his eyes with a hint of a sense of relief on his face before opening his eyes in the direction of the other sword. The crowd under the stage saw this and their eyelids jumped, already guessing what Li Xiao was going to do next. Xiao Shan's entire heart was dripping blood when he saw that 2 of his swords had already been destroyed. Seeing that Li Xiao wanted to continue, Xiao Shan didn't care about the broken rules. He got up and wanted to rush to the ring. I advise you not to go up, just with your strength in the pre-advanced heavenly stage. It's not the strength of Li Xiao right now, Gu Feng said quietly. Xiao Shan sniffed and immediately stopped in his tracks. But if we let him go on like this sword worship conference will be ruined. Xiao Shan growled lowly in unwillingness. A few ruined swords destroyed is destroyed. What's the pity? Just wait until this Li Xiao recovers from this strange state before you strike again. Trading 10 ruined swords for that broadsword in his hand. We've earned this deal. Gu Feng glanced at Xiao Shan disdainfully and said indifferently. Chu Jingshan's face was delighted at his words. and he raised his hand. This king thinks that Gu Feng has a point, so let's do what he says. Alright then, Xiao Shan said with a resentful face. Just as they were talking, Li Xiao killed a dozen people with an unstoppable force and destroyed the 3 precious swords. The red aura of the broadsword in Li Xiao's hand flickered more and more, like a beating heart sealed in the sword. Demonic. After seeing Li Xiao's terror, everyone retreated from the ring, giving up the other 5 swords to Li Xiao. Just like that, the originally lively battle to seize the sword turned into a strange scene where everyone was under the stage, watching Li Xiao destroying the sword on the stage. On the stage, Li Xiao gathered the remaining 5 treasured swords together and swung the broadsword in his hand one at a time, and each sword instantly crumbled away into a pile of scrap metal when it touched the broadsword. Knock! 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 After destroying all 5 swords, the broadsword in Li Xiao's hand was completely changed from before. The sword body was no longer a pitch-black color, and it had turned into a dark red color, with a red aura constantly flickering at the center of the sword. In the ears of everyone present, they actually heard a weird sound of a beating heart, and as the sound beat, their own chi and blood began to become disorganized. Magic sword. That broadsword in his hand is a magic sword. A man was scared out of his wits and let out a terrified hiss. The crowd was shocked in their hearts as they looked fearfully at the broadsword in Li Xiao's hand. In the ring, Li Xiao raised his head and scanned the crowd, an evil smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then making a move that everyone could not have expected, Li Xiao raised his broadsword up, and with a twist of the blade, stabbed into his chest. Stop! A violent shout came from far away, and a childish white-haired white-robed old man flew towards the ring at great speed, wanting to stop this, but he was still a step too late. When he appeared in the ring, Li Xiao then fell to his knees, bright red blood bursting out of his chest and flowing onto the broadsword. The red aura in the broadsword flickered greatly, and a terrifying ripple rushed out from the broadsword. The white-robed old man's face changed as he was blasted out hundreds of meters. As for the stage, other than Chu Feng who was unharmed, everyone else was knocked down by this wave of ripples. When the ripples dissipated and the crowd looked at the ring again, the broadsword on Li Xiao's chest disappeared and was replaced by a 3'3" blood-red sword. There was a bright red line engraved on both sides of the sword's body, and there were also 3 blood grooves at the hilt, into which Li Xiao's blood continuously gushed in a bizarre and appalling manner. Who are you? Where did you get this devil sword from? The white-robed old man came before Li Xiao and questioned with a grave face. Li Xiao was as breathless as a swimmer at this time. His face was pale without half a trace of blood. His face was full of fatigue, and it was obvious that he was about to come to the end of his life. Li Xiao raised his head and looked at the white-robed old man in front of him. You must be the ancient sword sect leader. Ancient sword wind. Hug. Sorry for ruining this sword worship conference for you. There's no way around it. What you owe someone, you have to pay back after all. A hint of melancholy appeared in Li Xiao's eyes, and his unchanging face revealed a smile of relief at this moment. Li Xiao's eyes became dull and her head was deeply lowered. The magic sword on Li Xiao's chest flashed red, directly penetrating Li Xiao's body and turning into a bloody rainbow stream flying straight towards the direction of the mountain peak. Seeing this, Gu Jianfeng followed closely behind and flew towards the peak. Chapter 10, The Magic Sword is introduced. Night falls in a village of 100 people, and flames engulf the village. A group of bandits rushed into the village to loot and kill indiscriminately, and the desolate cries and desperate pleas for mercy echoed in every corner of the village. A thin figure ran out of a cabin and fled into the distance. Immediately afterward a bandit ran out from the cabin, grimacing and roaring, "Don't let that kid get away! Mother asterisk 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 error! How dare he bite me!" A row of teeth marks on the bandit's arm oozed blood. The other bandits heard the sound and chased after them together. It didn't take long for the boy who had escaped earlier to be brought back bound and gagged. "Kid, aren't you quite capable? Now run another one for me instead." The bandit stretched out his foot and stepped on the boy's face. Screaming, the boy's face was expressionless, his eyes looking into the cabin behind the bandits, where the bodies of his parents and sister lay. "I'll kill you," the boy said coldly. At these words, the bandits were first stunned, and then they laughed with their heads held high. But when the bandit saw the unchanging look in the boy's eyes, his laughter instantly came to a screeching halt, and he was a little frightened. The bandit didn't understand why he was afraid, but he knew to cut the grass to get rid of the roots. A fierce gaze flashed from the bandit's eyes, and the bandit raised the large knife in his hand and slashed towards the boy's head. Right at this moment, a cold aura suddenly shot from afar, directly piercing through the bandit's palm, and the bandit dropped his large knife in pain. In the next second, a group of soldiers clad in tiger armor appeared and surrounded the village, and a nobleman wearing a deep purple python robe with a lazy demeanor walked over. The man bent down and handed the boy a fine dagger. "Do show me." The boy stared at the nobleman, and after a few seconds of silence, the boy picked up his dagger and pressed towards the bandit. That night, Even the boy couldn't remember how many times he had stabbed the bandit, only that the man's laughter had been ringing in his ears. The boy stood at the entrance of the village covered in blood, looking at the man's departing back. The man raised the delicate dagger and suddenly shouted, "My name is Li Xiao. I owe you my life and I will pay you back." The deep purple python-robed man waved his hand outstretched after hearing this. No one would have expected so many changes to happen in this sword worship conference. It wasn't until after the devil's sword and the ancient sword wind left that the crowd woke up and talked about it. What exactly is the origin of that devil's sword? Why do I see that the ancient patriarch seems to be nervous? Who understands? I have a premonition that the ancient sword sect is about to undergo a major change. If you don't want to die, you'd better hurry and leave. You've got a point there. Grab and go. The nobles rushed towards the foot of the mountain without looking back. What is this situation? Chu Jingshan was dumbfounded. Now that the magic sword had flown away and Gu Jianfeng had appeared as if he was safe and sound. He had been busy in this line for nothing? Chu Jingshan looked at Xiao Shan with a gloomy face, asking the other party to give him a satisfying reply. Your Highness, you'd better hurry and leave. I will naturally give you a satisfactory answer later. Xiao Shan also looked preoccupied at the moment, and after giving a perfunctory reply, he anxiously flew towards the mountain peak. Your Highness, this place is dangerous. We need to leave quickly, Gu Feng said with a nervous face. Chu Jingshan froze. He hadn't seen Gu Feng this tense before and immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. Chu Jingshan nodded and followed Gu Feng as he quickly left the ancient sword sect. When Gu Yeye saw that her grandfather appeared unharmed, a smile immediately spread on her face, and she turned around and was about to talk to Su Yanran. However, he realized that there was no one beside him, and the two people, Chu Feng and Su Yanran, had disappeared at some point. Ancient sword sect peak, casting sacrifice forbidden area. A blood-red sword cut through the sky, shattering dozens of seals outside the forbidden zone and flying into the forbidden zone. When ancient sword wind, Xiao Shan and the ancient sword sect's group of executives arrived and saw the broken seal, their faces immediately became embarrassed. Is this what you said? That you are assured that the sword worship assembly will be left to you alone to organize? Gu Jianfeng glanced at Xiao Shan and snorted coldly. This, Xiao Shan stammered for half a day, then simply lowered his head and stopped talking. Ha ha ha, after 60 years, I didn't think that there would be a day for the old man to see the light of day again. A low voice came out from the forbidden area. As the words fell, a skyrocketing sword intent rushed out from the forbidden area and plunged into the heavens. The faces of the ancient sword sect's crowd present suddenly changed, staring at the depths of the forbidden zone as if they were meeting a great enemy. Dark red chi mist filled the air, and a figure holding a sharp sword slowly flew out of the forbidden area and stood in front of Gu Jianfeng. It was a withered old man with a disheveled head and ragged clothes, and the old man still had heavy chains at his hands and feet. That magic sword was currently lying peacefully in the old man's hand. Senior brother, long time no see. The old man stared at Gu Jianfeng and smiled faintly. Gu Jianfeng stared at the old man in front of him, his face a mixture of emotions. Senior brother, go back to the forbidden zone. Don't make any more killings, Gu Jianfeng said with a light sigh. Killing sins? What is killing sins? Senior brother, 60 years have passed. Why are you still as stupid as you were back then? You and I are mole crickets. I'm just trying to get rid of my fate and escape. What's wrong with that? The old man suddenly became furious, and an uncontrollable aura erupted from around him. The entire mountain peak shook, and the group of ancient sword sect executives present also turned white as blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. The old man stroked the magic sword in his hand and murmured in fascination. Back then, if it wasn't for you and Master stirring up trouble, I would have long escaped with the help of this magic sword. The old man's words were like a thorn in the side, causing a trace of shock and anger to appear on Gu Jianfeng's face. Shut up, He Yen. If it wasn't for the fact that you slaughtered more than 400,000 innocent people back then for the sake of one person's desire, how could the master's father use the method of cutting his own throat as a way of calming the public's anger? You don't deserve to mention your master's name in front of me. Grab the devil's sword in your hand and hand it over. Get back into the forbidden zone. When He Yen heard this, he was not at all impressed, and swept everyone with scorn as he sneered. Since I came out, I naturally won't go back. Gu Jianfeng, do you really think I'm a cutie? Even at your peak you weren't a match for me, let alone the fact that you are now suffering from a strange poison? He Yan's vision was poisonous, and he realized early on that Gu Jianfeng's situation was not right. I didn't accomplish the act back then, so today after 60 years let's start with the ancient sword sect. After He Yen finished speaking, the terrifying pressure of the late innate realm suddenly burst out from his body, enveloping the entire mountain peak. The magic sword in He Yan's hand flickered greatly in red. It seemed to be craving for blood. He Yan's eyes were red, and the devil's sword in his hand swung out, A kilometer-long blood-red sword blade wrapped in endless sword intent attacked straight towards Gu Jianfeng and the crowd of the ancient sword sect. Under the invasion of demonic qi, the group of ancient sword sect executives couldn't even stabilize their minds, let alone fend off the attacks. The only two people on the scene who were sane were Gu Jianfeng and Xiao Shan, who hurriedly offered their swords to fend them off. But the two men were not Crane Yan's opponents after all. Just one photo down, Xiao Shan's sword lost all its luster, and the whole person fell to the ground with serious injuries. Gu Jianfeng flew out thousands of meters backwards. His body shook, and the suppressed phantom phosphorus soul-scattering toxin in his body erupted, invading into all of Gu Jianfeng's limbs and bones. A mouthful of black blood sprayed out from Gu Jianfeng's mouth, and Gu Jianfeng fell from a high altitude and smashed heavily on the ground. Chapter 11: Exterminating Crane Flame, shocking the four seats. At the top of the mountain of the ancient sword sect, black clouds were pressing down on the top of the mountain, and the devilish gas was like a sea enveloping the entire sky. Just like a scene of doom, Crane Yan held the devil sword and looked down at the crowd of the ancient sword sect below, his expression filled with endless madness, and the devil's sword in his hand emitted gusts. Crane Yan's eyes flashed red, and the magic sword in his hand once again slashed towards the bottom through the air. A dark red sword blade burst out from the magic sword, wanting to destroy the entire mountain peak. Below, Gu Jianfeng and the crowd of the Gu Jian sect looked at the incoming attack with expressions of despair on their faces. Right at this moment, a crisp sword chant sounded, causing the hearts and minds of the ancient sword wind crowd to tremble. A thin, cicada-like, green-colored sword rose up from beneath the mountaintop, leaving a green rainbow in the long sky, cutting through the roiling demonic aura. The green-colored sword revolved in the air for half a circle and silently stopped in front of Gu Jianfeng and the others. The sword body trembled and an aftermath wave dispersed from the sword body. The bloody blade of that demonic sword dissolved into nothingness under the aftermath. The scene was silent. Everyone's gazes rested on this green-colored sword, their faces filled with dismay. And in the crowd, Xiao Shan's face became a bit unnatural, his eyes cloudy. Who? Crane Yan's eyes suddenly snapped up as he cruised around and bellowed. At that moment, two figures slowly appeared on the top of the mountain. The person at the head of the group was a young man dressed in white. The man was bright-eyed and white-toothed. His appearance was extraordinary, and his demeanor invariably revealed a noble aura. Behind the man, there followed an ice-clear woman. The two were none other than Xu Feng and Su Yanran. Yan? Gu Jianfeng recognized Su Yan with a glance, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. It was not clear how Su Yanran came to this place, nor was it clear who the man in front of her was. Su Yanran glanced at Gu Jianfeng, a hint of entanglement appearing between her brows, and in the end, she chose to stand behind Xu Feng in silence. Was it you who struck just now? High in the air, He Yan stared at Xu Feng with a frown and asked in a deep voice. I don't know if it was Crane Yan's illusion. Although the young man in front of him didn't have a trace of aura flowing from his body, the magic sword in his hand was actually suffused with fear, and the sword trembled uncontrollably. As He Yan's words fell, the pupils of the ancient sword sect's people's eyes widened as they looked at Xu Feng incredulously. He was the one who deflected that blow from He Yan just now? He Yan, that was a strong person of the late innate realm. How old is the young man in front of you? How is that possible? The crowd of the ancient sword sect only felt a wave of absurdity, thinking that He Yan had misread the situation. Only Gu Jianfeng stared at Xu Feng in death, shocked to realize that he was unable to see through Xu Feng's cultivation, and his heart set off shocking waves. Xu Feng raised his eyes and looked straight at Crane Yan high in the air, smiling blandly. That's right, I was the one who made the move just now. He Yan sniffed and stared at Xu Feng for a moment in silence. Your Excellency, this is a private matter between me and the ancient sword sect. Please do not interfere, He Yan said in a low voice. He had just broken through the seal, and the demonic sword had not yet devoured enough blood, and he did not want to make an enemy of Xu Feng at this time and have an accident. I'm too lazy to care about the matters between you and the ancient sword sect. Xu Feng lightly laughed, but at that moment, his words changed. But you want to feed the magic sword with the lives of ordinary people. This is something I can't do regardless. A coldness emerged from Xu Feng's eyes that looked like stars as he finished speaking and raised his hand. The Inchun that had been stationary beside Xu Feng's body shone brightly, like a green-colored thunderbolt, appearing in front of He Yan in an instant, and stabbing out without any speed. Seeing this, He Yan's face changed as if he was a great enemy, and he raised the devil's sword in his hand to resist. The two divine weapons collided together, and a ripple of aftermath exploded from it, shattering the demonic aura in the sky, and the sunlight redirected above the mountain peak. The light of the Jin Chun sword body did not diminish, dazzling like a green-colored blazing sun. On the contrary, the luster of the demon sword became incomparably dull, as if it was about to return to its previous state of being as black as ink. He Yan's entire heart was dripping blood at the sight, and his expression became insane. Blood demon transformation. Cranian's demonic chi surged around his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, scattering on top of the demonic sword. After the demon sword absorbed this mass of essence blood, the sword suddenly sprouted a demonic red aura. He Yen destroyed his own cultivation and controlled the magic sword to swing his strongest strike, and Jinchan was bounced back. After resolving the crisis, He Yen didn't take advantage of the victory to continue attacking. Instead, he took his magic sword and flew off into the distance. Don't let him escape, or there will surely be a flood of life. Seeing this, Gu Jianfeng exclaimed, "Escape?" Chu Feng laughed contemptuously and took an idle step forward, his figure appearing in front of He Yen. "You." The pupils of He Yan's eyes shrunk and his lips trembled. Chu Feng swung his arm once again, and a majestic aura poured out recklessly onto He Yan's body. Crane Yan's entire body was like a cannonball, falling quickly from high in the air, smashing out a 100-meter crater. Chu Feng's figure flickered and appeared in the deep pit, indifferently glancing at Crane Yan, who had fainted from serious injuries. Chu Feng raised his hand and pointed, and a powerful chi pierced through Crane Yan's head. When the crowd of the ancient sword sect saw that Chu Feng had easily killed a late innate stage expert, their eyes could not help but show a look of horror. Ancient Sword Wind had the rest of the ancient sword sect disperse, and led Xiao Shan over to Chu Feng. At that moment, Su Yanyan stood behind Chu Feng, who was holding that magic sword and curiously sizing it up. "My name is Gu Jianfeng. I pay my respects to the former seniors. Many thanks to senior for helping out today." Gu Jianfeng made a large salute to Chu Feng and said in a serious tone. Chu Feng ignored it and was still curiously surveying the magic sword in his hand. The scene became silent. Gu Jianfeng did not dare to be half displeased, so he quietly waited for Chu Feng to reply. Su Yanran looked at Gu Jianfeng. At this moment, the toxin of the phantom phosphorus scattering soul in his body had spread to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and his life would not be long. Su Yanran's eyes showed her intolerance, wanting to open her mouth to ask for Chu Feng's help, but she did not dare to disturb it. And at this moment, Xiao Shan has the most complicated feelings. Gu Jianfeng is not going to live. He can finally dream of becoming the ancient sword sect master. Surprise at the same time. He felt terrified. Su Yanran of the Su family seems to be acquainted with this man, such as if the man is avenged for Su Yanran, then he must not escape. Xiao Shan stood apprehensively behind Gu Jianfeng and lowered his head deeply, hoping that Chu Feng would not notice him. Unfortunately, Xiao Shan would never have thought that Chu Feng was here for him. After a long time, Chu Feng withdrew his gaze from the demonic sword and turned his head to look at Gu Jianfeng. Chu Feng frowned and also saw the condition of Gu Jianfeng. Chu Feng walked to Gu Jianfeng and placed his palms on his shoulders. Just as Gu Jianfeng was puzzled, he suddenly felt an aura surging into his body, which transformed into thousands of thin streams and surged into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The toxin of the phantom phosphorus scattered soul, which had always made him feel tricky, was directly obliterated by this overbearing aura. Gu Jianfeng's face gradually returned to normal, and his entire spirit lifted. "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life." Gu Jianfeng, who was originally certain of his own death, looked excited as he saluted Chu Feng once again. Chu Feng looked at Gu Jianfeng and winked playfully. "There's no need to thank me in such a hurry." "Ha?" Gu Jianfeng sniffed with a confused expression. Just as Gu Jianfeng was at a loss for words, Chu Feng raised his hand and grabbed it in the air, and Xiao Shan flew over uncontrollably. Chapter 12, Escape. Patriarch. "Save me." Xiao Shan was filled with fear and immediately turned to Gu Jianfeng for help. "Noisy." Chu Feng coldly grunted and printed out a poem. The spirit sea in Xiao Shan's Dantian location collapsed, and Xiao Shan's cultivation was gone, turning him into an invalid. Chu Feng threw Xiao Shan at Su Yanran's feet. "This person's dog's life will be yours to take personally." Su Yanran stared at Xiao Shan at her feet. Her apricot eyes revealed monstrous hatred. Su Yanran picked up Xiao Shan and walked towards a deserted place. She would not end Xiao Shan with a single sword. It would only cheapen him. After Su Yanran left, Gu Jianfeng only then slowed down. Gu Jianfeng did not say anything. His heart has probably guessed what. Half an incense stick later, Su Yanyan folded back, a strong smell of blood permeating her body. "Many thanks to Mr. Chu for avenging the hatred of a clan on behalf of my daughter. My daughter is unable to repay you, and is willing to spend the rest of her life forever following by Mr. Chu's side in serving you." Su Yanran knelt in front of Chu Feng and said with a determined expression, "Huma, what did you say? What, one clan feud?" Gu Jianfeng was astonished. Chu Feng glanced at Su Yanran and sighed. "Get up." Su Yanran got up and told Gu Jianfeng about the evil deeds that Xiao Shan had done to the Su family. Gu Jianfeng heard, suddenly furious, immediately said to Su Yanran, "Xiao Shan lineage will be handed over to him to deal with. He will give his best friend revenge." Su Yanran nodded bashfully after hearing this. Gu Jianfeng looked at the devil sword in Chu Feng's hand again, and after hesitating for a second or third time, he spoke. Senior, I wonder what you want to do with this devil's sword. Speaking of this magic sword, Gu Jianfeng still couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief in his heart. The former ancient sword sect master had actually always wanted to pass the title of the sect master to He Yen, because He Yen was stronger than ancient sword wind in terms of both cultivation talent and sword forging means. But it was not until Crane Yen cast this magic sword after the temperament change. After committing a serious crime, this patriarchal position fell to the ancient sword wind head. This devilish sword was created by Crane Yen after exhausting his life's learning, and its evil nature was full of the same extraordinary quality of the sword. Even if Gu Jianfeng had asked his own Shi realm powerhouse to take action before, he was unable to destroy it. In desperation, Gu Jianfeng could only seal it in a place no one knew about, but he didn't expect that it would still be found and today's events would happen. Now that things were falling into place, Gu Jianfeng didn't want to let this devilish sword fall to earth and add to the mischief. Chu Feng heard the meaning of Gu Jianfeng's words and smiled. Although the quality of this devil sword is sufficient to be comparable to the 10 famous swords, the evil nature is too heavy and must not be retained. After saying that, Chu Feng slapped his palm on the demonic sword, and the demonic sword instantly cracked and shattered into a pile of scrap metal. Gu Jianfeng's two eyes widened for a long time. The magic sword that even a powerhouse of the sovereign realm couldn't destroy, shattered just like that? Gu Jianfeng's gaze that looked toward Chu Feng was immediately filled with shock. If he had not guessed Chu Feng's realm at this moment, then his age would be considered to have lived on a dog. After destroying the demonic sword, the ancient sword wind invited Chu Feng to stay in the ancient sword sect for a few days. Chu Feng gladly accepted and stayed in the ancient sword sect. That night, after everything was taken care of, Gu Jianfeng was called into the residence by Chu Feng. I pay my respects to His Highness, the seventh prince. Gu Jianfeng was shocked when he obtained Chu Feng's identity from Su Yanran. He didn't have the fact that this young great master was actually the prince of the Great Xian dynasty. Shocked, Gu Jianfeng couldn't help but sigh. Great Xian dynasty's good strong national fortune. As long as Chu Feng was there, the Great Xian dynasty would surely prosper in the next 500 years and would not be afraid of any foreign enemies. Get up. I called you over because there are some things I want to question you about. Chu Feng nodded and said. Today, after Crane Yen broke out of the seal, he kept mentioning the words escape in his speech, arousing Chu Feng's curiosity. It was for this reason that Chu Feng stayed in the ancient sword sect. Hearing that Chu Feng was inquiring about this matter, a trance-like expression appeared on Gu Jianfeng's face, as if he was recalling a dusty past event. After a brief moment of disorientation, Gu Jianfeng didn't hide anything and told the cause of the matter. In addition to his love for sword forging, this person, He Yen, also had a hobby, which was to read some weird books and strange books. It was a normal day when He Yen, who had been casting a sword for a day, came to the ancient sword sect's bookstore to look for ancient books to pass the time. From then on, Crane Yen's temperament began to change dramatically. The whole person's spirit became irritable and violent, often murmuring some strange words in his mouth. Something about heaven and earth being a cage and everything being fake and he's going to escape or something like that. Then not much time passed before Crane Yen shut himself down, and when he reappeared, he had the magic sword in his hand. After listening to Gu Jianfeng's exposition, Chu Feng rubbed his chin, his eyes twinkling more and more. Do you know which ancient book he was reading at that time? Chu Feng asked. I'm not sure about that. After that incident, all of the weird and wondrous books in the book pavilion were singled out and not required to be viewed by anyone. Gu Jianfeng truthfully replied. Chu Feng nodded his head. Leave me a token. I'll go to the book depository by myself tomorrow. Yes. Gu Jianfeng pulled out a token that was greenish in color and handed it to Chu Feng. In the capital, in the residence of the third prince, in a luxurious hall, Chu Jingyun was cuddled up on a seat couch, enjoying the music and the dancers while holding a delicate dagger, cutting pieces of meat and sending them to his mouth. At that moment, a dark shadow silently appeared in the hall. Chu Jingyun's eyes stared and waved his hand for everyone in the hall to retreat. How is the situation? Chu Jingyun asked leisurely as he played with the dagger in his hand. The demon sword activated. Prince Koan returned without any success. A grim voice came from the dark shadows. Chu Jingyun sniffed, and a hint of a smile appeared on his evil face. All of this was expected by Chu Jingyun. The devil's sword came out. How could the ancient sword clan have time to stand in line? It was already good enough to survive. Send some people to clean up this mess. If there are still people alive in the ancient sword sect, Chu Jingyun said without haste. The black shadow looked at Chu Jingyun in silence. Even he was shocked by Chu Jingyun's means of approaching insanity. Simply because Chu Jingshan intended to pull in the ancient sword sect, and when the ancient sword sect couldn't be used for him, he simply wiped out the entire sect. Such ruthless, reckless tactics are chilling. It turned out a little differently than you expected. The introduction of the demonic sword didn't set off any storms. And the ancient sword sect didn't suffer a heavy blow. The Black Shadow spoke. Oh, Chu Jingyun froze at his words and was quite interested. What's going on? The Black Shadow shook his head and said, I don't understand the specifics. The ancient sword sect's mountaintop at that time was moving too much, and I didn't dare to get too close. All that is known now is that the crisis of the demonic sword has been resolved by the ancient sword sect, and Prince Kuan left ancient sword city. Chu Jingyun sank his eyes and murmured for a moment, then raised his head and said, All right, I know. The dark figure nodded and his figure disappeared from the hall in an instant, as if he had never appeared. Crane Flame with Devil Sword. There are simply not many people within the innate realm who can defeat it. The ancient sword sect has managed to escape this catastrophe. Can it be that there are strong people within their sect in the sect master realm? Chu Jingyun frowned and muttered to himself, then suddenly laughed. Ancient sword sect. The number one sword sect in the great Xian dynasty. It's because this king had underestimated you before. Chu Jingyun stood up, indifferently glanced at the delicate dagger in his hand, and with a twist of his 5 fingers, the dagger shattered into broken blades. Chu Jingyun casually skimmed the dagger away and turned to leave the hall. Chapter 13, Ascension to Immortality? Ancient Sword Sect. Book Depository. Chu Feng inquired about a few ancient sword sect disciples and came to the book collection pavilion here. It was a 5-story building, and at the entrance of the building sat a grey-robed old man. When Chu Feng stepped forward, the grey-robed old man's eyes snapped open and a sharp light emerged from his cloudy eyes. Where is your clan token? The old man looked at Chu Feng and said in a cold voice. Chu Feng took out the token that Gu Jianfang had given him and handed it forward. When the grey-robed old man saw this token, his face shook and he immediately got up from the ground, not even daring to touch the token. Greetings, Lord Sovereign. The grey-robed old man bent down with a respectful face. Chu Feng had not previously known that what Gu Jianfang had handed over to him was a token representing the identity of the ancient sword sect's patriarch. As long as whoever possessed this token, then he was the ancient sword sect's patriarch. With this token, you can order anyone in the ancient sword sect, and with the token in hand, you can also travel to any place in the ancient sword sect, and no one can stop you. When Chu Feng heard that, he didn't explain putting the token away and stepped into the book depository. As soon as he stepped into the book collection pavilion, a mechanical beep sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is located in the ancient sword sect's book depository. Is he signing in? Sign in. Ding! Successful signing in. System reward, 1 eye. Enlightenment against all odds. As the system voice fell, a sensation of ignorance surged into Chu Feng's brain. Chu Feng instantly felt that his mind had become incomparably clear, and some of the problems that had plagued him before were solved. Chu Feng collected his thoughts and began to turn around inside the book depository. With the blessing of the heaven-defying talent of 1 eye, Chu Feng quickly swept through the first 4 floors of books, all of which were inferior sword arts. Chu Feng did not even have the desire to open it and directly stepped to the 5th floor. The 5th level was much smaller in size, just under 100 meters square, and housed 3 bookshelves. 2 of the bookshelves contained all the superior sword techniques that the ancient sword sect had collected since the creation of the sect. The one remaining shelf was stacked with hundreds of books of all kinds, their covers yellowed, the books covered with dust and cobwebs. Obviously no one had looked through them for years. Chu Feng's 2 eyes lit up as he walked over to the bookshelf and casually picked up an ancient book, flicking the dust off of it before viewing it. Chu Feng read the ancient book in his hand without using 10 minutes time. Unfortunately, it was only a book that recorded some of the bizarre events encountered while casting the sword, and it was not the book that Chu Feng wanted. After putting the ancient book down, Chu Feng picked up another ancient book and read it. Time passed little by little, and 2 days passed. In these 2 days, Chu Feng had stayed in the book depository to read books and had not left. On the 3rd day, Chu Feng finally found the ancient book he wanted. It was a book made of the skins of unknown beasts, woven with extremely rough techniques. It was barely enough to call it an ancient book, because this ancient book was only 3 animal skins in total, and there was no writing on the animal skins, only a few sets of incoherent patterns. After watching carefully for a while, Chu Feng summarized the meaning that these several pairs of patterns were trying to convey. In the long flow of years unknown how many years ago, a supreme swordsman was born in this land of the 5 great imperial dynasties. This swordsman talent demon, absolute champion of the world, such as the high sky hot sun, all the people in that era in front of him, have become eclipsed, can only look up to its back. When this swordsman was nearly 30 years old, he reached a height that was beyond the reach of the world, the grandmaster realm. But one day after becoming a great master, the swordsman suddenly changed his temperament, and sat alone on the cliffs at the top of the mountain all day long, looking up at the sky with his head held high. 1 look is a day. There were also some strange words murmured under his breath from time to time. At first the swordsman's family thought it was because he had hit a bottleneck and would soon be fine. But a few days later, the swordsman suddenly picked up his own sword and left the cliff, going nowhere. This disappearance is a long dozens of years. When the swordsman reappeared back at the cliff wall, the swordsman's entire body is like a dusty sword. The breath emitted from his body has exceeded the grandmaster. The swordsman's eyes gazed at the vault of heaven, and he drew his sword and flew into the sky, wanting to fight the sky. On the last animal skin pattern, it records that the swordsman stabbed the sky dome out of a black hole with a sword, and the swordsman took a step into the black hole. Chu Feng closed the ancient book and rubbed the corners of his eyes. This swordsman ended up ascending? Chu Feng muttered with an odd expression on his face. The pattern on this beast's skin made Chu Feng uncontrollably recall those immortal cultivation novels he had read in his previous life, and the scenes of ascension depicted in those novels were exactly the same as the scenes on the pattern. It must be that He Yen is the one who got devilish after seeing this ancient book and also wanted to ascend to immortality. Unfortunately, his talent was not comparable to that swordsman at all, so he could only take the wrong side of the sword and came up with the idea of using the power of a magic sword. Chu Feng guessed the truth of the matter after a slight analysis. The realm above the great master, ascending, is somewhat interesting. A glint of essence emerged from Chu Feng's eyes, and in his heart, a trace of longing for this world beyond the heavens arose. Chu Feng put this ancient book away, and then flipped through the remaining ancient books as well, wanting to obtain information about the outer heaven again. But when he had gone through all such books, there was no half gain. Chu Feng finally had no choice but to give up and moved his gaze to the other two bookshelves. Although he himself now had the strength of the grandmaster realm, his means of attack were too singular. Now that so many superior sword arts were in front of him, he couldn't afford to waste them. Thinking of this, Chu Feng took a step to the other two bookshelves, picked up the sword techniques on them and began to watch them. Chu Feng possessed a phaseless sword body, and all sword techniques could be instantly comprehended and penetrated, so there was no problem of learning a variety of things. Chu Feng was like a sponge, absorbing all the sword techniques in the fifth layer for his own use. Half a day later, Chu Feng walked out of the book depository. The piercing sunlight shone on Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and God's slightly tired face instantly became refreshed. Now that the answer Chu Feng wanted was known, it was also time to leave the ancient sword sect and set off once again. Chu Feng first went to find Gu Jianfeng and politely refused his repeated stays, pulling out the token and returning it to him. Your Highness, I will never forget your great kindness to my ancient sword sect. You keep this token. In the future, whenever you have the need, my ancient sword sect's entire body will swear to follow you to the death and follow your orders. Ancient Sword Wind did not take the token and bowed and said with a straight face. Chu Feng glanced at him and immediately guessed his intentions. Wasn't Gu Jianfeng making it clear that in the future, the ancient sword sect would be under his banner? Chu Feng thought about it and nodded his head to put the token away. Although he was strong, he could not do everything himself when he entered the capital in the future. With the ancient sword sect as a force, it could save himself a lot of trouble. When Gu Jianfeng saw Chu Feng take the token away, a smile instantly spread across his old face. I wonder, Your Highness, where you are planning to head to next? How about my subordinates send some people to escort Your Highness there? Gu Jianfeng asked. Chu Feng waved his hand. There's no need, there's just Su Yanran alone to drive me. Alright, Gu Jianfeng said with some loss. He was still thinking of having his granddaughter follow Chu Feng around, but unfortunately, that intention directly fell through. Su Yanyan, where is she? Your Highness, the two girls Yan Yan and Ye Ye should be over at the competition stage right now. I'll take you there now. Okay. Under the leadership of the ancient sword wind, Chu Feng arrived at the ancient sword sect's competition stage. At this moment, the competition stage was surrounded by ancient sword sect disciples, watching the competition between the two on the stage. Gu Ye stood among these people, shouting and cheering for Su Yanran on the stage. As soon as Chu Feng and Gu Jianfeng arrived over here, the disciples who were watching came to salute Gu Jianfeng. Greetings, Sovereign. Aha. Gu Jianfeng nodded his head bashfully. Grandpa, Your Highness, why did you guys come over? Gu Ye ran over and hugged Gu Jianfeng's arm and asked nicely. I am accompanying Your Highness to look for Su Yanran. Your Highness is leaving the ancient sword sect today. Gu Jianfeng looked at Gu Ye and said dotingly. Gu Jianfeng then turned his gaze to the competition stage, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face when he saw the man who was competing with Su Yanran. Zhua Hao, when did you come back? Grandpa, senior brother Zhua Hao just came back not long ago. He was thinking of going to pay his respects to you, but he was stopped by the other senior brothers when he passed by the competition stage. Yan Yan had a momentary itch in her hand, so she invited senior brother Zhua Hao to the stage for a match. Gu Ye on the side replied. So that's how it is. Gu Jianfeng smiled indistinctly and looked sideways at Chu Feng. Seeing that Chu Feng did not say anything, Gu Jianfeng did not call a halt to the competition on the stage. On the competition stage, Su Yanyan's eyes were stern. Holding the Yin Chun, her stance was erratic, and her sword energy was surging, like a rolling river. Sword chi swept across the entire competition stage, and sharp auras permeated everywhere on the stage. The man who was competing with Su Yanran was of a similar age to Su Yanran, wearing a cloud-patterned green shirt, facing Su Yanran's attack with a calm demeanor. The sharp sword in his hand was not even sheathed, until the sword chi invaded into within a foot in front of the man. The man gripped the scabbard in his hand and extended it forward. Chapter 14, Leaving Ancient Sword City. A vast sword chi abruptly burst out from the scabbard, sweeping across the entire competition stage with a thunderous momentum. Su Yanyan's sword chi swung and twisted, and her face went white as she flew out 100 meters backwards. Miss Su, I apologize. Wan Zhuahao smiled faintly. His eyes were snow-bright and flawless. There was no trace of the loneliness of a swordsman in his body. On the contrary, he was more like a scholar, courteous and polite. Su Yanran put away Yin Chun and saluted. Many thanks to senior brother Zhuahao for his teaching. After saying that, Su Yanran turned around and walked off the competition stage. And when she saw Chu Feng, her beautiful eyes lit up and she immediately walked over, seemingly thinking of her defeat just now. A trace of shame surfaced on Su Yanran's face. Duke Chu, I have embarrassed you. As the words fell, before Chu Feng could speak, Gu Yeye stepped forward. Yan, senior brother Zhuahao, that's the 45th heavenly pride of the subterranean dragon ranking. It's nothing shameful for you to lose to him. Gu Jianfeng nodded with the same approval. Wan Zhuahao was Ancient Sword Wind's personal disciple, and likewise the number one person in the younger generation of the Ancient Sword sect, currently at the middle of the second grade, ranked 45th on the subterranean dragon ranking. Su Yanran was 2 great realms away from him, and losing to him would have been a normal thing. There is no need to take it to heart. You only lost on the gap in realm. In time, you will be able to catch up with him. Chu Feng laughed indifferently. If someone else had said something like this, Su Yanyan would definitely not have believed it. But when Chu Feng said this, the fighting spirit in Su Yanran's heart immediately rose. Aha! Su Yanran nodded her head in agreement. At that moment, Wan Zhuahao walked over and frowned slightly when he heard Chu Feng's words. Although his character is easygoing and not good at fighting for fame and fortune, he still has some pride of his own. The man in front of him even said so lightly that Su Yanyan's strength wouldn't take long to catch up with his own, which undoubtedly caused Wan Zhuahao's dissatisfaction. Wan Zhuahao first saluted his master and then looked at Chu Feng. My name is Wan Zhuahao. I wonder what this kind brother's name is. Chu Feng said in a faint voice. Chu. Wan Zhuahao was shocked in his heart, but then calmed down. Even if it was the royal family of the great Xian dynasty, so what? He, the ancient sword sect, never participated in the struggle for imperial power, so it wouldn't hurt to offend the other party. Brother Chu, enlighten me? Wan Zhuahao looked straight at Chu Feng without any inflection. A strange expression suddenly surfaced on the faces of Gu Jianfeng and Su Yanran on the side. You and me? Sure, Chu Feng asked back with a light smile. Okay, Wan Zhuahao said with a serious face. Chu Feng gazed at Wan Zhuahao, raised his hand to point at Gu Yeye, and said, It's fine if you want to compete with me, but you'll have to win against her first. At these words, the scene immediately fell into a few seconds of silence. Me? Your Highness, you're not mistaken. I can't even beat Yan. How can I be a match for senior brother Zhuahao? Gu Yeye's 2 eyes widened as she pointed at herself and said incredulously. Not to mention Gu Yeye, even Gu Jianfeng was confused and couldn't make sense of it. The sword technique you cultivate should be the falling spring sword technique, right? Chu Feng asked. That's right, Gu Yeye returned truthfully. Chu Feng lifted his finger to point at Gu Yeye's white forehead, then gave Gu Yeye a confident smile. Go on, you'll only have one chance with the sword. Oh. Gu Yeye was in a trance as she stumbled towards the competition stage. Although Wan Zhuahao did not understand what Chu Feng was up to, he still followed Gu Yeye together to the competition stage. Your Highness, just now this is. Gu Jianfeng could see that Gu Yeye's state was not right at the moment and asked worriedly. There's no need to worry. I just gifted Gu Yeye a creation, Chu Feng leisurely said. Just now, Chu Feng had transmitted all of his comprehension of the falling spring sword technique into Gu Yeye's mind. At the same time there was a power that looked beyond the second grade realm. This power paired with the falling spring sword technique was enough to easily win against Wan Zhuahao. Yan, let's depart. Chu Feng turned his head and explained to Su Yanyan. Su Yanran asked in dismay. Your Highness, won't you wait a little longer? No need. The outcome of this match was already predetermined. Chu Feng smiled confidently. Good. Su Yanran turned around and went forward to prepare the carriage. Chu Feng turned to the ancient sword wind on the side and said in a flat tone. The ancient sword sect is the number one sword sect in my great Xian dynasty. From today onwards, do not lose the prestige of this number one sword sect. Just let it go. and whatever happens, I'll be the one to cover your ass. After saying that, Chu Feng turned around and left straight away. Gu Jianfeng gazed at Chu Feng's back with an agitated expression, and Chu Feng's words echoed in his mind for a long time. Ever since the ancient sword sect was struck by that string of events by He Yen 60 years ago, the center of development of the ancient sword sect had begun to tilt towards sword casting. Over the years, Gu Jianfeng had also wanted to bring the ancient sword sect out of this predicament, but He Yen and the 400,000 innocent people who died under his demonic sword, all the time let the ancient sword sect carry a sinful debt, outside of other forces in the dark spying and suppression, which led to the original strength of the ancient sword clan. Now there is not even a master realm strongman, gradually embarked on the decline. Now that Cranian was dead, there was the words that Chu Feng had just spoken. Ancient Sword Wind finally saw another glimmer of hope for the rise of the ancient sword sect. He would definitely firmly grasp this opportunity and lead the ancient sword sect back to its peak glory. On the competition stage, Wan Zhuahao looked at Gu Yeye on the opposite side of the room. His brows locked. Junior sister, use your sword. Gu Yeye heard. Like a big dream woke up, looked back to sobriety. Gu Yeye's eyes bubbled with essence, and her pretty lips slightly opened as she said, Elder brother, be careful. Wan Zhuahao nodded his head in disbelief, not taking Gu Yeye's reminder to heart at all. A 5th grade realm martial artist wasn't even worth lifting his spirits yet. Gu Yeye completely disregarded Wan Zhuahao's attitude. The sword techniques and the falling spring sword technique in her mind all melted together at this moment, deeply imprinted in the deepest part of her mind. Never able to forget, Gu Yeye's jade hand pulled out the sword on her body, and in an instant a force erupted within Gu Yeye's body. Move like a rabbit, be still like a child. Gu Yeye's beautiful figure instantly disappeared from the original place, manifesting dozens of residual shadows around Wan Zhuahao. The remnants of the shadows each performed the falling spring sword technique. The sword techniques were different, but the power of the sword techniques could not be underestimated. The sword chi was like that autumn falling leaves, curling and roiling the sky, plowing countless sword traces on the floor of the competition stage. The face of Wan Zhuahao, who was in the center of the attack, suddenly changed, and his entire body instantly tightened. Wan Zhuahao no longer dared to be arrogant, immediately drew the sword in his hand and performed his strongest sword to meet up. However, his sword was quickly trapped in the roiling sword chi, not causing the slightest ripple. Just when Wan Zhuahao was about to be killed on the spot, Gu Jianfeng appeared beside him and waved his sleeve robe blandly, and only then did the roiling sword chi calm down. Wan Zhuahao's arm holding the rapier trembled continuously, his body wet with cold sweat, still immersed in the shadow of Gu Yeye's blow just now. Gu Yeye, who had retreated back to normal, secretly spat out her tongue as she looked at the competition stage that she had destroyed into ruins. Senior brother Zhuahao, are you alright? Gu Yeye walked over and asked with concern. Wan Zhuahao sniffed and looked up with a far-fetched smile on his pale face, shaking his head. Yeah, you immediately go back to seclusion now, and you are not allowed to come out of seclusion until you break through to the 4th grade realm, Gu Jianfeng said seriously. Gu Yeye's small mouth flickered, not daring to disobey Gu Jianfeng's words. She turned around and went forward to close the door. After a long time, Wan Zhuahao only then came back from his senses and looked at Gu Jianfeng opening his mouth to ask something. The master knows what you want to ask. For master, to be honest with you, that person's strength is something even master can't see through. There are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains, so you shouldn't keep focusing on that subterranean dragon ranking. Keep up the good work. You've got a long way to go. Gu Jianfeng patted Wan Zhuahao's shoulder and said with deep meaning. After saying that, Gu Jianfeng turned around and left. Wan Zhuahao stood in place, pondering for a long time before leaving the competition stage. The slanting sun was setting in the west, and the crimson evening sunlight was scattered on the walls of ancient Sword City. In the direction of the south of the city, the 1,000-year-old red-blooded ancient vine seemed to have come to life, like a red dragon clad in blood-red scales, hideously hibernating on the city wall, dominating the city and giving a strong sense of impact to one's vision. At this moment, a carriage drove out of ancient Sword City without any haste, stopping at the entrance of the city for a few moments before driving off again. Mr. Chu, where are we going next? Follow the direction of the capital, and wherever there is beauty, we will stop. Okay. The corners of Su Yanyan's mouth rose slightly, and an absolutely beautiful smile surfaced on that exquisite face, stunning the world. The carriage followed the direction of the slanting sun and slowly disappeared from view. Chapter 15, The Valley of the Absolute Xiao. Half a day later, the carriage left the ancient Sword City territory and entered Yuezhou. Yuezhou was one of the 5 states of the Great Shan dynasty, with 13 domains and over 300 cities within it. Sir Chu, in front of us is the Jiexia Valley. After crossing the valley we will enter the Shu Xia domain. Su Yanran drove the carriage and introduced Chu Feng inside the carriage. There are a total of 3 great beauties in this Xiao domain, of which this Jiexia Valley is one of them. According to rumors, there was once a bloody battle between 2 supreme powerhouses here, and one of the powerhouses stored up his strength and slashed out with a sword, resulting in the current Jiexia Valley. Because of this, the Jiexia Valley is famous to the heavens, attracting countless swordsmen to come and watch the stunning scenery of this ghostly work of art. During Su Yanran's explanation on one side, the carriage arrived at the Jiexia Valley, only to see that at this moment, the Jiexia Valley, gathered with martial artists who had heard the wind, surrounding the entire valley. These martial artists all looked up above the valley with their heads held high, their gazes gathering on the two. One of the men wore a dark orchid flat gold-threaded robe, a dark green fairy flower patterned horn belt tied around his waist, and held a gilded and engraved sword, which was expensive at first glance. The man had eagle eyes and a sharp nose, and his demeanor was untamed. Compared to the other man with whom he was confronted was tame. An affordable gray shirt, carrying a long gun in his hand, the tip of the gun is cold and flickering, and his body exudes a solemn and murderous momentum of the courage to go forward. Surprisingly, I was able to catch a glimpse of the 2 heavenly prides on the submerged dragon ranking battling it out. This Jiexia Valley is really worth coming to today. Who says it isn't? TSK, this Lin Yu is really too powerful. Defeating the 200th Tianzhou on the subterranean dragon ranking 3 months ago, and then surging all the way to kill within the 100th place on the subterranean dragon ranking. Today, he even dared to directly challenge Hong Mingyang Sex Yong, who is a heavenly pride in the top 50 of the subterranean dragon ranking. This you are wrong. According to the information I got, this Lin Yu is initiating a life and death battle against Yi Yong. Only one of these 2 people can survive today. Hiss, the crowd sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air in shock. Is that true? Of course it's true. When have I, Hu Lao-san, ever told a lie? Can't it be that this Lin Yu and Yi Yong have a beef between the 2 of them? Who cares? Anyway, this match will be interesting to watch today. After the crowd had finished their discussion, they all looked up the valley with bated breath for fear of missing the exciting part. The carriage stopped. Su Yanyan looked at the road blocked by the crowd, her pretty brows frowning slightly. Sir Chu, someone is dueling here. The paths are all blocked. We can't get through right now. The curtains of the car window were drawn back, and Chu Feng looked up above the valley, his gaze landing on those 2 people. At the sight of Lin Yu, who was holding a long spear, a brilliant light immediately emerged from his eyes. During the 5 years of living in the Northern Realm, Chu Feng had basically spent every day in the army. Chu Feng could tell at a glance that this Lin Yu was definitely someone in the army, and that aura of solemnity could not be faked. A little bit interesting, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chu Feng's mouth. There's no rush, since the road is blocked. Let's wait, Chu Feng said. Good, Su Yanran responded. Yan, have you heard of this Lin Yu? Chu Feng asked. Su Yan nodded. Back to your excellency, I've heard of this Lin Yu before. Lin Yu suddenly appeared 3 months ago, and after he appeared, he started challenging the heavenly prides on the subterranean dragon ranking. His attacks are sharp and decisive, his moves are killing techniques, and there are rumors that he is from the Great Xian dynasty's army. 3 months ago his cultivation was still at the 4th grade realm. I didn't expect it to be at the 2nd grade realm now. Chu Feng sniffed without saying much. Above the valley, the astral winds rolled and surged, and an oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Start. Lin Yu looked straight at Yi Yong, his black and white eyes devoid of the slightest emotion, and said indifferently. Yi Yong smiled contemptuously at his words, and the cold light in his eagle eyes flashed widely. Lin Yu, I admit that you've been quite popular lately, but you should never, ever have set your mind on me. Today in front of so many people, I will make you realize how big the gap between you and I is. Lin Yu shook his head and said in a cold voice, don't think too much, only one of you and I can leave here alive today. As the words fell, a stern and murderous momentum suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu fiercely killed towards Yi Yong. The long spear in his hand pummeled the yellow dragon, wrapped in infinite killing intent, stabbing towards Yi Yong's head. Seek your own death. Yi Yong's face was grim as he sheathed the sharp sword in his hand and performed his sword technique to meet him. Lin Yu had just stepped into the 2nd grade realm not more than a few days ago. On the contrary, Yi Yong's strength had long since reached the middle of the 2nd grade. At the beginning of the exchange, Lin Yu was still able to draw on the experience he had accumulated from years of life and death battles to be neck and neck with Yi Yong. But as the battle entered the white-hot stage, Yi Yong collected the contempt in his heart and took the battle seriously. Lin Yu's pressure suddenly increased, and the situation gradually turned from an open initiative to defense. Clang! The tip of the sword collided with the tip of the gun, and an ear-piercing sharp sound exploded. Lin Yu was shaken back tens of meters, his arms trembling, and the lance in his hand nearly flew out from the blow. Yi Yong smiled coldly and bullied his way up. His aura was like a rainbow. The sharp sword in his hand swung out. A stern sword chi stabbed straight towards Lin Yu's heart. The speed was so fast that Lin Yu didn't even have a chance to think. A touch of ferocity surged from Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu clenched his teeth and his body violently tilted to the right. The sharp sword pierced through Lin Yu's flesh and penetrated his left arm, blood spurting out along the wound and dripping down the sword. At this time, Lin Yu made a move that could be unexpected to everyone. When the sharp sword pierced into his left arm, Lin Yu did not have the slightest movement on his face, as if the one who was injured was not himself. Lin Yu did not retreat but advanced. A suffocating aura suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu's eyes became brutal and his strength skyrocketed several times. Yi Yong's sweaty hairs instantly stood up when he saw Lin Yu's eyes, and a trace of ominous foreboding surged in his heart. Without half a hint of hesitation, Yi Yong stormed backward, not even wanting the sharp sword that had stabbed into Lin Yu's left arm. But before Yi Yong could react, a long spear swept across the room, directly blocking his retreat and landing on his body. Terrifying power surged down the lance into Yi Yong's body, and more than a dozen ribs broke in Yi Yong's chest. The entire person flew out dozens of meters backwards and smashed heavily on the ground. Lin Yu did not pull out the sharp sword on his body and slowly walked to Yi Yong's face with his lance in hand, coldly looking straight at his opponent. When the severely injured Yi Yong saw Lin Yu's brutal eyes at the moment, a look of horror appeared on his face. Lin Yu, don't kill me. I admit defeat. Can't I admit defeat? Yi Yong said with a hint of pleading in his tone. Lin Yu shook his head indifferently. I can spare everyone else, but you people of the Hong Mingyang sect must die. After saying that, Lin Yu no longer gave Yi Yong the chance to speak. The long spear in his hand directly pierced through his head, blood dripping down the tip of the spear in drips. The people watching the battle in the valley were dumbfounded at the moment, and the eyes that looked at Lin Yu were all shocked. Chapter 16, The Word Destiny. It took a long time before the crowd reacted with an uproar. Lin Yu, he really won? Just entering the second grade realm and defeating a mid-second grade realm heavenly pride. This Lin Yu is truly terrifying. Finished. This Lin Yu is finished. Yi Yong that is the best of the young generation of Hong Mingyang sect in the last 100 years, and is the personal disciple of the Hong Mingyang sect's patriarch. This Lin Yu killed Yi Yong. The Hong Mingyang sect will definitely not let him go, sighed the crowd. Above the valley, Lin Yu pulled out the sharp sword in his arm, then sat down on the ground, running his own gongfu, and the richness of the brutal fury that permeated his body became thicker and thicker, as if it was going to turn into substance. The blood-red aerosol wrapped Lin Yu in a very shocking and bizarre scene. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the blood-red chi mist surged into Lin Yu's body, and all the injuries on Lin Yu's body healed, and his cultivation even broke through from the early second grade to the middle second grade. Lin Yu opened his eyes, and a touch of fatigue flashed through the depths of his eyes that ordinary people couldn't detect. Lin Yu stood up and indifferently glanced down at the crowd below the valley. The valley was instantly silent. No one dared to look at him. Lin Yu clenched the lance in his hand and turned around to leave the Jiexia Valley. When Lin Yu walked away, the people of the valley heaved a long breath of relief. Is this Lin Yu really only at the second grade realm? This sense of oppression is just too terrifying. When facing him, it's as if there's an entire army standing in front of you. With this killing force, there's no doubt that Lin Yu came out of the army, defeating Yi Yong to make another breakthrough. This Lin Yu's momentum is surging. I'm afraid that this next period of time will see a huge change in the potential dragon ranking. The crowd was in awe. At this time, one of them suddenly spoke. Wait, didn't you guys notice the direction Lin Yu left? As soon as these words came out, the crowd thought back to the direction Lin Yu had left and suddenly looked at each other, their faces covered in shock. This Lin Yu, is he crazy? Isn't that direction heading to the Xiao domain? He just killed Yi Yong, so instead of grabbing his life and running away, he's taking the initiative to get himself killed? Can it be that he thought that the Hong Mingyang sect would bypass him? The mountain rain is coming down. I have a premonition that there must be a storm coming to the Xiao domain next. Let's get moving too. Yes. The crowd moved off in the direction of the Xiao domain. Soon, the originally crowded Jiexia Valley became depressed. Seeing this, Su Yanran drove the carriage towards the Jiexia Valley. At the same time that the carriage stepped into the valley, a familiar system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! Detected, the host is located in the Jiexia Valley. Is he signing in? Sign in. Chu Feng recited silently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. System reward, Regulus. The reward has been issued to the system warehouse. Please pay attention to the host to check receipt. As the words fell, Chu Feng immediately sensed a space appear in his mind. At the center of the space, a golden yellow sword floated in the air, with one side of the sword depicting the sun, moon and stars, and the other side farming and taming, the art of unification of the four seas. Chu Feng only fixed his eyes to observe. and there was a supreme pressure that could not be described in words coming towards him. Chu Feng was astonished in his heart. It was worthy of being the legendary emperor's sword. The famous 10 famous swords under the sky, although Chu Feng have not seen, but just this breath, Chu Feng can be sure that the 10 famous swords and Xianyuan swords simply do not have any comparability. After some serious appreciation, Chu Feng's emotions returned to reality. The wagon traveled unhurriedly through the valley, the crags towering on either side, blocking out the sun. The surface of the cliff was smooth and flawless, as if it had been specially polished. Of course, this idea is too pie-in-the-sky impractical. Chu Feng was more partial to the idea that this canyon had been split open by someone with a sharp blade, because given a sword, he could do the same. At this time, Su Yanyan asked in a low voice, Mr. Chu, does Lin Yu really want to make an enemy of the entire Hong Mingyang sect? The Hong Mingyang sect, the #1 sect within the Shu Xiao domain, had many disciples and a forest of powerful people within the sect. The basic strength of the higher echelons within the sect was at the very least the first-grade realm, and the patriarch was even a powerhouse who had stepped into the patriarchal realm for many years. On top of that, Marquis Zhu Ming of the Great Xian dynasty was once a disciple of the Hong Mingyang sect, and Xu Minghe was also somewhat inextricably linked to the 5th prince of the Great Xian dynasty, Xu Jingshan. Therefore, the Hong Mingyang sect, not to mention the Shu Xia domain, it had no one in the entire Yu prefecture who dared to mess with it. Lin Yu he was nothing more than a second-grade realm martial artist. Su Yanyan really couldn't understand why he wanted to make an enemy of the entire Hong Mingyang sect. Inside the carriage, Chu Feng heard the words with a heavy expression, his gaze changing constantly, and in the end, they all turned into helplessness, and a sigh came out of his mouth. The word destiny is a few short strokes, all beings understand it, but none can escape it. This is Lin Yu's own destiny, and since he made a choice, once he started he could no longer stop. Outside the carriage, Su Yanran's eyebrows knit up at the words, half confused, half understanding, driving the carriage alone to comprehend its meaning. Chu Feng did not explain, comfortably boiling tea to savor alone. 2 hours later, the carriage walked out of the Jexia Valley onto a whitened dirt road. After following the dirt road all the way forward for 2 hours of travel, the carriage walked into a small forest. As soon as he stepped into the grove, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, the stallion cruising around with wide eyes and an impatient low sound coming out of his mouth. Su Yanran controlled her steed, her almond eyes instantly becoming sharp. Sir Chu, there is a smell of blood. Su Yanran twisted her head to look at the carriage and whispered, there's no harm in continuing to walk. Chu Feng indifferently said, yes. Su Yanran nodded and drove the carriage onward, walking out hundreds of meters further. The smell of blood in the air became thicker and thicker. Su Yanyan's one hand had been placed on the Jin Chun at her waist, always keeping a very vigilant eye. The carriage walked out another 100 meters, and the scene ahead changed abruptly. Looking at the scene in front of her, even though she had long been prepared in her heart, Su Yanyan still couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, her pupils shrinking. In front of the carriage, within 100 meters, the soil was drenched in blood, and all sorts of mutilated limbs and severed arms could be seen everywhere, making the scene look like a Shura purgatory. The expression of each corpse was hideous and horrified, as if it had suffered some great horror before its death. A cool breeze came, and the sweaty hairs on Su Yanran's body couldn't help but stand up. Su Yanyan swallowed her saliva and stepped out of the car to those corpses, stouting them and then turning back. Mr. Chu, these people seem like they are all from the Hong Mingyang sect, Su Yanran said, her tone filled with shock. Aha! Chu Feng blandly hummed and was not surprised. Su Yanyan was ice-cold and intelligent. Thinking back to Chu Feng's previous words that were puzzling, a bold speculation immediately surfaced and bubbled up in her mind. Mr. Chu, these people were killed by Lin Yu? Su Yanran opened her mouth and asked. Yes. Chapter 17, The Second Prince. Chu Xiong. After the speculation was confirmed, Su Yanran's expression immediately became dull and her head buzzed. There was no shortage of second-grade realm experts among these corpses, and there should be 7 or 8 of them by initial calculation. Lin Yu had fought so many second-grade realm experts alone and killed them all? How is that possible? This was beyond Su Yanran's knowledge. In the grove, Su Yanran was still in a state of shock and did not return to her senses for a long time. At that moment, the curtains of the carriage were pulled open, and Chu Feng peeked out and glanced bashfully in that direction of the corpse, feeling the trace of murderous brutality that remained in the air. A complex expression flashed across Chu Feng's face. After this battle, Lin Yu stepped into the first-grade realm. Su Yanran woke up violently at the words and stared at Chu Feng with an unbelievable face, wondering if she had just hallucinated. In less than a day, breaking through from the preliminary second-grade realm to the first-grade realm? This kind of breakthrough speed was unheard of by Su Yanyan. Go! Chu Feng shook his head without explaining too much and withdrew his head to slowly lower the curtains. Seeing that Chu Feng didn't say anything, Su Yanran stopped asking more questions and obediently nodded her Cicatriarch's head, jumped onto the carriage and drove it to continue forward. Great Xian Dynasty, a quiet mansion in the capital. Mansion is located in the most central part of the capital city. Each mansion here is expensive. Live in this is the Great Xian Dynasty high-ranking courtiers. On the left side of this mansion was the residence of the head of the civil officials, a prime minister of the dynasty, while on the right side was the residence of the old general of the dynasty who had the highest prestige in the army. The owner of this mansion, however, was the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty, the only six-pearl prince, the second imperial prince Chu Xiong. At this moment, the deepest part of the mansion was inside a room with a scorching temperature. A perfectly muscled, topless man stood by the fireplace, his starry eyes unmistakably serious. The man held a red-hot piece of metal iron in one hand and kept swinging down with a hammer in the other. In a rhythmic tapping sound, the metal iron gradually transformed into the prototype of a sharp sword. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted the man's rhythm. The man frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face as he put down the hammer in his hand and threw the sword tire into the fireplace. "Enter," the man said in a low voice. The door to the room opened and a general with a solemn aura surrounding him walked in. "Your Highness, according to the scouts, Lin Yu has begun to move. After killing Yi Yong of the Hong Mingyang sect in the Jexia Valley today, and then killing hundreds of people from the Hong Mingyang sect, his strength has now stepped into the first-grade realm." The general bowed and said. Chu Xiong picked up the teapot on the side and drank the tea from the teapot. Chu Xiong wiped away the water at the corners of his mouth. His gaze was deep, making it impossible to see any thoughts in his heart. "Where is my good brother?" Chu Xiong asked, raising his eyes to the general. "Back to your Highness. His Highness the 7th Prince has already met Lin Yu in the Jexia Valley today, and the two of them haven't crossed paths yet. However, the direction that the 7th Prince was traveling was right behind Lin Yu, so it's obvious that the 7th Prince is also heading to the Shu Xia domain," the general said truthfully. "That's good." Chu Xiong sniffed and nodded. The general raised his head, glanced at Chu Xiong, and still couldn't hold back his question. "Your Highness, with Lin Yu alone can he really shake the Hong Mingyang sect? With Lin Yu's potential, the subordinate is afraid." Chu Xiong smiled faintly. "With Lin Yu's potential, naturally he can't do it, but isn't there still that good brother of mine?" The general sniffed his heart and soul, shocked. "So your Highness, you want to borrow the hand of the 7th Prince?" Chu Xiong raised his hand to interrupt the general's words and said with a solemn expression, "Lin Yu is nothing more than a lure. Wanting to use him to chop off Chu Jingshan's wings is undoubtedly a fool's errand. But if my 7th brother enters, the result will be different." The general was shocked by Chu Xiong's thoughtfulness. At the very beginning, it was already intended to involve the 7th Prince in this storm. Chu Xiong let out a light laugh. "With my understanding of 7th brother, if he knew what was behind Lin Yu, he definitely wouldn't let it go. At that time, whether it's the Hong Mingyang sect or the 7th brother, losing in this game will do me 100 favors and no harm. Your Highness is wise." The general bowed in awe. Chu Xiong walked up to the general, patted his shoulder and said in a heavy tone, "I know that Lin Yu is a soldier that you brought up with your own hands, and that you are more or less dissatisfied with me in your heart. You and I both know the things behind Lin Yu. I didn't coerce him, it was a choice he made himself. I'm here to assure you that if the Hong Mingyang sect carries through this time, I'll personally exterminate him as well." Upon hearing this, the general gratefully saluted Chu Xiong. After the general left, Chu Xiong got up and walked over to the fireplace, chucking out pieces of metal iron and continuing to hammer away. Rhythmic tapping echoed through the room once more. At the same time, in the 3rd Prince Chu Jingyun's residence, as usual, my subordinates reported the events that took place within the Great Xian dynasty today to Chu Jingyun one by one. When he heard that Lin Yu had decapitated Yi Yong in the Jexia Valley, Chu Jingyun's face quite slightly raised in interest. If I remember correctly, this Lin Yu was just on the potential dragon ranking 3 months ago, right? In 3 months' time, he was able to kill Yi Yong. This person's talent is fine. Can there be a possibility of pulling him over for my use? Back to your Highness. My subordinates secretly pulled him in, but he refused. After my subordinate's observation, this son is most likely from the military. Chu Jingyun's subordinate said. "Oh, from the army?" Chu Jingyun sniffed and frowned slightly, a trace of unknown uneasiness bubbling up in his heart. Chu Jingyun rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought, and soon he violently thought of something, and his eyes immediately became icy cold. Where is this Lin Yu now? Within the Shu Xia domain. Indeed. A touch of ferocious coldness surfaced between Chu Jingyun's brows. Chu Jingyun glanced at his subordinate and said in a cold voice, "Go help me bring a message to Chu Jingshan, and tell him to hurry up and get rid of this Lin Yu. Mother's birthday is coming up soon. If he affects mother's birthday feast because of him, I will never spare him easily. Yes. The subordinate's body trembled and immediately turned around to leave. When his subordinate left, the sense of unease in Chu Jingyun's heart became heavier and heavier, and in his impatience, he slapped the table in front of him. The reason why he kindly asked his subordinates to give Chu Jingshan a heads up was not because the two of them were siblings, and just simply don't want, because of this matter, to implicate the mother in the palace. Phew! Chu Jingyun heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes flickering greatly with coldness. Chu Jingyun stepped out of the room, his gaze looking out in the direction of the palace. Of these princes, only two had their own forces in the army. These two were the crown prince and the second prince. Let's hope that guy Chu Jingshan can get a grip on this matter this time. Chu Jingyun let out a light sigh, not holding much hope in his heart, because he was very clear about the means of those two. If they didn't make a move, it would be amazing. Before making their move, they must have made all the preparations. Chu Jingshan is in danger this time. Chapter 18, Sacrificing Blood Fury. Potential. On the other side, the two of them, Chu Feng, left the grove and continued along the dirt road. The brutality of the scene grows more and more chilling with every distance you travel, as you come across the remains of some severed arm. Su Yanyan's brows were tightly furrowed in a ball, her face white as she forced down her inner discomfort, trying to forget these bloody images. Mr. Chu, what's wrong with this Lin Yu? Su Yanran opened her mouth and asked. Chu Feng was silent in the carriage. Seeing this, Su Yanyan could only stare ahead without slanting her eyes, continuing to drive the carriage and not looking towards the corpses on the roadside. After the carriage traveled for half an hour, Su Yanran suddenly clenched the horse rope, causing the carriage to come to a sudden stop. Inside the carriage, Chu Feng put down the teacup in his hand, probed his hand to lift the curtains, and looked toward the front of the carriage. 100 meters away from the front of the carriage, a gray shirt of Lin Yu, at this time like a god of killing under the 9 hells. The shirt on his body was dyed dark red with blood, and a monstrous ferocious aura permeated his body. On the ground beside him, several corpses could no longer be seen in a single human form. At that moment, Lin Yu turned around if he felt something and looked over towards the carriage. Su Yanran believed that she would never forget Lin Yu's eyes at this moment in her life. It was a pair of red pupils covered in blood, the pupils filled with endless brutality and bloodlust. It was not a human's eyes at all. It was more like the eyes of a beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. At the sight of these eyes, the blood in Su Yanran's body seemed to freeze and shudder. Fortunately, this look passed in an instant, and the corner of Lin Yu's eyes curved. The murderousness in the pupils of his eyes disappeared and a clear light was restored. Lin Yu stepped to the front of the carriage with his lance in hand and looked at Su Yanran, who was driving the car. A hint of coyness actually appeared on his face under the bloodstains. This girl, I don't know if you have any dry food here? Lin Yu lowered his head and asked politely. His voice was clear, and there was a hint of urgency in his tone, a far cry from his previous murderous impression. Su Yanyan froze for a long time at his words. Lin Yu thought that Su Yanyan was frightened by her appearance and hurriedly explained sincerely. This girl, don't be afraid. I don't have the slightest bit of malice towards you. I'm just hungry and wanted to ask you for some dry food to fill my stomach. I'll pay for it. After saying that, Lin Yu fumbled around on himself for a while. His face blushed, then he turned around and ran to those corpses. Not a moment's effort. Lin Yu turned back and handed the money bag in his hand to Su Yanran. Without reaching out, Su Yanyan twisted her head to look at the carriage for instructions. Give it to him. Chu Feng's voice came out from within the carriage. Hearing this, Su Yanyan took out some dry food and handed it to Lin Yu without charging him. Thanks a lot. Lin Yu arched his hand towards Su Yanran and the carriage and thanked him, then took the dried food and wolfed it down. Su Yanran looked at Lin Yu silently, her eyes gradually easing up. She realized that the Lin Yu in front of her didn't seem to look scary, but instead gave her a feeling of kindness and cheerful optimism. It reminded her of her own dead and dear brother. But just then, Su Yanran's face changed, only to see a trail of blood flow out of the corner of Lin Yu's mouth without any warning. Lin Yu did not take it to heart at all, and blandly wiped off the blood, looking up to Su Yanran to reveal an overflowing smile. After Lin Yu finished eating, he once again arched his hand at Su Yanran and the carriage. Thank you both for your hospitality. Farewell. Lin Yu turned around and walked out a few steps before stopping. This girl, wait until I'm far away before you move. Getting too close to me will bring you trouble. Lin Yu smiled and reminded a sentence, and then only then did he move again carrying his lance, his slumped figure looking exceptionally lonely. Su Yanran gazed at Lin Yu's back in dismay, only feeling as if her heart was blocked by something, her breathing becoming a little heavy. Chu Feng inside the carriage let out a helpless sigh and still opened his mouth. The Hong Mingyang sect people in front of you have all been killed by you. If you don't continue to kill, the momentum will recede. Lin Yu's face was stunned as he turned to look at the carriage. his eyes becoming sharp. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I just want to ask you a question. You decide what you want to do next, and keep on killing in order to keep the momentum, or foregone, letting the potential recede and dissipate. Lin Yu sniffed and stared quietly at the carriage, his face expression resolute as he said, my lance will not kill any innocent person. After learning of Lin Yu's choice, a trace of an appreciative smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. Get in the car. I have a way to stabilize your momentum. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yu took a step in front of the carriage and prepared to go up, but was stopped by Su Yanran. Su Yanran handed Lin Yu a clean garment. Lin Yu said thank you with a red face and took the garment and ran to a deserted place. After disposing of the blood on his body and changing into clean clothes, Lin Yu returned to this side of the carriage. This time Su Yanran didn't stop him, letting him sit in the carriage and then driving the carriage forward. Inside the carriage, when Lin Yu saw Chu Feng for the first time, a trace of surprise flashed across his face, and then he sat aside in a hasty manner. I'm Lin Yu. I don't know what your name is? Chun Feng. Chu Feng casually pulled a surname number and stared at Lin Yu rather profoundly. If I'm not mistaken, you should be one of the 3 great forbidden guards of the Great Xin Dynasty, the forbidden guards of the Shakura gun. Lin Yu's hands tightened, and although his surface was calm and unperturbed, he was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect the person in front of him to recognize him at a glance. That's right. I was part of the Kshara Gun's Praetorian Guard before, except I'm a free agent now. None of what I've done has the slightest connection to the Shakura Gun Forbidden Guard, Lin Yu admitted cheerfully. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders. Not interested in that. Better tell me about your current situation. The technique you are practicing should be blood sacrifice fury, one of the forbidden techniques of the Great Xian Dynasty. This technique is extremely overbearing and ferocious, and this is not only for the enemy, but likewise for those who cultivate the technique. As long as once you run this gong method, there is no turning back. Using the burning of one's own essence blood as a guide, one activates one's full potential and increases one's strength by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. As you kill more and more enemies, the fury chi around you will form a potential, and as long as the killing doesn't stop and your own essence blood keeps burning, the potential will rise higher and higher. But once it stops, when the potential dissipates, that's when the cultivator dies a violent death. Lin Yu, am I right? Outside the carriage, Su Yanyan felt her heart skip a beat after hearing Chu Feng's words. She had never heard of such an overbearing technique that could only be used once in a lifetime. And once she stopped, she would die. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of Chu Feng's words earlier. He can no longer stop. Brother Chen is right. Lin Yu nodded bashfully. Being able to recognize that he was from the Shara Gun's Forbidden Guard, Lin Yu understood that the person in front of him was by no means an ordinary person, and that he had nothing to hide. Chapter 19 The Last Day of. There are 2 choices before you now. 1. I can help you stabilize the potential so that you can finish what you left undone, but afterwards the potential dissipates and you still die. 2. I will now make a move to force the potential to stop. The cost will be the loss of all cultivation and becoming an ordinary person, but you won't die. Chu Feng gave Lin Yu 2 choices. Lin Yu smiled cheerfully and said in a firm tone, thank you for Brother Chen's kindness, but there are some things that I must be the one to do. Compared to that incident, I have long since put life and death behind me. Chu Feng looked straight into Lin Yu's eyes. I know your choice. Lin Yu's face was joyful. Thank you Brother Chen for making it possible. In this life I have no hope of repaying Brother Chen. In the next life even if I were to be an ox or a horse I would repay Brother Chen for his kindness today. Without a word, Chu Feng raised his hand and pointed in the air. A forceful chi laced with aura burst onto an acupoint on Lin Yu's body, and the aura instantly surged into Lin Yu's limbs and bones, stopping the potential that was about to recede within him. You have 1 day left. 1 day? That's enough. Lin Yu didn't flinch when he heard how much time he had left and always had a cheerful smile on his face. Seeing that, Chu Feng always had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Where are you going to go next? I'll give you a ride, Chu Feng asked. Hong Mingyang sect. Lin Yu's face turned cold as he clenched his teeth and said one word at a time. I'll see you off. Chu Feng answered and then said to Su Yanran outside the carriage, go to the Hong Mingyang sect. Yes. Su Yanyan urged the carriage and quickly advanced in the direction of Hong Mingyang sect, not wanting to waste the little time Lin Yu had left. Inside the carriage, Chu Feng and Lin Yu chatted idly. During that time, Lin Yu mentioned a lot of past events to Chu Feng. There were bits and pieces of his training in the sharpshooter Forbidden Army, as well as some interesting things that happened when he was a child. Chu Feng sat on the side, being a quiet listener, listening to Lin Yu's life. A little bit of time passes between your fingers. Half a day later, the carriage drove into the largest city within the Shu Xiao domain, and the Hong Mingyang sect was less than a few dozen kilometers away from this city. Chu Feng, Lin Yu and Su Yanran walked into the city, and the trio walked above the streets. As Lin Yu appeared, he was immediately spotted by quite a few martial artists who had shocked faces. None of them had expected that Lin Yu would be so bold as to kill so many people from the Hong Mingyang sect and still dare to come here. Lin Yu ignored the gazes of these martial artists. Coming here was his proposal, and Chu Feng had done him such a great favor. He only wanted to treat Chu Feng to a meal before he left for the Hong Mingyang sect to show his sincere appreciation. Chu Feng did not refuse, and the three of them came to the city like that. At this time, Lin Yu ran towards a stall with both eyes shining brightly, and in a short while, walked back with 3 candy figures, distributing 2 of the candies to Chu Feng, Su Yanran and the 2 of them. Lin Yu happily wrapped and licked the candies like a child. It's been a long time since I've eaten a candy man. This candy man isn't as good as the one Grandpa Li made. Lin Yu mumbled as he put down the candy man after taking a few bites, a hint of a lost expression on his face. Chu Feng glanced at Lin Yu. The Grandpa Li he spoke of was the person who raised him. In the previous casual conversation, he had learned that Lin Yu was a person from a very small village in the Xiao domain. He grew up without a father or mother, and was adopted and raised by Grandpa Li, the village chief. After growing up, Lin Yu left the village to join the army, and later, because of outstanding performance in the army, he broke the rules and was promoted by the commander of the Kshara Gun Prohibition Army. After that, what happened behind him and why he left the Sharpshooter Prohibition Army, Chu Feng had not heard him mention it. After Lin Yu adjusted his emotions, he brought Chu Feng Su Yanran to a restaurant and ordered a table of food. By the time the 3 of them were eating, the people in the restaurant gradually became fewer and fewer, and soon there were only 3 of their guests left in the restaurant. At this moment, an indifferent-looking man with his hands clasped on his chest and holding an ancient sword walked into the restaurant. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This man Chu Feng recognized was precisely the swordsman who had been following behind Xiao Jingshan. Gu Feng. Gu Feng stepped into the restaurant. His eyes scanned the surroundings for a second, and his eyes condensed when he saw Lin Yu. But when Gu Feng noticed Chu Feng sitting with Lin Yu, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Then without the slightest bit of procrastination, he directly turned around and left as if he hadn't been here. Chu Feng was undoubtedly a variable. As long as he was there, Gu Feng wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Yu, because he was clear about how serious the matter was that Lin Yu was involved behind. Once any news leaked out, then Xiao Jingshan and even the one in the palace would be implicated. What a powerful swordsman. Lin Yu put down his chopsticks and gazed at Gu Feng's back, a grave expression appearing on his face for the first time. He is quite strong. Only what makes me curious is why he appeared here, Chu Feng said in a deep voice. From running into Lin Yu, killing Yi Yong in the Jexia Valley and then befriending Lin Yu, Chu Feng might still think that it was just happenstance. Until after running into Gu Feng here, Chu Feng immediately had the feeling that he was being counted on and involved in the middle of a storm. But who's really behind this? Chu Jingshan? Or the other princes? And what exactly do they want to do? Chu Feng did not know. It was just that this feeling of being counted was very unpleasant. Chu Feng observed Lin Yu and realized that the other party did not know that his encounter with him had been calculated. After determining that Lin Yu was just a pawn, only then did Chu Feng's expression ease up. That swordsman came for you, and now you still have a chance to regret it, Chu Feng said indifferently. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Really? Then I really can't wait. In the past, I never dreamed that I would be able to fight such a strong swordsman. When Chu Feng heard that, he finished his cup of wine and stopped speaking. This meal came down. Chu Feng and Su Yanran didn't eat much. Only Lin Yu had a big appetite and finished drying up the table. After finishing his meal, Lin Yu wiped the grease off the corners of his mouth and stood up to pick up his lance. I, Lin Yu, can be considered to have no regrets in death if I can befriend both Brother Chen and Miss Su before I die. Brother Chen, Miss Su, goodbye. Lin Yu arched his hand and said with a straight face, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the restaurant. Looking at Lin Yu's back, Su Yanyan only felt her eyes sour a little. Duke Chu, Lin Yu, Chu Feng raised his hand. There's no need to say much. Everything is a choice he made himself. Now that he's started, maybe he doesn't want to stop. It's his own destiny. Lin Yu walked out of the restaurant. At this time, the outside of the restaurant had long been surrounded by martial artists. When Lin Yu appeared, his demeanor returned to its previous indifference, and a monstrous ferocious aura permeated his body. The martial artists outside the restaurant were instantly silenced, making a path out for Lin Yu. Under the watchful eyes of these martial artists, Lin Yu left the city and headed in the direction of the Hong Mingyang sect. Chapter 20, Dark Net. Outside the city, Lin Yu flew all the way towards the Hong Mingyang sect. After Chu Feng and Su Yanran left the restaurant, the 2 of them arrived in front of a store in the city, and on the store's plaque were clearly engraved the 3 big words Tianji Pavilion. As soon as the 2 of them stepped into the Tianji Pavilion, the system's beep sounded in Xu Feng's head. Ding! detected that the host is located in the Tianji Pavilion branch. Is he signing in? Chu Feng froze at the words and did not expect there to be an unexpected surprise. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. System reward, Darknet Killer Organization. The Darknet is an assassination organization with superior assassination methods. And this organization consists of 3,000 people. 2,990 of these members have cultivation levels of the innate realm, and 10 captains have cultivation levels of the sovereign realm. The system has distributed members of the Darknet throughout the 5 major imperial dynasties, collecting all types of information and ready to listen to the host's commands. Chu Feng's 2 eyes lit up. This Darknet organization but solved Chu Feng's pressing problem, not to mention their terrifying strength. Just the point that they could provide information to themselves would allow Chu Feng to avoid many plots in the future. He or she will no longer be unaccountably counted for and involved in the storm. Tianji Pavilion Branch Management Li Xiao. Pay my respects to your highness the 7th prince. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a plump body walked towards Chu Feng with a smile on his face and saluted. Chu Feng returned to his senses at the sound of the voice and bashfully nodded his head to signal down. As the #1 intelligence organization in the world, it was not surprising that Tianji Pavilion knew their identity. The 7th prince is visiting our store, but is he looking to buy information? Li Xiaobai asked fawningly. It's natural to come to this Tianji Pavilion of yours to buy information. What else could I do? Chu Feng calmly said. He. Li Xiaobai let out an awkward smile, then pulled out a roll of paper and handed it over. The news that your highness wants to know has long been prepared by someone who sent his subordinates to prepare it. Chu Feng's mind stirred as he stared at the roll of paper. Are you sure I want to know that this roll of paper has it all? This is natural. There is no secret in this world that my Tianji Pavilion doesn't know. A hint of arrogance appeared on Li Xiaobai's face. Without a word, Chu Feng took the rolled paper and opened it to watch it. And as Chu Feng finished reading all of the contents on the rolled paper, Chu Feng's face became eerie to the extreme. A terrifying killing intent burst out from Chu Feng's body, and the rolled paper in his hand instantly turned into nothing. Li Xiaobai's face was pale, his body constantly shivering, cold sweat wetting his entire body as he looked at Chu Feng in shock. Good guts. Chu Jingshan, you truly have great guts. Chu Feng laughed back in anger, killing intent rising in his eyes. Chu Feng heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and collected his own killing intent. Chu Feng glanced at Li Xiaobai and said in a cold voice, I don't care who the master behind you really is. What is the intention of handing this scroll paper to me? I, Chu Feng, will manage this matter. Huma, pay up. After saying that, Su Yanyan flung Li Xiaobai a heavy bag of money. Chu Feng brought Su Yanyan to leave the Tianji Pavilion. Chu Feng grabbed Su Yanyan's shoulders, and the two of them instantly disappeared from the spot. Inside the store, it wasn't until a dozen breaths later that Li Xiaobai reacted from his stagnation. Li Xiaobai walked into a dark room and picked up a pen to write down the happenings here in detail on a piece of paper. The information has all been handed over to the 7th prince, and everything is going according to plan. There's another point to note. The 7th prince's cultivation is at the very least above the 2nd grade. After writing, Li Xiaobai rolled up the white paper and put it into a box. In less than half a day, the white paper in the box appeared in the East Palace and the palace of the Dexian dynasty. Hong Mingyang sect. Outside the entrance of the sect gate, martial artists rushing in from all directions were gathered, and the two of them, Chu Feng and Su Yanran, mingled among the martial artists silently. Su Yanyan look, although the heart is very curious about that roll of paper in the end written what, but see Chu Feng a gloomy look, sensible to close their mouths. Lin Yu stood at the entrance of the Hong Mingyang sect at this moment, his eyes cold as he looked straight at the swordsman who was blocking his way, and a ferocious aura began to permeate out around him. And this swordsman was none other than Gu Feng. With Chu Feng's help, Lin Yu's potential did not dissipate in the slightest, and his strength of the mid-first grade realm was exposed to the public's view. The martial artists who had come to watch the battle were all smacking their lips in shock at the sight. One after another, they marveled at Lin Yu's terror, that he had broken through from the early 2nd grade to the mid-first grade realm in a single day. This kind of speed, they had never even heard of it. The majestic ferocious aura came towards Gu Feng like a tidal wave, and Gu Feng clasped his hands to his chest without the slightest ripple in his expression. The entire person was mortared in place, as if there was an invisible sword afoot in front of his body, splitting the ferocious aura in two. Lin Yu, let's stop this matter here. My master already knows about you. He will give you a satisfactory compensation. Gu Feng looked straight at Lin Yu and said quietly, compensation? Oh, how to compensate? A life for a life? I wonder how many lives that master of yours has enough to compensate. Lin Yu showed a sneer on his face. Gu Feng's eyes came down grimly, his hands slowly lowered down, and the ancient sword in his hand vibrated, emitting a burst of sword chants, as if he couldn't wait to rush out of the scabbard. That's right. Since your master doesn't have that many lives to compensate, then don't bother with me much here. Lin Yu pointed his spear straight at Gu Feng and shouted word for word, either get the hell out of here or fight. Seek death. Gu Feng snorted angrily, and in the next second the ancient sword in his hand was finally sheathed. A dazzling sword aura flashed, and everyone present couldn't help but narrow their eyes. When the crowd fixed their eyes and looked again, the ferocious aura around Lin Yu had all been annihilated by the sword chi. Lin Yu's long spear was protected in front of his chest as his body stormed out hundreds of meters, a clear sword mark appearing on top of his spear. As for Gu Feng, he was holding an ancient sword and stood blandly at the position before Lin Yu. His human sword was united. The whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Unstoppable. What a fast sword! The crowd exclaimed. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu's eyes were full of wariness, without the slightest bit of timidity, and his body's essence blood burned to its heart's content. Lin Yu let out a loud cry from his mouth as a blood-red baleful aura enveloped his entire being, and a pair of bloodthirsty red pupils emerged from it. When the martial artists present saw the pupils of these eyes, they felt like they had fallen under the 9 hells and their blood was about to be frozen. Kill! 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 A hideous hissing roar emitted from Lin Yu's mouth as he held his lance, leaving a blood-red phantom in the air as he appeared in front of Gu Feng, his lance sweeping across with all his might. Treadmill! Madman! Gu Feng cursed under his breath as he looked at the stance. Gu Feng didn't dare to be careless. His body and the ancient sword became one, and the ancient sword flew like a dragon, changing in thousands of ways. Wherever the sword blade passes through, the wind rises up, seeming to chop the surrounding space into nirvana. The blade of the sword clashed with the lance, and an aftershock spread out quickly from between the two towards the surroundings. Everything within a few hundred meters radius of the two were all shattered by the aftermath, and a crack appeared on the ground under their feet, spreading out towards the rush like a spider's web. Gu Feng and Lin Yu both retreated hundreds of meters violently at the same time. Chapter 21, Entering the Ascended Mirror. A move after the clash. The two speed like a thunderbolt again rushed to each other. Just a short time of more than 10 breaths of time. The sword blade and the tip of the gun collision no less than 300 or 400 times. The power of the aftermath that filled the air each time they touched was increasing. Lin Yu's long spear in his hand was wide open, and his moves showed the momentum of certain death, without the slightest bit of procrastination. Gu Feng was holding an ancient sword. His swordsmanship was extremely fast and dizzying, his sword pointing at all the vital points of Lin Yu's body, within a 1,000-meter radius of the two men. It was as if a special kind of area had been generated at this moment, and any item in this area would instantly be reduced to nothing. Watching this battle, everyone subconsciously held their breath without making any noise. 400 moves later, the baleful aura around Lin Yu's body became even denser, and the original black and white pupils of his eyes were completely covered in blood red. Lin Yu raised his head and let out a roar and drank, his long hair behind him floating madly, the whole person falling into a state of bloodthirsty insanity, with blood spilling out of his ears and the corners of his mouth. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Lin Yu's cultivation level directly blossomed to the late first-grade realm, and his aura showed no signs of stopping. A terrifying sense of oppression accompanied the baneful aura bang exploding around him. Gu Feng's face suddenly changed, and he was shaken by this baleful aura and flew out hundreds of meters before barely stopping his body. Gu Feng's face no longer had the same lightness it had before, and he gruffly looked up in the direction Lin Yu was in. At this time, Lin Yu's surrounding baneful chi no longer flowed outward and all of it returned to surging into his body. Lin Yu just stood there silently, staring straight at Gu Feng in his crimson eyes, unadulterated. Gu Feng's heart thumped, as if he had guessed something, and immediately put on an appearance as if he had met a great enemy. Lin Yu's palm holding the lance loosened, and the lance transformed into a blood-red lightning bolt, stabbing at Gu Feng with unstoppable might. The speed was so fast that it directly dangled Gu Feng's fast sword that he had always prided himself on. Luckily, Gu Feng's mind was always in a tense state, and with his years of experience in practicing sword arts, his body subconsciously swung his sword against his body. There was an explosion of clanging. The lance flipped around in the air a few times before flying back to Lin Yu's hands, and Gu Feng's entire body flew out backwards, heavily smashing into a huge rock, which couldn't withstand the force and shattered apart with a bang, setting off a puff of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the trace of Gu Feng was long gone from the rubble, leaving only a streak of blood on the ground. Everyone's eyelids jumped when they saw this scene, and an incomparably absurd thought surfaced in their minds. Gu Feng, a sword Dao expert of the late first-grade realm, had actually escaped? Mikado, Lin Yu he stepped into the innate realm, a person exclaimed. When the others heard this, they immediately thought of Lin Yu's strike just now, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. Sentinel attacks. That was a tactic that only strong people of the innate realm had. Lin Yu he had actually broken through to the innate realm during the battle. No wonder the ancient summit had fled. The gap between the innate realm and the first grade realm was as different as mud in clouds. The moment they stepped into the innate realm, these people had jumped out of the ranks of martial artists. The imperial object was one of the many needs of an ascended realm powerhouse. Even for a swordsman like Gu Feng, who was hard to find an enemy within the first grade, in front of the innate realm, he was nothing more than a one-move foe. At first, when the crowd knew that Lin Yu was going to kill towards the Hong Mingyang sect, they all thought that he was looking for death. But now the crowd had put away that thought and began to look forward to just how much of a storm Lin Yu would be able to stir up today. As for destroying the Hong Mingyang sect, even though Lin Yu had broken through to the innate realm, the crowd didn't hold out any hope. As the number one sect in the Chu Chu Xiao domain, the Hong Mingyang sect contained a depth that could not be shaken by a single innate realm. In the crowd, Chu Feng wasn't as excited as the others and looked at Lin Yu with regret in his eyes. It wasn't true that Lin Yu had stepped into the innate realm, but the price he had paid was enormous. Originally, there was still half a day of life, but at this moment, there is less than an hour left. Su Yanran, who was on the side, saw Chu Feng's expression and similarly guessed what was going on. Biting her red lips tightly and looking at Lin Yu with sadness in her eyes, although she and Lin Yu had known each other for less than a day, she saw the shadow of her own brother in Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu and her own brother were both as simple, kind, and cheerful as each other. At that moment, Lin Yu turned his head towards the crowd and saw the two Chu Fengs in the crowd. Lin Yu smiled slightly at the two of them, as if he was saying a final goodbye to them. Lin Yu then turned his head back, his cold gaze piercing through the layers of obstruction and gazing at the deepest part of the Hong Mingyang sect. Lin Yu held his spear in his hand as he stepped towards the Hong Mingyang sect. Seeing this, the crowd pulled a certain distance away from Lin Yu and watched the fun as they followed into the Hong Mingyang sect. Lin Yu had just walked into the Hong Mingyang sect when he encountered the first obstacle in the Hong Mingyang sect. The 500 inner disciples of the Hong Mingyang sect formed the Hong Mingyang sect's first great formation, and the 500 disciples merged into one, like a hibernating flood beast. The formation is subtle and majestic, and people are afraid to stop. Until now, when Lin Yu stepped into the innate realm, the Hong Mingyang sect obviously didn't put Lin Yu in their eyes. In order to maintain the ridiculous prestige of the great sect in the eyes of the world, no ascended realm powerhouses were deployed. Hiss! Hong Ming Grand Formation. A Hong Ming Grand Formation composed of 500 inner disciples. I've never heard of a Hong Ming Grand Formation of this scale. Lin Yu is afraid that he can only go so far. Someone marveled. Just as this person was speaking, Lin Yu took a step towards the Hong Ming Grand Formation, the lance in his hand floating beside him. Those who offend my Hong Mingyang sect, die! 500 Hong Mingyang sect disciples shouted in unison, their voices echoing this heavenly sky. The Hong Ming Grand Formation activated, devouring towards Lin Yu like a giant gear. The lance beside Lin Yu departed with a shocking sound in the face of the killing array. In the next second, a bit of cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. The long spear wrapped in the ferocious aura, transformed into a red-colored hideous dragon. The long dragon directly attacked the yellow dragon and plunged straight into the place where the Hong Ming Grand Formation was broken. 500 Hong Mingyang sect disciples simultaneously spat blood from their mouths and fell to the ground as the Hong Ming Grand Formation broke. The people who were still boasting about the Hong Ming Grand Formation before immediately closed their mouths tightly when they saw this scene with both eyes as big as bells. The crowd was equally as shocked to see this scene. Just when the crowd thought that Lin Yu was going to go in and head towards the interior of the Hong Mingyang sect after breaking the formation, Lin Yu, however, made a move that caused everyone's hearts to tremble tremendously. Lin Yu's eyes glazed over as the lance in the air continued to weave in and out of the 500 disciples, harvesting their lives. In less than a few breaths of effort, all 500 disciples were killed on the spot. Just how much of a beef does Lin Yu have with the Hong Mingyang sect? The tactics make it so brutal. The Hong Mingyang sect has kicked the bucket this time. After this matter, even if Lin Yu dies, the Hong Mingyang sect will have to suffer a great deal of qi and blood. The crowd talked in low voices. Only Chu Feng knew that Lin Yu killing these 500 disciples was gathering momentum to prepare for the battle afterward. Don't worry, no matter how far you go today, this Hong Mingyang sect will be destroyed. Chu Feng looked into the depths of the Hong Mingyang sect, and a cold aura flickered greatly in his eyes. Chapter 22 Darknet members appear. After killing 500 Hong Mingyang sect disciples, the aura on Lin Yu's body grew thicker and thicker. The lance flew back into Lin Yu's hands, and with a gentle vibration, the blood on the lance dissipated, and the spotless lance once again flashed with a cold light. Lin Yu strolled through the corpses of the Hong Mingyang sect's disciples and continued to walk inside. The crowd saw this and immediately followed. In the crowd, Chu Feng was just about to move, when he suddenly sensed something and stopped walking and turned to look, only to see that behind Chu Feng, at some point, there were 10 people standing behind him, and the 10 people were wearing all black shirts without any fluctuations in their breath. 9 of them wore bronze masks on their faces with a look that looked like crying or laughing. Very strange. With only a pair of cold and emotionless eyes exposed in the air. The other person was a man. Standing in front of the 9. His face not wearing a mask. His features flat and unimpressive. Belonging to the kind of looks that couldn't be found when thrown into a crowd. Captain Regicide, group member, of the Darknet First Group. Pay homage to the master. The 10 people knelt down together towards Chu Feng and saluted. Get up. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Chu Feng's face. Thank you, master. Deicide and the 9 members rose. Master. All of the Darknet members have successfully penetrated into one of the 5 major imperial dynasties. And these few members and I are in charge of this area. The 10 of us will be responsible for following our master from now on, conveying orders for our master, and protecting our master's safety. Deicide said respectfully. Aha. In the future, if you guys follow me, don't call me master, call me Duke Chu. As Chu Feng looked at the 10 people in front of him, his heart grew more and more satisfied. Unico produces a fine product. Those words were indeed true. Just now, even Chu Feng had not discovered regicide them at first. If this means of hiding their breath alone was this superior, then their assassination methods were even more self-evident. Yes, Mr. Chu. Slayer nodded. It's good that you guys came. I happen to have something for you to handle. You guys go and take care of all the other disciples of this Hong Mingyang sect. Chu Feng blandly said. Yes, promise to complete the task. Deicide answered, and then made a look towards the 9 Darknet members behind him, and the 9 people suddenly disappeared from their original positions after receiving the order, as silent as ghosts. Such trivial matters could be left to the members, and there was no need for him, the leader of the group, to take any action at all. Slayer respectfully walked behind Chu Feng and revealed a kind smile towards Su Yanran on the side. Su Yanyan was shocked in her heart under a slight nod. The longer she stayed beside Chu Feng, the more Su Yanran felt that she could not see through Chu Feng. Chu Feng was filled with secrets. First his unfathomable strength, and then the 10 people who had suddenly appeared just now. According to what this person named Kingslayer had just said, Chu Feng still had an organization in his hands, and this organization was spread throughout the entire 5 great imperial dynasties. As long as there were any windy movements in the 5 great imperial dynasties, they could not escape Chu Feng's eyes. Such a horrible organization was unheard of by Su Yanyan. Although Su Yanran was a million times more curious in her heart, she was very intelligent and knew the difference. There were some things Chu Feng didn't tell her, so she didn't ask. Just do her part. Chu Feng brought the 2 of them, Su Yanran, to follow the pace of the crowd and walk towards the interior of the Hong Mingyang sect. After walking out of the area where the outer disciples of the Hong Mingyang sect lived, a mountain peak that towered over the clouds like a fairyland appeared in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu stomped his feet lightly and flew straight towards the top of the mountain peak. When 5 figures appeared and stopped Lin Yu in his tracks, someone recognized the identities of the 5 at a glance. The 5 elders of the Hong Mingyang sect. Their cultivation had all reached the innate realm. Without wasting words, after the 5 elders of the Hong Mingyang sect appeared, they simultaneously executed their respective means and came towards Lin Yu to kill him. Lin Yu was not afraid of life and death. He met them with his spear and fought with the 5 men. All of a sudden, all sorts of strong aftershocks spread out in the airwaves, and the power of a random aftershock could easily kill a 2nd or 3rd grade realm martial artist in seconds. The watching martial artists retreated backward in terror, fearing that this unmitigated disaster would fall on their heads. The 3 of them did not move, and some of the incoming aftershocks were obliterated by Deicide before they could even come close to 10 meters of Chu Feng. It was a fierce battle, and Lin Yu had been in a disadvantageous position under the siege of the 5. The 5 people on the other side were, after all, actual innate realm powerhouses, while Lin Yu's innate realm strength, after all, relied on momentum. In just a few rounds of exchanges, Lin Yu's body was covered in dense wounds, with one of the wounds on his chest only less than a finger's distance from his heart. Luckily, Lin Yu had dodged in time, otherwise he would have died from that blow. Harpies, do you really think that you can shake the foundation of my Hong Mingyang sect with some strange and lewd techniques? Ridiculous. Today, I will pull out your skin and bones to prove the prestige of the Hong Mingyang sect. A Hong Mingyang sect elder shouted violently. As the words fell, the 5 elders struck out at the same time, wanting to take Lin Yu down in one blow. Looking at the incoming 5, Lin Yu's eyes revealed a hint of contempt. The sacrificial blood fury technique was running at full speed. The essence blood in his body transformed into a flame that burned. Lin Yu's figure became slim. The skin on his body seemed to have been instantly drained of moisture, becoming parched and dull, and his long, black, shiny hair became snowy white. Lin Yu's features aged rapidly, and his original pair of snowy eyes became cloudy, but the determination remained unchanged. At the same time, the aura on Lin Yu's body rapidly soared, his cultivation reaching the late innate realm. A powerful aura spread out from underneath Lin Yu's feet, as if it was going to solidify this space of the foreign land. Lin Yu held his lance in his hand with a previous stride. His movements seemed very slow, but he instantly swept past the attacks of the 5 elders and appeared in front of them. Lin Yu raised his spear, a simple universal sweeping gesture, directly cutting the 4 elders off at the waist. The elder who survived was the Grand Elder of the Hong Mingyang sect. His cultivation level was in the middle of the innate realm, and he reacted quickly to avoid this blow. Looking at the dead 4, a look of horror immediately surged on the Grand Elder's face. Glancing at the aged Lin Yu, the Grand Elder cursed a madman and turned his head to flee. He knew that Lin Yu's strength couldn't be maintained for long, and as long as he dragged the time past, Lin Yu would surely die. But even he knew this, so how could Lin Yu not know? Without giving the Grand Elder a chance to escape, Lin Yu caught up with him and the long spear in his hand directly pierced through his body. After killing the 5 elders, Lin Yu steeply spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His body went into a trance, and if he wasn't holding on to his spear, he almost fell. Lin Yu turned back again. The original shy teenager was still no longer, and what entered his eyes was the face of an old man, without half a trace of blood on his pale face. Lin Yu's expression froze slightly when he saw Chu Feng, as if he hadn't expected the other party to follow him here. Without speaking, Lin Yu looked up at the highest part of the mountain peak and moved to fly once again. This time, he flew very, very slowly. The 3 of them, Chu Feng, had been following behind him, silently looking at his back. As for the others not catching up again. Chapter 23, The Cunning Wang Yanghai. At the top of the mountain peak, a grand hall of great splendor and solemnity. Outside the main hall, a vast square. In the past days the square was filled with disciples of the Hong Mingyang sect, and at this moment, the square was empty and depressed and silent. Lin Yu appeared on the square with his spear, slowly raising his head to look directly at the 2 men at the entrance to the main hall. Lin Yu opened his mouth to speak, but the fatigue that weighed heavily on his body made it so that he didn't even have the strength to speak. At the entrance to the great hall, the Hong Mingyang sect master, Wang Yanghai, stared at Lin Yu with cold eyes, killing intent surging from his body without the slightest hint of concealment, and beside him sat a taiji chair, on which sat a magnificently dressed man, who exuded a noble aura between his brows. Although the man's cultivation is having a first-grade realm, but it seems that he is not afraid of Wang Yanghai in the slightest. On the contrary, when Wang Yanghai faces the man, his face has been hanging on a smile. It seems that he is intentionally pleasing the other party. TSK, Sect Master Wang. Your Hong Mingyang sect is at least the #1 sect in Xia domain. Surprisingly, you can't even handle a minion of the 2nd grade realm. How can my master be confident in sending you to work in the future? The man glanced at Wang Yanghai and said frivolously, Chief Lu, this time it was just an accident. This son is only relying on his feats to dare to come to the Hong Mingyang sect to act recklessly. Now he's about to run out of gas and won't be able to make much of a wave. You rest here. I'll go and take care of this son. Wang Yanghai accompanied with a smile. After saying that, Wang Yanghai walked to the square and coldly stared at Lin Yu. Kid, I've investigated all your details. Old me really can't figure out why you're so persistent. Isn't it just a few cheap lives? Why do you have to make it to this point now? Do you know how much damage you caused to my Hong Mingyang sect today? Even losing your life would be hard to dispel the anger in my heart. Wang Yanghai stared at Lin Yu and said grimly. Lin Yu raised his head and stared at Wang Yanghai, a cold smile working its way onto his face. Patriarch Wang, that's easy for you to say. How many lives? You remember. The whole 565 people up and down the forest village. You slaughtered an entire forest village for that one purple moonjade. Is this the style that a self-proclaimed authentic sect should have? In my opinion, this Hong Mingyang sect of yours is even inferior to those demonic sects. Ha! Cough, sneered Lin Yu, and blood couldn't stop flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Wang Yanghai's face was as gloomy as water as he sniffed. His hands clenched. Lin Yu, there's no need for you to deliberately provoke me here. It's done. As long as you die today, who else will know about these dishonorable things my Hong Mingyang sect is doing behind the scenes? Before you die, I'll tell you that if I had to choose again, I'd still order the killing of those untouchables without half a second's hesitation. None other than because I'm better than them. After speaking, Wang Yanghai took a step towards Lin Yu. Now Lin Yu's body essence and blood had long been burned out in the battle just now, and the reason why he had made it this far was entirely by his own will. Wang Yanghai arrived in front of Lin Yu and slapped his hand towards Lin Yu's head. Snap! Today, Patriarch Wang's words have really opened my eyes. Chu Feng appeared with deicide and Su Yanran. Chu Feng clapped his hands and laughed softly, but his eyes grew colder and colder. Wang Yanghai stopped his hands and turned his head to look at Chu Feng. His brows locked. Who are you people? Me? Chu Feng smiled playfully, then his face straightened. Chu Feng, the seventh prince of the great Xian dynasty. As the words fell, the faces of Wang Yanghai, Chief Lu and Lin Yu in the square all shook. Chu Feng walked over to Lin Yu's side, looked at the other party's state, and sighed regretfully. If Lin Yu had told Chu Feng the truth earlier, Chu Feng wouldn't have let him get to this point. It's too late to say anything now. In this situation Lin Yu was in now, even Chu Feng's intervention wouldn't help. Chu Feng raised his hand and pointed in the air, and a pure aura surged into Lin Yu's body. This aura could only slightly extend Lin Yu's time. It couldn't change the situation. Under the nourishment of the aura, Lin Yu's face showed a hint of relief and was no longer in so much pain. Leave the next matter to me. I'll give you a satisfactory answer today. Chu Feng patted Lin Yu's shoulder and softly said, "Many thanks to Chen. Many thanks to His Highness the Seventh Prince." Lin Yu said gratefully. After settling Lin Yu, Chu Feng turned to look at Wang Yanghai, his sharp gaze seeming to be able to pierce through hearts. Wang Yanghai looked slightly vain and hurriedly explained, "Your Highness the Seventh Prince, you mustn't believe this thief. He's completely talking nonsense and smearing my Hong Mingyang sect." That's right. Seventh Prince, I can prove it. That Chief Lu ran over. I, Lu Chou, Chief Administrator of the Shu Xiao Domain Master's Mansion, pay my respects to Your Highness the Seventh Prince. Lu Chou bowed respectfully towards Chu Feng before continuing. Your Highness, I know Patriarch Wang's character best. He is cynical and chivalrous. Definitely wouldn't do something as genocidal as slaughtering a village. This is all slander. Chu Feng turned his head to look at Lu Chou when he heard the words, but the Chief Administrator of the Shu Xiao Domain Master's Mansion appeared here. This has invariably said quite a bit. Chu Feng was now finally able to understand why the Hong Mingyang sect was so audacious. So it turned out that there was a protective umbrella above it. You're bloodthirsty. When your Hong Mingyang sect disciples slaughtered the village, they were long ago seen by the villagers of other villages. That villager saw them wearing Hong Mingyang sect's clothing with his own eyes. How can this be false? Lin Yu retorted in an unusually emotional manner. Does wearing Hong Mingyang sect clothing mean that they are from my Hong Mingyang sect? In my opinion, it must be the work of the nearby roving bandits, just trying to pour dirty water on the Hong Mingyang sect. Other than that, do you have any other evidence? If you don't have any evidence, then don't bother messing around here. Just, Wang Yanghai said without blinking, just pinpointed Lin Yu as having no other evidence. After all, the seventh prince was here. He could never admit it, or even the people behind him wouldn't be able to protect him. You, Lin Yu stared angrily at Wang Yanghai, his chest heaving with anger. Your Highness, the facts have come out, and Patriarch Wang is clearly innocent. This son has killed so many people from the Hong Mingyang sect, so let's hand this son over to Patriarch Wang to deal with. Lu Chou looked toward Chu Feng and said with a flattering smile on his face, "Stop." Chu Feng raised his hand in a cold voice. Evidence I will naturally look for. The real can't be fake. The fake can't be real. I'll manage the Lin village tragedy. Lu Chou and Wang Yanghai's faces suddenly changed and their faces became embarrassed. But before that, Patriarch Wang, your life, this emperor will take it first. What? Wang Yanghai froze, suspecting that his ears were wrong and he had misheard. Chapter 24, Wicked Curse. Above the square, after Chu Feng finished speaking, a hostile coldness flowed out from his face. With a flick of his sleeve robe, a majestic might burst out, directly blowing Wang Yanghai out. Lu Chou, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Chu Feng to strike at the drop of a hat, and with a single strike, he had repelled the Wang Yangxi that possessed the strength of the Zhongshe realm. Is he hallucinating something? After striking Wang Yanghai away, Chu Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from its original location and appeared above Wang Yanghai's head. At this moment, Wang Yanghai came back to his senses from this sudden situation. A trace of shame and anger appeared on his face, and his aura of the Pre-Sun Master realm abruptly erupted out. Wang Yanghai let out a low roar and raised his hand to print at Chu Feng above his head. Hong Meng blazing palm. The spiritual chi in the air of the plaza madly gathered towards Wang Yanghai's palm, and then transformed into a 100-meter large blazing palm technique that blasted towards Chu Feng. Wherever the palm technique passed, blazing red filaments filled the air. The temperature was appalling, causing space to ripple. Wang Yanghai let out a sardonic grunt, and a trace of murderous aura flashed in the depths of his eyes. The moment he struck out, he did not hold back in the slightest, wanting to directly suppress Chu Feng. If it is another prince, Wang Yanghai may still be afraid of some, but Chu Feng is just a tramp, not a favorite prince. Just kill the kill. As long as the follow-up process clean, do not leave any aftermath on the line. In any case, Wang Yanghai would not allow the truth behind the Lin village tragedy to be exposed. Once the evidence of this matter was exposed, he would not be the only one to suffer, and others would surely be implicated. The power those people did not contain was not something he, Wang Yanghai, dared to offend. Therefore, Wang Yanghai took a decision in this instant. which was to make Chu Feng shut his mouth forever. Wang Yonghai had some sufficient confidence in this palm of his. No matter what strength Chu Feng had, under the attack of this palm, he would be reduced to ashes. Chu Feng indifferently ignored the incoming attack and blandly raised his hand and produced his sword finger, making a stroke through the air. The blazing palm print that was so powerful 1 second was split down the middle the next, turning into dots of red mango that dissipated into the air. Wang Yanghai's eyes glazed over, an unbelievable expression on his face. Chu Feng's sword finger slid, and a rope condensed from aura appeared, shooting toward Wang Yanghai like a nimble viper. Wang Yanghai was shocked. He had never seen such a bizarre tactic before, and in a panic, he hurriedly struck out a few palms towards the aura rope. What creeped him out was that his attack landed on the aura ropes without causing a single bit of damage, not even a single ripple. The aura rope wrapped around Wang Yanghai's body and tightened slightly, and Wang Yanghai collapsed to the ground like a prey animal that had been tied up. That wasn't all. The ends of the aura ropes were inserted into Wang Yanghai's body. One of the ends pierced through the spirit sea, nullifying Wang Yanghai's entire cultivation. The other end went through the flesh and blood and locked onto Wang Yanghai's pipa bone, restricting his movement. The double blow of having his cultivation wasted and his physical body captured caused Wang Yanghai to fall into a state of insanity. His face grimacing as he stared at Chu Feng and barked loudly and angrily. Noisy! Chu Feng let out a cold cry and stomped down on Wang Yanghai's mouth. Broken meat and teeth accompanied by blood flowed all over the place, and the scene immediately became bloody. Chu Feng was unimpressed. In the 5 years he had been in the Northern Realm, he had seen even bloodier scenes than this, and had long since become accustomed to them. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Chu Feng reached out and choked Wang Yanghai's neck, lifting him up high. Your Highness, Patriarch Wang is Prince Kuan's man. It's not right for you to do this. Lu Chou, who was on the side, sneaked a look at Wang Yanghai's tragic situation, and although he was scared out of his wits, he still stood out with a stiff upper lip. Prince Kuan? You mean to say that this matter has his share as well? Chu Feng skimmed his head and smiled evilly. This, naturally has nothing to do with Prince Kuan. I just had a slip of the tongue. Lu Chou immediately shook his hand and denied. No best with Prince Quinn. Chu Feng turned his head back to look straight at Wang Yanghai, and at that moment, his voice was as gloomy and cold as if it came from under the 9 ghosts. Patriarch Wang, there is no other reason for me to kill you today. If I have to find a reason, it is none other than that I am stronger than you. After saying that, Chu Feng directly wrung Wang Yanghai's neck, and Wang Yanghai's pupils quickly spread out and lost their light. Your Highness, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Lu Chou's eyelids fluttered wildly as he said in a low voice. Nowadays, the trouble that was Lin Yu couldn't live for long, but this matter seemed to be getting trickier and trickier. With Wang Haiyang killed and the Hong Mingyang sect fallen, the Mingzhu Marquis on the other side of the capital was bound to be enraged. There was also the appearance of the 7th prince as a variable. And this matter would definitely not stop here in the Hong Mingyang sect. Now that the situation was developing more and more in an uncontrollable direction, Lu Qiu had to go back immediately and report the matter to the domain master, so that the domain master could make a decision. Aha! Chu Feng lightly hummed. Lu Zhou looked relieved, and with a heavy sigh of relief in his heart, he turned to leave. Gongzi, you're just going to let him leave? Su Yanran frowned and softly said. Chu Feng was silent, staring at Lu Qiu's back in the distance. The corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up. Chu Feng threw the body of Wang Yanghai in his hand violently, and the body was like a cannonball that smashed straight towards Lu Qiu. In the distance, a snickering Lu Ju felt a sharp whistling sound behind him and stopped in his tracks and turned to look. Lu Qiu had just turned around when his eyes went black and collided with Wang Yanghai's body, and their heads exploded at the same time. Before he was born, Lu Qiu was afraid that he had never dreamed that he would die in this way. Not bad, my throw is still quite accurate. Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction. He naturally would not let Lu Qiu leave. Once he let him leave alive and tell the truth about what happened here, then those people behind the scenes would be on the defensive, and that would make it more difficult for Chu Feng to find out the truth. Su Yanyan and Deicide were both speechless. Chu Feng arrived in front of Lin Yu, who was at that moment in a depressed state of mind. The eyelids of his eyes were heavy and could close at any time. A breeze rolled up, and Lin Yu sat down on the ground tiredly, looking in the direction of the forest village, in a trance, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he was recalling some beautiful past events. Chu Feng sat beside Lin Yu and quietly accompanied him through these last moments. I pride myself on not being a lousy person, but there are some things that I am bound to do anyway since they have come across me, otherwise I would be in a bad mood. Don't worry, the Lin village matter won't be settled like that. I'll find out what's going on, Chu Feng faintly said. Lin Yu's eyes gathered in focus as he twisted his head to look at Chu Feng and laughed. Many thanks. You, 7th prince, will definitely be a good imperial lord who will be admired by all the people in the future. Chu Feng shrugged. This imperial prince has yet to hear such a vicious curse. Ha 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 ha. As the sun set, the 9 members of the Darknet silently appeared behind Chu Feng. The 9 were spotless. The eyes under their faces were as cold as water, and a faint odor of blood permeated around them. Chu Feng stood up and found a good place at the top of the mountain to have Lin Yu's body buried. Chapter 25, Pawn? Play with a big wave. After burying Lin Yu, Chu Feng and the others left the Hong Mingyang sect. Deicide. I'll give you 1 day to investigate all the things involved behind the extermination of Lin village. Yes, on that day, all of the Darknet members hidden in the Great Xian dynasty were activated, and as this was the first mission Chu Feng had handed over to them, they naturally did not dare to slack off in the slightest. In less than half a day's time, the ins and outs regarding the extermination of Lin village were all investigated by the Darknet and reported to Chu Feng. Within the Chu Xiao domain, on a road leading to Chu Xiao city, inside the carriage, Su Yanyan quietly sat aside to make tea, and the job of driving the carriage fell to Deicide. At this time the carriage was silent. Chu Feng looked at the letter paper in his hand. The paper detailed the truth behind the Lin village tragedy and the people involved. Sure enough, I've really been put on the spot. After reading it, Chu Feng's face mountain revealed a hint of gloom. 3 months ago, Prince Kuan's birthday gift to his mother lacked a most important jade stone. And at this time, a villager in Lin village accidentally obtained a rare purple moon jade during mining. And the matter was learned by the Chu Xiao domain lord. In order to curry favor with Prince Kuan, the Chu Xiao domain lord found Wang Yanghai. And Wang Yanghai secretly sent his disciples to go to the forest village to snatch that purple moon jade. In the Darknet's investigation, this kind of killing and seizing treasures, Hong Mingyang sect didn't do less. The whole sect boasted of being a famous and honorable sect, but every disciple's hands were stained with the blood of innocence, and now being exterminated was well deserved. In addition to the truth of the Lam Tsuan tragedy, the letter also clearly states all the people involved behind this incident. After Chu Feng finished reading the list of these people, he also felt a hint of shock, not expecting that there were so many people meddling in this fiasco in the shadows. The first person, and the same person who had secretly planned this fiasco, was the second prince, Chu Xiong. From sending out Lin Yu, and then intentionally letting Chu Feng run into Lin Yu, using Chu Feng's character to make this storm bigger and bigger. It would be best to borrow Chu Feng's hand to chop off one of Chu Jingshan's feathers, which was the Hong Mingyang sect. Needless to say, Chu Xiong succeeded. Everything that happened was accomplished in the direction he had expected it to go. The only loophole he had in it was that he had overestimated his knowledge of Chu Feng and decided that Chu Feng would definitely make a move to help Lin Yu. Fortunately, this loophole had allowed the other person to patch it up, and had prompted Chu Feng to really help Lin Yu destroy the Hong Mingyang sect. And that person is the Crown Prince in the Eastern Palace today. The second person manipulating this storm. The Crown Prince had utilized the Tianji Pavilion to deliver the truth about the Lin village tragedy into Chu Feng's hands. After learning the truth, Chu Feng only chose to step in. If there is no this truth, Chu Feng will not intervene in this matter too. Of course, in the information handed over to Chu Feng by the Heavenly Weaponry Pavilion, it was only written that the Hong Mingyang sect was the murderer, and it did not involve the Chu Xia domain lord or Chu Jingshan. The Chu Xiong and the Crown Prince behind the scenes both had a degree. Putting a stop to this matter here in the Hong Mingyang sect, seemingly only chopping off one of Chu Jingshan's wings, and not wanting to force Chu Jingshan into a desperate situation, Chu Feng put down the letter paper and rubbed his chin in deep thought. After a long time, a cold smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. The Crown Prince and the second Prince Chu Xiong, since they treated themselves as a pawn, then they themselves would act as a good pawn in this role as they wished. Only, he's not a pawn that anyone can control anymore. They wanted things to stop here in the Hong Mingyang sect. Right, but Chu Feng was not going to do as they wished. Since we're going to play, let's play a big wave. The carriage arrived at Chu Xia City after traveling for a day. Ding! Host detected to be located in Chu Xia City. Do you sign in? Sign in. Ding! Signing in successfully. System reward, 9 Xian Heavenly Doctrines. 9 Xian Tian Taoist Laws, the highest level of this world. There are 9 levels. Cultivate to the 9th level. The cultivation can break through the grandmaster realm. As soon as the words fell, an arcane technique secret appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng closed his eyes and carefully observed the gongfu in his mind. Under the blessing of the talent of being perceptive against the heavens, Chu Feng quickly comprehended the 8th rank. As for the 9th stage, it wasn't that Chu Feng didn't want to comprehend it. It was just that the last 9 stages were more demanding, and one had to reach the late grandmaster stage of cultivation. As long as Chu Feng's cultivation level was reached, he would be able to instantly comprehend it and break through the grandmaster realm and step into a higher realm. As Chu Feng subconsciously operated his gong method, Chu Feng's entire body seemed to be like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force. The spiritual qi in the air of the entire Xiao city was like a river flowing into the sea, madly surging into Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng's pre-great master realm became more and more consolidated. After running for a week and a day, Chu Feng stopped and slowly opened his eyes, a trace of satisfaction emerging from his eyes. With this technique in place, Chu Feng believed that in less than a month's time, he would be able to break through to the mid-great master realm. The carriage drove into Xiao domain. Chu Feng did not make a big fuss to alarm the domain master of Xiao domain, and low-profilely found a restaurant to stay in. After staying there, Chu Feng sent out Deicide to investigate the Xiao domain lord. That night, Deicide returned with information. Under Chu Feng's deployment, a storm was quietly and slowly gathering. Great Xian dynasty. In the second prince's residence, Chu Xiong's eyes erupted with refined light after he learned of the fall of the Hong Mingyang sect. I really didn't think that my seventh brother would have so much energy behind him. Even the Hong Mingyang sect patriarch is dead. This time, my fifth brother is afraid that he will be heartbroken for a while, Chu Xiong said with a smile. My subordinate was also greatly shocked after learning about this. That Wang Yanghai was a powerful person of the sovereign realm, but to die like this is really saddening. On the side, the leader of the Shakura gun prohibited guards lamented. Now, it seems that the strong man beside the seventh prince must also be a bit of a Zhongshu realm powerhouse. Chu Xiong nodded. First there was the Northern Realms division of 100,000 wolves and lions, and then now a powerhouse of the sovereign realm has popped up. The seventh brother of mine is surprising me more and more. The chief's eyes went cold at his words. Your Highness, it takes. There's no need. A Zhongshu realm is nothing more than that. Without enough roots, he can't yet make much of a splash within this capital. Chu Xiong interrupted. The one who was here said that it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. And when the seventh brother comes to the capital, he might even be able to be of use to me. Your Highness is wise, the chief complimented. Chu Xiong laughed. Where is my seventh brother now? Back to your Highness. The seventh prince is now in Xiao city. Chu Xiong didn't take it to heart when he heard it. Xiao city. Well, you have to pass through there to come to the capital. Like Chu Xiong. When the crown prince and third prince Chu Jingyun learned that Chu Feng was in Xiao city, neither of them took it to heart. What they did not know was that in the next few days, Chu Feng had revived the storm that they had thought had ended, and the extent of the storm had even alarmed the entire imperial court in the capital. Chapter 26, the layout begins. Xiao city. City Lord's mansion. Inside an ancient room, City Lord Duan Mulei was sitting in front of his desk, looking at the letter in his hand with a nervous demeanor. On the side, the most trusted staff member under him lowered his head, not daring to make the slightest sound. After a long time, Duan Mulei put down the letter and sighed in relief as if he was relieved, his brows that had been tightly locked stretching out. My lord, His Highness hasn't blamed you, right? Curator Louis had followed Duan Mulei for many years and understood him very well. For Duan Mulei to show such an expression, it meant that His Highness had not blamed him on the epistle. Louis although Prince Koan didn't blame me for the Hong Mingyang sect's matter on his letter, he still showed his dissatisfaction. This matter is in the past, but after all, it was caused by my dereliction of duty, and we can't afford to make this kind of mistake again. Duan Mulei rubbed the corners of his eyes and said with a straight face, although it was a pity that this pawn of the Hong Mingyang sect was destroyed, the state of affairs had stopped with him, and it was also considered to have played his last ounce of usefulness. Lu Chou's not back yet? Duan Mulei asked. No. Louis shook his head. Regardless of him, Louis, now I have two things for you to do. The first thing, seize the opportunity to research for a party to rise up in the Xiao domain, so that he can take over the position of the Hong Mingyang sect. Yes. Louis arched his hand and answered. And the second thing, my lord? Duan Mulei sniffed. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Alas, isn't the second thing clear to you? Naturally, it's still the matter of my lady. Louis guffawed. Don't worry, my lord. I've been keeping an eye on the lady's affairs lately. Once there is news of the purple moonjade, I will definitely report it to you, my lord. Duan Mulei nodded in satisfaction. Duan Mulei's wife and Prince Kuan's mother were twin sisters, and their birthdays were the same day. Ever since Mrs. Duan Mulei learned that on her sister's birthday, she would be given a tiara inlaid with purple moonjade, she had always wanted one as well. Duan Mulei had recently been pestered by his wife and had no choice but to agree. But looking at the lady's birthday is coming up, there is still not a trace of the whereabouts of the purple moonjade. Duan Mulei's heart cannot help but panic. Once again urged a sound. Alright, if there's nothing else you can go down first. Duan Mulei waved his hand and said, yes, my lord. Louis arched his hand in salute and turned to leave, walking to the door and suddenly stopping again. The seventh prince has already stayed at an inn in Xiao city for 2 days. My lord. As the domain lord of Xiao domain, Shouldn't you go and pay your respects? Lu Yi whispered. Humph. Prince Kuan has repeatedly shown kindness to this Chu Feng, but was ignored by him. What am I going to do to see such an ungrateful person? As long as he doesn't come to me on his own initiative, then I'll take it all as if I don't know that he's in Xiao City. Duan Mulei snorted in contempt. Louis nodded and opened the door of the room to retreat. In an inn in Xiao City, in a heavenly box, Chu Feng and Su Yanran had just finished enjoying their dinner when Deicide noiselessly appeared in the box. In contrast, Su Yanyan was already accustomed to it and sat on the sidelines with an unchanged face. Your Excellency, things have been arranged. Slayer turned towards Chu Feng and bowed respectfully. Aha! Chu Feng nodded his head and expressionlessly got up and walked over to the window, looking out at the bright moon high in the sky. Then we'll start tomorrow. Yes. Kingslayer's cold eyes lifted slightly, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Mr. Chu, is this really worth it? Once it starts, the two of you and Prince Kuan will have a complete break, and he will definitely use all his power against you. Su Yanran gently bit her red lips and softly reminded. Chu Feng turned around and calmly said with a smile on his face, since this imperial prince promised Lin Yu, he naturally won't go back on his word. Furthermore, do you think that with my strength, I would still be afraid of a small prince? Su Yanran sniffed and looked at Chu Feng in a daze, and her apricot eyes could not help but show a hint of tenderness. Vertical day. A group of people appeared in the bustling Xiao city, and under the strange gazes of the people in the city, the group arrived at a restaurant to take a short break. The reason why the people felt novelty was because this group of people were not dressed like the side of the Dexian dynasty, but the side of the neighboring Dechu dynasty. Looking at the wooden boxes piled up on their wagon, the group's identity spoke for itself. Obviously a merchant from the Great Chu dynasty. After a slight novelty, the people returned to their usual routine. There was no ban on the flow of commerce between the 5 great imperial dynasties, so it wasn't a strange thing for traders from the Dechu imperial dynasty to appear in the Dexian imperial dynasty. This group of traders from the Great Chu imperial dynasty arrived in the restaurant and casually found a table on the second floor and sat down. The leader of the vendors called the shopkeeper and ordered a table of food to eat. A young man among the traders looked at the leader and said, Boss, this Great Xian dynasty doesn't look great. Can we really make money this trip? The one leading the group directly slapped the young man on the head. What do you know? We are going to the capital of the Great Xian dynasty to do business this time. The Great Xian dynasty's national power is the strongest among the 5 major dynasties, and those people in the capital are either rich or noble, so they will definitely be able to eat our goods on this trip. I'll tell you what, once this run is done, the payoff is by no means beyond all of your expectations. The beaten young man sniffed, rubbed his head, and hemmed and hawed. Ha, a bunch of wilderness villagers really dare to think. What good things can you come up with this bunch of goods? You're also delusional enough to think of going to the capital to do business. Do you really think that the money of the capital's dignitaries is so easy to cheat? Ridiculous. At that moment, a man at the neighboring table sneered, his eyes full of mockery. In the second floor of the restaurant, the guests at the other tables were all snickering as well. The young man among the traders had a red face and angrily slapped the table. Who are you to say that we are wilderness villagers with no good things in our hands? Let me tell you, we could have a world-rare purple moon in this merchandise. Shut up! Before the young man could finish his sentence, the man in the lead sternly interrupted and drank. The young man seemed to realize he was being a bit talkative and snapped his mouth shut. All of you have eaten your fill. And when you have eaten your fill, you will depart. A group of traders left the restaurant and set off once again with their wagons loaded with merchandise, quickly leaving Xiao City. In the restaurant, after the vendors had left, the man at the neighboring table indifferently watched a store assistant quietly leave the restaurant, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Inside the city lord's mansion, Lu Yi's figure swiftly found Duan Mulei. My lord, there is news about the purple moon jade, Lu Yi said excitedly. Oh, this is true. Duan Mulei's expression shook and his eyes glowed. 1,000 times true. Louis nodded his head with certainty, and then told the news brought by the store assistant. One by one. My lord, from the vigilant reaction of that merchant boss, it seems that what that young man in the merchant caravan said must be true. It's good that it's true. Duan Mulei let out a sardonic smile, then wrote a letter and handed it over to Louis. Louis, doesn't that Red Sky Villa want to be the position of the #1 sect in Xiao domain? You will give this letter to the lord of the Red Sky Mountain Villa, and he will naturally know what to do after reading it. Yes. Louis smiled and quickly left with the envelope. Chapter 27, Red Sky Villa. A wilderness path outside Xiao City. The procession of dacha traders stopped at the side of the road and seemed to be waiting for someone. At that exact moment, a man appeared in front of the Dechu traders, and this man was the same one who sat at their neighboring table in the restaurant just now. Group leader. The Dechu traders arched their hands respectfully at him. Slayer nodded and took the vendor's clothes from one of them. After changing, Deicide blended into the ranks of the Chu traders, and the team set off again, traveling at an unhurried pace, unable to see the slightest break in the eyes of outsiders. Time flew by, and the team of traders left the territory of Xiao City, traveling on a deserted and uninhabited road, with clumps of trees and forests along the roadside, and silence all around. As soon as the group drove into the path, a flicker of volatility flared in the eyes of the members of Deicide and Darknet. Without beating the bushes, the crowd continued on as if nothing had happened. Just then, a rustling sound came from the jungle. Dozens and dozens of figures scurried out from both sides of the dirt road and surrounded the caravan. These people held weapons and wore nothing on their faces, apparently without the slightest intention of hiding their identities, and they looked untamed. The two people at the head of the group, with fluctuations of aura still on their bodies, were clearly two powerhouses whose strength had already reached the innate realm. The two men looked at those wooden crates in the caravan, and their eyes glowed. Kill, leave no one alive, a man ordered with a sardonic smile. Yes. Dozens of people raised the weapons in their hands and approached towards Deicide and the others with grim faces. But soon, they realized something was wrong. The expression of these traitors in front of him was not right. Death was at hand. These traitors did not show the slightest panic. On the contrary, all of them were expressionless and calmly oozing. Kill. Slayer opened his mouth and lightly spat out a single word. Before the words fell, the Darknet member beside Slayer suddenly disappeared from the eyes of dozens of people. Dozens of people stuttered to a halt. The pupils of their eyes shook, and they all felt a chill coming from their backs, followed by their own vision falling in a burst of heavenly rotation. At the last moment of unconsciousness, they saw their headless bodies. The assassination methods of the members of the Darknet were unrivaled in the world, not to mention that their strengths were all in the innate realm. For these people, it's like killing a chicken with a bullseye. In just a short period of time, along with those two innate realm powerhouses, dozens of people were all killed on the spot. Deicide walked over to these corpses and crouched down, rummaging through them before his figure disappeared. Reappearing, Deicide had come a few kilometers from the trail. There was a carriage parked here, and the one driving it was none other than Su Yenran. My lord, the fish is biting. It's someone from the Red Sky Villa. Slayer knelt down on one knee towards the carriage and respectfully said. The curtains of the carriage were pulled open, and Chu Feng indifferently looked at the somewhat hazy sky and faintly said, "Do it." Yes, Kingslayer ordered. The sky that was clear and bright in the last second was like a water surface that had been dropped into a drop of ink. The sky was gloomy and dark, filled with a depressing atmosphere. Dots of rainwater dripped onto the tiles of the Red Sky Mountain Villa, making a ticking sound. Dozens of figures dressed in black with bronze masks emerged silently from the light rain. These people were like ghosts walking from the darkness without the slightest fluctuation of breath on their bodies. Under the rain, there were only a pair of icy cold eyes. In front of these people, there stood a woman with a diminutive figure and a face with delicate features. The woman was also dressed in a black shirt, and her long black hair poured down around her waist like a waterfall. As the raindrops fell above the woman's head, it suddenly evaporated and disappeared. The woman was none other than one of the 10 team leaders of the Darknet, named Tu. Tu raised her eyes, gazing at the Red Sky Mountain Villa above, and raised her jade hand to wave it. Behind them, the figures of the Darknet members disappeared, infiltrating into the Red Sky Mountain Resort and harvesting lives. Tu took a step towards the direction of the Red Sky Mountain Villa's main hall. In the Great Hall, there was silence, and a grave atmosphere permeated the entire hall. All of the top management of the Red Sky Mountain Villa had gathered here, and all of them looked nervous, raising their heads from time to time to look towards the outside of the main hall. On the first seat, although the Red Sky Villa's lord of the villa, Jin Huayong, appeared to be calm and collected, but a heart was equally suspended. The 5 great imperial dynasties had long since strictly forbidden that no one should lay hands on another country's traitors. If something happened to a traitor from another country, it was fine if no one else knew about it, but once the matter was revealed, then the Red Sky Mountain Villa would be finished, and would have to face the wrath of the 2 major imperial dynasties. But even though this thing was dangerous, Kim Huayong did it anyway. Their Red Sky Villa's strength wasn't inferior to the Hong Mingyang sect, but they had been suppressed by the other party at every turn over the years. It was only because the Hong Mingyang sect had a backer behind it. Now that the Hong Mingyang sect was gone, Jin Huayong had to seize this opportunity to take the Hong Mingyang sect's place. Duan Mulay's letter clearly explained that as long as the Red Sky Villa could get a purple moonjade for him, then in the future, the Red Sky Villa would be the #1 clan in the Shu Xiao domain. For this reason, Jin Huayong didn't hesitate for half a second and directly sent his men forward to pillage the group of traitors from the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty. Alright, with the 2 elders personally leading the team, this matter will surely come to fruition. There is no need for everyone to worry. Jin Huayong looked around at everyone present and laughed. The crowd smiled and nodded their heads as the worries in their hearts dissipated a bit. Crunch! At that moment, the wooden door of the Great Hall was slowly pushed open. Jin Huayong and the crowd in the Great Hall were shaken, and their gazes all gathered at the entrance of the Great Hall. But when he saw that the one who walked in was an unfamiliar woman, Jin Huayong furrowed his brows and a nameless sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Disciple from where? Is this a place you can come in? Grab your ass and get out. One of the Red Sky Mountain Villa's elders scolded angrily. Thought the woman was a bit of a Red Sky Mountain Villa disciple. Tu indifferently glanced at the other party and raised his hand with a gentle wave. A cold aura flickered greatly in the hall, and when the cold aura dissipated, the elder who had spoken before suddenly had a bloody hole in his forehead. This sudden scene directly startled the rest of the people in the audience, who all looked at the woman in horror, their bodies tensing up. The dead elder was a strong person in the middle stage of the innate realm, and apart from Jin Huayong, he was the strongest person present. But this woman in front of them just killed that elder in a single glance, and they didn't even know how the other party struck. This strength terrified them. Who exactly is your excellency? Why did you kill the elders of my mountain villa for no reason? Jin Huayong stared tightly at Tu and said in a deep voice. Tu did not answer Jin Huayong's question and slowly closed the wooden door of the Great Hall, then turned around and looked straight at Jin Huayong's crowd, with a hint of red light in the pupils of his eyes. Don't waste my time. Do it. There is only one path before you today, and that is death. Tu Zhu's lips moved slightly with a careless look, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. The faces of the crowd were grim, all of them enraged by this gesture of Tu's. Jin Huayong and the Red Sky Villa crowd took out their respective weapons and went straight towards the massacre. Seeing this, the red light in Tu's eyes intensified, and a long sword appeared in her hand. Tu's body was like a light swallow, and he leaped up toward the crowd to meet them. Chapter 28, Denial. This sharp rain came and went quickly. The light rain stopped abruptly, the dark clouds dispersed, and the warm sun shone back into the Red Sky Villa. Dozens of Darknet members stood outside the entrance to the Great Hall in a well-trained manner without making any noise. At that moment, the wooden door of the Great Hall was opened from the inside. Tu walked out unblemished, her pretty nose sniffing down, smelling the aromatic scent of the soil in the air, the redness in her eyes dissipating. Give the envelope to Slayer. Slayer handed the envelope in his hand to a member of the Darknet. Yes. Tu twisted his head and swept the interior of the Great Hall, then left the Red Sky Villa with the other Darknet members. In the large hall, corpses were all over the place, and Jin Huayong, the head of the Red Sky Villa, was among them. On the other side, after the envelope was handed over to Chu Feng then led Deicide and the others to turn around and head towards Xuxia City. On the way, Su Yanyan opened her mouth and said, "My lord, the envelope of Duanmu lay colluding with the Red Sky Villa to make a move against the traitors of the Dechu Imperial Dynasty is in hand though. But as soon as this matter is exposed and the Dexian Dynasty sends someone to investigate and finds that there are no Dechu Dynasty traitors at all, I'm afraid that they will suspect that this is someone deliberately framing Duanmu Lei. Then everything we've done has been in vain." Inside the carriage, Chu Feng smiled blandly. Who said that the great Chu Imperial traitors are fake? If Su Yanran could think of that, how could Chu Feng not think of it? He had made arrangements long before he acted. Chu Feng's group once again arrived at Xuxia City's territory, and a group of people dressed as traitors ahead of them walked up to the carriage. I, Xuexia, have been waiting here for a long time by order of the Empress, to pay my respects to your highness. A handsome man saluted in the direction of the carriage. Behind them, the other merchants of the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty also saluted in unison. Su Yanyan looked at this scene with a trace of a dumbfounded look on her face. Xuexia, could it be that this person is the disciple of the Sword Saint of the Great Chu Dynasty? Xuexia, who is now the 8th in the potent dragon ranking, and the female emperor in his mouth. Is it hard to believe that he was talking about the one from the Great Chu Dynasty? Su Yanran's brain directly went down at this moment. How could she not expect Chu Feng to know that female emperor of the Great Chu Dynasty? Chu Feng poked his head out and said with a light smile, "Get up, Deicide, and give them the stuff." Kingslayer nodded and handed over the merchandise on the carriage to Xuexia and the others. After making the arrangements, Chu Feng took out an exquisite dagger and handed it to Xuexia. "Give this to your empress for me." Xuexia looked at it and didn't reach out to take it, but said, "Your highness, the empress has explained that this item will be returned to her by you personally. If your highness has no other business, I and the others will depart." After saying that, Xuexia and the others pretended to be traitors of the Dechu dynasty and took their merchandise to the capital of the Dexian dynasty. It's natural to do the play in a comprehensive way so that you won't be left with criticism later on. Chu Feng looked at Xuexia's departing back, his face slightly frozen. "Let me give it to her myself?" Chu Feng was now transferred away from the northern realm. Where would he still have the opportunity to meet up with the great Chu Empress? Could it not be possible for Chu Feng to personally make a trip to the great Chu dynasty? That was clearly impossible. If he, a prince of an enemy country, appeared in the territory of Chu, he was afraid that it would instantly set off an uproar. After thinking about it for half a day, Chu Feng did not figure out what this empress was up to, and in the end, he simply did not want to. Putting the dagger away, Chu Feng glanced at Su Yanran. Isn't the identity of a merchant of the great Chu dynasty now a reality? Let's go back to Xia City. Su Yanran's heart and mind shook as she sensed a strong sense of solemnity from Chu Feng's tone. Su Yanran nodded and drove the carriage towards Xia City. Returning to Xia City, Chu Feng asked Su Yanran to park the carriage at the entrance of the city, and then led Dia aside. Su Yanran to walk towards Xia City on foot in 2 or 3. The 3 of them arrived at the residence of the Xia City lord. Chu Feng stopped and looked up at the gate, the plaque of the domain lord's residence, and his eyes became cold. The domain lord's mansion's important land is not to be stayed in. You and the others should leave quickly. The 2 soldiers at the entrance coldly warned. Chu Feng did not speak, and only calmly took out a golden-colored token and shook it. When those 2 soldiers saw the token, they immediately knelt down on both knees in fear and said, "Greetings to His Imperial Highness." Chu Feng put away the token and led Su Yanran and the 2 of them into the mansion. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, Chu Feng saw Duan Mulei and his staff member Louis running towards him head-on. Xia Domain Master Duan Mulei. Greet His Highness the 7th Prince. My humble servant Louis pays his respects to His Highness the 7th Prince. The 2 men lowered their heads and knelt down to salute. Chu Feng looked down at the 2 people on the ground and indifferently did not say anything. A little bit of time passed, and a trace of anger flashed across the face of Duan Mulei on the ground. Your Highness, may my humble servant rise? Duan Mulei raised his head and asked with an air of caution. Get up? That won't be necessary. Will it? Duan Domain Lord, you'd better kneel properly. Chu Feng mocked. Duan Mulei's face immediately became gloomy when he heard this, no longer pretending, and stood up after a cold snort. Seeing this, Louis behind him then followed suit and stood up. Your Highness the 7th Prince. I respect you as a prince, which is why I haven't forgotten my manners. But aren't you going too far by humiliating this official like this? Duan Mulei said angrily. Chu Feng looked straight at Duan Mulei and blandly said, Did this imperial prince ask you to stand up? Before the words fell, a powerful sense of oppression burst out from Dia's side, like a tidal wave towards the 2 Duan Mulei. Duan Mulei and the 2 of them could not withstand its terrifying pressure, and their knees went weak and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Duan Mulei raised his head to look at Dia's side behind Chu Feng, and panic flowed from his eyes. A powerhouse of the sovereign realm. This trashy prince had such a strong man by his side. How is this possible? Your Highness, what do you mean by this? I'm the lord of a domain. If you make a move against me, aren't you afraid that I'll run to the capital and sue you? Duan Mulei threatened. Yo, are you threatening me? Chu Feng smiled playfully and pulled out an envelope from his bosom. Domain Master Duan, does this envelope look familiar to you? When Duan Mulei saw this envelope, the pupils of his eyes shrunk, and his heart instantly set off shockwaves. How did this envelope get to him? The moment he thought of the contents of the envelope, Duan Mulei's heart trembled tremendously. It should be known that the 5 major imperial dynasties had long since set the rule that no imperial dynasty may take action against another country's traitors. Once you get caught doing it, it's a felony. Even Duan Mulei behind the back of the mountain, Kuan Prince cannot protect him, not to mention that he is still hidden from the Kuan Prince to do. Your Highness, I don't understand what you're saying. I've never seen this envelope before, so how could it look familiar? Duan Mulei sophistically said. Yes? Isn't this your handwriting? Chu Feng opened the envelope and flung the letterhead inside in front of Duan Mulei. Duan Mulei skimmed his eyes. Your Highness, this letter was not written by the subordinate. There must be a villain who imitated the subordinate's handwriting and wrote it, deliberately planting evidence to frame me. Duan Mulei said with certainty without a red face or heartbeat. He had already made up his mind that today, as long as he clenched his teeth and denied it, with just a letter, Chu Feng couldn't do anything about himself. Chapter 29, The Palace Birthday Banquet. But Duan Mulei had counted 1,000 times, but he would not have thought that Chu Feng had always been unable to follow common sense, whether it was the Prince Kuan that he relied on behind him, or the iron laws of the great Xian dynasty. Chu Feng had never placed them in his eyes. He only wants to do things as he pleases, and whenever he encounters something that upsets him, he still has to take charge of it. Domain Lord Duan, I think you've misunderstood the purpose of my coming here today. Whether this letter is true or false is of the utmost importance to me. It is merely leaving an explanation for the above. Chu Feng looked at Duan Mulei with a cold smile. Duan Mulei's heart trembled at those words, and he raised his head to look at Chu Feng in horror. Without giving Duan Mulei a chance to speak again, Chu Feng raised his arm and waved it. A majestic aura instantly flooded both Duan Mulei and Louis. Wisps of aura were wantonly declared all over the two of them, and the power of each aura was no less than the full force of an innate realm powerhouse. Duan Mulei was lucky that his own cultivation had reached the innate realm, and under this blow, his body was drenched in spilled blood, and there was still a faint trace of breath as he collapsed on the ground and fainted. Louis, whose strength was only at the 4th grade realm, wasn't so lucky, and died a violent death directly without even making a single sound. Chu Feng glanced indifferently and waved his hand blandly. Behind him, Deicide wilted and headed towards the mansion. It wasn't long before Deicide folded and returned, with a few more letters in his hand. Your Excellency, these letters contain detailed accounts of the heavy crimes that Duan Mulei committed after he became the domain lord of the Shu Xiao domain. Among them is the evidence that he secretly ordered the Hong Mingyang sect to slaughter the Lin village. Well, send all these epistles to the capital. Chu Feng did not receive the epistles to look through them. Yes, Deicide nodded respectfully. After leaving the domain lord's mansion, the three of Chu Feng did not linger in the Shu Xiao domain for much longer and set off once again. 2 days later, the palace in the capital city of the Great Xian dynasty was decorated with lights and colors all around. The ministers have dressed solemnly and happily brought their well-prepared congratulatory gifts to the palace to attend this birthday banquet. As the most doted-upon consort of the imperial lord of the Great Xian dynasty, noble consort Ronghua would organize a grand birthday banquet every year, especially this year, with the 2 sons of the Ronghua princess, the 3rd prince and the 5th prince in the dynasty of the growing power. And gradually there has been a fight for the phase of the dragon after. Some of the courtiers in the court did not dare to offend these 2 emperors on the surface even if they did not secretly throw themselves into the family. As night fell, fireworks went off in the sky above the palace, and fantastic fireworks lit up the entire capital. In a side hall of the palace, Chu Aotian, the imperial lord of the Great Xian dynasty, was wearing a golden imperial robe, with a 5-clawed golden dragon on the robe that was vivid, showing the king's dominance. Next to Chu Aotian sat a noble and charming woman. The year seemed to be on the woman's face without the slightest trace. Delicate features, light makeup. Apart from the proud figure under her long dress, the most striking thing was the tiara she wore on her head. Above the crown of the head was carved with a variety of vivid scenery. In addition to the crown of the head was also inlaid with a variety of precious jades, in which the center of the crown of the deep purple jade was the most stunning, actually a rare purple moon jade. Below the palace, all the courtiers of the capital were present, sitting in their places in turn, raising their glasses and drinking. On top of that, the princes who were in the capital were also present, giving face to noble consort Ronghua. On the side of the emperors, several of them were all smiling, talking politely to each other in a cordial atmosphere. 5th brother, you've made a name for yourself at the birthday banquet this time. For such a rare treasure as the purple moon jade to be bumped into by you, it's really enviable. 2nd Prince Chu Xion looked at 5th Prince Chu Jingshan with a smile on his face and said, who says it isn't? Even a gem like the purple moon jade can be found. 5th brother's filial piety is thus evident. Without further ado, 5th brother, I'll toast you. The other unaware princes chimed in. Chu Jingshan smiled skinlessly and politely with the other imperial princes, but in his heart, he felt as bad as if he had eaten a fly. The news of the destruction of the Hong Mingyang sect had long spread throughout the Great Xian dynasty in the past 2 days. Among the princes present, as long as they had a little bit of power in their hands, they all understood that it was Chu Xiong who was planning behind the scenes. The purple moon jade was rare, but it was ultimately a dead thing, and there was no comparison at all with the Hong Mingyang clan. Chu Xiong talking about the purple moon jade now was undoubtedly exposing Chu Jingshan's scars, but now on this occasion, Chu Jingshan could not yet be angry, and could only secretly swallow this bad breath. Seeing Chu Jingshan ignoring himself, Chu Xiong felt a bit bored and picked up the wine goblet to toast with the crown prince on his left. Big brother, drink! Crown Prince Chu Qiao, a man of about 30, plain-looking, with a kind smile on his face all the time, giving people a sense of approachability. Chu Qiao lifted the wine cup. His eyes met Chu Xiong. Everything needed no words. The two of them smiled at each other and drank the wine. The 3rd prince sitting on Chu Xiong's right side, Chu Gingyun, as usual, had a lazy demeanor hanging on his evilly beautiful face. He had always disliked such occasions, and if today was not his mother's birthday banquet, he would not want to stay here for a moment. The picture of these imperial princes and their harmony in front of him made him feel incomparably hypocritical. It's a pity that 4th brother isn't here. Chu Jingyun glanced at the empty spot to his right and sighed darkly as he drank a cup of wine alone. Among these emperors, Chu Jingyun liked the 4th prince the most, and not even his fellow brothers could compare to the 4th prince. Perhaps in other eyes, the 4th prince was an anomaly among the many princes, but in Chu Jingyun's eyes, the 4th prince was a pure man, putting all his heart into things that interested him. Chu Jingyun had always felt that he was in the same category as his 4th brother, and he was equally pure as a person. Wasn't it pure to be bent on sitting in the position of the imperial lord of the great Xian dynasty? Fifth brother, where did he go? Fourth brother? Chu Jingyun still couldn't hold back and looked at Chu Jingshan to ask. Chu Jingshan looked over at the sound and said with a helpless face, third brother. Fourth brother, he's gone to Hangzhou. Hangzhou, where is fourth brother going for? Chu Dingyun frowned slightly. Third brother, don't you know this person? Fourth brother, he wouldn't even take a step out of the mansion if there wasn't something that appealed to him. In the past 2 days, Mr. 7 of the Qingyun Academy in Hangzhou returned from his travels to the four corners of the world and hosted an exchange meeting, and fourth brother departed immediately after hearing about it. Chu Jingshan truthfully said. So it is, Chu Gingyun said indistinctly. His fourth brother was not interested in anything else but reading poetry. As for the Green Cloud Academy, as the #1 academy in the Great Xian dynasty, each of the 10 gentlemen under the dean was a renowned literary figure. It makes sense that the fourth brother would go forward to attend Mr. 7's exchange. Chapter 30, Changes at the Birthday Banquet. I said why I didn't see fourth brother today. So it turns out that he went to Hangzhou. Chu Xiong similarly lost his mind. The last time I saw fourth brother was 2 years ago. I had thought that I would be able to see him today, but I didn't realize that he had left the capital. Prince Chu Qiao lamented with a sigh. The other princes also spoke up to tell when they had last met with the fourth prince. Obviously, the fourth prince was very well liked among this group of princes. At this time, the 13th prince's eyes turned, suddenly opened his mouth and said, although the fourth brother's people did not come to participate in this birthday banquet, but the congratulatory gifts did not fall. Unlike some people, even if the person has not yet arrived, even the congratulatory gift is not prepared. It is really not putting wrong one noble consort in the eyes. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the other princes immediately lit up, curiously asking the 13th prince who those people in his mouth were referring to. One must know that now that noble consort Ronghua is solely in favor with the imperial lord, her power in the harem is enough to rival the empress. Furthermore, noble consort Ronghua has 2 good sons. It was surprising that there was still someone in the Great Xian dynasty who dared to not give noble consort Ronghua a thin face. Who else could it be? Isn't it still that 7th Prince Chu Feng who has just been promoted to the rank of Prince of the Three Pearls? As far as I know, the other princes, even if they have been sent to the 5 states, have all prepared congratulatory gifts and sent people to send them to them. Only this Chu Feng has not shown any indication at all. The 13th prince scornfully said. When the other emperors heard this, their gazes couldn't help but move to Chu Jingyun and Chu Jingshan. Chu Jingyun drank his wine as if he hadn't heard it, with a bland expression. On the contrary, Chu Jingshan's face became a bit ugly, his eyes gloomy. Not mentioning Chu Feng was fine. As soon as he was mentioned, the killing intent in Chu Jingshan's heart couldn't be contained and surged up. Although no one knew the specifics of the Hong Mingyang sect's extermination, Chu Jingshan was clear that it was absolutely unrelated to Chu Feng. In Chu Jingshan's mind, Chu Feng had long since stood in opposition to himself, and he absolutely could not be retained in the future. 7th brother is already on his way to the capital. Perhaps he encountered something and forgot about it. When he returns to the capital, I'll remind him to make amends to noble consort Ronghua. Crown Prince Chu Qiao stepped forward to round out the conversation. Seeing that the Crown Prince had spoken, the other princes stopped continuing to chat about this topic. Just then, an eunuch held a few letters in both hands and bowed his back as he walked quickly into the palace. The royals and courtiers in the palace, seeing this, put down the wine goblets in their hands and gathered their eyes on this eunuch. Nukai pays his respects to the imperial lord. Just now His Highness the 7th Prince's people sent a few letters, specially explaining that Nukai should hand them over to you, the imperial lord. The eunuch knelt on the ground and whispered, a letter from the 7th Prince? The people in the palace looked stunned, and the curiosity in their hearts was aroused. Chu Jingshan stared at the letter in the eunuch's hand, his brows locked, an ominous feeling of foreboding lingering in his heart. Can it be that this is a congratulatory gift from the 7th Prince? Oh, not in my opinion. What valuable items can be contained in a few broken envelopes? And what's in these envelopes? The royals whispered. On the dragon chair at the front of the palace, Chu Aotian's face showed surprise. Present. An eunuch presented the letters to Chu Aotian's hands. Chu Aotian picked up the letters and opened them one by one to look at them. The entire palace was silent, and everyone was focused on the imperial lord's every move. As a little bit of time passed by, the faces of the people in the palace gradually became grave, and they sensed that the atmosphere in the palace seemed to have become wrong. On the dragon chair, Chu Aotian's face became much colder after reading each letter, and a suffocating sense of oppression permeated from his surroundings. To the side, noble consort Ronghua clearly saw the killing intent in Chu Aotian's eyes. Imperial Lord, what is written in these letters? Noble consort Ronghua asked softly in a tentative voice. Humph, Chu Aotian put down the letter he had finished reading in his hand and turned his head to look coldly at noble consort Ronghua with a cold snort. In the next second, under all the unbelievable gazes, Chu Aotian raised his hand without warning and slapped noble consort Ronghua. The force was so great that it directly slapped noble consort Ronghua to the ground, and her originally fair face was clearly imprinted with bright red slap marks. Noble consort Ronghua collapsed to the ground and looked at Chu Aotian with tears in her eyes. Your Majesty, what did my slave do wrong? Why are you beating me? From the time she entered the palace, Chu Aotian never hit her once, before even if she made some mistakes. Chu Aotian also only symbolically small punishment. Facing the pathetic Ronghua noble consort, Chu Aotian did not show half a trace of pity. You still have the nerve to ask me? You'll open your eyes and take a good look at me right now to see why I'm beating you. Chu Aotian threw all the letters at noble consort Ronghua's face. Noble consort Ronghua blankly picked up the epistle and looked at it, and when she saw the contents of the epistle, her entire body couldn't help but tremble, and her face was filled with horror. What else do you have to say now? Chu Aotian droned qualitatively, his eyes filled with disgust. At this moment the dazzling and flashing purple moon jade on Ronghua noble consort's tiara was like a thorn in Chu Aotian's heart. Chu Aotian's big arm waved. Ronghua noble consort's head crown bang shattered open, and that purple moon jade floated to Chu Aotian's front. Pass on my decree. From this moment onwards, deprive noble consort Ronghua of all status and send her to the cold palace, Chu Aotian ordered. As the words fell, several forbidden guards walked into the palace and directly escorted noble consort Ronghua away. In the palace, the people looked at the Ronghua noble consort who was taken away and were silenced. It is said that when an emperor is angry, his body floats for miles. They wouldn't dare to come forward at this time to seek their own death. But while the other courtiers might be able to choose to remain silent, the two sons of noble consort Ronghua could not stand by and watch their mother being sent to the cold palace. Chu Jingyun and Chu Jingshan both hurriedly stepped forward and fell to their knees to plead for mercy. Father, what exactly did my mother consort do wrong that you want to send her to the cold palace? Chu Jingyun asked, looking straight at Chu Aotian. Father, be merciful. No matter how great a crime mother consort has committed, child is willing to bear the chastisement for mother consort. Please also ask Father Emperor not to send mother consort to the cold palace. Chu Jingshan pleaded. Above the dragon chair, Chu Aotian looked down on the two people below, his gaze fixed on Chu Jingshan's body, a cold smile coming out of his mouth. You're quite filial, but it's not time for you to do your filial duty yet. You'd better explain to me first what's in these epistles. A feminine old man picked up the letters on the ground and then handed them to Chu Jingshan. When Chu Jingshan saw the handwriting in the letter, his head exploded with a sense of fear. Strongly suppressing his fear, Chu Jingshan still had the fluke of looking through the contents of these letters. In the palace, the rest of the crowd watched Chu Jingshan in silence, only to see that at some point Chu Jingshan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Big brother, guess what is written inside these letters? Chu Xiong looked as if he was watching the fun and came over to Chu Chao's side to ask in a low voice. Chu Chao said with deep eyes, aren't you asking knowingly? Rather underestimated this seventh brother of ours. Chapter 31, Chu Jingshan's loss of power. Chu Xiong's eyes were deep and silent as he eyed Chu Jingshan, who was kneeling in the center of the great hall with a panicked face, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Chu Jingshan looked at the letter in his hand. Is the more he reads the more his heart jumps? Soybean-size cold sweat don't want money like from his forehead. Chu Jingshan never dreamed that Duan Mulei was so stupid that he would leave this kind of hidden danger. These letters are what he and Duan Mulei, both of them, have exchanged over the years, which detailed records of Duan Mulei in the dark. For him to do those against the iron laws of the Dexian dynasty, not to see the light of things. The massacre of Lin's village is considered a small thing in all of this. Among them, just Duan Mulei's order from Chu Jingshan to privately bribe the domain masters of Yuezhou. This one crime was enough to make Chu Jingshan's many years of hard work all go down the drain. Chu Jingshan even dared not imagine how miserable he would end up once he admitted that the things within these letters were true. Your Majesty, these letters were definitely forged by someone on purpose to frame my son. My son is unjustly accused. Chu Jingshan looked sincere, shouting for his own injustice. Shut up! Chu Aotian's eyes glared roundly, and he shouted angrily across his brow. The courtiers in the great hall trembled, and all of them lowered their heads, not daring to touch the dragon's scales at this time. I will naturally send someone to check the truth of the matter. As for you, until the matter is cleared up, stay honestly in the mansion. Chu Aotian coldly snorted. Then his gaze moved to a middle-aged man. Marquis Zhu Ming, listen to my orders. I am sending you to Yuezhou Shu Xia domain to investigate the matters in these letters. Shu Mingho walked out with an indifferent demeanor, arching his hand and saying, yes. Shu Mingho took a step in front of Chu Jingshan and brought those letters over. Then he left straight away. After this incident, Chu Aotian lost interest. His cold eyes swept a glance at the royal princes below and got up to leave. Only after Chu Aotian left did the courtiers dare to breathe a sigh of relief. And with a palpitating look, they retreated. As some of the courtiers left, they glanced at Chu Jingshan with complicated expressions before shaking their heads and letting out sighs. It wouldn't take long for the events of the birthday banquet to spread throughout the capital. Originally, there was a gap between Chu Jingshan's power and that of several other princes. Now that such a thing has happened again, regardless of how this development follows, Chu Jingshan will be heavily damaged. And I'm afraid that it's almost unattainable with that throne of the Imperial Lord. I warned you about the waste. You can only deserve it if you make such a mess now. I'll take care of mother's matter. Chu Jingyun indifferently stared at Chu Jingshan and said coldly. After saying that, he turned around and swept past him, quickly leaving the palace. Kneeling on the ground, Chu Jingshan's face showed a scowl, and the hands in his sleeve robes were clenched in death. After a long time, Chu Jingshan stood up and left the palace with a reluctant glance at the dragon chair that symbolized supreme power. On the side, Chu Xiao and Chu Xiong saw that the crowd had left and also got up and left the palace. The two stood outside the palace, gazing into the distance, their minds surging. A cool evening breeze swept over the two men, caressing their faces. Chu Jingshan is afraid that there will be no more chances to turn around this time. Second brother, you did a good job. Chu Xiao suddenly spoke. Chu Xiong raised his eyebrows. Big brother, what do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that you suspect that I secretly manipulated what happened today? Isn't it? Chu Chu asked rhetorically. Big brother, I admit to using the Lin village tragedy to deal with Chu Jingshan, but I'm not stupid. My purpose is just the Hong Mingyang sect. It is by no means a desire to cause him to die. I do suspect that tonight's work is from your hands. Big brother. Chu Xiong shrugged his shoulders and said, not me. Chu Chu shook his head decisively. The two were silent. After a long time, Chu Xiong marveled. If it's not you, then it can only be that seventh brother of ours who did it. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really didn't expect that the seventh brother who was bullied in the capital back then and didn't even dare to squeak out has changed so much after 5 years. Doesn't he know that this will drive Chu Jingshan to the brink of extinction? Seventh brother has been a smart man since he was a child. Perhaps he is not afraid of Chu Jingshan's retaliation at all. Chu Xiao said with a bland smile. Forget it, let's stop guessing. I'm afraid that Yuezhou will undergo a big change next. So let's grab and cut, lest blood be spilled on us at that time. After saying that, Chu Xiao hurriedly left. Chu Xiong eyed Chu Xiao's departing back, and his eyes flashed with a great light. Phew! Chu Xiong heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This Chu Jingshan has just fallen and another Chu Feng has appeared. What a headache! Chu Xiong let out a despondent sigh. Then without making any further stops, he quickly left the palace. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Yuezhou wasn't only staffed by Chu Jingshan. There were also people under the crown prince and the second prince's command. The two did not dare to bet on how many people would be involved in this matter of Duan Mulei, and could only quickly make cuts with Yuezhou's manpower, lest Chu Mingho check on their heads. In Chu Jingshan's mansion, as soon as Chu Jingshan returned, he locked himself in his study and ordered that no one should come in. A roar of anger accompanied by the sound of falling and smashing continuously came out from the study. Outside the study, Gu Feng leaned on the tree with his ancient sword in his arms, without the slightest fluctuation on his face. Since the last time he fought with Lin Yu and escaped, Gu Feng's strength had superbly increased again, and at any time he could have the possibility of stepping into the innate realm. Only after an incense burn did the movement in the study subside. Come in. Gu Feng opened the door of the study and walked in. Looking up, his gaze met with a pair of bloodshot crazy eyes. Gu Feng frowned. He had never seen Chu Jingshan so angry before. Are you alright? Gu Feng opened his mouth and asked. Chu Jingshan sniffed with a slightly despondent expression and slumped in his chair. Death won't be a death. But I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep this Prince of the Five Pearls. Chu Jingshan smiled ruefully. What exactly happened? Gu Feng looked at Chu Jingshan, who had a dead face and no fighting spirit. Chu Jingshan didn't hide it and told what happened at the birthday banquet one by one. Gu Feng listened and pondered for a moment before calling a close associate. Have a close friend rush to Yuezhou to deal with the handles left over from those events. Handle as much as you can to minimize the loss of Chu Jingshan. Gu Feng, there's no need to get busy. This time it's Marquis Zhu Ming himself. He was originally a disciple of the Hong Mingyang sect, and now that the sect has been destroyed, his heart has long since grown dissatisfied with me. I won't be able to escape this time. Chu Jingshan said in a deep voice. After such a big loss, are you just going to let it go? Forget it? Of course I won't forget it. Only Chu Feng's death can calm the anger in my heart. Chu Jingshan said with a sinister killing aura. Chapter 32 Empress de Chu. Other side. Chu Feng's carriage traveled for 5 whole days, finally getting out of Yuezhou's territory and arriving at Hangzhou. Hangzhou and Yuezhou are adjacent to each other, and the geography of the two states is unique. Take Hangzhou for example. Famous mountains and monuments and large rivers can be found everywhere in this state. Of the 10 poems about beautiful scenery in the Dexian imperial dynasty, 9 were written about the beauty within Hangzhou, and 99 out of 100 of the literati who did the writings were also from the realm of Hangzhou. Plus the number 1 academy in the Xian dynasty, the Qingyun Academy, was also located here. Therefore, Hangzhou became known as the first holy place for literati in the world. On that day, Chu Feng had just stepped into the territory of Hangzhou when a carriage stopped in the path of his carriage. The one driving this carriage was a green-robed, childish old man, whose eyes were gleaming, without the slightest fluctuation of breath on his body. Kingslayer pulled the horse rope tightly to make the carriage stop. His icy cold eyes stared straight at the old man, and a stern and murderous momentum surged from his body. Su Yanyan, who was on the side, instantly reacted and looked at this old man warily. The old man on the opposite side raised his eyes and looked at Deicide with some surprise. I really didn't expect that His Highness the 7th Prince would have such an expert beside him. Your Excellency doesn't need to be nervous. I have no ill intentions. The old man smiled faintly. Kingslayer was silent, and the aura of solemnity on his body became thicker and thicker. Kingslayer was the leader of the group of Darknet members and had extremely keen perception. At the first sight of this old man, Deicide realized that this old man was extremely dangerous, and his realm was the same as his, a powerhouse of the sovereign realm, and it wasn't even a pre-sectarian. It was a late sectarian realm. Such a strong person stopped their way for no reason. How could Deicide dare to take it lightly? Your Excellency, I really have no ill intentions. A trace of helplessness appeared on the old man's face, and then his gaze fell to the carriage behind Deicide. At the same time, the curtains of the carriage lifted, and Chu Feng poked his head out. At the sight of the old man, a look of surprise appeared on Chu Feng's face. Old Wa, how did you appear here? Chu Feng said with some surprise. The identity of the old man in front of him was not simple. It was the great disciple of that sword saint of the great Chu imperial dynasty, Zhonghe, 7th Prince. We meet again. Zhonghe laughed. Chu Feng slightly nodded his head in a gesture. Then his gaze looked towards the carriage behind Zhonghe. His expression became somewhat odd, and a bold speculation surged in his mind. No way. She's gotten so bold now? Your Highness the 7th Prince, my master invites you to get on the carriage for a moment. Zhonghe jumped out of the carriage and stood aside. Chu Feng walked out of the carriage to the front of the carriage, hesitated and jumped into the carriage, lifted the curtain and walked in. As soon as he entered the carriage, a refreshing aroma came towards Chu Feng. The space within the carriage was large, and a tea table was placed in the center. And at that moment, a woman wearing a purple dress with a stunningly beautiful face was sitting in front of the tea table, and her pair of phoenix eyes were looking directly at Chu Feng. Although the woman was dressed in ordinary clothes, she was surrounded by a noble aura that made people not dare to look directly at her. It's really you, Fan Cece. Chu Feng did not reveal a trace of surprise and blandly sat down opposite the woman. Fan Cece frowned, her red lips slightly opened. Chu Feng, you dare to use my name directly. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying might erupted from Fan Cece's body. If it was anyone else, perhaps they might have been directly intimidated by this aura. But Chu Feng still had a breezy demeanor and even picked up the tea on the table and sipped it. Nice tea. Alright, what does a defeated general like you have to pretend in front of me? Chu Feng put down his teacup and glanced at Fan Cece and said. The Fan Cece in front of her was none other than the Empress of the Great Chu dynasty. It was the same one who had been captured alive by Chu Feng in the Northern Realm some time ago and then let go. Last month ago, the old Imperial Lord of the Great Chu dynasty abdicated and passed the throne of the Imperial Lord to Fan Cece, who had clearly become the only female emperor among the 5 great imperial dynasties. Once this news came out, the entire Deqiu dynasty set off a furor up and down. Countless people objected to the fact that Fan Cece was not worthy of becoming an empress at all, and the situation once progressed to the point where the dynasty was in turmoil. Right at this moment, that sword saint of the Great Chu dynasty came out and openly took Fan Cece's side. This instantly dumbed down those who were originally against it. After waiting for the situation to stabilize, Fan Cece somehow suddenly set his sights on the northern border and came with 200,000 heavy troops to seize the first fortress in the northern border of the Great Xian dynasty. Unfortunately, she had encountered Chu Feng, and not only did she fail, but she herself was also captured alive by Chu Feng. When she thought of the things Chu Feng had asked her to do, Fan Cece's eyes were on fire with anger. Looking at the Chu Feng in front of her, Fan Cece suddenly smiled and said quietly, Chu Feng, you don't have those 100,000 divisions of wolves and lions behind you right now. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Chu Feng sniffed and bared a laugh, his pair of deep eyes staring straight at Fan Cece. Kill me? Fan Cece, you dare to kill the Lord? When she heard the word Lordslayer, Fan Cece's mind immediately conjured up images that were difficult to be ashamed of. Fan Cece's fair skin was instantly colored with a layer of peach red, and her entire body was like a cat with fried hair, her phoenix eyes glaring in shame and anger. Chu Feng! Fan Cece angrily rose and attacked towards Chu Feng, her cultivation of the late second grade surging out. This time, there was no one around Chu Feng, so she wanted to see what made Chu Feng so crazy. She wanted to return all the humiliation she had received from Chu Feng before. Looking at the attacking Fan Cece, Chu Feng helplessly shook his head. Your temper is still so hairy. Only to see, Chu Feng slowly raised his hand to point in the air, and a ripple instantly spread out in the waves within the carriage, sweeping past Fan Cece as he did so. The aura on Fan Cece's body instantly dissipated as if a flood had been released. Then with a flash before her eyes, Fan Cece's entire self was on Chu Feng's lap. Snap! With a soft thud and a wave of pain coming from her buttocks, Fan Cece's expression froze, her eyes filled with disbelief. In the next second, a sharp cry came out of Vance's mouth. Chu Feng, I'm going to kill you. Fan Cece's beautiful face was red, and her hands grabbed towards Chu Feng with open teeth and claws. Unfortunately, this bit of her strength was simply not enough to be seen on Chu Feng's side. Chu Feng firmly controlled Fan Cece with one hand, and once again slapped one hand towards Fan Cece's arched buttocks. It looked like Fan Cece had forgotten about the pain from before, and today he must teach her a lesson. Pop, pop, snap. Outside the carriage, Zhonghe heard the movement inside the carriage and took a rather uneasy step forward, but when he had just moved, an invisible wall of qi directly forced him back, preventing him from taking a step forward. Suhei looked at the carriage again, his eyes filled with horror. Inside the carriage, Chu Feng slapped down a dozen slaps in a row before stopping, a hint of a smile on his face. The familiar feel of the hand is quite a sight to behold. Chu Feng lamented in his heart and looked down at Fan Cece on his lap, realizing that she had unexpectedly stopped screaming and was motionless. Oh, my god, I'm not gonna kill her by not charging her, am I? No way. Chu Feng turned over Fan Cece on his lap, and what came into his eyes was a stunningly beautiful face that was crying with pear blossoms. Chapter 33, Fairy River. Water Monster. Fan Cece at this moment, which still had the majestic posture of an empress, her originally sharp phoenix eyes became red, and crystalline teardrops left tear stains on her delicate cheeks. The delicate nose twitched with the fragrant shoulders, and one could not help but feel compassionate and want to take her into his arms to cherish her. How can you cry when you are at least the head of a country? Chu Feng couldn't bear to see a woman cry, and advised in a soft tone. Humph, you still know that I'm the head of a country. Have you ever bullied someone like this? Fan Cece sobbed, tears constantly welling up in her eyes. Chu Feng awkwardly touched the bridge of his nose and smiled resentfully. Fan Cece stopped crying and angrily glared at Chu Feng. Fan Cece sort of understood that this Chu Feng was specially sent by the heavens to deal with her. She was an overbearing and cold and arrogant, say one without a second thought, empress in the great Chu dynasty, and no one dared to look at her directly, let alone do something so excessive to her as Chu Feng had done. This made Vance furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. Fan Cece coldly stood up from Chu Feng's lap and sat back down, then extended her jade hand. Bring it. Understanding what she wanted, Chu Feng pulled out a fine dagger from his pocket and handed it over to her palm. The dagger was in her hand, with a hint of residual warmth still on it, and Fan Cece's eyes softened as she carefully surveyed the dagger in her hand. Obviously this dagger was very important to Vance. When you said you would let me go that day, I handed this dagger over to you, and promised that in the future, as long as you need it, you can take this dagger as an exchange and let me do one thing for you. Fan Cece placed the dagger on the table and lifted her eyes to look at Chu Feng, her eyes full of incomprehension. But to my surprise, you just asked me to find someone to pretend to be a merchant of the great Chu dynasty. Is it worth wasting one of my promises just for a village of 100 people? One irrelevant person? Before she came here, Vance had all the facts of the matter investigated. She really didn't understand what Chu Feng was thinking. Could it be that one of her promises was so cheap in Chu Feng's eyes? It can only be done with this kind of chicken scratch. For that reason, Fan Cece personally came to the territory of the Great Qian dynasty to meet with Chu Feng. Waste? Is it worth it? Nothing is big or small in my eyes, only right or wrong in whether I want to do it or not, just as long as I feel it's worth it myself. Chu Feng smiled indifferently and picked up the tea in front of him and drank it. All right, the dagger I've personally handed over to you, and the previous matters are hereby cancelled. You grab and leave. Farewell. Chu Feng got up and turned to leave the carriage. Looking at Chu Feng's departing back, Fan Cece's complexion was mixed, and there was an empty feeling deep within her heart. Outside the carriage, Chu Feng dashingly jumped out of the carriage, smiled and waved at Zhonghe before returning to his own carriage. Kingslayer drove the carriage around the side of Vance's carriage and headed ahead. Zhonghe was mortared in place, His entire body was in a state of tightness until the carriage disappeared from his eyes. Only then did Zong let out a sigh of relief as if he was relieved, with a palpitating look on his face. It's horrible. After Zong was unable to see through Chu Feng's cultivation, he could already be certain that it was Chu Feng who had made the move just now, making it impossible for him to approach the carriage, to be able to control his every move so easily. Chu Feng's cultivation. He did not dare to think deeply. Elder Zong, let's go back. As long as we don't take Northern Desert City, I can't rest easy for a day. Fan Cici's voice came from the carriage. So He snapped back to his senses and nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Zong He did not voice out his inner speculations. After all, Chu Feng was so young and his cultivation had reached above the Zhongshe realm. It was too unbelievable. Zong He sat in the carriage, which turned its head in the direction of the Dichu imperial dynasty. After Chu Feng's trio had traveled for half a day's drive, the road ahead was blocked by a vast river. The three of them, Chu Feng, had to dispose of the carriage and chose to take a boat across the river. After buying 3 boat tickets at the pier, Chu Feng's trio sat on a large boat. When the guests had arrived, the boatman looked up at the hour and ordered the boatman to untie the tether and start the journey. The river was heaving, lapping sheepishly against the boards of the boat, splashing countless splashes. In addition to Chu Feng's 3 people, there were more than 100 people on the ship, and only a small portion of them were ordinary people. The others, all dressed as scholars, stood at the bow of the boat, ignoring the rough waves, and admired the scenery on both sides of the river with intoxication. From time to time, there were also some scholars who had feelings on the spot and composed poems. Inside the cabin, after listening to a few songs, Chu Feng immediately lost interest and withdrew his gaze. What was all this nonsense? Chu Feng was afraid that if he listened any longer, his ears would become dirty. The poems made by these scholars are only thinking of piling up those gorgeous words, and the content is not real without half a sense of meaning. Gongzi, it seems like I've broken through to the late 3rd grade realm. On the side, Su Yanran opened her eyes and said with a joyful expression. During this period of time, under Chu Feng's guidance, Su Yanyan's cultivation progressed at a rapid pace, and in just a few days, she had gone from the late 4th grade realm to the late 3rd grade realm, and it was only a matter of time before she broke through to the 2nd grade realm. Well done. At your current speed, you should be able to step into the innate realm within half a year. Chu Feng nodded slightly, his expression not fluctuating in the slightest. Gongzi, I will work hard. Su Yanran's 2 eyes snowed as she said seriously. Aha. The ship traveled for an hour before stopping at a pier. The guests on the boat looked at the boatman with some skepticism when they saw that the boatman had stopped the boat without arriving at the place. Don't misunderstand. Gentlemen, I've charged you for the boat, so naturally I'll send you to your destination. It's just that we need a different boat here. So please move. The boatman stepped forward to explain. The guests nodded as they listened. Under the guidance of the boatman, Chu Feng's trio sat on another boat with the others. The boat was 100 meters long, and its hull was assembled from a single thick piece of wood that looked indestructible. What surprised Chu Feng was that the surface of the ship's hull was also encrusted with layers of iron, which was pitted as if it had been hit by some giant object. Once everyone was aboard, the boatman set sail again in the huge ship. Boatman, what are you changing boats for in good time? Don't you mind the trouble? A scholar asked curiously. Trouble is some trouble, but I value my life. The boatman laughed bitterly. What do you mean by that, boatman? Those scholars on the boat looked curiously at the boatman. The common people, however, crouched and cowered in the corner of the boat as soon as they boarded it, with fear and trepidation running through their features. The 3 of them, Chu Feng, were also attracted by the words of the boatman and looked towards him. You guys don't know. There's been no peace in these waters lately. There's been a water monster, and there's already been more than a dozen ships that have gotten into trouble in these waters. All the people on those boats died in the mouth of that water monster. The boatman gulped and said in fear. Chapter 34, Congenital Realm Demon. The boatman's words had just fallen when the boat suddenly shook violently. The crowd in the boat stumbled from foot to foot, and the scribes nearly fell over. The scholars, only feeling a piercing chill from the soles of their feet straight to the sky, showed a hint of fear on their faces. Don't panic everyone, it was just a sharp wave that hit the hull. The boatman explained. Ha ha ha, I told you, it must have been a deliberate bluff by the boatman just now. This is less than a day's journey from that Qingyun Academy. What kind of ghosts and monsters dare to make waves here? A wise light appeared in the eyes of a scholar. The other scribes listened and nodded approvingly, the fear on their faces dissipating. There were accusations that the boatmen were deliberately trying to scare them. The boatman was speechless for a moment and could only bury his head in his work with a bitter face. Gongzi, that boatman doesn't look like he's lying. Slayer looked at the boatman in the distance and said in a deep voice. Well, although there are very few demons in the territory of my great Xian dynasty, they are not absent. Not to mention that Hangzhou's mountain spirit and spiritual chi far exceeds that of the other 4 prefectures, so it's not strange for some demons to be spawned. Chu Feng nodded his head. My lord, do we need to send a Darknet member to take care of this? Kingslayer asked. There's no need for that. It's already set its sights on us. Chu Feng cast his gaze into the monstrous river. The corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. Just as Chu Feng's words had just fallen, the bottom of the ship seemed to have hit something, and the entire ship shook violently, with an amplitude that far exceeded that of just a moment ago. On the boat, other than Chu Feng's 3 people, all the others fell onto the surface of the boat, and shouts of curses rang out, and at this moment, the boatman was lying on the ground, his body constantly trembling, his face covered with a color of fear. The water monster is coming. We're finished. Boom, boom, boom. There was a jarring sound from the bottom of the boat, and the hull continued to rock with the sound, as a piece of iron plate fell into the river and splashed. A huge figure emerged from the river, its body blocking out all the sunlight on the ship. The head, which was 20 to 30 meters in size, hovered in front of the ship, and a pair of eye pupils stared eerily at everyone on board. The crowd saw the true face of this water monster, and it turned out to be an octopus monster. Only the size of this octopus monster exceeded common sense. The head alone was this big. Then the length of its tentacles was even more unimaginable. The river suddenly stirred, and 8 tentacles broke through the water all of a sudden, each as long as a boat vessel. 8 tentacles wrapped the hull, hauled it up out of the water, and passed it toward the bloody mouth. The crowd on the ship could only let out a wail of despair at the sight. Right at this moment, a green haze suddenly appeared. Fast lightning, sharp might cutting through the sky. The 8 tentacles wrapped around the hull snapped off at the roots, and the broken tentacles followed the hull as it fell into the river with a bang. The tentacles sank into the water, while a soft force beneath the hull dragged it along without letting the ship capsize. Who? The octopus monster let out a roar, its eyes glaring hostilely at the people on the ship. Surprisingly, it's a great demon of the innate realm? The 3 of them slowly walked out, and Chu Feng stared at the octopus monster, revealing a hint of surprise. After the green haze danced in the air for a few circles, it flew in front of Chu Feng. The light dispersed, and a green sword as thin as a cicada's wing emerged. The octopus monster sniffed and looked over, and when it saw the Chu Feng trio, the pupils of its eyes immediately went ice cold. Were you the ones who hurt me just now? Go to hell! The octopus monster roared. In the next moment, dozens of water jets rolled up from the river around the hull of the ship and attacked towards Chu Feng's 3 people. In contrast, Chu Feng was indifferent and unperturbed, and his arm gently swung. The Jin Chun in front of him suddenly flashed with a sword, and all the water columns crumbled apart, turning into dots of raindrops falling from the sky like an autumn rain. When the octopus monster saw this scene, its pupils shook, understanding that it was by no means a match for the person in front of it, and without the slightest hesitation, it turned around and tried to flee. However, Chu Feng didn't give him a chance at all. Raising his hand and holding it in the air, an invisible force transformed into a claw and firmly grasped the octopus monster's head. I don't like bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I ask and you answer. If you don't perform well, you know what will happen. Chu Feng looked straight at the octopus monster and said in a cold voice. The octopus monster stared fearfully at Chu Feng and hurriedly nodded its head. First question. How did you reach the innate realm? It was not that Chu Feng was rare and strange, but since the establishment of the Great Xian dynasty, there had never been a precedent of a great demon of the innate realm within its territory. It was only because one of the 5 great dynasties was made up of demons, so the other 4 dynasties were very averse to demons, and once a demon appeared in any place, they would order it to be killed. For this reason, the Great Xian dynasty had also set up a demon removal society organization. Whenever there is a demon in any place that wreaks havoc on the earth, the members of the demon removal society will show up and kill it. In this situation, there were simply not many demons that could have a chance to cultivate to the innate realm. After hearing Chu Feng's question, the octopus monster's eyes became somewhat evasive, and his mouth stammered for half a day without speaking. Chu Feng coldly snorted, and the sharp claws that grasped the octopus monster slightly tightened, and a sharp pain suddenly swept through the octopus monster's entire body. My lord, spare me, I say. Some time ago, a demon monster threw an elixir in my waters, and within a few days after I swallowed that elixir, I broke through to the innate realm. The octopus monster endured the pain and hurriedly said, Demons? Potions? Chu Feng froze. What kind of elixir? I don't recognize this little one. I only know that the elixir is dark red in color and emits the smell of fresh blood. The octopus monster answered truthfully. There was still a fond glint in his eyes when he mentioned the elixir. Do you remember what the demon looked like? I don't remember. Before the little one ate the elixir, he was not yet enlightened. He was all attracted there by the scent emitted by the elixir. The octopus monster said, "Have you ever seen the demon from before again after you ate the elixir?" "No." The octopus monster shook his head with great certainty. After seeing that no important clues had been asked, Chu Feng could not help but feel a bit disappointed. Raising his eyes to look at the octopus monster, Chu Feng clenched his palm. The octopus monster's head exploded apart with a bang, turning into a mass of broken flesh that fell into the river. This octopus monster had already endangered more than a dozen boats of people before this, and Chu Feng had never thought of sparing his life from the beginning. After the others on the ship saw that the demon had been killed, they walked over to Chu Feng to express their gratitude. The boatman also stumbled into the cabin and steered the boat to get a grip off the waters. "My name is Chu Chu, a registered disciple of the Green Cloud Academy. Thank you for saving my life. I know something about the elixir that great demon spoke of." A 14 or 15-year-old, white-clothed youth came before Chu Feng and arched his hand in sincerity. The youth was different from the other scribes on the ship. His young face still had a trace of afterthought, but his eyes shone like stars and were filled with a fearless demeanor. The youth's strength was at the 6th grade realm, only a little stronger than an ordinary person, and he had obviously just stepped into the ranks of a martial artist. Chapter 35, Zhu Casting. The three of them, Chu Feng, looked up, and Chu Chu faced the three of them, calm and collected. "Your Excellency, you must have just recently arrived in Hangzhou." Chu Chu looked at Chu Feng and asked with a smile. "That's right." Chu Feng nodded. "Please come inside. 3 of you, and I'll give you the details." Chu Chu led Chu Feng's trio into a room in the cabin. "Your Excellency doesn't know that the great demon you killed just now wasn't the only demon that had eaten the elixir. No one knows the exact time when the elixir appeared. Half a month ago a large number of demons suddenly appeared in various parts of Hangzhou to plague the earth. When the Green Cloud Academy learned of the news, it sent out disciples from the academy to put down the evil at the first opportunity. After some time, although most of the demons have been taken care of, some have survived. The great demon that your Excellency just killed should be one of them." Zhu Casting narrated. "As for why so many demons suddenly appeared, after my investigation at the Green Cloud Academy, I found that it was caused by someone deliberately feeding them pills. As to who this person in the dark is and what the purpose of doing so is, it is not known." After Zhu Casting finished speaking, Su Yanyan frowned. "Even the Qingyun Academy couldn't find out the identity of that person?" Su Yanran asked. Zhu Casting sniffed with a rather bleak expression. "It wasn't found out. In order to kill these demonic beasts, half of the outer disciples of my Qingyun Academy were killed or injured, and even the Academy's third gentleman was killed in the mouths of the demonic beasts. Our Green Cloud Academy no longer has time to investigate the person who fed the elixir." "What? Mr. 3 is dead?" Su Yanyan's 2 eyes widened as an unbelievable cry of shock escaped from her mouth. The 10 gentlemen of the inner courtyard of the academy were the personal disciples of the dean of the Qingyun Academy. Each of them is a talented and famous scholar and writer, practicing a mouthful of vast and righteous qi internally. His strength is also not to be underestimated. Ranked 10th, Mr. 10 had been ranked in the top 10 of the Subterranean Dragon ranking since its introduction, and had never fallen down. This shows how strong these 10 gentlemen of the academy are. And Mr. San actually died in the demon's mouth. Chu Feng's eyes flickered, and after hearing that the Qingyan school had suffered such heavy losses, he then realized that the severity of this demonic beast incident far exceeded his previous expectations. After such a big matter happened in Hangzhou, didn't the State Lord and the Demon Removal Society intervene? Chu Feng asked in a deep voice. Zhu Casting's expression brightened as he nodded. Intervened, or else Qingyun Academy's losses would have been even worse than they are now. I'm afraid. After Chu Feng was silent for a moment after hearing that, he turned his head to look at Deicide and explained. Transfer more members to Hangzhou. Once news of a demonic beast is found, there's no need to report it. Just kill it. Yes. Kingslayer nodded. As Zhu Casting watched this scene, a strange light flashed in the depths of his snowy eyes. Your Excellency, if you are truly interested in that elixir, you may come to my Green Cloud Academy. Mr. Heir of our hospital is studying the ingredients of that potion, and it may be of help to you. With that said, Chu Chu rose and bowed and arched his hand as he departed from the room. From the beginning to the time he left, this Zhu Casting had never inquired about the identity of Chu Feng's trio, and seemed to have no interest in them at all, and had always behaved in a very peaceful manner. There was no sense of being rushed and terrified in front of the Chu Feng trio because of the gap in strength. Looking at Chu Chu's departing back, Chu Feng rubbed his chin and pondered. Gongzi, what's wrong? Su Yanran wondered in confusion. Chu Feng turned his head to look at Su Yanran and asked with a smile, if you were a martial artist who had just stepped into the 6th grade realm, what would your reaction be when facing a person who easily killed a great demon of the innate realm? Su Yanyan is not a cutie either. A little goes a long way. Immediately reacting, he said in shock. My lord, are you saying that there is something wrong with the shoe casting? Chu Feng nodded with a smile. Kingslayer's face went cold and he immediately walked out of the room. Soon Deicide folded back and whispered, my lord, after searching the entire ship I couldn't find Zhu Zhu. Chu Feng revealed an expression of determination. There's no need to care about him, since he ended up intentionally trying to lead us to the Green Cloud Academy. There must be something in it that he intends to do. It just so happens that we were also supposed to make a trip to the Green Cloud Academy. So let's do as he wishes for once. Su Yanran and Deicide sniffed and nodded. On top of the cliffs on one side of the river, Chu Chu stood on top, his gaze looking down at the river, where Chu Feng's boat was, eyes that shone like stars and penetrated the heart. Young lord, this great demon is one that we spent a top-grade demon congealing blood pill to cultivate, and as long as we give it some more time, it will be enough to grow into a great demon of the sovereign realm. Now that he's been killed, I'm afraid it's not easy to explain on the family head side. Behind Zhu Zhu stood two black-robed men, one of whom said morosely. Shoe casting raised an eyebrow and withdrew his gaze and turned his head, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Account? Who do I need to give an account to? The black-robed man who had just spoken trembled, immediately realizing that he had spoken too much, and fell to his knees. My subordinate is foolish. Please spare the young lord's life. With a righteous face, Shoe casting raised his palm and gently snapped his fingers. A heart-rending scream came out from the black-robed man on the ground. The black-robed man collapsed limply on the ground, his body twisting continuously as a thread of red silk emerged from his body and gathered and condensed over his body. The process lasted 10 seconds or so, and all that was eventually left on the ground was a black robe and a pair of morose white skeletons. In the sky above the skeleton, an elixir with a flickering red aura floated silently and demonically. Chu Chu walked to the elixir and put it in his bag with a calm demeanor, then left the place with another black-robed man. After this little episode with the octopus monster, the rest of the journey went by without any mishaps. The big ship arrived at the end of the line after sailing for 2 hours. After the three of them disembarked from the ship, Chu Feng set off in the direction of the Qingyan school after rebuying a carriage nearby. Inside the carriage Chu Feng counted the days, and most of the 1-month deadline for him to travel to the capital to be crowned prince had already passed. This Qingyun Academy was afraid that it would be the last stop of this journey. Chu Feng became more and more curious as to what kind of reward the signing-in system would give him this time. There was still a day's journey from the Green Cloud Academy. Chu Feng was not in a hurry, opening the curtains and sipping tea while enjoying the roadside scenery. Half a day later, the carriage passed by a village. Inside the carriage Chu Feng's face steeply sank as he called a halt to the carriage. Chu Feng cocked his head and looked at the village not far away, a hint of surprise and astonishment appearing in his eyes. The village was small, with only 50 or 60 earthen huts and a population of 300 or 400. At a glance, not a single figure could be seen in the village, and the silence was eerie. At the center of the village, two auras surged wildly, as if someone was fighting. Chu Feng put down the teacup in his hand, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the carriage. Once again, Chu Feng had appeared in the central place of the village. Chapter 36, Encountering the Fourth Prince. Outside a private school in the center of the village, villagers stood in all directions. These villagers are in a very strange state, holding all kinds of agricultural tools in their hands, their faces expressionless with no light in their eyes, and their actions are stiff, like puppets being manipulated. Above the heads of these villagers, there was a thin filament invisible to the naked eye, the source of which was gathered in front of them, in the hands of a charming and demonic woman. The woman was clad in a pink gauze dress, her diminutive figure seemingly hidden in the haze, charming and graceful. On top of that, the woman's eye pupils were erect and pink in color. Across from the woman lay several bodies, and behind those bodies stood a man in his mid-30s. The man's features were straight, his eyebrows were somewhat similar to Chu Feng's, the clothes on his body were tattered and torn, and there were several wounds on his arms that were as thin as hair. Blood continued to spill along the wound, dripping down into the soil at his feet. Yo, I didn't realize that you, little brother, are still a member of the royal family? It really makes my slave's heart happy. The woman twisted her body and seductively stuck out her tongue to lick her red lips. Greed filled the pair of alien eyes staring at the man. In the woman's eyes, the man's body was permeated with a majestic golden aura, which was precisely the dragon aura that was unique to people of the royal family. This aura was the most deadly to them, the demons, but also the most attractive. As long as you can kill the person who carries the dragon chi, the demon can absorb some of these dragon chi, and then the cultivation greatly increased. This man in front of her, his cultivation was merely in the late 4th grade realm, while she was already a great demon in the late innate realm. In the duel just now, the man relied on his dragon chi to be able to fight against himself. Now that he was at the end of his strength, it was impossible for him to resist his next attack. In the dark, Chu Feng recognized at a glance that the female lead was not human and also recognized the man's identity. This man was unexpectedly the fourth prince of the great Xin dynasty, Chu Mu. Looking at this fourth brother of his, a trace of astonishment appeared on Chu Feng's face. To say the least, Chu Feng had a good feeling towards any of these imperial princes of the great Xin dynasty. This Chu Mu was bound to be in the first place, born in the royal family, but with no ambition. He never categorized people into 3, 6 or 9 classes and was kind. During those times when Chu Feng was in the palace, Chu Mu hadn't taken care of him, except that he, for one, is a total geek and nerd. As long as he doesn't have anything particularly important to deal with, he would never go out, shut himself up in his room without hearing anything outside the window, and read only the holy books. Chu Feng still remembered that when he was sent to the northern realm 5 years ago, Chu Mu had come to see him off. Thoughts pulled back to the present. Chu Mu looked at the corpses beside him, and a trace of guilt appeared on his face. Demonis, this is the territory of my great Xian dynasty. If you massacre the people of my dynasty, this prince will naturally not stand idly by. I've sent a message to the nearby demon removal society. They're already on their way here. Your time to die is coming soon. Chu Mu angrily looked at the woman and scolded. Chu Feng in the dark stroked his forehead speechlessly. After all these years, this fourth brother of his had never changed. The woman's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she threw a wink towards Chu Mu. None only wanted to have a deeper conversation with you. And little brother went so far as to call someone over and want none's life. Little brother, why are you so cruel? In that case, then I will not blame my slave for being ruthless. The woman waved her arms. A monstrous demonic aura erupted from around her, and a fox phantom emerged behind her, a pair of pupils dazzling in the phantom. The woman's 10 fingers on both hands danced with fine silk, and those villagers swished their heads, their eyes staring straight at Chu Mu. The villagers raised the farming tools in their hands and swept past the woman to attack straight towards Chu Mu. Seeing this, Chu Mu, who originally wanted to fight with the Demonis, cursed a despicable cry. Looking at these villagers, Chu Mu couldn't hold back after all and could only turn his offense into defense. But the villagers were too many in number and had long surrounded Chu Mu, not giving him any space to hide. In a short while, Chu Mu's body had a dozen more wounds. In the dark, Chu Feng helplessly shook his head inside, really defeated by Chu Mu. If he didn't make a move, Chu Mu would be killed in the hands of this Demonis. Chu Feng took a step forward, and his figure instantly appeared beside Chu Mu. Fourth brother, long time no see. Chu Feng looked at Chu Mu and faintly smiled, then indifferently looked around at the corpses of the villagers that were controlled by the Demonis. Chu Feng's finger turned into a sword finger and made a stroke, and a terrifying sword chi streaked out, severing all of the thin threads above the heads of the villagers. Poof, poof, poof. Losing control, these bodies fell to the ground with a loud bang. Who are you? How dare you blame me for my good deeds? The demon girl's eyes stared at Chu Feng, who had suddenly appeared, and she let out a piercing roar. Chu Feng indifferently glanced at it. Shut up! Chu Feng's voice was like a flood of thunder exploding in the Demonist's mind, and a terrifying pressure was like a river of stars in the 9 heavens, all of which poured down onto the Demonist's body. Demon girl such as a heavy blow. Behind the fox phantom fragmentation point, paralyzed and fell to the ground, mouth spit out a large amount of blood, breath atrophied. The terrifying pressure didn't disappear, firmly suppressing the Demonis on the ground. When the Demonis raised her eyes to look at Chu Feng, her eyes were filled with terror. Fourth brother, this Demonis, how do you plan to deal with it? Chu Feng looked at Chu Mu and inquired. Are you, Chu Feng? Chu Mu asked incredulously. It's me. Chu Feng smiled and nodded his head, seeing that it was none other than his own 7th brother. Chu Mu's heart instantly set off waves of shock. When did this 7th brother of his become so powerful? One must know that this demon girl was a strong person of the late innate realm. The 7th brother actually suppressed this Demonis just by releasing his breath. After Chu Mu calmed his emotions, he raised his head to look at the distant Demonis for a moment, a ferocity surfacing in his eyes. Kill. Good. Chu Feng raised his hand and pointed, and an aura transformed into a sword, directly piercing through the Demonis' head. The Demonis fell, her human form dissipated, and the corpse of a fox with snowy fur appeared. After dealing with the Demonis, Chu Feng mobilized a stream of spiritual qi to surge into Chu Mu's body, and under the nourishment of the spiritual qi, the injuries on Chu Mu's body healed instantly. Chu Mu looked at Chu Feng in surprise, but when he thought of the scene just now, Chu Mu was relieved. 7th brother, it's thanks to you today, or else I was afraid I'd die here. Chu Mu sincerely thanked him. 4th brother, between the two of us brothers, why should we be polite? Chu Feng laughed. Chu Mu rubbed his head and hemmed and hawed. 7th brother, why are you here? Wasn't I crowned prince some time ago and traveled to the capital to hear the seal passing through this place? Oh, so that's how it is. Chu Mu said indistinctly. Fourth brother. I haven't asked you yet. Why are you here? This isn't like you? In Chu Feng's memory, Chu Mu's number of times out of the mansion in a year were just a handful. As for leaving the capital, that was never seen. Now it's good that it appeared directly in Hangzhou. Chapter 37, The Great Changhao Ranjiang Qi. Chu Mu smiled and said, the 7 gentlemen of the Qingyun Academy have returned from their travels around the world and are going to have an exchange meeting, and have invited me to go and have a gathering. Chu Feng nodded his head. This was in line with Chu Mu's character. This fourth brother of his own has no interest in the struggle for imperial power, favoring those ancient alter everyone. Fourth brother. I also happen to be passing by the Green Cloud Academy. Why don't you travel with me? Chu Feng graciously invited. Chu Mu's 2 eyes lit up and didn't refuse. The 2 of them left the village and came to the carriage. And Chu Mu was stunned when he saw Su Yanran and deicide. It seemed that he did not expect Chu Feng to travel so low profile, with just 2 attendants by his side. The 2 of them walked onto the carriage and headed in the direction of the Green Cloud Academy. Along the way, the carriage Su Yanran sat quietly squatting on the side, making tea for the 2. Chu Feng and Chu Mu chatted idly about some of the interesting things that happened when the 2 of them were young, and time flew by and slipped away. As for Chu Feng's cultivation level, Chu Feng did not mention it, and Chu Mu tacitly did not inquire about it. Everyone had their own secrets, even he, Chu Mu, was no exception. Half a day later, Chu Feng and the others arrived at the Green Cloud Academy. Just after stepping into the academy, a familiar system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind as expected. Ding! The system has detected that the host is located in the Qingyun Academy. Does he sign in? Sign in! Chu Feng recited silently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Green Cloud Academy. Systematic reward, great successful Hao Ranjiang Qi. In a split second, a peculiar power flowed out within Chu Feng's body, and a divine charm of ignorance steeply permeated Chu Feng's body. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, and a refined light emerged from his eyes. The vastness of Dacian. Regarding this divine power, Chu Feng had to have heard of it long ago. According to the rumor, those who have high morals and good conduct cultivate a righteousness in their bodies. Literary people can use this vast righteousness to drive away evils and suppress demons. And the divine test is endless. Back then, when 2 demonic cultivators came to Qingyan Shuyuan to cause chaos, the dean of Qingyan Shuyuan, with a vast and righteous qi, killed 2 demonic cultivators in the late Zhongshe realm with their cultivation in the early Zhongshe realm. Once the Hao Ranjiang Qi comes out, the purple qi comes from the east, and it is born to restrain all evil spirits in the world. Once this battle was fought, the dean of the Qingyun Academy was so famous that it shook the 5 major imperial dynasties. And no one dared to mess with this group of seemingly soft and gentle scholarly scholars anymore. The Qingyun Academy covered a vast area. Just like a huge city, the courtyard lofts in the academy are picturesque, tranquil and secluded, and one can't help but feel calmer. At that moment, a man in green clothes walked over towards Chu Feng's several people. When the other scholars of the academy saw this man, they immediately stopped their steps respectfully and saluted him. The young man smiled and nodded to the scholars before walking over to Chu Feng's several people. Chu Feng gazed at the young man for a moment and realized that the other party was a strong person of the innate realm. Speechless, thinking more, this man should be one of the 10 gentlemen of the Qingyun Academy. As expected, Chu Mu opened his mouth and introduced Chu Feng. 7th brother. This is Mr. 7th of the Green Cloud Academy. He and I met in the capital by a coincidence many years ago, and since then the 2 of us have become close friends. This time, too, he specifically invited me to come. Mr. 7. This is my 7th brother, Chu Feng. Mr. 7's expression was stunned. Then he bowed towards Chu Feng. As renowned as it is, the deeds of His Highness, the 7th Prince, who repelled 200,000 heavy troops of Great Chu in the northern realm have long been spread throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty. It is truly a great honor for me to know His Highness the 7th Prince today. Chu Feng glanced at it. Mr. 7. Is flattery a tradition of your Qingyun Academy? Chu Mu and Mr. 7 stared blankly. Mr. 7 straightened up without the slightest hint of anger. A wave of euphoria surfaced on Mr. 7's face, and Mr. 7th looked at Chu Feng with a rather deep sense of meaning and said with a faint smile, "The 7th Prince is rather a strange person." The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose to outline a smile. "Your Highness the 7th Prince, since you're here, why don't you stay at my Qingyun Academy for a few more days?" Yes, the reason why Chu Feng agreed without even thinking about it. It wasn't because of any exchange meeting, but for the Qingyun Shuyuan's book collection. As the #1 holy place for literati in the world, the Qingyun Academy's library must have more ancient books than the ancient sword sect. Perhaps he can, here, obtain more information about the realm above the great master realm, beyond heaven and earth. Your 2 Highnesses, The exchange meeting will not be held until tomorrow. So today, I'll be honored to have you both stay at the Qingyun Academy for the night. The elegant room is ready. I will take you there now. Mr. Seven walked to the front and led Chu Feng and the others towards the academy. The speed of the few people was not too fast and slow, and as they walked, they chatted. But of course most of the time it was the two of them, Mr. Seven and Chu Mu, who were chatting. The conversation was also all about poems and poems from ancient books. Mr. Seven, there is something I would like to ask you about. Chu Feng suddenly spoke. Mr. Seven turned his head and smiled. Your Highness, please speak. Could you have a named disciple named Zhu 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 from Qingyun Academy? Mr. Seven frowned and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. My academy does not have this disciple. Are you that certain? Seeing that the other party was so certain, Chu Feng was surprised. Your Highness, the Green Cloud Academy does a disciple count every year, and I'm the one in charge of this matter. After reading more books, the memory naturally has to be stronger than normal people, but I am quite sure that there is no such disciple in the academy. Mr. Seven said. Chu Feng did not feel surprised after hearing that. Seventh brother, why are you suddenly asking about this? Could it be that there is a beef between this Chu Chu and you? Chu Mu asked curiously. No, it's just that I encountered some hiccups on the road earlier. Chu Feng smiled faintly and then spoke about what happened when he crossed the river. Unexpectedly, Mr. Seven's face changed after hearing that. Then he solemnly looked at Chu Feng and the others. Your Highness, the news of the death of the third Mr. belongs to a secret story in the Qingyun Academy. Not many people know about it, so I hope you won't spread it out. No problem, Chu Feng agreed. Chu Mu, who was still immersed in shock on the side, reacted and nodded his head repeatedly in assurance. After this incident, Mr. Seven no longer had the elegance he had before and hurriedly left after bringing Chu Feng's several people to the elegant room. My lord, do we need to investigate shoe casting? Slayer asked for instructions. After pondering for a moment, Chu Feng shook his head. There's no need to bother. Chu Chu attracted me to Qingyun Academy, so naturally I'll show myself. After staying in the room for a while, Chu Feng walked out of the room alone and wandered around the neighborhood. This was the central area of the Qingyun Academy, where the dean and the 10 gentlemen resided, and regular people were not allowed to set foot in here at all on weekdays. Chu Feng let go of his divine sense, and in an instant, he enveloped the entire Qingyun Shuyuan. After finding the person he was looking for, Chu Feng withdrew his divine sense, took a step and instantly disappeared from the spot. Chu Feng arrived in a quiet valley where a court building stood by the water. Chu Feng walked to the door of the court building room and raised his hand to knock on the door. The 7th prince of the Great Xian dynasty, Chu Feng, has made a special trip here to meet with Mr. 2. As the words fell, a thick voice came out from the court building. No! Chu Feng raised his eyebrows and stood still. When the people in the court building saw that Chu Feng was still not leaving, their tone immediately became unpleasant. I said I'm gone. Why are you still here? Get the hell out of here. At the same time, a terrifying pressure violently burst out from the court building. Chu Feng was in the midst of the pressure, and no matter how the pressure raged, he was as calm and steady as a sea pin. Chapter 38, Congealed Demon Blood Pill. Demon Religion. The pressure dispersed, and a footstep sounded from far away from the court building, eventually stopping behind the door. Crunch! The door to the room opened, and a face covered in fatigue and naivety was reflected in Chu Feng's eyes. What exactly are you trying to do, Mr. 2 questioned as he looked directly at Chu Feng in displeasure. It's nothing. I heard from a person earlier that Mr. Air was recently researching a kind of elixir, and I just happened to be interested in this kind of elixir, so I came over to take a look, Chu Feng blandly said. Mr. 2's pupils shrunk at those words, and his eyes immediately became different as he looked at Chu Feng. Come in. Mr. 2 turned and walked into the court building. Chu Feng followed closely behind and walked into the court building, and a smell of a blend of various herbs hit his face, and Chu Feng could not help but frown. Following Mr. Air to the second floor of the court building, a table filled with bottles and jars immediately attracted Chu Feng's attention. Chu Feng took a step to the table, and his gaze gathered on an elixir the size of a lychee on the table. The elixir was red like blood, and the odor was a strong pungent bloody smell. Chu Feng reached out his hand to pick up the elixir and carefully examined it. Mr. Air on the side stood quietly and did not disturb Chu Feng. These days I've consulted all sorts of information about pills, and I still don't have a clue. Mr. 2 scratched his hair that looked like a chicken's nest and said with a godless and disheveled gaze. Chu Feng slowly put down the elixir in his hand and said with a morose expression, I really didn't expect that it would be this kind of elixir. Mr. 2's eyes lit up at the words and he ran over excitedly. You know this kind of elixir? Chu Feng nodded. Recognize. The ancient sword sect's hidden scripture pavilion really had not gone in vain. Chu Feng had read about an elixir in one of the hidden scripture pavilion's solitary books, and this elixir in front of him was exactly the same as the one described in the book. That lone book was obtained by the founding patriarch of the ancient sword sect, and there were only 2 descriptions of this elixir. One of them is the function of this elixir. This elixir can only be taken by demonic beasts. Humans are not allowed to take it. Demonic beasts can take it to significantly increase their strength within a short period of time, and the stronger the potency, the higher the increase in strength. And if a human takes this elixir, the lesser case is that his sanity is disturbed and he turns into a killing beast, and the more serious case is that his body explodes and dies on the spot. Secondly, there was only one manufacturing ingredient needed for the elixir, and that was human essence blood. In order to refine a single elixir, at least hundreds of thousands of mouthfuls of blood would be needed. The person who authored that lone book survived in a distant era in which the 5 great imperial dynasties had not yet been born. The demon race occupied a large area of the soil, while the humans were still just captive slaves of the demon race, killing and eating whenever they wanted to, without any dignity. This situation was maintained for a long time, until one day, a demon race researched this elixir. With the elixir, this demon race quickly rose to power, wanting to unify the world. The other demon clans saw that things were bad and formed an alliance to fight against this demon clan, and it was in the midst of the infighting of the demon race that the humans quietly grew up, forming a force no less powerful than the demon race. Time has changed. The demon race has been greatly injured because of internal strife, and the human power cultivation has become unstoppable, becoming the master of this land. The demon race that researched this kind of elixir in the beginning was slaughtered by humans, and all the methods about the production of the elixir were also burned. What people didn't expect was that in today's peaceful era where there were no national wars in the 5 major imperial dynasties, this kind of elixir had come out. If Chu Feng remembered correctly, this kind of pill was called the congealing demon blood pill. Chu Feng told the information about the congealing demon blood pill to Mr. Air. Mr. Tu sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this, unable to digest it for a moment. Standing frozen in place, Chu Feng picked up the condensed demon blood pill again and placed it in front of his nose and sniffed it, smelling a strange odor amidst the rich smell of blood. No! This demon condensing blood pill has been improved by someone, and there are other things mixed in it. Chu Feng's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "Let me take a look." Mr. Tu sniffed and immediately came over. Chu Feng handed over the congealing demon blood pill to Mr. Air, who followed Chu Feng's example and placed the pill in front of his nose to sniff it carefully. But he didn't smell anything but blood. Mr. Air could not help but look at Chu Feng with some doubt. Chu Feng did not explain and raised his hand to place it on Mr. Tu's shoulder. Mr. Tu's expression shook, and he instantly felt a sea change in his perception. Mr. Air gave Chu Feng a shocked look, then once again came close to the elixir and smelled it. And this time he really smelled another smell. This odor is the ghost grass, the underworld ant's flower. Mr. Tu frowned and muttered, "I know, it's the spirit detaining pill. There's no mistake, it's the spirit detaining pill. This demon congealing blood pill is laced with the spirit detaining pill." Mr. Tu's expression shook as he cried out in excitement, "Your Highness, this matter is of great importance. I must immediately report this matter to the Dean, so excuse me." Mr. Air gratefully bowed towards Chu Feng, then turned around and hurriedly left. Congealed demon blood pill, detaining spirit pill. Things are becoming more and more interesting. Chu Feng coldly smiled as his figure transformed into a residual shadow. Back in the elegant room, Chu Feng called for deicide. Send someone to closely monitor every move of the remnants of the demon religion in the Great Xian dynasty. Yes, Kingslayer got the order and retreated. The devil religion, the #1 devil religion in the world 50 years ago. With many followers spread throughout the 5 major imperial dynasties, the powerful strength soon aroused the scruples of the 5 great imperial dynasties, and it was only when the 5 dynasties finally joined forces that this demonic religion was eliminated. At that time, although some of the remnants escaped, none of the 5 great imperial dynasties took it to heart, but to our surprise, the demonic religion reared its ugly head again 50 years later. The spirit-detaining elixir, as the name suggests, is a control-type elixir unique to the demon religion. The person who takes it may seem normal on a normal day, but as long as the people of the demonic religion use special means, that person who takes it will instantly be transformed into a dead man. The purpose of the demon religion mixing the detaining spirit pill and the congealing demon blood pill was obvious, wanting to control those demons, although Chu Feng did not know what the demon religion, in the end, wanted to use these demons for. However, Chu Feng had a feeling that the mountain rain was coming down, and the Qingyun Academy must be the center of this storm. Qingyun Academy. In the residence of the Dean, Chen Qingqing, except for the dead Mr. 3, with Mr. 2, who was working on pills. All the other gentlemen were called by Mr. 7. Mr. 7 expounded what Chu Feng had told him to the people present. After Mr. 7 finished speaking, the room fell silent, and all the gentlemen frowned and stared. If that Chu Feng isn't lying, then there must be a traitor within the Qing Yun Academy. But the people who know about third senior brother's death are all here. I don't believe that the traitor is among us. Mr. 9, a gentlewoman, was the first to break the quiet, speaking softly. I think ninth senior sister is right. According to my guess, that Chu Chu should be a scout from another sect that penetrated the academy and accidentally learned of the news of third senior brother's death, and ran into Chu Feng when he went back to report. Mr. 5 nodded his head and said, I don't think it's that simple. If Chu Chu is really a scout, why would he reveal the information to Chu Feng? There's also the fact that Chu Chu seems to be intentionally trying to lure Chu Feng to the academy. What is his purpose in doing so? Mr. 7 analyzed. Chapter 39, The Academy's Restricted Area. After Mr. 7 finished speaking, the people in the room locked their brows and fell silent, their hearts all covered by a layer of gloom. Recently in Hangzhou, there had been too many changes in the Green Cloud Academy, and even they were now somewhat exhausted by the situation. Above the first seat, Chen Qingqing, the dean of the Qing Yun Academy, raised her eyes to look at the disciples and said in a deep voice, All right, this matter ends here. Putting the matter of Zhu casting aside, this time I have summoned all of you here to deal with the frequent appearance of demons in Hangzhou. Although most of the demons have been dealt with now, there are still some powerful demons hiding in Hangzhou, and ordinary disciples are no match for them. For the safety of the people of Hangzhou, the burden of cutting down the demons and removing the devils is in your hands. The faces of the several gentlemen straightened and said righteously, Teacher, don't worry, cutting down the demons and removing the devils is originally our obligation. Chen Qingqing nodded with a smile. Just then, a hurried figure barged in, and the visitor was none other than Mr. 2. Teacher, there's a major discovery. Mr. 2 said with an excited face. The other gentlemen in the room bristled and stood up, their eyes on Mr. 2. Senior brother, is it about that mysterious elixir? Mr. Big looked at Mr. 2nd, his tone becoming a bit rushed from excitement. The source of all the demons and monsters in Hangzhou this time is from this elixir. As long as they could analyze the ingredients of this elixir, they could follow the trail to find the real mastermind behind the scourge and solve it. That's right, I already know the ingredients of this elixir. Mr. 2 then told the story of what had just happened in the court building. One by one, demon blood concentration pill, the spirit detainer pill. When the several gentlemen heard about the demon congealing blood pill, their faces were confused. But when they heard that the demon congealing blood pill was refined from hundreds of thousands of human essence blood, there was a buzzing explosion in their heads, and murderous intent surged on their faces. Although I've never heard of the congealed demon blood pill, isn't this spirit detaining pill unique to the demon religion? I really didn't expect that it was the demon religion that was behind this. These devilish rats can only engage in such unseemly tactics in the dark. To do something so hurtful, aren't they afraid of heaven's wrath? Several of the gentlemen were murderous and righteously angry. Only Chen Qingqing and Mr. Big were silent, and the two of them looked at each other with ugly expressions. Mr. Big got up and his figure suddenly disappeared from the room. Chen Qingqing looked up at Mr. Air. Whether it's this demon congealing blood pill or the appearance of the remnants of the demon religion, it's not something that the Qing Yun Academy alone can handle anymore. You will now notify the Hangzhou Prefecture Lord of this discovery and have him contact the Great Xian Dynasty. Yes. Mr. 2 arched his hand and turned to quickly leave the room. Chen Qingqing looked at Mr. 7 again. The safety of the visitors coming to tomorrow's exchange will be left to you. The two emperors are honorable. You must not let anything happen to the two of them. Yes, sensei. Mr. 7 nodded. Chen Qingqing looked at the other few gentlemen again and said seriously, let's put the matter of those demons in the territory of Hangzhou aside for now. For this next period of time, the few of you should not leave the academy. Looking at the dean's grim demeanor, several gentlemen's hearts thumped. In all the years they had joined the academy, they had never seen the dean so serious. Although the dean didn't say much of anything, they could all feel a heavy atmosphere spreading in the air. Several of the gentlemen rose and responded in unison. After the matter was explained, Chen Qingqing waved her sleeve robe and the person directly disappeared from the room. Inside the room, Mr. 10 and Mr. 5 looked at each other secretly and left the room in silence. In the inner courtyard of the Green Cloud Academy, within a restricted area, the earth took on a dark color, as if it had been burned by a great fire. Cracks were born, and there was not the slightest bit of vitality on the ground. In the deepest part of the forbidden zone, Mr. Big stood in front of a cave and stared at it solemnly. The golden-colored sunlight shone down, and the cave seemed like a huge mouth of an ancient beast, swallowing the sunlight, and the cave exuded a regal pitch blackness. On the rock wall outside the cave, there were densely carved runes, which formed a magnificent formation. At that moment, a demonic aura filled with evil aura filled out from the cave, and the demonic aura was just about to overflow the cave. The formation diagrams on the rock wall outside the cave flickered and gleamed steeply, obliterating the demonic aura instantly. Chen Xingqing quietly appeared beside Mr. Big, looking towards the cave with a gaze as deep as water. Teacher, I feel that his aura is getting stronger and stronger, and I'm afraid that the seal won't last much longer. It's no coincidence that the remnants of the demon religion have manifested themselves. Mr. Big said in a deep voice. Chen Xingqing sighed as a trace of remorse appeared between her brows. The causes of other days will bear the fruits of today. If it wasn't for my thought back then, I wouldn't have brewed today's situation. I have a hunch that those remnants of the demon religion are here for him. Chen Xingqing and Mr. Big looked at the cave and were silent for a long time. After a long time, Chen Xingqing twisted her head to look at Mr. Big, a trace of a kind smile on her face. Xingfeng, how many years have you been in the Qingyun Academy? Back to teacher. It has been 45 years since my disciple joined the academy. Mr. Big responded. 45 years? How time flies. I vaguely remember that you were still an outer disciple when you first joined the academy, but now you've already become a great gentleman of the academy. Chen Xingqing sighed. Teacher. Mr. Big looked at Chen Xingqing in a daze. Xingfeng, when Old Seven's exchange meeting is over tomorrow, it would be better for you to take the disciples of the academy and leave the academy for a while. Teacher, have things really developed to such a serious point? Mr. Big looked straight at Chen Xingqing. His chest cavity was uncomfortable as if it was blocked by something. Chen Xingqing swept away her despondency and lightly patted Mr. Big's shoulder with a light smile. It's just a precautionary measure. You don't have to be so nervous. Things haven't gotten to the worst yet. You go back. I'll keep watch here for a while. Mr. Big stood in place for a moment of hesitation, and eventually left after saluting helplessly towards Chen Xingqing. When Mr. Big left, Chen Xingqing found a random place outside the cave to sit down. Disciple, it's been 50 years. Did Master really do wrong back then? Chen Xingqing looked at the cave and murmured with mixed feelings. A ferocious and manic aura awoke from the cave, and monstrous demonic chi poured out, rushing towards the cave entrance. The formation diagrams on the rock wall outside the cave shimmered greatly once again, emitting an endless divine charm and completely isolating the demonic aura in the cave. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingqing slowly closed her eyes without speaking again. The forbidden area was once again plunged into tranquility, with only the demonic chi in the cave churning, seeming to speak of rage. As night fell, a mountain peak outside the Green Cloud Academy was on top of it. A young man as beautiful as a crown of jade stood on top of a mountain, a pair of snowy eyes gazing out at the distant Qingyun Academy. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up as he regretfully shook his head and said, "It's a pity that it's the first holy place for literati in the world." Chapter 40, Qin Yuan. Behind the teenager stood 5 black-robed men. The 5 of them did not have the slightest breath on their bodies, just like ghosts in the dark night. Young lord, news has come from within the academy that Mr. Tu has learned of the information about the pills and from knowing that the congealing demon blood pill was laced with the spirit detaining pill. A black-robed man said quietly. Oh, Zhu Casting let out a shocked cry as Chu Feng's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. The 7th prince really isn't simple. He can even recognize such an ancient forbidden elixir as the congealing demon blood elixir. But what's the point of recognizing it? The big picture is already set. Zhu Casting sneered. Young lord, the academy has noticed something. Should we postpone our plans? Zhu Casting raised his eyes and glanced at it indifferently. The black-robed man who had spoken trembled and immediately lowered his head. This plan is a matter of great importance, involving the reintroduction of my demonic religion to the world's great foundation. How can it be postponed just because of a little accident? What's more, I promised someone that I wouldn't allow Chu Feng to reach the capital alive. Is it possible that you want me to be a man who breaks his promise? Chu Chu said in a faint voice. Subordinate wouldn't dare. The black-robed man immediately fell to his knees at the sound of his voice and said in a trembling voice. Zhu Casting rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Account for it. Plan ahead. Yes. Day 2. As the sky dawned, Chu Mu sought out Chu Feng to go to the exchange meeting together. Chu Feng thought about it and agreed, and Su Yanyan and Deicide followed behind Chu Feng in an inseparable manner. Wherever Chu Feng went, the two followed. The group left the residence and traveled through the various small courtyards and pavilions, heading in the direction of the exchange. On the way, Chu Feng realized that there were many fewer disciples in the academy than yesterday, and the cultivation level of the remaining disciples in the academy was at least above the 4th grade realm. These disciples' faces were cold, and a solemn atmosphere permeated the entire academy. Chu Mu also seemed to notice that something was wrong and did not say anything with a thoughtful face. It didn't take long for the group to arrive in a huge elegant court. At this time the elegant court is filled with all over the world to come to the literati and writers. Some know each other gathered together. The wine talk. Seeing the arriving Chu Feng and his group, Mr. 7, who was sitting at the very front, immediately greeted them. Greetings to the 4th prince, the 7th prince. The conversations of the literati in the elegant court came to an abrupt end, and the crowd gathered all their gazes on Chu Feng, Chu Mu and the two of them. The crowd's eyes were astonished, not expecting that two emperors would come to a small exchange meeting this time. The crowd stood up in a formal manner. Chu Mu looked at everyone, raised his hand and waved it with a smile. Everyone doesn't have to be formal. I'm not a prince today. I'm just an ordinary person who admires Mr. 7. When the crowd saw that Chu Mu was so good at talking without a hint of the prince's demeanor, they couldn't help but loosen up a lot. Mr. 7 welcomed Chu Mu and the others into the elegant court, arranging a few people's places beside himself. Your Highness, 7th Prince, thank you for yesterday. Mr. 7 approached Chu Feng and whispered. Chu Feng froze, then reacted that the other party should be talking about the condensed demon blood pill. It was this matter that made today's academy a solemn place. There's no need to be polite. Chu Feng smiled. As Chu Feng and the others took their seats, the exchange meeting officially began. Mr. 7 sat in his proper seat and recounted the interesting events and sights that he had experienced along the way on his trip out. The literati and Chu Mu in the elegant court listened intently, their faces showing longing colors from time to time. Chu Feng had little interest in that. In Chu Feng's eyes, what these literati heard was and is nothing more than Mr. 7's own feelings. As the saying goes, it is better to read 1,000 books than to travel 1,000 miles. Thousands of people have thousands of faces. Each person facing the world has some different feelings, and some things can only be understood if you have experienced them. In the meantime, outside the academy, several gentlemen gathered. Eldest senior brother, what happened when you summoned us here so urgently? Mr. 9 asked with a pair of autumn eyes looking softly at Mr. Big. The other gentleman likewise looked at Mr. Big. When Mr. Big ordered most of the disciples to leave the academy today, they all had a premonition that something was going to happen, and it was still a big deal. Second senior brother, the teacher asked you to contact the state lord yesterday. How did the state lord reply? Mr. Big asked. Eldest senior brother, there has been no reply from the state lord's side. Mr. Second said truthfully. When Mr. Big heard this, his brow furrowed and a bad feeling surged through his heart. Looking at the concerned faces of his senior siblings in front of him, Mr. Big pursed his lips and finally decided to tell them the truth. Senior brothers and sisters, now I will no longer hide it from you. That demon religion has gone to great lengths to make such a big commotion, and it's likely that it's coming for our Green Cloud Academy. Yesterday, the teacher ordered me to take the disciples of the academy and leave the academy after the 7th brother exchange. I know what teacher is thinking. He wants to stay and face the demon religion alone. Mr. Big's eyes turned a little red as he said this, but I'm unwilling to. Ever since I joined the Green Cloud Academy, I've considered it my home. I don't want the academy to be destroyed by those guys from the demon religion. That's why I won't follow my teacher's orders this time. I'm going to stay and face the demon religion with my teacher. The remaining few gentlemen listened, and after a few breaths of silence, they all laughed. Eldest senior brother, you're not being kind enough to tell us this late. This academy is not your home alone. It is equally ours. Now that the demonic religions are going to fight their way into our home, and we are going to run away today, then won't all these years of holy reading be in vain? I'm not leaving today, and I'm staying. Me too. Several of the gentlemen took a stand together, with a determined gleam in their eyes. Yes, Mr. Big was moved to bellow. Then today, none of us senior siblings will leave, vowing to live and die with the academy. Live and die with the academy, the gentlemen shouted in unison. Since the elder siblings chose to stay, Mr. Big stopped hiding and told them everything. The reason why the demon religion made a move against the academy was because they wanted to save a person. A man? The other gentlemen sniffed and looked at each other in confusion. That man's name is Qin Yuan, and if that incident hadn't happened 50 years ago, the great gentleman of the academy would be him. 50 years ago, the 5 great imperial dynasties joined forces to besiege the demon religion, and the Green Cloud Academy joined in the alliance. During a hunt for the disciples of the devil's religion, Qin Yuan fell in love at first sight with the then devil's religion's holy maiden, and they met and got to know each other. For the sake of that witch, Qin Yuan betrayed the Qingyan school and joined the demonic religion despite his teacher's dissuasion. Once this matter came out, Qin Yuan's character was disliked by everyone. and even the prestige of the Qingyun school was greatly affected. In order to salvage the prestige of the Green Cloud Academy, teacher killed the devil religion's main camp alone, and ultimately killed the devil religion's holy maiden and Qin Yuan at the cost of serious injuries. Chapter 41, The Devil's Religion Comes. Mr. Zhu was stunned, not having thought that there were such secrets in the Qingyun Academy. The gentleman looked quietly at Mr. Big and waited for the following. From Mr. Big's previous words, it was obvious that there was a hidden agenda for that year. As expected, Mr. Big continued with a soft sigh. Back then, the teacher was trying to be righteous, but right at the last minute, the teacher went soft. He abolished all of Qin Yuan's cultivation, then secretly brought him back to the Qingyun school and sealed him in a cave. It's just that what the teacher didn't expect was that holy maiden of the demon religion passed on the demon religion's Zhenzong sect's divine skill, the heavenly demon transformation, to Qin Yuan before she died. During these years of being sealed in the cave, Qin Yuan found another way to bitterly practice up the heavenly demon transformation, and in the end, it really did allow him to accomplish it. By the time teacher and I realized it, it was all too late. His heavenly demon transformation had already reached the 8th transformation. Heavenly demon transformation. 8th transformation. When the gentlemen heard this, their faces suddenly changed. Regarding the first demonic skill of this demonic religion, they had all read about it before in various ancient books. Heavenly demon transformation has a total of 9 transformations, and the conditions for practicing this demonic skill are exceptionally harsh, and it is not too much to say that it is one of 10,000 people. Once cultivated, every time a cultivator breaks through a change, his or her physical body will undergo a transformational change, doubling his or her strength. But behind this, the practitioner must suffer the pain of frustrated bones and marrow. If they can't withstand it, the practitioner will be devoured by the demonic power and be turned into ashes on the spot. Back then, when the devil religion sect master was in his heyday, the heavenly devil transformation was only cultivated to the 7th transformation. Even so, his cultivation had already reached the late Zhongshe realm, and he was able to fight 4 late Zhongshe realm powerhouses alone without losing. And Qin Yuan was even more perverted than the demon religion sect master back then. Having cultivated the heavenly demon transformation to the 8th transformation, the gentleman finally did understand why the remnants of the demon religion were making a move against the Qingyun Academy. If this Qin Yuan is allowed to break free from the seal, under Qin Yuan's leadership, the devil religion will surely come back with a vengeance, and the world will be plunged into turmoil once again. This is the kind of thing that Mr. House would never let happen. Eldest brother, what can we do? Mr. Tu asked to Mr. Big with steely eyes. Mr. Big smiled and said confidently, you guys don't have to worry too much. That Qin Yuan would have done it a long time ago if he could easily break through the seal. The formation that seals the cave is something that teacher saw in an orphan book. This formation covers the entire Qingyun Academy, using the continuous and righteous qi within the entire academy as a momentum, outlining thousands of obscure incantations to suppress evil and suppress demons. As long as that Qin Yuan has not reached that realm, he will never be able to leave the cave in his entire life. The cave side has a teacher personally sitting in on it. There won't be any accidents. All we have to do is just watch over the 8 eyes of the formation. With that, Mr. Big began to deploy, assigning the gentleman to the various array points. After the deployment, the gentleman did not linger any longer and rushed to the place of the formation eye that they were guarding. The exchange within the elegant court continued, and all the literati exchanged ideas until noon. When the exchange came to an end, all the literati reluctantly bowed to Mr. 7 to take their leave, with a look of unfulfilled expectation on their faces. 7th brother, the exchange meeting is over. I should also go back. How about the 2 of us brothers traveling together? Chumu gazed at Chu Feng and proposed. Chu Feng shook his head. 4th brother, you go first. I still need to stay here at the Qingyun Academy for a few more days. Chumu sniffed and didn't ask too many questions. Alright then. After the 2 of them set a date to catch up after arriving in the capital, Chumu moved to prepare to leave Qingyun Academy. When Mr. 7 returned after sending the visitors away, he saw that Chu Feng was still staying in the elegant court and walked forward. Your Highness, is there anything else? Mr. 7 asked with a hesitant brow. Just now, Mr. Big had already told him everything, and he was equally unwavering in his choice to stay and live and die with the Green Cloud Academy. All 8 formations were now guarded, and his task now was to grab the guests and get them out of this place of wrongdoing. I want to enter your Qingyun Academy's book collection, Chu Feng said. Into the book depository? Mr. 7 sniffed with a torn face. Your Highness, anyone who is not from my academy must obtain the dean's permission to enter the book depository. If it were usual, I would have gone ahead and informed the dean, and you would have been able to enter the book depository. but now the dean has important matters to deal with, and I'm afraid he has no time to care about anything else. You'd better leave. This matter will be discussed later. No, I came here just for this matter, Chu Feng blandly said, seeing that Chu Feng had such a strong attitude. Mr. 7 gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I'm not hiding anything from your highness. I'm also looking out for your safety. Your highness, during this period of time, our Chinyan Shuyuan is afraid that there will be changes. You stay and this will be dangerous. Boom! A tremor came from that direction at the entrance of the academy, muffling Mr. 7's voice. Mr. 7 and Chu Feng's few people looked up, only to see that at that moment, the Qingyun school's protective barrier was activated, and 5 mysterious black-robed people were floating in the sky outside the barrier, and the 5 of them teamed up to continuously launch attacks towards the barrier. The attack landed on the barrier, sending a ripple. On top of a mountain peak behind the 5 black-robed men, there stood a teenager around 15 years old, who had a smile on his face from start to finish. When Chu Feng saw this teenager, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. He didn't expect that he and this shoe casting would meet again so soon. A flash of harshness surfaced in Mr. 7's eyes, and his figure immediately flew in the direction of the black-robed man. Come on, let's go check it out too. After the words were spoken, the 3 of Chu Feng walked in that direction. At the entrance of the academy, Chumu and some of the literati who hadn't left yet looked at the 5 black-robed men high in the sky in horror. Outside the entrance of the academy, less than 100 meters in front of them, dozens of literati died tragically under the attack of the 5 black-robed men, and their limbs and corpses were scattered all over the ground. Those who had survived could not help but feel a palpitation when they saw the scene. At that moment, a vast and righteous chi came like a breeze after rain, easily dissolving the attacks of the 5 black-robed men. The 5 black-robed men's figures lurched, stopping their attacks, their eyes under their black robes gazing morosely at Mr. 7, who had suddenly appeared in front of them. When those literati below saw Mr. 7 appear, their hanging hearts finally relaxed. High in the air, Mr. 7 gazed at the 5 black-robed men with a stern expression, a strong aura permeating out from his surroundings. Mr. 7 of the Qingyun Academy? A black-robed man said indifferently, since you know about me, how dare you come and offend me? Seek death. Mr. 7 drank lowly, not talking nonsense to the black-robed man in front of him. A raging and surging vast and righteous chi surged from his body, and the whole person's temperament suddenly changed, and his every move was filled with nameless divinity. When the 5 black-robed men saw this, they didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness, and their aura of the late innate realm surfaced. A strand of demonic aura escaped from their black robes, enveloping the entire sky. Chapter 42, Killing the Enemy in a Game of Chess. The 5 late innate realm powerhouses released their auras at the same time, their terrifying pressure stretching across the sky, sweeping the wind astral, falling on the academy's protective barrier, causing ripples to form. The magic chi in the sky was as black as ink, dyeing and drenching the sky. Only within 10 feet in front of Mr. 7 was not eroded. The 5 black-robed men were like ghosts, suddenly disappearing from their original locations and attacking Mr. 7 straight away. Looking at the incoming 5, Mr. 7's gleaming eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he slowly raised his palms. A black and white twin emerged behind Mr. 7, who stamped his palm forward. The black and white pieces flashed with dazzling light, transforming into meteors that smashed into the 5 black-robed men. Black and white repelled and blended together, invisibly forming an ancient chess game, trapping the 5 black-robed men in it. Mr. 7 indifferently looked down at the 5. Kill. Before the words fell, the black and white pieces in the chess game changed rapidly, and a majestic killing momentum filled the entire game. The black and white pieces quickly rushed towards each other, and the position where the 5 black-robed men were located was the center where the black and white pieces collided, and in the vision of the 5 black-robed men, the black and white chess pieces had turned into battle-hardened warriors, waving their weapons towards them to kill. Everything happened too suddenly. Before giving the black-robed man time to react, the black and white pieces had already collided in front of them, and in the next second countless dazzling rays of light shot out in all directions, engulfing the entire chess game together with the 5 black-robed people. The light slowly dispersed and the long sky returned to clear. 5 corpses fell from high in the air and hit the ground hard, rolling up smoke. A silence fell over the scene. The literati present looked at the 5 miserable corpses and couldn't help but gulp. Snap, pop, pop. It is said that Mr. 7 of the Qingyun Academy is unparalleled in chess and is known as the Sage of Chess. Today's sight is really an eye-opener for me. On the top of a distant mountain peak, Shu Casting clapped his hands and applauded and laughed softly. Mr. 7 looked at the voice and frowned when he saw Juju. Mr. 7's fingertips pointed, and a white seed cut through the sky, stabbing straight towards Juju's head. Mr. 7 didn't think of letting Zhu casting off because of his low cultivation level. Today, with him here, anyone who comes to violate the Green Cloud Academy will only die. At this moment, two bone-thin, hunchbacked old men suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Zhu. One of the old men raised his eyes slightly. Both pupils were cloudy and lightless. The old man strained to raise his hand with a wave, and without the slightest flow of breath, he easily defused Mr. 7's attack. The pupils of Mr. 7 high in the air shrank, and his expression became stern as he gazed at the two old men. Shu Casting looked at the hot sun high in the sky and shrugged. There's no time for that. Mr. 7, let them play with you. Shu Casting snapped his fingers, and the ground of the Green Cloud Academy suddenly shook. Quick, look! Someone raised their hand and cried out in horror. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see thick smoke rolling up from the ground in the distance, which was rapidly approaching the Green Cloud Academy. A huge body loomed in the thick smoke. All of them were demons. At a glance, the group of demons numbered in the hundreds, and from the fury emanating from this group of demons, it seemed that half of them had the strength of the innate realm. Some timid literati were directly paralyzed with fear when they saw this scene. Damn it! Mr. 7 cursed lowly with an ugly face. It was needless to think that these demons were all controlled by someone after taking the congealed demon blood pill. This wave of beasts was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed to within 1,000 meters of the Green Cloud Academy. Mr. 7 had a good time, so we'll go ahead. Shu Casting winked and said. The two old men then pulled his arm, and the three figures instantly disappeared from the spot. Mr. 7 no longer had time to care about them and landed in front of the Qingyun Academy barrier, his aura surrounding him like a rainbow. Come on! Mr. 7 let out a growl and slammed his hands on the ground. In the next moment, a killing chess game surfaced at the feet of the group of demons, with countless black and white pieces wrapped in a killing momentum, pouring onto the bodies of the demons. Roar! 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 A hiss of pain came out from the mouths of the demons, and many of them had bleeding holes run through their bodies, but it was as if these demons had lost any sensation, and the pupils of their eyes were filled with madness and murderousness. As soon as some demons fell, they would simply be trampled to death by other demons. Although Mr. 7 was strong, he was only in the late innate realm. The killing chess game only lasted for a few breaths before it was directly torn apart by the demons. Mr. 7's face went white, and a trace of blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. Looking at the tidal wave of beasts with horror, Mr. 7 eventually retreated helplessly into the protective barrier to heal his wounds. Not long after he retreated, the demons had all rushed to the protective barrier and began to attack it. You all don't need to panic. With their strength it will take at least half an hour to break through the barrier. Wait for me to take a short rest, then go out and kill them. Mr. 7 said. Chumu stepped forward and said, I just sent a message to the Hangzhou State Lord and the Demon Removal Society, and the Demon Removal Society's people will be here soon. The crowd of literati were relieved when they heard Chumu's words. Chumu walked over to Mr. 7 and pulled out a jade bottle from his pocket, then handed it to Mr. 7. Mr. 7 nodded his head gratefully towards Chumu, and without being polite, he opened the jade bottle to take the pills inside. Chumu looked up at the demons that were still frantically attacking the barrier, and a trace of worry was added to his expression. In order not to cause panic, he did not say that no reply came from the side of the State Master of Hangzhou, and those people of the Demon Removal Society who rushed to the city were not at all the opponent of these demons. Mr. 7, where's the dean and a few other gentlemen? When Mr. 7 was slightly better, Chumu asked in a low voice. Mr. 7 sniffed with a somewhat complicated expression and raised his eyes to look in the direction of the array eye. They have more important things to do at one time. Chumu sniffed and stopped talking. He was a nerd, but not a cutie. With all that happened today, the other party had obviously planned this for a long time. The crowd. My lord, do you need me to make a move? Slayer asked for instructions. There's no need to bother. The true battlefield isn't here. Chu Feng glanced in the direction of the cave that sealed Qin Yuan within the academy. The others might not have noticed, but Chu Feng clearly sensed that Zhu Zhu and the two old men had already arrived inside the academy. Chu Feng took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared from his original position, and he had already appeared in the forbidden area of the academy. Inside the forbidden zone, the formation diagrams on the rock walls of the cave shimmered more and more eye-catchingly, and endless divine charms filled the forbidden zone. Chu Chu and the two old men walked out from the shadows, their eyes staring straight at the cave. No wonder these demon religion remnants are so emboldened. It turns out that the two of you didn't die back then. Next to the cave, Chen Qingqing slowly opened his eyes, his deep eyes staring icily at the two old men. Chapter 43, Chen Qingqing makes a move. The two old men were skin and bones. their withered and lifeless faces covered in black spots, and their bodies were permeated with the aura of dead machines. It's been 50 years. I really didn't expect that President Chen would still remember us two old men. An old man laughed tremblingly. The teeth in his mouth then finished falling out, looking very ominous. Chen Xingqing looked straight at these two old men and stood up from the ground. 50 years ago, there were two major protectors under the demon religion patriarch. The devilish techniques cultivated by these two protectors were self-contained, devouring the origin of all things to enhance their own cultivation, and their methods were too ferocious. Even the rest of the demon religion was very afraid of these two protectors. Half of the reason why the 5 great imperial dynasties had made up their minds to join forces to exterminate the demonic religions back then came from these two protectors. It was because back then, these two protectors had slaughtered 5 cities and millions of people in the Great Qing dynasty in order to break through to the patriarchal realm. Chen Xingqing thought that the two protectors had long since died 50 years ago, but she didn't expect them to have survived, and now their cultivation had even reached the late sect master realm. However, taking a closer look at the condition of the two of them, the qi and blood in their bodies were decaying, and they had reached the point where they had run out of gas. Chen Xingqing laughed softly. I'm sure the two of you paid a lot of price in order to save your lives back in the day, or else you wouldn't have turned into this inhuman, ghostly appearance now. Chen Xingqing's words were like a thorn, poking straight into the hearts of the two protectors. The two protectors' faces were instantly grim as killing intent surged in their eyes. When did Dean Chen become so sharp-tongued? It was a great regret for both of us that we were not able to see the vastness of President Chen back then. Today, let the two of us brothers learn from your superior skills. The two protectors let out a low shout, and a terrifying demonic aura erupted from within the two of them. The two figures appeared in front of Chen Xingqing in the blink of an eye, attacking Chen Xingqing. Chen Xingqing snorted coldly as a divine aura filled her body, her entire aura becoming unearthly and extraordinary as she met the two. In the flick of a finger, the three exchanged hundreds of moves. Vast righteousness and monstrous demonic chi, mutually exclusive. The two energies constantly collided, and the aftermath seemed as if it was going to tear this space into two halves, sweeping through the forbidden area. If the Haoyan Jingqi in Mr. Seven's body was compared to a river, then the Haoyan Jingqi in Chen Xingqing's body was a vast, unending sea. In every move, one carried a heaven-shaking and earth-shaking power that was unfathomable, fighting one against two, not losing the slightest bit of ground, but on the contrary, occupying an absolute advantage. In the dark, Chu Feng had been watching the battle, marveling in his heart. In Chu Feng's eyes, there were gaps between martial artists of the same realm, taking the 3 people in front of him, although all 3 people's cultivation was in the late Zhongshe realm. However, Chen Xingqing's cultivation was incomparably solid and firm, and with the addition of that mouthful of Haoyan Jingqi, her battle power had already reached its peak within the territory of the Zhongshe. As long as the great masters in the 5 great imperial dynasties did not ask for the world, there were millions of martial artists in the world, but there were rarely any opponents for him. On the contrary, the two protectors of the demon religion, their realms were obviously forced up by special means, their realms were unstable and their breaths were disorganized. Even if the two were teamed up, they were no match for Chen Xingqing, and defeat was only a matter of time. On the battlefield, Chen Xingqing's sleeves and robes were greatly glowing, and his vast righteousness coalesced into a 4-legged tripod of state that sped towards the two protectors to suppress them. The two protectors' faces were startled, and they hurriedly mobilized their own demonic chi to resist. The 4-legged tripod of state touched the demonic aura, tearing it apart in an instant and bombarding the bodies of the two protectors. The two guardians were blown away and smashed heavily into a rock. As the smoke cleared, dark red blood continued to spill from the mouths of the two protectors, staining their clothes. Ahem, ahem. The Haoran Qi is truly terrifying as hell. The two protectors rose up in a sorry state, gazing at Chen Xingqing in awe. Chen Xingqing's demeanor was cold as she appeared in front of the two protectors, a hint of mockery surfacing in her eyes. Just with you two old things that are half in the ground, you also presume to shake the Qing in school. I just want to say that your ideas are ridiculous. Yes? A calm voice came. Chen Xingqing sniffed and turned to look, her sharp gaze landing on Zhu Zhu's body. The two protectors wiped off the blood from the corners of their mouths and sneered as they returned behind Zhu Zhu. Who are you? Chen Xingqing frowned when she saw how the two guardians were treating Zhu Zhu respectfully. Although the young man in front of him was weak, he had a superior's might on his body. Latecomer devil religion's current young master, Chu Casting. Chu Casting bowed politely and said leisurely, the reputation of the dean of the Qingyun Academy is as good as thunder, so I naturally came to interrupt this time, and naturally made a foolproof plan. Oh? Chen Xingqing raised a hint of interest. It's hard to believe that besides these two old things, there are still experts in your demon religion? Let him show himself. I would like to see what remnants of that year have survived. Chen Xingqing indifferently said, A master? There really is one. Hasn't he been right behind you all along? An evil smile appeared at the corner of Chu Chu's mouth. When Chen Xingqing heard this, a bad premonition surged through her heart and immediately turned her head to look in the direction of the cave. It's time for the two protectors to make their move. Yes, the two protectors answered, their eyes filled with fervor at this moment. The two protectors' sudden demonic aura suddenly burned up, a demonic black flame wrapping the two. Two manic auras burst out from the two protectors' bodies. The two protectors violently stormed up, transforming into two rainbow lights that rushed straight towards the cave. Do it! A violent shout resounded over the entire Green Cloud Academy. In the academy, Mr. Seven and the Chumu crowd looked up, confused, in the direction of the forbidden zone. The moment the words fell, at the two array eyes, a reddish aura flashed in the depths of Mr. 5 and Mr. 10's eyes, and a hideous smile appeared on their faces as they moved to destroy the formation they were guarding. The eye of the formation was destroyed and was immediately detected. Old 5. Old 10. What are you doing, Mr. Big shocked voice reached the two men's secondaries. Mr. 5 and Mr. 10 sneered and did not reply as they went straight towards the other disciples of the academy to kill them. The academy was immediately in chaos. Meanwhile, inside the penalty box, you and the others are looking for death. Chen Xingqing shouted with a furious glare, her always calm face covered in killing intent. How could he not expect that the demon religion had taken control of his two disciples? Chen Xingqing no longer stayed his hand. A mouthful of Haoren Jingqi transformed into a river of stars in the 9 heavens, pouring down towards the two protectors. It's too late, Dean. Shu Casting shook his head indifferently and said, the truth was exactly as Zhu Casting had said. The two protectors had burned out their own origin at this moment, and their strength exploded for a short period of time. The two protectors allowed the vast chi to fall on their bodies and swore to die as they crashed towards the cave. Boom! Boom! Two tremors opened up at first, and the earth of the Green Cloud Academy shook. The two protectors crashed into the cave seal and directly crashed into two puddles of flesh, dead beyond repair, and the cave seal was hit by this heavy blow after the loss of two formation eyes, with most of the spells in the formation diagram cracking. Teacher, long time no see. A cold voice rang out from the cave. Chapter 44. Look well. This is the hoary spirit. The voice of the body in the cave was as if it came from under the 9 ghosts of the abyss, calm with a ghostly coldness and moroseness. The gazes of Chen Xingqing, Chu Chu and the shadowy Chu Feng were all directed towards the cave. In the darkness of the cave, a slim figure slowly walked out of the darkness. This was a clean-looking man with snow-white jade-like skin, wearing a pure black tunic without the slightest flow of breath on his body. The man walked slowly, and when he came to the entrance of the cave, his footsteps gave a slight lurch, and then he landed. Click, click. The formation diagram on the rock wall of the cave shattered open with a loud bang, and the man walked out of the cave. The warm sun scattered down and shone on the man's body, who closed his eyes with the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up, a hint of a soothing expression on his face. It's been 50 years. This warmth is still really nostalgic. Qin Yuan muttered. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, and the flesh and blood of the two protectors on the ground turned into two blood-red breaths that drilled into Qin Yuan's mouth and nose. A trace of blood color emerged on Qin Yuan's face. Chen Xingqing appeared in front of Qin Yuan and looked at the other party with a complicated expression. Teacher, what? I haven't seen you in 50 years. Don't you recognize me? Qin Yuan opened his eyes and gazed at Chen Xingqing with a light smile. Qin Yuan's pair of eyes were pitch black, with pupils that were not whitened, and it was bizarre. Looking at his first personal disciple in front of him, Chen Xingqing had mixed feelings, and after letting out a heavy sigh, Chen Xingqing directly struck out, and her vast righteous chi transformed into thousands of sword feathers, cutting through the sky and sweeping towards Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan looked up at the incoming attack, slowly raised his hand and made a seal. The thousands of sword feathers stagnated and shattered into stars and light, dissipating into thin air. When Chen Xingqing saw this, her pupils shrunk, and a shocked expression appeared on her face for the first time. You, Chen Xingqing's tone trembled. Teacher, you can't stop me, Qin Yuan said gently. His body swept past Chen Xingqing and walked to Chu Chu. You look like her. What's your name? Qin Yuan looked straight at Chu Chu, and there was more than a hint of tenderness in his tone. Auntie, my name is Chu Chu, and my mother is Chu Shui. Chu Chu was excited. So you are Chu Shui's child. No wonder. Qin Yuan raised his hand and rubbed Chu Chu's head, a soft smile appearing on his face. Chu Shui was the other daughter of the demon religion sect leader 50 years ago. Auntie, have you broken through to that realm? Shu Casting asked excitedly. Anyone who saw that scene just now would not be able to help but associate it with that realm. No, but soon. Qin Yuan shook his head. Zhu Yuan couldn't help but show a trace of loss on his face when he heard this, but he quickly returned to normal. As long as Qin Yuan was rescued, then it would be worth paying all the price today. After all, since outside of the establishment of the demon religion, Qin Yuan was the first person to have practiced the heavenly demon transformation to the 8th transformation. As long as he was given some more time, he would definitely reach that realm, and at that time, under his leadership, the demon religion would reach a whole new peak. Qin Yuan took Chu Chu's hand and turned to look at Chen Qingqing. Teacher, I won't make a move against you or the academy today. After I take care of everyone else from back then, I'll come back to settle the grudge between you and me. After saying that, Qin Yuan was ready to pull Chu Chu to leave. Chen Qingqing stopped in front of the two with a resolute expression. Qin Yuan, withhold me here today. I won't let you leave. Qin Yuan lightly laughed and raised his hand to point. Chen Qingqing was hit like a heavy blow, and his Haoren Jingqi collapsed. The whole person flew out and fell to the ground. Teacher, you are not my opponent, Qin Yuan said calmly. Then he took Chu Chu and prepared to leave. Auntie, wait. Before I leave, I still need to kill one more person. Shu Casting opened his mouth. Who? Chu Feng, the 7th prince of the Great Xian dynasty. The reason why today went so smoothly is because someone helped me stop the Hangzhou prefecture lord. And killing Chu Feng is the condition made by the person who helped us. Chu Chu said truthfully. In the dark, Chu Feng's face immediately looked odd when he heard the words. Good guy. Looking at the fun and seeing it on himself. At that moment, Chu Feng finally understood why he did not see the state master of Hangzhou when such a big thing happened in the Green Cloud Academy. So it turned out that someone had stopped him. And the person who was secretly working with Chu Chu has only one condition, which is to kill himself. Is it Chu Jingshan? He seems to be the only one he's offended lately. I don't think so. He's not that powerful yet. For a moment Chu Feng thought a lot, but never guessed who wanted his life. And eventually casually did not want to. It's just a prince. It won't be long before the entire Great Xian dynasty has to be buried with her. What does that person look like? I'll help you kill him, Qin Yuan said blandly. Auntie, Chu Feng he grew. Chu Chu was just about to speak when Chu Feng had already walked out from the shadows. Don't bother. I'm right here, inside the restricted area. Qin Yuan Ju Chu Chu, and even Chen Qingqing, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, were all startled by Chu Feng, who had suddenly appeared. They hadn't even realized that there were other people in the restricted area just now. Qin Yuan let go of Chu Chu's arm and looked straight at Chu Feng. You are Chu Feng? It's a bit interesting, to think that even I didn't detect your aura. Qin Yuan raised his hand and repeated the same technique of pointing in the air, and an air force stabbed straight towards Chu Feng's head. Qin Yuan's face had no ripples in his eyes although Chu Feng had some special means. He must not be able to block his own strike. But the scene that made him smack his lips occurred. When the chi force approached a foot in front of Chu Feng's body, it instantly disappeared. Aren't you trying to kill me? Can you be serious? Let me properly see the power of the 8th variation of the heavenly demon transformation, Chu Feng leisurely said. Qin Yuan's eyes stared. Then the corners of his mouth rose. Good. Today, I will do as you wish. Qin Yuan let out a low gulp, and a lifelike black lotus pattern appeared on his forehead. Qin Yuan flew high into the sky, his long shirt fluttering up without wind. A terrifying aura awakened from within Qin Yuan's body, and for a moment, the wind and clouds surged, plunging the entire Qin Yun Academy into darkness. The gazes of everyone in the Qin Yun Academy turned to Qin Yuan high in the air, their gazes filled with horror. Qin Yuan's temperament underwent a heaven and earth change, and anger, remorse, hatred, and other negative emotions filled Qin Yuan's whole body. Under Qin Yuan's feet, a black lotus blossomed, flickering with a demonic light that sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, Qin Yuan was as if he was the king of this darkness, controlling everything. As you wish. This is the heavenly demon transformation. The 8th transformation. Qin Yuan's ghostly cold voice echoed in everyone's ears. High in the air, Qin Yuan held his palm in the air. The darkness around Chu Feng became distorted and continuously squeezed towards Chu Feng, while Chu Feng looked at Chen Qingqing at this time. Watch it. This is the true way to open the Haorong Qi. Without waiting for Chen Qingqing to react, a pure and flawless vast and righteous qi like a distant blazing sun erupted from Chu Feng's body, tearing apart the darkness. The pupils of Chen Qingqing's eyes grew wider and wider, as if she had seen a living ghost. Trouble you all to see the big old man with the small hand of wealth. Point to urge more. Thank you for support. Chapter 45, let me choose this time. When that one vast and righteous qi burst out, like a brisk wind, the distortions around Chu Feng were instantly smoothed out. Pure and flawless, the holy aura shot straight up into the sky, completely tearing the darkness apart, and the aura that permeated out of the randomness swept through the entire Qin Yun Academy. At this moment, everyone within the Green Cloud Academy was stupefied, and they could not help but feel an urge to make a pilgrimage in their hearts, and this feeling was felt most profoundly by Chen Qingqing and several gentlemen. It was because they clearly sensed how the Haoranzhang qi within Chu Feng's body had already reached a terrifying level. In a trance, they even sprouted the suspicion that Chu Feng was the reincarnation of a certain sage. Then how else could he be so young and contain such a terrifying and righteous aura? Great accomplishment Haoyan Jingqi. This is the legendary great accomplishment Haoyan Jingqi that can only be found when one reaches the level of a sage. Chen Xingqing gazed at Chu Feng with a tone that was a mixture of bitterness and envy. Chu Chu's eyes twinkled greatly as he looked deeply into Chu Feng, his heart setting off shocking waves. At this moment, Chu Chu finally understood why that person wanted him to kill Chu Feng. The 2 times they met, Chu Feng was able to bring different surprises, or one could even say scares, to Chu Chu each time. If this person was allowed to grow up, he would surely become the biggest obstacle in Zhu Zhu's plans in the future. Zhu Zhu looked up at Qin Yuan, high in the air. When Qin Yuan saw this vast qi, a trace of surprise flowed out of his face, and then he regained his composure. Qin Yuan's arms slowly opened up. A terrifying aura of the late Zongshi realm flowed and rolled. A demonic light flickered on the black lotuses under his feet, and all kinds of oozing whistling sounds resounded through the heavens and the earth like demonic voices. A hideous face surfaced on the black lotus petals, which fell, and the sky rained down an eerie shower of flowers. Chillingly, each petal cuts a long gash in the air as it cuts through it. A faint smile was drawn on the corner of Qin Yuan's mouth as he hooked his finger. Countless petals rolled up a storm and killed towards Chu Feng. The people within the Qin Yun Academy looked at the rain of flowers filled with unusual beauty, and even though it was clear that Qin Yuan was not striking out at them, they could still smell a strong aura of death coming towards them. On the ground below, Chu Feng gazed at the incoming attack, and a trace of stunning light emerged from his eyes. Qin Yuan could be said to be the person with the strongest strength among the people Chu Feng knew as of now. Even a few days ago, Zhang He, who was working as a coachman for Fan Cc, the great disciple under that sword saint of the great Chu dynasty, the #1 person under the great master realm of the great Chu dynasty, was also simply unable to compare to Qin Yuan. This Qin Yuan had not only refined the heavenly demon transformation to the unprecedented 8th transformation outside, he had also touched the threshold of the grandmaster realm. The moment he struck this blow, it was enough to obliterate anyone below the grandmaster realm. Unfortunately, he was unlucky today and met Chu Feng. Chu Feng no longer hid his cultivation, and in the next second the Grandmaster Realm's unique aura permeated out from Chu Feng's body. The Haoranzhang qi internalized into his body. The pupils of Chu Feng's eyes floated with purple light, and a picture appeared in his mind. Chu Feng's mouth slightly opened. A dense purple gas spit out. Purple gas flow in the air outlined a lofty and magnificent, swallowing the mountains and rivers. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers map. Every pine tree, every stream, and every mountain in the picture, under the depiction of the purple qi, was like a living thing, full of divine charm. As the miles of mountains and rivers appeared, heartbreaking screams were emitted from the petals of the lotus flower. The rain of flowers all dissolved into nothing the moment they came into contact with the purple light. The violet light shimmered greatly and shone on Qin Yuan's body, and the black lotus pattern on Qin Yuan's forehead crumbled. The demonic aura on Qin Yuan's body was gone, and under the violent trembling of his body, he fell down from high in the air and heavily smashed in front of Chu Feng. The smoke dispersed, and Qin Yuan, who was seriously injured in the deep pit, raised his head and looked at Chu Feng with disbelief. Chu Feng opened his mouth and inhaled the violet qi into his body. The so-called purple breath comes from the east, the holy Haozheng qi. This massive purple qi was the essence of the great successful Haoranzhang qi. Chu Feng looked straight at Qin Yuan and said with certainty, "You haven't guessed wrongly. I'm already in the Grandmaster realm." When these words came out, the few people present were still shocked and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Sure enough, a trace of unwillingness passed through Qin Yuan's eyes as he smiled ruefully. 50 years ago when he himself was a disciple of the Green Cloud Academy, his talent and cultivation were both overwhelming. 50 years later, when his cultivation was abolished, Qin Yuan was not discouraged, and with the help of the heavenly demon transformation to start afresh, he refined the heavenly demon transformation to the 8th transformation in 50 years' time. He, Qin Yuan, had always prided himself on his exceptional talent and had never placed others in his eyes. But today he finally realized what it meant that there were people outside the sky. How ridiculous one's own talent seemed in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng could tell at a glance what Qin Yuan was thinking in his heart, and a quick smile appeared on his face. It can't be helped. So what if your talent is great? In front of the Unity Sun, all of them are little party dishes. Chu Feng retrieved his thoughts and looked at Qin Yuan, who no longer had the strength to fight, and turned his head to look at Chen Xingqing. How to deal with him? Chen Xingqing walked over and looked at Qin Yuan with a complicated expression. Your Highness, teacher, let me decide for myself this time, okay? At this moment, Qin Yuan raised his eyes. his pair of black pupils returning to normal as he gazed pleadingly at Chen Xingqing. I, Xin Yuan, have only apologized to two people in my life. The first person is you, teacher, and the second person is Chu Yu. During the Righteousness and Devil War back then, I, as your disciple as a teacher, even developed a love affair with the demon sword saintess, and even did something as treacherous as rebelling against the clan. But even though I have done such things, you have not yet killed me, teacher. You know what, teacher? For the past 50 years, I have thought all the time how good it would have been for you to just kill me back then, so that I wouldn't have to live with the guilt all the time. I, Xin Yuan, am not worthy to be your disciple. Chen Xingqing's eye pupils flooded with a few streaks of blood. Xin Yuan let out a deep breath without wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued. The moment Chu Yue died in my arms back then, my heart died with her. The only thing that's kept me alive all these years is hatred. Hatred for those righteous paths that surrounded the demon religion back then. Hatred has caused me to keep refining bitterly, refining the heavenly demon transformation to the 8th transformation. Originally I thought I could finally get revenge after coming out, but I didn't expect to fold here. Xin Yuan smiled to himself as his gaze passed through the forbidden area and landed on the grass and trees of the Qingyun Academy. After a long time, Xin Yuan withdrew his gaze, looked at Chen Xingqing with a snowy gaze, and sighed softly. Teacher, my disciple is tired. Although Xin Yuan's voice was small, the words boomed in Chen Xingqing's mind like thunder. Chen Xingqing's body staggered a bit, and his entire body seemed to have aged a lot, as 2 hot tears crossed his pale face. Yes, Xin Yuan smiled. Thank you, teacher, for making it possible. If there is an afterlife, Xin Yuan would still like to be your disciple. Chapter 46, Deja Vu. As the words fell, a brutal force rampaged through Xin Yuan's body, churning away his spirit sea along with all of his internal organs. As he was dying, Xin Yuan had a relieved smile on his face, and tenderness appeared in his eyes. Chu Yu, I can finally meet you. I've made you wait so long, this time we'll never be apart again. Xin Yuan's pupils dilated as he swallowed his last breath and fell to the ground. Alas, Chu Feng sighed regretfully. This Xin Yuan was a man of nature. Chu Feng twisted his head to look at Chu Chu, and a cold aura flickered in his eyes. Your Highness is really deep in hiding, reaching the grandmaster realm at a young age. Your Highness, there is no need to waste words. I'm a person who can't do anything else. My only merit is that I'm trustworthy. I won't sell out those who work with me. Chu Chu stared at Chu Feng and laughed. Throughout Xin Yuan's death and his own being in a critical situation, he always maintained a light-hearted demeanor. Chu Feng's brows were slightly furrowed. This Chu was not acting as if he was on the verge of death right now. For the youth who had single-handedly planned all of this, it was his demonic IQ that made Chu Feng scornful. If such a person did not die, Chu Feng would not even be able to sleep peacefully. Since the other party was so honest, Chu Feng did not waste any time and took a step towards Chu. I won't bother your Highness to do it. Chu pulled out a dagger and put it on his neck, his clear eyes looking straight at Chu Feng. Your Highness, we will meet again, and the next time we meet, I will send you a surprise. After saying that, Chu directly wiped off his neck, blood bursting out all over the place. Chu Feng looked at Juju's corpse on the ground, and a look of gravity appeared on his face. What did Juju mean by what he just said? See you next time? Surprise? Could this body in front of us be a puppet? It shouldn't be. Chu Feng could feel the vitality within Juju Casting's body draining away. It was the real person who ruled out the possibility of a puppet. Moreover, there was no trace of any control marks within this corpse, which meant that it was clearly not a controlled slave. Chu Feng also became a bit confused for a while. Your Highness, what this Xu Chui is practicing should be the other major evil skill of the demon religion, soul detention. The conditions for wanting to cultivate this demonic skill are in no way inferior to those below the heavenly demon transformation, and in a sense, even more demanding. In order to cultivate this demonic skill, one must be born with superb spiritual power. The spiritual power engraves a seal, and then plants the seal symbol on the person's soul in order to achieve the effect of controlling the person. Chen Xingqing walked over and gazed at Juju's corpse and said, the information about this magic skill is also something I've unintentionally read in an ancient book. When I think about the peak of the demon religion back then, no one was able to cultivate it. I didn't expect such a heavenly pride to be born now that the devil religion has fallen from grace. Chu Feng fell into silence after hearing that. Seeing this, Chen Xingqing did not disturb Chu Feng and found a place to bury Qin Yuan's body, then dealt with the demons outside the entrance of the academy. Those demons were like paper mache in front of Chen Xingqing, a mouthful of how Ran Qi transformed into 3,000 swords, and the demons were instantly pierced into pieces. On the other side, Mr. 5 and Mr. 10 did not last long before they were killed under the siege of the other gentlemen. Mr. 5 and Mr. 10 had their souls planted with the soul-detaining seal by Zhu casting, and there was no way to lift it at all. Eventually a couple of gentlemen, that's when they chose to take the pain. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Green Cloud Academy, two terrifying auras filled the air, and the two figures were high in the air as their divine abilities and feats came out in unison, and the aftershocks shook the space and caused ripples. At this time, one of the people with a mask on his face suddenly stormed out of the battlefield, his cold eyes gazing indifferently at the Hangzhou State Lord with a glance, and his figure disappeared from his original spot. Damn it! The Hangzhou State Lord bellowed, his face as gloomy as water. The opponent's strength was equal to his, and no one could do anything about it. When the other party wanted to leave, the Hangzhou State Lord couldn't stop him, and could only helplessly watch the other party leave. After calming his emotions, the Hangzhou State Lord didn't dare to have the slightest pause as he quickly rushed towards the Qingyun Academy. The Qingyun Academy fiasco ended. Most of the literati left, and after Chu Mu greeted Chu Feng, he also went back to the capital. Because Chu Feng had never shown his face within the forbidden zone. Other than Chen Qingqing, no one else knew Chu Feng's strength. All thought that it was Chen Qingqing who had saved the day and resolved the storm. At night, in Chu Feng's residence, Chu Feng sat in front of the table, and across from him Chen Qingqing stepped on the bench. Dean, you don't have to be nervous. I'm staying just to make a trip into your academy's book collection to look up some information. Chu Feng explained his intentions. Chen Qingqing sniffed and secretly let out a bitter laugh. Chu Feng was speaking lightly, but after all, it was a great master realm powerhouse sitting in front of him, so how could he not be nervous? The sovereign master realm and the grand sovereign master realm seemed to be a difference of one word, but the difference between the two was like a candle flame and a white moon. In the long stream of history, there were countless late sect master powerhouses who had spent their entire lives unable to take a step into the great sect master realm. Patriarchs represent the upper limit of a martial artist, and grand patriarchs are also Herculeanly out of the range of martial artists, and are also known as earth immortals. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Chu Fan was willing, he would be able to change the current situation of the 5 great imperial dynasties in a matter of moments. Thank you, Your Highness, for your help today, or else my Green Cloud Academy would have become a sinner in this world. This token, please also accept it. By virtue of this token you can enter and exit the book depository at will. Chen Qingqing took out a token and handed it forward. As Chu Feng looked at the valuable token, his face immediately became somewhat odd. Why is this scene so déjà vu? Dean Chen. This token wouldn't be the exclusive token of the Academy's Dean, would it? Chen Qingqing's heart thumped, and her old face reddened as she was seen through Chu Feng's mind in front of her. Chen Qingqing is naturally not a cutie. From the signs that the remaining members of the demonic religion are moving, it seems that the world will be in turmoil again in a short time. Now that Chu Feng's thigh was in front of him, why wouldn't Chen Qingqing embrace it? Your Highness is truly discerning. This token is the Dean's exclusive token. No matter where you are, as long as you hold this token you can order anyone in the Green Cloud Academy. I am here to be bold, and I hope that Your Highness will accept it. Chen Qingqing bowed and said sincerely, his heart in a state of apprehension. Chen Qingqing had made that so clear, so how could Chu Feng still not understand? Chu Feng gazed at Chen Qingqing for a moment before accepting this token from him. Dean Chen, you're well aware of my identity, and your Qingyun Academy has always stayed out of imperial power struggles. Aren't you afraid that you'll regret it someday in the future? Chu Feng asked jokingly. Please also rest assured, Your Highness, that old me will never regret it. Chen Qingqing assured with a serious face. Just kidding. Investing in an imperial prince was a risky investment, but investing in an imperial prince who possessed the great master realm was a living financial management, with all the benefits and none of the harms. Chapter 47, Signing in at the book depository. Sensing Chen Qingqing's determination, Chu Feng waved his hand. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as I'm around, I'll protect you for one day in Qingyun Shushi Xiaoan. Many thanks, Your Highness. Chen Qingqing was agitated and solemnly bowed and performed a great salute. Leaving Chu Feng's residence, Chen Qingqing returned to her room. The state master of Hangzhou, who had been sitting in the room waiting for Chen Qingqing, couldn't figure out what to do for a while when he saw Chen Qingqing with a pleasant look. Old Chen, what makes you so happy? Chen Qingqing hemmed and hawed. The old god leisurely sat down at the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Heavenly secrets cannot be divulged as well. Chen Qingqing sipped her tea and winked at the state lord of Hangzhou. The Hangzhou state lord was silent, not bothering to care what Chen Qingqing was selling. The Hangzhou prefecture lord said in a serious and hushed voice, Old Chen, this time, the matter is very uncomplicated. Back then, when the demon religion was under siege by the 5 great imperial dynasties, apart from the 2 great protectors whose whereabouts were unknown, all the other high-ranking forces were killed, even if some small fish and shrimps were left out. 50 years is also not a climate at all. But in all the things that happened today, there is weirdness revealed everywhere. Let me tell you, that mysterious person who stopped me today, his cultivation is definitely at the late stage of the sovereign realm. When Chen Xingqing heard this, a trace of gravity appeared on her face. How could Chen Xingqing not have felt all of this that the Hangzhou prefecture master had spoken of, laying out and feeding out those demons since a while ago, silently infiltrating the Qingyun Academy and controlling Chen Xingqing's 2 disciples, to the final rescue of Qin Yuan. The entire Qingyun Academy had been played by that Zhu Zhu, and if it wasn't for Chu Feng's appearance, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Can it be that the forces in other states have colluded with the demonic religions? Chen Xingqing wondered. The state lord of Hangzhou frowned, looking straight at Chen Xingqing. It shouldn't be. I know very well about those old men from those forces in the other states. The mysterious man who stopped me today is not them. If it's not them, then where else in the great Xian dynasty is there a late sect master expert? When Chen Xingqing said this, a bold guess popped up in her heart, and her pupils couldn't help but vibrate. Is it hard for you to guess that the mystery man is from? That's right. If the mysterious person really came from the capital, then it means that someone in the capital is colluding with the demonic religion. Chen Xingqing was silent, although he didn't want to believe this speculation, but the facts were in front of him. He had to believe it. The 2 men looked at each other and sipped their tea in silence. After a long time, the Hangzhou state lord stood up and sighed with a melancholy face. Alas, old Chen, labor is now becoming more and more envious of you. The matters of the academy are left to those disciples of yours to deal with. You are an idle cloud day in and day out. You don't have to worry about anything. The remnants of the demon religion have risen to the surface. This matter has too great of an impact. There's no time to waste with you. I have to rush to the capital to report this matter to the imperial lord so that he can make a decision. Saying that, the Hangzhou state lord walked towards the door. When he walked to the doorway, his figure lurched, turning his head to look at Chen Xingqing. By the way, I will help you suppress this matter of Qin Yuan. In the future when the imperial dynasty comes, don't let your mouth slip. The corner of Chen Xingqing's mouth lifted into a smile as she nodded. Got it, old Wei. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you'll have more contact with the 7th prince. Wei Lon's brows furrowed. Your head is stupid from being beaten by Qin Yuan today. I've always stayed out of royal power struggles. What's the point of touching a prince? Furthermore, even though the 7th prince will soon be crowned prince of the 3 strains, he has no power or influence. Is he comparable to the other princes? No more talking to you. Let's go. Wei Long waved his hand and his figure quickly disappeared into the dark night. Chen Xingqing gazed at Wei Long's outrageous back and murmured and whispered with a bad smile. Old thing. In the future, don't blame me for not reminding you. Meanwhile, a quiet mansion in the capital. In a secret room deep within a dimly lit study, a radiant young man sat cross-legged on a stone bed. At that moment, the teenager's body suddenly shook a little, and a layer of redness colored his originally pale face. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of the teenager's mouth without any warning, and his breath became disorganized. The teenager slowly opened his eyes, and all of a sudden a pair of clear and snowy eyes emerged in the darkness, and the teenager wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth as if nothing had happened, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Chu Feng. Interesting. The next day, early morning, after Chu Feng greeted Su Yanran and deified, he left his residence and headed towards the Qingyan Shu Academy's book collection. When he came to the book collection building, a green-clothed woman with an elegant temperament sat cross-legged at the entrance. Sensing someone approaching, the woman opened her eyes and looked, and when she saw Chu Feng, a trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Mr. Nine of the Academy, greetings to your highness. Mr. Nine made a bow and said softly, with a nod of his head. Chu Feng then took out the token that Chen Xingqing had handed over to him and handed it over. I'm going to go into the library and look up some information. When Mr. Nine saw the token, his almond eyes went round. Your highness, inside please. Mr. Nine bowed his head and immediately made way for Chu Feng. Chu Feng calmly put away the token and stepped into the book depository. The moment he stepped into the book depository, a mechanical system prompt sounded in Chu Feng's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is located in the Qingyun Academy's book depository. Is he signing in? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. System reward, 10 years of cultivation. As the words fell, a pure and majestic aura instantly filled Chu Feng's limbs and bones. A soundless muffled sound resounded within Chu Feng's body, and Chu Feng broke through the pre-Great Master realm and reached the mid-Great Master realm. It was even just one step away from breaking through to the late Grand Master realm. After feeling that his strength had skyrocketed dozens of times again, Chu Feng's eyes flickered with an exquisite aura. This time, the system's reward was simple and violent, directly sending cultivation. This had greatly reduced Chu Feng's cultivation time. and Chu Feng was very satisfied. After internalizing the aura that had unintentionally diffused, Chu Feng looked around the book depository, and soon a hint of a shocked expression appeared on Chu Feng's face. The Green Cloud Academy was worthy of being the #1 holy place for literati in the world, and the scale of the library was far from what the ancient sword sect scripture pavilion could compare to. Chu Feng took a glance as if he was in a sea of books. Thousands and thousands of bookshelves, neatly placed around Chu Feng, surrounded him. Chu Feng walked to a bookshelf and casually picked up a book to watch. After a minute, Chu Feng shook his head and put the books back. Without continuing to watch the books on this bookshelf, Chu Feng walked toward the other bookshelf. In the next few days, Chu Feng did not leave the book collection and wasted his sleep searching for the books he wanted. And in the outside world, in the Golden Palace and the capital's Imperial Palace, the atmosphere at this time was oppressive to the extreme. The fifth prince, who had been under house arrest for many days, Chu Jingshan's eyes were lax and his spirit was depressed as he knelt in the main hall. Chapter 48, Prince of the Five Pearls. Beside him, Xu Mingho handed over the Zhang folders, and then told the results of his own time in Yuezhou, investigated one by one. In the vast hall, only Xu Mingho's thick voice echoed. The evil deeds done by Chu Jingshan were told by Xu Mingho without any concealment. The voice was ear-shattering, causing the 100 officials to look horrified, deeply bowing their heads in silence, fear of spilling over into your own. The royals on one side of the room indifferently gazed at Chu Jingshan. There was no pity in their eyes. Instead, they were all looking at the situation with a look of amusement. Xu Mingho spoke for a full 10 minutes before stopping. Your Majesty, this is the result of my investigation. Marquis Zhu Ming arched his hand and then stood back among the 100 officials. On the dragon chair, Chu Aotian looked down on Chu Jingshan below. His face was gloomy, and the invisible sense of pressure was wrapped in monstrous anger, enveloping the entire Golden Palace. This is not checked, but the fact that it is true shocked everyone. Chu Jingshan over the years, actually relying on Xu Xiao domain master, secretly closed most of the dignitaries in Yuezhou, and even between the Yuezhou state master and him, there is also some layer of obscure relationship. Of course, if it was just leaning on the powerful, Chu Aotian wouldn't be this angry, because he also came from the prince step by step. Naturally, he also understands the open and secret struggles between the princes. But what made Chu Aotian unable to accept was the things that Chu Jingshan had done. His style of treating the people's lives as grass has undoubtedly touched Chu Aotian's scales. Old 5. Do you have anything else to explain? Chu Aotian said in a cold voice. Chu Jingshan's gaze contracted in focus at the words, and he bowed his head and said, My child has nothing to say. The evidence is overwhelming, and he can't defend himself. At this moment, he realized that he was completely finished. All previous grandiose aspirations shattered in an instant. Okay, it's good that you admit it. Pass on my decree. Deprive the fifth prince of his status as prince. Punish him with 20 years of salary. Send him to the southern barbarian border, and he shall not return to the capital without a call for all eternity. When the 100 officials heard this, their faces were shocked. All of them not expecting the imperial lord to punish Chu Jingshan so severely. When Chu Jingshan heard the punishment, a rueful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Several eunuchs came over and together they took hands to take off Chu Jingshan's python robe that represented the prince. Four forbidden guards then walked in and led Chu Jingshan out of the Golden Palace. Chu Aotian swept the other imperial princes with quite a warning gaze. The people are the foundation of my great Xian dynasty. If I ever hear someone fish and flesh the people again, I will not be pardoned. Yes. The 100 officials' bodies trembled as they responded in unison. Marquis Zhu Ming, the corporal is in. From today onwards, you will take over the position of Yu Prefecture's prefecture master. And when you take up the position, all those who have any involvement with Old 5 will be dealt with according to their crimes. Chu Aotian coldly said. Yes. Xu Mingho's face did not have the slightest ripple as he arched his hand and said. Also, this matter should be credited to Lao Qi. If not for those letters from him, I still don't know how long I will be deceived. Pass on my decree to grant the 7th prince 2 dragon pearls and promote him to prince of 5 pearls. When the 7th prince arrives in the capital, I will then grant him the title of prince. Imperial lord is saintly, the 100 officials said in unison. After dealing with Chu Jingshan's matter, Chu Aotian fixed his eyes and looked down to a hale and hearty old man. Marquis Hao Ming, you should have heard about what happened in Hangzhou recently. Marquis Hao Ming nodded. Back to your majesty. I've heard about it. Since you know all about it, there is no need for me to expound on it, and those remnants of the demon religion will be left to you to deal with. 50 years have passed. How dare these rats still dare to stir up a storm within the Great Xian territory? They are simply seeking their own death. This time you must deal with all of these people for me. Don't leave any more scourges. I accept the decree. Marquis Hao Ming led the way. At the end of the morning court, Chu Aotian left and the 100 officials retired from the court in turn. Several imperial princes stood outside the Golden Palace, seeing Chu Jingshan off on his final journey. Fifth brother, he's also really, how dare he go behind our backs and do so many hurtful things? Chu Mu whispered in anger. The crown prince and the other princes on the side were silent. After a short period of silence, Chu Jingyan shook off his bangs and shrugged. He did it to himself. No one else to blame. But no matter how bad he is, he's still my fellow brother. So I'll keep this in mind for him for now. As the words fell, the atmosphere of the scene instantly became tense. The other emperors had odd faces as they glanced at Crown Prince Chu Xiao and Second Prince Chu Xiong. During this period of time, these princes have heard some rumors outside, knowing that behind this matter of Chu Jingshan is the promotion of the two of them. On the contrary, the two of them, Chu Xiao and Chu Xiong, did not change their faces after hearing this. Third brother, what are you talking about? How come I can't understand some of it? Chu Mu was confused. Chu Jingyun smiled evilly. It's nothing. Fourth brother is free to come to my residence for tea. After saying that, Chu Jingyun turned around and left straight away. Alas, this time third brother he is really angry. The two of us are afraid that the next days will not be easy for us. Chu Xiong twisted his head to look at Chu Xiao and joked. Second brother, you don't need to get sloppy in front of me. Everyone in the room knows full well who was behind this incident. I ended up counting as an accomplice, while you are the mastermind. Chu Xiao coldly said and then left. The crown prince left and the other princes dispersed. It's really a headache. Chu Xiong rubbed his brows and sighed. The fact that things had come to this point was also something he had not expected. But having done it all, Chu Xiong had no regrets. If Chu Jingshan can be brought down, why can't Chu Jingyun? Chu Xiong greeted Chu Mu before leaving the palace. Outside the Golden Palace, only Chu Mu was eventually left alone. At that moment, a burly figure walked out from the Great Hall. When Chu Mu saw this figure, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Congratulations to Marquis Zuming on his appointment as the State Lord of Yu Prefecture. Unexpectedly, Xu Mingho, who had always turned a blind eye to anyone, stopped in his tracks. Xu Mingho gazed at Chu Mu, who was looking harmless in front of him, and a hint of meaningful elixir surfaced in his cold eyes. Marquis Zhu Ming didn't say anything and raised his hand to arch his hand, then swept past Chu Mu. Chu Mu looked at Zhu Mingho's departing back and took another step away with a slight smile. After leaving the palace, Chu Mu returned to his residence and walked straight into the study. In this regard, the servants of the house are all used to it. At the same time, in the Green Cloud Academy's book collection building, in a hidden corner, Chu Feng stood in front of a bookshelf, intently looking at the ancient books in his hands, his eyes twinkling more and more as time passed. After a few days of constantly consulting day and night, Chu Feng finally found another book on the realms above the Great Master Realm and beyond the Heavenly Vault. It's the one he's holding in his hand right now. With the 1i10-line talent enhancement, Chu Feng finished reading the ancient book in a few minutes. With that an ancient, little-known story unfolded in front of Chu Feng. Chapter 49, The Ancient Songhai. Over the course of endless years, countless forces had been born on this land of the 5 great imperial dynasties. These forces are like blooming blossoms in the passing of years, as if there is a rule in the underworld that no one can escape from. From its heyday to its downfall, until eventually the world forgets it completely. Among these forces, there had been no shortage of demonic prides that had looked out of the world. It was as if these people were destined to be the kings of that era from the time of their birth. Ancient Songhai, that is, the only person whose name was recorded in those profiles that Chu Feng had checked out. He was born in an era before the 5 great imperial dynasties, the son of a wealthy merchant of the time. In the ancient Songhai 1-year-old lots, ancient Songhai ignored other. A will choose a wooden knife. Since then the wooden knife has been accompanied by ancient Songhai growth. At the age of 3, on a normal day in Gut Songhai, ancient Songhai played with a wooden sword and had an epiphany. Stepping into the martial artist's 6th grade realm without a teacher, the wooden knife slashed out horizontally, splitting the cool century-old tree in the courtyard in half. Once this matter was rumored, it caused quite a stir at the time, and countless power elders manifested themselves, wanting to take ancient Songhai under their doors. In the end, Gut Songhai chose a ragged old man who was a great master of that era, whom the people honored as the Blade Ancestor. The Blade Ancestor took away ancient Songhai, and this time he disappeared for 7 years. 7 years later, Gut Songhai, who was nearly 10 years old, appeared, and by this time his cultivation had already heated up to the innate realm. For the next 5 years, ancient Songhai traveled the land and challenged the strongest of all forces. In 5 years, over 400 challenges, ancient Songhai had not lost a single battle. In that era, the ancient Songhai had heatedly become the most shining star, and his peers could only look up at his back. 5 years later, Ancient Songhai was sitting on top of the city wall after defeating a veteran Zhongshe realm powerhouse in front of 10,000 people. As the sun set, ancient Songhai's cultivation began to soar. As the early sun rose in the east, Gut Songhai broke through the sovereign realm and entered the grand sovereign realm overnight. After stepping into the great master realm, Gut Songhai did not continue to challenge the strong, but went home, because his family organized a bar mitzvah for him. It was only then that the world came to their senses. And the Grand Master realm in front of them was actually not yet an adult. Ancient Songhai's bar mitzvah was held with great pomp and circumstance, and it lasted for 3 days, with all the powers of that era coming to come and congratulate him. During those 3 days, Gut Songhai put down the knife in his hand and stayed by his parents' side. Late at night at the end of the bar mitzvah, Gut Songhai picked up his sword again, his body's stern aura bursting forth and revealing itself to an appalling degree. Gut Songhai originally did not want to alarm anyone and quietly left alone. But knowing his son as his father, his parents had long sensed the difference in those 3 days. Looking at the fully loaded Gut Songhai, his mother cried uncontrollably, and the father just looked straight at Gut Songhai and asked, "Do you have to go?" Gut Songhai's pair of bright eyes were as sharp and snowy as the sword in his hand. Gut Songhai smiled faintly and said in a firm tone, "Master has already waited for me for 5 years, so I can't put it off any longer. After all, someone needs to step up, and that's probably what I came to this world to do." After saying that, Gut Songhai knelt down and kowtowed to his parents. The father was silent for a long time before pulling his mother to make way for Gut Songhai. After that night, ancient Songhai disappeared and never reappeared. Years later, when Gut Songhai's father was on his deathbed, he caused books to be written about Gut Songhai's deeds and spread them out. But times have moved on, and regarding the name Ancient Songhai, only some old people still remember it carefully. What an unbeatable wind-up that was. Ancient Songhai was not an example. In the information that Chu Feng had checked out, there were countless heavenly prides that were just as astonishingly talented as ancient Songhai. Their names might have disappeared from the river of time, but they were all the most outstanding celestial pride of an era. And the end result of these heavenly deeds was amazingly the same. After they broke through to the Grand Master realm, they disappeared as if they had vaporized. This seems to be a spell against the heavenly pride. Some had suspected that these heavenly prides were too demonic and were obliterated by the wrath of heaven. Others suspect that they are leaving the land for unexplored places. Chu Feng closed the book and deeply exhaled a cloudy breath. Combined with the ancient book that he had read in the ancient sword sect's hidden scripture pavilion, that heavenly pride with a sword tore through the sky and stepped into space. Chu Feng was more inclined to the second guess, that these celestial pride had left this heaven and earth. As for where to go, Chu Feng still did not have the slightest clue. Chu Feng rubbed his sore eyes and counted the time. There were only 2 days left in the 1-month deadline. Looking at the books that he had not yet viewed, Chu Feng did not go through them again. After checking it out for so long on my own with no results, I'm sure the rest of the ancient books don't have the answers I'm looking for either. Chu Feng also understood. Since all this investigation was fruitless, why don't you change your mind and just find a Grand Master and ask him? These great masters must know some secrets that ordinary people do not know. After thinking clearly, Chu Feng left the book depository. Saying goodbye to Qin Xingqing, Chu Feng called on Su Yanran, and the two of them left the Qingyun Academy, heading towards the capital. My lord, in the past few days, news has come from members of the Darknet spread across the other 4 great imperial dynasties. The remnants of the demon religion showed up in the other 4 major imperial dynasties, and the forces that surrounded the demon religion in the first place were slaughtered. Right now, the 4 great imperial dynasties are manning up and fighting with the demon religion. Kingslayer opened his mouth. Inside the carriage, a trace of surprise flashed across Chu Feng's face when he heard the words. Aren't there only a few remnants left of this demonic religion? It dares to call out the 5 great dynasties at once. At that moment, Chu Chu's figure surfaced in Chu Feng's mind. The astonishment on Chu Feng's face instantly dissipated. With that Chu Cu in place, the demon religion would definitely not do such a foolish thing as striking a stone with an egg. The reason why it had done so was that the demon religion was confident enough in its strength. But what is the purpose of the demonic religions in doing so? Drawing the wrath of the 5 great imperial dynasties and causing a scene from 50 years ago to play out again? Chu Feng shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. Have the members of the Darknet keep a close eye on this demon religion, and report back to me as soon as there is any news. Yes, Kingslayer nodded. Other than the 4 great imperial dynasties, the devil religion didn't make any more moves against the great Xian imperial dynasty? My lord, made a move, but unfortunately it didn't work. Oh, tell me about it. Chu Feng raised a hint of interest. 2 days ago, the people of the devil religion suddenly launched an attack on the great Xian dynasty, the southern barbarian border fortress. Unfortunately it didn't work out anymore. It was repelled by the 6th prince who was guarding the southern barbarian border and leading the army. When the imperial lord of the Great Xian dynasty learned of this, he pardoned the sixth prince for his previous crimes and recalled him to the capital. According to the sixth prince's speed, he should arrive at the capital on the same day as us, Kingslayer said in a deep voice. Xu Feng's face did not change after hearing that. Is there anything else happening? Chapter 50 Dragon Eating Overlord Technique. There is another thing. The Great Chu Imperial Dynasty has recently been secretly deploying troops to the northern border, seemingly wanting to take action against the northern border. Kingslayer opened his mouth and said. Xu Feng's face revealed an oddity when he heard the words. Why was this fan CC so deeply obsessed with the northern realm? It's only been a short time, and then they want to attack the north again. Let the Darknet members give the northern general a heads up, Xu Feng said in a deep voice. Yes. Kingslayer nodded. 2 days later, the three of them, Xu Feng, left the territory of Hangzhou and arrived at the capital. The carriage was traveling on a 100-meter wide white rocky road. There were 4 such roads, spreading out on all sides of the capital. The White Rock Road leads straight to the entrance of the capital city, and the lofty and high city wall can't see the border at a glance, guarding the safety of thousands of people in the city. Today, the southern entrance to the capital is closed for 1 day. The large city gates were so depressed that there were no people to be seen. Hundreds of soldiers stood solemnly on both sides of the road, their icy armor exuding a bone-chilling austerity. A eunuch in palace clothes and 3 teenagers clad in brocade and fancy clothes stood at the entrance of the city, looking into the distance. Seventh brother, why haven't you rushed back? Today is the last day of the deadline. Shumu paced back and forth, murmuring with an anxious face. The second imperial prince Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun on the side did not change their faces, waiting with some tired legs. Chu Jingyun waved his hand and a soldier immediately carried over a chair. Fourth brother, the hour is still early. You don't have to be in such a hurry. Shall I have my men move a chair for you? Chu Jingyun glanced at Shumu and said leisurely. That won't be necessary. Third brother. Shumu smiled sarcastically and shook his hand. Chu Xiong twisted his head to look at Chu Jingyun with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Third brother, I really didn't expect you to come back to greet seventh brother. Second brother, what do you mean by that? I'm a brother to seventh brother. Isn't it reasonable for me to come and greet him? Chu Jingyun was unmoved. Is that so? Chu Xiong looked behind Chu Jingyun, a man holding an ancient sword, and smiled playfully. The man was none other than Gu Feng, who had been following Chu Jingshan before. After Chu Jingshan was sent to the southern barbarians, Gu Feng followed Chu Jingyun. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was Chu Jingshan handing over the power he had accumulated over the years to Chu Jingyun. After all, the two of them were siblings, and if Chu Jingyun could win the battle for imperial power, Chu Jingshan might still have a chance to return from the southern barbarian border. Chu Jingyun's eyebrows twitched. Second brother, you seem to be very interested in my new bodyguard, Gu Feng, a sword-using expert of the younger generation, a heavenly pride in the top 20 of the subterranean dragon ranking. I'm naturally interested. However, what I'm more curious about is what else did Chu Jingshan hand over to you? Chu Xiong looked straight at Chu Jingyun and said with a leathery smile. Chu Jingyun smiled evilly. Don't be in a hurry. You'll know sooner or later. The two men's gazes met, and the atmosphere of the scene instantly became grave. The eunuchs on the side and Shumu looked ahead without slanting their eyes, completely pretending that they didn't hear the conversation between the two. Coming. At that moment, Chu Xiong spoke. A few people sniffed and their gazes immediately looked towards the distance. Only in the distance, a carriage was reflected in the eyes of several people, slowly driving towards the capital. Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun both flashed a brilliant light in their eyes at the same time. Tap, 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 tap. The horse's hooves landed on the white rock with a gurgling sound. Gongzi, the capital has arrived, Su Yanran softly said. The curtains were drawn. Chu Feng cocked his head and looked towards the capital. After 5 years of coming back again, the capital seemed to be the same. The majestic capital city looked like a savage beast, hibernating on the earth, giving people a powerful sense of visual impact. Gongzi, those people at the city gate seem to be waiting for you, Su Yanran whispered. Aha! Chu Feng similarly noticed at the city gates and blandly said. The carriage came to a stop at the entrance of the city, and Chu Feng stepped out from the carriage. Seventh brother, long time no see. Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun walked forward, and Chumu smiled and waved at Chu Feng. Greetings to the three emperors. Chu Feng arched his hand and said, they are all brothers in their own family. No need to be polite. Seventh brother, after many years of not seeing you, I purposely chartered an elegant room in the best restaurant in the city. I'll give you a good reception, Chu Xiong said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Chu Jingyun also came over at this time, gazing at Chu Feng and said, seventh brother, he is to blame for what happened to fifth brother. There is no one else to blame. I have long since set up a banquet at my mansion, so I wonder if you could give me face and come to the mansion. Chu Feng glanced at the ancient peak behind Chu Jingyun. Chu Jingyun is really treating himself like a little cutie, playing around with it. Chu Jingshan had been screwed over so badly by himself, and Chu Jingyun wanted to muddle through by saying that it had nothing to do with him. The two of them, he and Chu Jingyun, were destined to stand on opposite sides. I appreciate the good intentions of the two imperial brothers. The road is tiring, so I think it's better to forget about it. Chu Feng politely refused. A trace of disappointment flashed across Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun's faces when they heard this. It's fine. It's fine. You'll be in the capital later anyway. There'll be plenty of opportunities to drink. The two didn't move the slightest bit of anger and laughed. At that moment, the eunuch on the side stepped forward and inquired fawningly towards Chu Feng. Your Highness the Seventh Prince, the residence that the Imperial Lord bestowed upon you. The slave has already sent someone to clean it up, and the slave is now taking you there? Good. Chu Feng nodded. The eunuch immediately bowed and walked ahead to show Chu Feng the way. Chu Feng walked into the capital, and the system's beep sounded in his head as expected. Ding! The system has detected that the host is located in the capital of the Great Xin Dynasty. Is he signing in? Sign in! Chu Feng recited silently. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. System reward, Dragon Devouring Hegemony Technique. Dragon Devouring Hegemony Technique. Those who cultivate this technique can extract the royal dragon energy of thousands of worlds by the technique of hegemony. As the prompting tone fell, a feat instantly surged into Chu Feng's mind. Under the god-level talent of the Reverent Enlightenment, Chu Feng instantly comprehended its techniques and reached the great completion. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a soul-crushing golden aura flashed under his eyes. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose. The thing called Dragon Chi was so mysterious that ordinary people could not see it at all. Only martial artists could sense it, and the more powerful they were, the more clearly they could sense it. Chu Feng turned his head to look at the three of them, Chu Xiong, Chu Jingyun and Chu Mu, and he could clearly see that a golden-colored aura surrounded the three of them. The breath transformed into a golden dragon molding. The dragon's posture was majestic and shocking, exuding an unspeakable domineering aura. Of course, the dragon chi contained in the three people also had strengths and weaknesses. The second prince Chu Xiong was the strongest of the three, and the dragon chi around his body had condensed into 5 claws and a dragon head. Next was Chu Jingyun. The dragon chi had 5 hideous claws, and the dragon's head was still a void. Lastly, there was Chu Mu, and to Chu Feng's surprise, the dragon chi around Chu Mu was pitifully small, with only a few threads of golden yellow wandering silk. If you don't look closely, you can't see it at all. Chapter 51, The Sixth Prince, Chu War. After a short period of surprise, Chu Feng regained his composure. Dragon chi was not like internal energy breath, nor was it like the vast and righteous chi of those literati like Chen Xingqing, but it was a kind of chi. Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun's power was huge, and the dragon chi around them was naturally majestic. It made sense that Chu Mu's dragon chi tour was weak compared to the two of them. Chu Feng was about to retract his gaze when his expression was suddenly stunned and his gaze peered into the distance. In the distance, a group of people were rapidly approaching this side of the capital. In an instant, these people had arrived at the city gates. This group of people's feet under the hot horse's nose constantly spewed out hot air. A pair of eye pupils rounded, bursting regal eyes, for stout hose agitatedly on the ground constantly knocking. On horseback, these men were covered in heavy armor, their faces uniformly wearing a hideous mask, and holding war spears. Under the sunlight, the war spear refracted a bone-chillingly morose aura. Just by looking directly at this group of people, one could feel a powerful austere momentum coming over one's face to overwhelm one. Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun were calm and self-assured, their expressions without the slightest ripple. Chu Mu's face went white and he nearly fell over. At that moment, the leader of the group jumped down from his horse and removed the mask from his face, and a resolute young face appeared. Greetings to second brother, third brother, and fourth brother. Sixth Imperial Prince Chu Zhan arched his hand and saluted. Chu Xiong smiled and walked forward, patting Chu Zhan on the shoulder. Sixth brother, welcome back. When Chu Feng saw Chu War, a trace of astonishment could not help but spread across his face. It was because he realized that the dragon chi in Chu Zhan's body was actually denser than all of the people present. In Chu Feng's field of vision, a lifelike golden dragon hovered over Chu Zhan's body, and a pair of golden pupils on the dragon's head were filled with spirituality and majesty. The golden dragon seemed to have sensed something, and its head twisted to look towards Chu Feng's side. Chu Zhan similarly looked up over if he felt something, and their gazes met. A glint flashed through Chu War's eyes, and after slightly signaling towards Chu Feng, he withdrew his gaze to continue chatting with Chu Xiong's 3 emperors. Your Highness, what's wrong? The eunuch beside Chu Feng asked curiously when he saw Chu Feng suddenly stop. It's fine, you continue to lead the way, Chu Feng calmly said. Yes. Under the eunuch's leadership, Chu Feng's trio passed through the streets, and 2 hours later, the trio arrived at the central section of the capital and stopped at the entrance of an ancient mansion. Your Highness, this is the mansion given to you by His Majesty. As for the other rewards, they are all in the mansion as well. The eunuch led Chu Feng into the mansion. As soon as they stepped into the mansion, more than 100 servants fell to their knees and said in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness, Your Highness. These servants were specially bought by my humble servant to serve you. Such a large mansion. What's it like to not have some servants?" The eunuch said with a smile. "Eunuch, you have used your heart," Chu Feng calmly said and waved his hand. Slayer stepped forward and handed the eunuch a heavy bag of money. The eunuch took the money bag in fear, opened a corner to look at it, and his eyes were immediately flashed by the golden light. The eunuch's hand trembled, and then he immediately put the money bag away and said with an excited face, "Your Highness, if there is nothing else, the slave will go back to deliver his orders first." After the eunuch left, a woman with delicate features walked out from among the servants and came before Chu Feng and respectfully said, "The leader of the second team of the Darknet, Tu pays her respects to Your Excellency. Members of the Darknet, pay respects to Your Excellency." The remaining 100 Darknet members also shed their disguises and said in unison, "Well, all go and get busy," Chu Feng said indifferently. This was all arranged by Chu Feng before, so he was not surprised. The capital, after all, was the imperial capital of the Dexian dynasty, mixed with fish and dragons, and arranging more Darknet members here, keeping an eye on all aspects of the news, could save Chu Feng a lot of trouble. The crowd of Darknet members dispersed and continued to disguise themselves as servants of the mansion. Chu Feng leisurely wandered around the mansion. On the second day, the sky was still light and dark. Chu Feng yawned and lazily got up from the bed, and after completing his wash under the weight of a group of servants, he changed into a python robe. Walking out of the mansion, Su Yanran and Deicide had already been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Getting on the carriage slowly drove in the direction of the palace. Arriving at the entrance of the palace, Chu Feng stepped out of the car and walked towards the palace. The soldiers on guard saw Chu Feng, respectfully saluted, and did not intercept him. When Chu Feng walked into the Golden Palace, all the 100 officials had already arrived, and many of the officials had friendly smiles on their faces when they saw Chu Feng. Chu Feng walked to his position without looking at him. At that moment, a rigid voice came from Chu Feng's right side. "Chita, long time no see." Chu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up at Chu Zhan, who was standing on his right side, with a somewhat complicated expression. "It has been a long time since I have seen you." Thinking back to what happened to Chu War, Chu Feng could not help but sigh a little. If one were to say that amongst all the princes, who was in a worse situation than him, it was none other than Chu War. 30 years ago, there was a war between the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Xian dynasty, which was eventually terminated by the Great Qin dynasty listing various compensations, and Chu War's mother, in this group of compensation, as Chu War, who had half of the blood of the people of the Great Qin dynasty flowing in his body. Chu War had been isolated and bullied by everyone since the moment he was born. Even Chu Zhan's mother had transferred all the hatred in her heart to Chu Zhan, and did not care about him. In her opinion, Chu War should never have come to this world. A year before Chu Feng came of age, a huge change occurred within the palace, and everyone who knew about that event completely disappeared from the world overnight, and the officials who had heard a little bit about it have not said a word about that incident since then. Chu Feng only knows that after that incident Chu Zhan's mother was executed, and Chu Zhan was sent to the southern barbarian border. Just at this moment, a broad figure now in the Golden Palace, sitting on top of the dragon chair. All of a sudden a powerful sense of pressure enveloped the entire hall. The 100 officials were silenced, and Chu Feng's thoughts retracted. Above the dragon chair, Chu Aotian's demeanor was indifferent, raising his eyes to scan the courtiers below, pausing slightly when he saw Chu Mu and Chu Feng. Chu Aotian waved his hand, and behind him, an expressionless old eunuch slowly stepped forward and used his shrill voice to read the holy decree. 7th Prince Chu Feng. Chu Feng walked up to hear the seal. In the battle in the north, the 7th Prince defeated 200,000 incoming enemies from the Dechu imperial dynasty, invigorating my great Xian's majesty for one merit, discovering that 5th Prince Chu Jingshan has violated Dexian's iron law and reporting it to the capital. Second merit, the Emperor's grace is immense, hereby granting the 7th Prince Chu Feng 5 dragon pearls, promoting him to the rank of Prince of the 5 Pearls, with the name Hao. As the old eunuch's words fell, the 2 eunuchs carried a tiara inlaid with 5 rare dragon beads and put it on Chu Feng. "Thank you, Emperor Lord, for your grace." Chu Feng thanked the grace in a nonchalant manner. Instead, his eyes were quietly sizing up Chu Aotian and the old man who read out the edict. Surprisingly, both of them were actually late-stage Zhongshe powerhouses. Chapter 52 Zhu casting appears again. Retracting his gaze, Chu Feng retreated to his position. Hubby continued the summons. 6th Imperial Prince Chu War. Chu War took a step out, his eyes calm as water. The remnants of the devil religion wanted to invade the northern border of the southern barbarians of the great Xian imperial dynasty, and you found it in time and took credit for leading the troops to kill it. The imperial lord has granted you special dispensation to return to the capital for the sins you committed earlier. Thank you, Emperor Lord, for your grace. After Chu Zhan indifferently thanked him, he returned to his position. After reading the edict, the old eunuch's falcon-like eyes swept the 100 officials below. If you have something to report, leave the court without it. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the old eunuch waved the duster in his hand. Retreat from the court. Chu Ao Tian on the dragon chair slowly stood up. His eyes complexly glanced at Chu War. His figure suddenly disappeared from the golden palace. After the imperial lord left, the atmosphere in the great hall immediately became much more relaxed. Paying no attention to the official ministers who had deliberately come, looking for his own courtesy, Chu Feng took a step away from the golden palace and walked towards the outside of the palace. At that moment, a figure suddenly stopped in front of Chu Feng. Chu Feng's footsteps lurched and he looked up, immediately recognizing the identity of the other party. Marquis Zhu Ming, what do you mean by blocking this prince's path? Marquis Zhu Ming looked straight into Chu Feng's eyes and said in a cold voice, Prince Hao, do not misunderstand. My humble servant just wanted to find you to make sure of one thing. What is it? The Hong Mingyang sect was exterminated. I wonder if it has anything to do with your highness the prince. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows and stared indifferently at Xu Mingho. What can it be if it is related to me? What can it be if it has nothing to do with me? Marquis Zhu Ming, you must not forget your current status. Xu Mingho did not expect Chu Feng to be so strong, and his face immediately sank, a stern and murderous momentum permeating out from his body. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. What? You want to make a move on me? Xu Mingho was silent for a few seconds, and the sternness dissipated. My humble servant wouldn't dare. Chu Feng coldly snorted and directly swept past Xu Mingho. Leave the palace. As the sky brightened slightly, the street vendors came out of their stalls, and the scent of various foods filled the air. Chu Feng let Su Yenran and Su Yenran leave first, and changed himself into a civilian clothes, and slipped around in the capital city. Soon, Chu Feng came to a small stall selling buns. Looking at the cage of buns that had just come out of the cage, Chu Feng immediately couldn't walk. Boss, 2 cages of buns. Chu Feng found a seat and sat down. Okay. In a short while, the boss brought 2 cages of buns and set them in front of Chu Feng. Just as Chu Feng was about to feast, an average-looking middle-aged man suddenly sat across from Chu Feng. The middle-aged man was dressed in ordinary clothes, and his palms were covered with calluses, obviously doing farm work for a long time. The only thing that stood out was the clarity of his eyes, as if they could see into people's hearts. Your Highness, hello again. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Chu Feng's movements lurched when he heard the words, slowly putting down the bun in his hand and gazing at the middle-aged man. Chu Chu, Your Highness, you're really smart. You hit it right on the spot. The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed and familiarly picked up the bun in front of him and ate it. Chu Feng deeply glanced at the middle-aged man. This detaining spirit was truly superior and unpredictable. Even though the middle-aged man was sitting right in front of him, Chu Feng still did not detect any abnormalities from the middle-aged man. Chu Feng shook his head and picked up the bun and ate it. Soon, the 2 cages of buns entered the stomachs of both Chu Feng and Chu Chu. Many thanks to your highness for your hospitality, Chu Chu said with a smile on his lips. What is it that you are looking for me for? Chu Feng asked calmly as he wiped the corners of his mouth. Your highness is quite forgetful. Didn't I say last time that when we met again, we would surprise your highness? Chu Chu took out a letter from his arms and placed it in front of Chu Feng, then got up and stretched lazily. Your highness, the surprise is in this epistle. Read it slowly. Chu Chu blinked at Chu Feng and then prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Chu Feng's voice sounded in Chu Chu's ears. Did I say, let you go? Chu Chu's face froze and he helplessly looked at Chu Feng. Your highness, it's not that bad. As for that, you make me very upset. Chu Feng nodded seriously and raised his hand. Before Chu Chu had the chance to speak, under the terrifying attack, his entire body instantly turned into ashes and disappeared from the spot. The speed was so fast that the people on the street didn't even notice. Chu Feng put down a silver ingot on the table, picked up the letter and left the bakery. Returning to the mansion, Chu Feng came into the study and opened the envelope after hesitating for half a day. There was only one epistle in the envelope, and Chu Feng picked up the epistle and looked at it. After reading the contents of the letter, a piercing killing intent immediately surfaced in Chu Feng's eyes. A ball of flame suddenly surged out from Chu Feng's palm, burning the epistle to ashes. Chu Feng walked out of the study and raised his head to gaze at the sky for a long time. After a long time, Chu Feng let out a light sigh. Slayer, 2, Come see me. Chu Feng sent a voice transmission to the two of them. Slayer in two. Soon the two appeared in front of Chu Feng, arching their hands respectfully and saying, Your Excellency, what are your orders? Send men to the vicinity of Minister Sang's residence and closely monitor every move in the residence. Notify me as soon as you get any wind of this. Yes. The two slayers led the order and immediately went down to deploy it. In the palace. In a main hall. Chu Aotian is sitting on the dragon chair and reviewing the Zhangji, the old man quietly standing at the side to wait. Other than that, there was no one else in the main hall. At this time, Chu Aotian suddenly put down the Zhang folds, revealing deep annoyance between his brows. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Hubby asked as he walked up in concern. Chu Aotian glared at her old husband without any good reason. Lu Che, you old thing still pretending to be stupid, right? At the morning court today, I don't believe you didn't see it. Old Six is becoming more and more like her, practically carved out of the same mold as her. I can't help but be in a trance when I see Old Six today. Being mercilessly poked through by Chu Aotian, Lu Che did not have the slightest panic and smiled lightly. Your Majesty, are you thinking of her again? Chu Aotian frowned at the words and was just about to have a fit, when he realized that there were only two people in the main hall, him and Lu Che. Chu Aotian was silent for a long time. His expression was mixed with a little melancholy, and he actually nodded. I do miss her. Otherwise I wouldn't have transferred Old Six back to the capital. When that thing was originally suspicious, I also have no way, which is to aggravate the Old Six this child. Thinking back to that incident back then, Lu Che's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of regret. So, His Majesty is trying to compensate the sixth prince properly by transferring him back to the capital this time? That's right. Chu Aotian nodded. But Your Majesty, have you thought about the one in the harem if she knew about it? Before Lu Che could finish, Chu Aotian raised his hand with an icy face to interrupt. Humph. So what if I let her know? I am the Imperial Lord of Dexian. If she dares to cross the line and make small moves under my nose, I would be happy to have the harem change masters. Lu Che's heart and mind shook at the words, not expecting Chu Aotian to be so resolute in his attitude this time. Your Majesty, old slave understands. Lu Che responded, bowing and retreating. On that day, all the suspicious people around the sixth Prince Chu War's mansion all evaporated. Chapter 53, Is it worth it? It was night, and all was silent. In the fourth Prince Chu Mu's residence, the lights were on in the quiet study. Chu Mu sat cross-legged on top of his bed, holding a book of poems and fugitives written by ancient sages in his hands, and immersed himself in them with great concentration. A wall deep in the study suddenly trembled down. A dark door opened, and a graceful young man walked out. The teenager breezily walked to the opposite side of Chu Mu, familiarly plopped down on the bed and sat on the couch, picking up the tea prepared on the small table and lightly sipping it. Good tea. The teenager narrowed his eyes and exclaimed in admiration. Chu Mu's gaze moved away from the books and looked at the teenager. The stuff was given to him? Shu Casting nodded, a hint of heartache on his face. Gave it to him, and for that I wasted his spirit detainer seal for nothing. Chu Mu gave a shallow smile, seemingly not even hearing the hint of complaint in Chu Chu's words. That seventh brother of mine is a variable. Anyone wouldn't expect him to hide so deep, but sometimes, variables can be used to our advantage. Chu Mu packed down the books on the small table and set up a chessboard. Shu Casting pondered for a moment and said with approval, what you said is somewhat reasonable. Chu Feng's appearance has disrupted our previous plans, but with a grandmaster like him around, we'll completely let him drive the matters behind us. This way maybe, we won't be exposed yet, and you don't have to die. As the words fell, Chu Chu looked straight at Chu Mu, a complicated light emerging in his eyes. Chu Mu smiled blandly and cupped a white seed in his hand to land on top of the chessboard. Seeing this, Chu Chu sighed lightly, knowing that Chu Mu didn't want to argue with himself on this topic any further, and wisely stopped mentioning it, picking up the black pieces and dropping them. The candle flame flickered, and only the sound of falling seeds resounded continuously in the study. After an incense stick of time, Shu Zhu stared at the chessboard with a serious expression, and the black pieces in his hand were slow to fall. After a long time, Shu Zhu shook his head helplessly. I've lost. Chu Mu poured a cup of tea for Chu Chu without any hesitation. Your heart is in turmoil today, otherwise I wouldn't have won you so easily. Shu Casting was silent, picking up a teacup and quietly sipping the tea, the light shining, making his face bright and dark. It's not too late for you to regret now. Although the Chu Feng has the strength of the grandmaster realm, I have the means to protect you safely, Chu Chu said in an undying manner. As the saying goes, $1,000 can't buy you a soulmate. He admitted that in the beginning, he had approached Chu Mu for cooperation with the intention of using the other party, but as time passed, he gradually sympathized with Chu Mu's feelings and became a friend. For the sake of his only friend, Chu Chu was willing to make an exception. Chu Mu's body lurched and raised his head to gaze at Chu Chu. Seeing that the other party wasn't joking, his expression became indifferent. The moment that epistle was delivered, what happened next was a foregone conclusion. You don't have to change the plan of taking over for my sake. Using my life to quell the anger of a grandmaster. This bank deal is not a loss. Chu Mu joked in a witty tone. The hands in Zhu Zhu's sleeves were clenched tightly, and he couldn't breathe as if something was pressing down on his chest. Is it worth it? Is it worth it for a woman who's been dead for years? Chu Mu slowly stood up and opened the window of the study, letting the evening breeze brush his face. Chu Mu looked at the bright moon high in the sky, and the most cherished memories kept surfacing in his mind. It's worth it for her. Chu Casting gazed at Chu Mu's determined back, exhaled deeply, and snuffed out all the emotions that shouldn't be in his mind. Okay, let the plan begin. Nightfall. A luxuriously built carriage traveled through the streets of the capital and eventually stopped at the entrance of the capital's largest greenhouse, the White Jade Pavilion. Under the support of a few personal guards, the disguised Chu Hua walked down from the carriage in a godly manner. As the 10th prince, Chu Hua had been very self-aware since he was a child. Compared to the other imperial princes, he himself had no status and no background. That throne of the imperial lord was destined to have nothing to do with himself. So Chu Hua looked away. As long as he didn't take the initiative and didn't cause trouble, being a free and easygoing prince, spending this life in glory and wealth, doesn't seem like a bad thing? But Chu Hua's greatest hobby as a person was to visit greenhouses. No, just after dark, Chu Hua hurriedly came to White Jade House in civilian clothes. Yo, Mr. Song, you're here. When the pimp at the door saw Chu Hua, his eyes lit up and he immediately greeted him with a smile. This Song Gongzi is a famous big family. Come to our White Jade House to play for a month. Every time out of the money is very generous. You Sun Yang, I heard that you've got quite a few more flower girls in your store. Among them, there is also a flower girl who is said to be a beauty that is not encountered for 100 years? Chu Hua said with a cold and arrogant demeanor. Egu, Mr. Song is really well informed. There are really a lot of new girls in my store today. All of them are really watery. Mr. Song, grab inside please. I'll arrange it for you. The pimp enthusiastically pulled Chu Hua into the White Jade building. Several guards did not follow them in, but stood guard at the door. This was also Chu Hua's order. He didn't want to be disturbed when he was doing something beautiful. Arriving in the White Jade building, the pimp immediately brought Chu Hua to an elegant room. You Sun Yang, you should go now and invite that century-old beauty over. As soon as Chu Hua entered the room, he said anxiously, Mr. Song, our Miaoga girl is just out to sell her art to make a living. Yu San Yang said with a slight hesitation. Is that so? Chu Hua snorted disdainfully and immediately pulled out a heavy bag of money and threw it into Yu San Yang's arms. After Yu San Yang opened the money bag and saw dozens of gold bars inside, her face immediately reversed 180 degrees. Mr. Song, wait a moment, I'll go and bring someone over to Miaogu. I'll make sure she serves you comfortably tonight. After saying that, Yu San Yang twisted her waist and walked out of the elegant room. Chu Hua waited anxiously in his room. Just as he was about to get impatient and ready to get up and go out to urge him on, a black-skirted woman pushed open the door to the room and slowly walked in. My little daughter Su Miaoga, I've kept you waiting. A clear and pleasant voice entered Chu Hua's ears. Chu Hua's face was stunned and he immediately looked up. One could only see this woman of about 18 years of age, with her long black hair falling naturally at her waist. She was wearing a long black phoenix and bird mist veil dress, and her graceful figure seemed to be hidden under the veil. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a piece of proud snow white. A pair of slender legs under the skirt were wrapped in black silky stockings, and her pretty feet wore a pair of gold-printed high-heeled shoes, with 10 jade toes playfully exposed, coated with a splash of bright red. The woman was dressed up and down and exuded femininity and seduction. In an instant, it hooked Chu Hua's soul, making his pair of eyes as motionless as if they were fixed. Chapter 54, 10th Prince Chu Hua. And what made Chu Hua even more horny was that the woman was holding a lute tightly in her chest. The delicate features revealed a pitiful posture. A pair of apricot eyes filled with timidity. Skin permeated with peach red, not daring to meet Chu Hua's eyes. In a flash, this extreme contrast ignited the fire of desire in Chu Hua's heart. Nima, who could survive such a test? Chu Hua's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of lustful light, and he smiled. Didn't wait long. When Su Miaobao heard this, she raised her head slightly, and a pair of eyes that looked like autumn water fell on Chu Hua. There was fear, resignation and gloom in the eyes. Su Miaoga took a step to sit under the bench opposite Chu Hua and softly said, Sir, the night is long. Can you let my daughter play a song first? Chu Hua heard the words, although his heart was on fire and he couldn't wait to immediately pounce on it, but he still showed off his manners and nodded. Naturally, I can. It's my honor to be able to have the pleasure of listening to Miss Miao play a song. Su Miaogao smiled faintly, and with her 10 greenish-white fingers, she gently plucked the strings of the zither, and a long and beautiful tune rang out. Chu Hua closed his eyes in enjoyment and listened to the tune. When the song ended, Chu Hua opened his eyes and stared straight at Su Miaoga. Miss Miaoga, it's getting late. We should rest. After saying that, Chu Hua walked towards Su Miaogao, but just then, the door to the elegant room was suddenly kicked open from outside. A few gentlemen dressed in brocade clothes and luxurious satin roughly barged in with light footsteps, red faces and confused eyes, obviously drunk. Yu Sanyang followed a few of them and hurriedly walked in. I'm sorry, Mr. Song, these few gentlemen are drunk. I'll take them away. Yu Sanyang looked at Chu Hua, whose face was dark, and hurriedly apologized. Yu Sanyang then turned around to look at the several gentlemen. Several gentlemen, this is not your room. Let's grab and go. Don't spoil other people's food. Unexpectedly, one of the leading eunuchs didn't buy it at all and shook off Yu Sanyang. Off. We're not going the wrong way. You pimp, let me ask you. I just heard your people here say that someone offered to purse Su Miaogao for a night? Is there such a thing? Yu Sanyang's eyes dodged, and her tone became faltering. This, humph, you old thing. This little master will clean you up later. You get the hell out of my way now. After the leader of the dukes trained and drank the pimp, he turned his head to look at Chu Hua. He seemed to feel that the other party was a bit familiar, but under the effect of alcohol, he couldn't think of it for a while, so he just didn't want to think about it. The eunuch shook his head and looked at Chu Hua and said coldly, Kid, do you know that Miss Su Miao only sells her art and not her body? Do you really think that just because you have a few stinking dollars, you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, as long as I'm here today, you won't be able to touch a single finger of Miaoga. That's right, don't be afraid. Miss Miaoga, with us here today, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you. A few other drunken eunuchs chimed in. Looking at the several people in front of him, Chu Hua's face was horribly dark at the moment. If he were to put it aside in the past, Chu Hua was afraid that he would have made a direct move. But the added thing was that he knew these few male buddies. The one at the head was the grandson of the Minister of War, Wei Yun. The other few were also the sons and daughters of officials above the 5th rank of the Great Xian dynasty. Wei Yun, you're drunk. Grab your ass and go home. I'll treat what happened just now as if it never happened. Chu Hua suppressed his anger and said in a cold voice, Oh, you know little master? But don't think it's okay if you know me. You don't even look at the frustrated look you have. How dare you think ill of Miss Miaoga? It's really intolerable. Brothers beat him up. Wei Yun became more and more agitated as he spoke. In the end, he was even in the greenhouse, transforming into the embodiment of justice. Swinging his fist and charging at Chu Hua, Wei Xiao said it well. Said it marvelously. Him. The other few males swarmed up and charged towards Chu Hua as well. Looking at the several people rushing towards him, Chu Hua was dumbfounded. Before he could react, Chu Hua's eyes went black and a sharp pain came from his face. With that, Chu Hua was pressed to the ground by several people, and was beaten up fatly for a while. Stop it. All of you, open your eyes wide and take a good look. I am the 10th Prince Chu Hua. A miserable scream came out of Chu Hua's mouth. Chu Hua was nothing but an ordinary person. Even if the other few were drunk, he was no match for the other party and could only reveal his identity. When Chu Hua finished shouting, the several males really stopped. A few gentry stared with mesmerized eyes and came over to Chu Hua to take a closer look. Recognize this imperial prince. Chu Hua touched the injury on his face and showed his mouth angrily. Unexpectedly, the following words of a few males directly made his face freeze. What did this pighead just say? Wei Yun asked in confusion. Big brother, I think he said he was the 10th prince. A male son recalled. Put, just him? How dare this pig say he's a prince? Can you believe it? Don't believe me. This man must be a fake. How can a royal prince come to a greenhouse? Dogs, even if you want to misbehave with Miaoga, how dare you impersonate the prince? It's simply an added offense. Brothers, give me a good beating. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. Okay. Listening to this Wei Yun few people's conversation, Chu Hua's entire body was dumbfounded. Nobody, who says a prince can't visit a greenhouse, unfortunately did not give Chu Hua the opportunity to explain. Wei Yun several people gave Chu Hua another burst of beating. Under the paralysis of alcohol, several people hit harder and harder. In the elegant room, Chu Hua wanted to escape but couldn't, and could only helplessly let out miserable screams. The screams became smaller and smaller as time passed. At this time, a male gentleman, under a trance, suddenly stopped and shouted, Stop fighting! All stop fighting! He seems to be dead. When these words came out, It was like a thunderbolt exploding in the minds of the other eunuchs, and the drunkenness instantly woke up a large portion. Wei Yan's few people looked at the fainting Chu Hua on the ground, and their faces finally revealed a look of fear at this time. A few people looked at each other in disbelief, and after a brief moment of silence, a few people immediately fled through the door and went home to their elders. Until now a few of them didn't know who they were fighting. The main thing was that Chu Hua's face was beaten like a pig's head, and he couldn't even recognize his own mother. In the elegant room, Yu Sanyang and Su Miaogo had been standing on the side, indifferently watching everything that was happening. When Wei Yun and the others fled, Yu Sanyang immediately walked over to Chu Hua's body to check it out, and then struck Chu Hua's body with a palm on one of his vital points. Chu Hua, who originally still had a breath, was now considered completely dead. After completing all of this early, Yu Sanyang nodded her head to Su Miaog, then put on a panicked look and ran out of the elegant room. It's over. Finished. Dead man. Yu Sanyang's screams resounded throughout the White Jade Building, and the hearts of the guards who had been watching outside the White Jade Building sank as a sense of foreboding surged through them. Several guards immediately rushed in, looking for Chu Hua. When a few people saw Chu Hua's corpse in the elegant room, their faces suddenly changed, and a chill went straight to the ceiling of a few people. Maru's Spice. Chapter 55, 3000 Silk Demons. A royal son of a dynasty was beaten to death while visiting a greenhouse. It would be absurd for anyone to hear about it, but it's really happening today. After a few guards quickly conferred, one guard immediately ran to the palace to report the matter, while the other few guards watched over the scene. Soon, a group of crowed soldiers holding lances neatly appeared outside the White Jade Building and surrounded it. Hiss! Isn't this one of the three major forbidden guards of the imperial dynasty? The Shikora Gun Forbidden Guard. Why are they here? Someone was shocked. You still don't know? A guest was killed in this White Jade house. According to the grapevine, that dead guest was also a royal prince. A person whispered. What? The people who had gathered around from afar heard this, and their eyes widened like copper bells. Don't believe me. Did you see the three men walking in front of the Kshara Gun Guards? The general on the right is the commander of the Kshara Gun Forbidden Guard. The one on the left is the secretary of the Delisi, Lord Gu. The Delisi, you all know it, specializing in the cases of royalty. Think about it, even Lord Gu has personally stepped in. The identity of that guest who died at the White Jade House is obvious. A person analyzed. What is the identity of the old man in the center wearing the eunuch costume? Someone asked curiously. You kid, be careful what you say. The face of the person who had just spoken was suddenly turned white with fear. The name of that eunuch is not something that these people like me can gossip about. I can only tell you that the name of that eunuch before he entered the palace was Lu Che. Lu Che. The crowd was puzzled. It seemed that they had heard this name somewhere, but they could not recall it. And there were some whose bodies trembled tremendously and whose faces were filled with a look of fear. 3000 Silk Demons. It's 3000 Silk Demons. The bodies of those who hadn't thought of it yet gave a start, and their expressions immediately became terrified. 3000 Silk Demons. A few decades ago, a continent of the Great Xian dynasty experienced a great drought disaster that had not been seen in 1,000 years, and the people were living in dire straits. Under desperate circumstances, the evil in the hearts of all people will be magnified infinitely. Even though the Xian dynasty quickly transferred supplies to that state, it was ineffective, and that state was completely plunged into riots. Just then, a middle-aged eunuch walked out from the palace of the Great Xian dynasty and came to the state, with a hand of 3000 white silk divine power. The eunuch powerfully bloodied all those who created chaos in that state. On that day, blood invaded the firmament, and there were limbs and corpses all over the place, just like a purgatory descending. In the center of the corpse, 3000 white silk floating and emitting dense silver light, the eunuch body without half a trace of blood. Later this eunuch was given the name 3000 Silk Devil. Some say that after that day there was not 10% of the power left in that state. Some say that after that day, the eunuch became a lifelong nightmare for everyone in that state. Now that decades had passed, this eunuch had not even died and still appeared here at the White Jade House. The crowd watching immediately understood that things seemed to be more serious than expected. Outside the White Jade building, Lu Che's trio stopped at the entrance and did not go in. The three of them waited quietly for a few moments before a soldier ran out from the White Jade building and came to the three of them, respectfully saying, 3 adults, the identity of the deceased has been determined. It's really His Royal Highness, the 10th Prince. The secretary of the Delisi, Guli, frowned tightly, his expression becoming a bit grave. A royal son was killed, and the matter was bound to be scrutinized, but this 10th prince died in the place, is really not good words. If he ordered a strict investigation, this matter will certainly spread, damage the prestige of the royal family. Therefore, Guli could not help but be caught in a dilemma. Guli raised his head and quietly glanced at Lu Che. Seeing that the other party did not give any instructions, after pondering for a while, Guli clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Go and call all the people who are in charge of the White Jade House, and those who witnessed the murders to this official. Guli ordered towards the soldiers. Yes, the soldiers were ordered and immediately went forward to arrest the man. At this time, a smile surfaced on Lu Che's feminine face and said to Guli, Lord Gu did a good job. Before the old slave left the palace, the imperial lord specially asked the old slave to bring a message to Lord Gu. There is no need to be afraid of damaging the prestige of the royal family, and the matter must be investigated to its fullest extent. When Guli heard this, cold sweat instantly drenched his official uniform and his heart palpitated. As an old man in the officialdom, why is Guli not clear that he has just walked around the ghost gate by himself? Why didn't Lu Che say this before he gave the order, but only after he gave the order? This is undoubtedly the meaning of the imperial lord. That is, he wants to see if he can sit in this position, of the secretary of the Delizi temple. It's true that a king is like a tiger. Guli secretly let out a bitter laugh. On the surface, however, he turned towards Lu Che and said respectfully, I will definitely keep this sentence of the imperial lord in mind. Aha! Lu Che nodded slightly. Yusan Yang and Su Miaoga were both brought over by the soldiers. Yusan Yang, a Sea Valley knight? Xian immediately cried like rain, shouting injustice. They are not clear. Hua is the prince. Guli's face turned cold and he chided a few times, which shocked Yusan Yang. With that, Guli asked Yusan Yang to tell the story word for word. Yusan Yang was very cooperative, putting on a soft demeanor and telling the whole story. Then there was Su Miaogao, and the other guests of the White Jade House. The case is not difficult. One could even say it is very simple. After all, most of the guests had seen Wei Yun several people when they fled in panic. Valley Knight quickly identified the suspect. Wei Yun, the grandson of the Minister of War, and Ren Huoding, the great-grandson of the Minister of Rights. Upon learning the identities of several of the suspects, Vale Knight went straight numb. Even Lu Che, who was on the side, and the Shikora Gun Forbidden Guards commander had their faces changed, and a hint of deepness flowed from their eyes. This Wei Yun, a few males. They had also heard about it. These people's background is not a simple. Family elders must be important ministers, so several people in the capital no one dares to mess with. Eunuch Lu. This is what to do next? Guli looked at Lu Che and said with a bitter face, the way to be a government official is to be humane. Although his Delizi is an independent department, but he is ultimately the courtiers. This time let him offend so many ministers. He cannot carry on. Lord Gu, the matter is so clear. What are you asking me for? No matter what background he has, as long as he violates the iron law of Dexian, he must be brought to justice. Lu Che whispered in a ghostly cold voice. The trace of satisfaction that had just arisen in his heart towards Guli instantly vanished. This Guli is afraid of doing things and can't be used. When this matter is over, he, the secretary of the Delizi temple, is also considered to be sitting at the end. Thanks to Eunuch Lu's enlightenment, my humble servant knows what to do. Guli arched his hand in reply, ordering the soldiers to blockade the White Jade building. He then led the soldiers in a loud and powerful manner to capture a few of Wei Yun's eunuchs. Eunuch Lu, I've explained that all the forbidden guards will follow Lord Gu's orders tonight. If there is nothing else, I will retire first. The sharpshooter forbidden guard stat said. Lu Che glanced at it and nodded down. Chapter 56, Mutual Suspicion. Wait for the commander to leave in a hurry. Lu Che turned to look at the White Jade building, and his gaze touched the two of them, Yu Sanyan and Su Miaogo, who were in the doorway, and stalled for a breath of time. Lu Che withdrew his gaze and walked in the direction of the palace. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The news that the 10th prince had been killed in the White Jade building spread throughout the capital without fail. The entire Kshara Gun Praetorian Guard is out in force, dispersing all the people from the streets to their homes and imposing a curfew. The breeze cleared the night, the winds changed, the clouds darkened, and the thunder rolled. The originally bustling capital city. At this moment, there were no other figures on the streets except for the forbidden guards patrolling the streets. The heavy atmosphere was as uncomfortable as this broken weather, pressing into one's chest. Wei House. As soon as Wei Yun escaped back, he immediately came to his grandfather's study. Puff! Wei Yun's knees went limp as he knelt down in front of his grandfather and said with a trembling voice, Grandpa, save me. Wei Yuanqing's face stared as he put down the books in his hands and said in a deep voice, You've been in trouble outside again? Wei Yao nodded. Say, what was the offense this time? Wei Yunqing glared at Wei Yun and asked with a headache on his face. Grandpa, I killed someone. Wei Yun lowered his head and stammered. What? Wei Yuanqing sniffed and his entire body immediately stood up from his chair. What did you say? You killed someone? That's right. After Wei Yuanqing confirmed it, his body shook continuously in anger. Raising his hand, he slapped Wei Yun. Asshole! You're putting me, the Wei family, to death! Wei Yuanqing roared mournfully. Wei Yunqing is not an alarmist, the so-called official to do the bigger, the more need to be careful with their words. As a minister of the second grade, he had many people in the court who wanted to catch him in a small way all the time and pull him down. Over the years, Wei Yuanqing had been living on thin ice before settling down, but it wasn't until Wei Yun was born that this peace and quiet came to an end. Wei Yun has been causing trouble for Wei Yuanqing since he was a child, and although Wei Yuanqing was angry, he finally used his connections to wipe Wei Yun's ass, who let Wei Yun be the single heir to the third lineage of his Wei family. But now, Wei Yun came over to him and told him that he had killed someone. This Nima is not the same as informing him. Lao dang, the Wei family is going to be extinct. Really want to filial piety to death. Grandpa, I can't be blamed for this. That kid wanted to misbehave with Miss Miaoga, and our brothers belong to the category of those who see the road and pull out their swords to help. It's only slightly so that I didn't confiscate it. Wei Yun covered his face and said in a small, sly voice, asterisk 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 Q. Wei Yuanqing's eyes went black with anger and he kicked Wei Yun to the ground. Wei Yuanqing covered his chest and struggled to calm his emotions down. Let me ask you, in the White Jade building, how many people saw several of you kill people? Wei Yuanqing said in a deep voice. 2 people, the old bot and the Myoga girl. Wei Yun thought about it and said. After Wei Yuanqing sniffed and contemplated for a moment, a ferocious light emerged in his deep eyes. I'll take care of this for you, while you get through to your foxy friends. If anyone asks about this in the future, you will say that the murderer is that flower girl. Ha, Grandpa, Miss Miaoga is innocent. Wei Yun is not a little cutie. Immediately guessed that Grandpa was trying to get Myoga to be the scapegoat. Asshole, what a family misfortune. I even have a grandson like you. This is not another place, but the capital. Someone must come out to confess to a death. It's hard to believe that you want to go out and confess. Wei Yuanqing looked straight at Wei Yun and coldly said, this is the grandfather's advice child knows. Wei Yun hesitated for a moment before immediately abandoning the heartfelt myriad song girl. Well, that's only right. Wei Yuanqing gave a rather pleased smile, but just then, there was a sudden cacophony of voices from outside the room that grew louder and louder. Inside the room, Wei Yuanqing's face turned cold as he walked towards the door of the room. When he had just reached the door of his room, the door was suddenly kicked open, and only then did Wei Yuanqing notice that the Wei mansion was filled with forbidden guards at that moment. Gu Li walked inside the room, surrounded by several forbidden guards. Gu, Lord Gu? Wei Yuanqing looked at Gu Li, his face showing surprise. Lord Wei, excuse me. Gu Li arched his hand with an indifferent expression, then waved his hand. Several forbidden guards stepped forward and detained Wei Yun. Lord Gu, what do you mean by this? Even if my grandson has broken the law, it shouldn't be under your Delizi's control. Wei Yuanqing said angrily. Ta Jin Wei, at this point in time, why are you still playing the fool with this official? Wei Yun along with a few of his accomplices killed the 10th prince in the White Jade building. Do you think you can handle it? Listen to my humble servant's advice. Take a few more concubines while your body is strong. Gu Li's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of Wei Yuanqing, Wei Yun and the two of them. Gu, Lord Gu, did you just say that the person Wei Yun killed was the 10th prince? Wei Yuanqing asked incredulously. You don't know yet. Gu Li glanced at it in surprise. No more chit-chat. Time is short and the task is heavy. I have a few other criminals to catch, so farewell. After Gu Li finished speaking, he led the forbidden guards to escort Wei Yun out of the Wei mansion. When Gu Li left, Wei Yuanqing went limp and collapsed on the ground with a dull gaze. On the side, Wei Yun's mother was crying her heart out, constantly urging her husband to find a way to save her child. Wei Yun's father, impatient by the noise, grumpily slapped his wife and angrily scolded the other for spoiling his son since he was a child. The entire Wei house was thrown into chaos. This night, there are many people who are destined to be unable to sleep. A big unseen net enveloping the entire capital city, treacherous and changeable, with many forces surging in the dark. Under the speed of Gu Li's thunder, all 5 male children, including Wei Yun, were apprehended and imprisoned in the Delizi prison, waiting to be sentenced. In the second prince's residence, when Chu Xiong heard the news from his subordinates, his sleepiness was gone, his eyes bubbled with light, and his thoughts were running fast. Your Highness, could it be the crown prince working in the shadows? The officials behind these few eunuchs are all Zheng Sangwa's people. The commander of the sharpshooters' forbidden guard said speculatively. Chu Xiong pondered for a moment and nodded. It's impossible to say. It's possible. This big brother of mine is really stuffy, moving Zhang Shangwa's people without saying a word. The commander sniffed and continued to ask. Your Highness, everyone knows that Zhang Shangwa is third Prince Chu Jingyun's greatest dependency. For the crown prince to move Zhang Shangwa's people, Is this hardly a complete declaration of war with third prince Chu Jingyun? The corners of Chu Xiong's mouth rose, and an excited look appeared on his handsome face. If that's the case, it's quite a delightful thing. In the Eastern Palace, Chu Xiao was also speculating at the moment if Chu Xiong was secretly messing around. If so, he was equally happy to have a sit-down. Chapter 57, A Night Doomed to Sleeplessness. Third Prince Chu Jingyun's residence. Chu Jingyun, who had gone to bed early, was awakened by his staff at the mansion. What is it? Chu Jingyun sat up from the bed with a displeased face, his evil eyes falling through the head of the bed curtain on the staff outside. Your Highness, something big has happened, the staffer said in a trembling voice. Chu Jingyun seemed to notice a hint of something wrong, and his eyes instantly became sober. Getting up from the bed, he dressed and sat in the chair. Your Highness, the 10th prince has died violently, the staff officer respectfully said, then told the whole story. Your Highness, the capital is in chaos right now, and the Minister of War, Wei Yunqing, along with a few other lords, have all run off to the residence of Zhang Shangwa. I think I must have asked for help to keep my own child from Zhang Shangwa. Chu Jingyun's face was gloomy, sitting in his chair for a long time, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. The staff aside were silenced, quietly waiting for Chu Jingyun to make a choice. For a long time, Chu Jingyun rubbed his brows with a headache and let out a long sigh from his mouth. Even though he prided himself on being as smart as a demon, he couldn't think of any way to break the situation for a while. After all, it wasn't an ordinary person who died, but a royal prince, and Wei and several people are in the public hands. People are still taken away by the Dilizi. Simply do not give Chu Jingyun the opportunity to remedy. The evidence is conclusive. Wei and several people are sure to confess to the crime. This has become a foregone conclusion. Cannot be changed. The only thing that could be salvaged now, that was to see if they could save the lives of Wei Yun's several people. Several of Wei Yuanqing's important ministers had likewise thought of this before seeking Zhang Shangwa's help, and Zhang Shangwa and Wei Yunqing several people. Is Chu Jingyun in the imperial dynasty foothold fundamental? If Chu Jingyun does not care about it, it will inevitably chill their hearts. Wei Yun, a few males are really good at giving me problems. Chu Jingyun cursed in a low voice with some annoyance. Your Highness, my subordinate feels that there must be something strange about this, the staff officer said. Are you saying that the death of the 10th prince was carefully planned by someone? Chu Jingyun glanced at his staff. Let's discuss it when things settle down. Go get Gu Feng for me. Yes. The staffer respectfully left the room. While Gu Feng was rushing over, Chu Jingyun walked over to his desk and picked up his pen to write a letter. When Gu Feng arrived, Chu Jingyun handed the letter to Gu Feng. You will now go for me to the residence of Zhang Shangwa and deliver this letter to him. Good. Gu Feng nodded his head and put the letter away, turning around and walking out of the room, his figure disappearing into the night. Being disturbed by this, Chu Jingyun's sleepiness was completely gone, and he could only quietly wait for the morning court to approach. This night is destined for countless people to be unable to sleep. At the residence of Zhang Shangwa, a candle flame burned long in the study. Well-trained soldiers guarded the outside of the study, and not a fly could ever enter it. At this time, in the study, Zhang Yunchang sat in the main seat, his deep eyes gazing at the 5 people in front of him. Wei Yuanqing, and a sense of helplessness passed through his demeanor. Lord Sagittarius, I know how serious this matter is, but Wei Yun is my Wei family's 3 single lineages. If he is executed, then my Wei family will be broken. I have decided that I am willing to be exempted from my official duties and exchange my old man's life for my grandson's life. As a fellow official for many years, my humble servant only hopes that Lord Shangwa will say a few words on the sidelines for my humble servant at tomorrow's morning court. Wei Yun Yuanqing bowed down towards Zhang Yunchang and said solemnly, Lord Sangu, I have an intention with Brother Wei, and I hope that your excellency can beg for mercy for the 2 of us in the morning court. Another second-ranked minister also bent down. The one who was captured was also the only bloodline in their family. The other 3 ministers didn't say anything. They had many descendants and were not a single lineage. He came just to see if he could make a living for his own children. And if he couldn't, then he could only stop. Brother Wei, Brother Guan, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Zhang Yunchang hurriedly helped the 2 of them up. It's not just a matter of words. We've been officials in the same dynasty for so many years. I'm sure I'll do this favor. Hearing Zhang Yunchang's words, Wei Yuanqing's 2 faces eased up a lot. Once again, my humble servant would like to thank Lord Sagittarius in advance. Wei Yuanqing and the 2 of them thanked. Zhang Yunchang looked at the 2 men with a 5-flavored, persuasive look. But you don't have to be too pessimistic. There may still be variables in this matter. Lord Sagittarius, what is the meaning of these words? Wei Yuanqing's few eyes lit up. A royal son was killed in public. The impact of this matter is too bad. If His Majesty does not order a strict investigation, it will naturally jeopardize the prestige of the royal family. Since ancient times, once something like this happened, the imperial lord would send 2 ministers and the Delizi, a 3-way trial. Zhang Yunchang narrated. The Delizi represents the royal family, while the other 2 ministers represent the civil and military officials. Only after the 3 parties have tried the case together will a final plan of execution be negotiated. Wei Yuanqing's 5 hearts and minds stirred. If it was really like what Zhang Yunchang had said, it seemed as if things had really turned around. As the head of the civil ministers, Yu, Sango, are naturally the representative of the civil ministers. A minister said at this time, unfortunately, Marquis Hao Ming has been dispatched by His Majesty to deal with the remnants of the demon religion, and on the side of the military generals, I don't know who His Majesty will arrange to deal with this matter. Wei Yuanqing frowned. The 3 parties are on trial together, and it's not possible to rely on Mr. Zhang alone. Zhang Yunchang fell silent at his words. He naturally knew this. Just as the crowd was at a loss, an evening breeze suddenly blew open the window of the study. A figure suddenly appeared in the study, startling everyone. Without speaking, Gu Feng handed Chu Jingyun's letter to Zhang Yunchang, and then his figure disappeared from the study. Zhang Yunchang opened the letter and watched it, and when he finished reading the contents of the letter, his eyes immediately glowed. Chu Jingyun coincided with his thoughts, and both thought of the point of a 3-way trial. Gentlemen, the 3rd prince is aware of the matter, and he has not forgotten your merits over the years. The 3rd prince has his own decision and can protect your grandson's life, so you can go back in peace. Zhang Yunchang turned to Wei Yuanqing's 5 people and said with a smile. After Wei Yuanqing's 5 people heard that Chu Jingyun would make a move, they were instantly grateful. With this assurance from Chu Jingyun, the 5 people's hearts that had been hanging in the air all night were finally able to relax. After the 5 of them bid farewell to Zhang Yunchang, they left the Xianghua mansion. Other side, Chu Feng, who was still asleep, was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door, and 2 bright eyes flashed in the darkness. Come in, Chu Feng said in a deep voice. The door to the room opened and Deicide respectfully entered the room. My lord, it's time for the court. Going to court? Didn't we have a morning court yesterday? Chu Feng furrowed his brows. If Chu Feng remembered correctly, if there were no particularly important matters, the morning court would only be held once a month. After all, every day you have to get up so early every day to hold the morning court. No one can carry it. My lord, the 10th Prince Chu Hua died last night, Slayer said truthfully. What? Chu Feng's face stared. Chapter 58, Chu Mu? What's going on? Chu Feng asked, his mind subconsciously thinking of Chu Chu. My lord, it is like this. Deicide told Chu Feng what happened within the capital last night. According to the information obtained from the darknet, the White Jade Mansion is not as simple as an ordinary greenhouse. The White Jade house's old pimp, Yu San Yang, and the chief leader, Su Myogo, are all somewhat inextricably linked to the demon religion. That's why my subordinate speculates that the death of the 10th prince was no accident. Chu Feng nodded, also immediately sensing that things were not simple. Has there been any movement on the side of Zhang Shanghua? Yes. After the 5 Wyans were captured by the Delizi, their elders all made a trip to the Sangoku mansion. The 5 men conferred with Zhang Shanghua in the study for a while and then went back, during which time Gu Feng came to the study and handed Zhang Shanghua a letter. Okay, I got it. You go down and prepare the carriage first. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, yes. Kingslayer arched his hand and retreated. Chu Chu, what kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? Chu Feng muttered and whispered. After Chu Feng got up and simply washed himself, he got on a carriage and headed in the direction of the palace. Once again, I came to the Golden Palace. The 100 officials and the other princes were all present. No one spoke, and the atmosphere in the hall was depressing to the extreme. When the other imperial princes saw Chu Feng, they did not say anything, just silently nodded their heads to signal down. Chu Feng came to his position, and his gaze fell over to the side directly below the main hall. Only the 5 ministers of Wei Yuanqing were kneeling on the ground. After his gaze briefly lingered on the bodies of the 5 people, Chu Feng's gaze finally rested on Zhang Shanghua, who was at the forefront of the civil ministers. At this time, Chu Aotian's figure suddenly appeared on the dragon chair directly in front of him in the Golden Palace. Greetings to Imperial Lord. The 100 officials saluted. Aha! Chu Aotian coldly said. The 100 officials rose, and Chu Aotian gazed expressionlessly at the 5 Wei Yuanqing people below. The ministers should have heard about the murder of Old Ten last night. The specifics of the situation I already know. Today's morning court is to want to discuss with the ministers how to deal with the real culprits. If the ministers have any ideas, say them all. As the words fell, the 100 officials were silenced. Hundreds of officials look different. Some people do not look ahead. A complete look of no concern to themselves, unwilling to beach this mess of water. There were also people whose eyes shone with a great essence, gloating as they looked at Wei Yuanqing's 5 people. After a short silence, Zhang Yunchang stepped out. Your Majesty, the case of the 10th prince's murder. Although the real culprits have all been apprehended, but I feel that the impact of this matter is too bad, and if it is not dealt with seriously, I am afraid that it will jeopardize the prestige of the royal family. That's why I feel that this case needs to be tried by all three parties to thoroughly investigate the case and return justice to the 10th prince. When these words came out, Chu Aotian's expression changed slightly, and the 100 officials were in an uproar. All the officials looked at Zhang Yunchang incredulously, and even the crown prince and the second prince showed surprise on their faces. Who didn't know that Wei Yuanqing's 5 were closest to Zhang Yunchang on weekdays? Now that someone's family is in trouble, why don't you help them out, and then throw stones at them? However, many people still reacted quickly and guessed Zhang Yunchang's premeditation. Father, my son thinks that Zhang Shanghua has a point. The case of the 10th brother's murder must be investigated severely when it comes to defending the prestige of the royal family. Chu Jingyun stood out, said with a face of righteous speech. Chu Feng's eyes changed as he silently watched the events change. Father, my son does think that the two of them, third brother and Zhang Shanghua, are making a bit of a fuss. In the case of the 10th brother's murder, the evidence is conclusive and the true culprit has confessed, so there is still a need for a three-way trial? Directly will be so ferocious according to the great Xian iron law punishment off can, where there is damage to the royal prestige said? Chu Xiong stood out and refuted. My son seconded. The truth is out. Where is the need for another trial? Crown Prince Chu Qiao seconded. At this point in time, if the two of them still couldn't see Chu Jingyun's purpose, then they could take a block of tofu and hit their heads. A three-way trial, seemingly fair and just. Chu Jingyun is going to drive the 5 Wei Yuns to the brink of extinction completely. But that was never the case, he was dying to break. Finding a silver lining for the Weian 5 during the tripartite trial. This kind of situation, Chu Qiao and Chu Xiong both absolutely did not want to see. As the three princes entered, other courtiers entered and expressed their opinions. The military generals have sided with Chu Qiao Chu Xiong, feeling that there is no need for a three-way trial. The civil officials, on the other hand, sided with Chu Jingyun, Zhang Zhanghua. The two parties bickered for a while. Chu Aotian gazed at the two waves of people below with different opinions, a tangled look on his face as he couldn't decide. In theory, the royal family members have an accident. It is the Delizy intervention, the three parties to the trial of this process. But the case of the murder of the 10th prince, the case is clear at a glance. There is nothing suspicious. There is no need to go through this process. Chu Feng looked at the squabbling 100 officials in the Great Hall with a melon-eating look. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. However, the next scene immediately caused Chu Feng to put away his melon-eating mentality, only to see, 4th Prince Chumu suddenly walked out and slowly said, Father, my son thinks that what Minister Zhang has said is reasonable. The so-called rules are constant and unbreakable. Even though the real culprit in the case of the 10th brother's murder has been captured, the process that should be followed still needs to be followed. Otherwise it will be difficult to convince the public. There was silence in the Golden Palace. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to continue arguing. Their eyes were wide open, gazing at Chu Mu in surprise. They never dreamed that Chu Mu would come out and express his opinion. Chu Mu had the lowest presence among all the imperial sons and never participated in the royal power struggle. In the past, on top of the morning court, Chu Mu never spoke. There was just a process. Surprisingly, I stood up to voice my opinion today. This undoubtedly shocked everyone. Even Chu Aotian on the dragon chair had a trace of astonishment on his face. All right, I think what Old Four said is somewhat reasonable. The rules cannot be messed up at any time. The case of Old Ten's murder should be done according to the process. Chu Aotian patted the case and decided. Imperial Lord is holy, the 100 officials said in unison. Where is the secretary of the Delizy? I am here. Guli hurriedly walked out from the 100 officials. In the case of the murder of the 10th prince, the three parties will be tried together, and you will be the main judge. Yes, Guli led the order. As for the two deputy judges, you two will be Zhang Shanghua and Xu Mingho. Yes, Zhang Shanghua and Xu Mingho answered. Seeing this, Chu Jingyun on the side couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. If there is nothing else, then retire from the court. Chu Aotian waved his big hand and his figure suddenly disappeared. The 100 officials retired from the court. Chu Jingyun walked to Chu Mu. Fourth brother, thank you for today. Chu Mu smiled slightly as he handled the situation. There's no need to thank me. Third brother, I'm merely telling the truth. Chu Jingyun laughed and patted Chu Mu on the shoulder, then turned to leave. The two of them, Chu Qiao and Chu Xiong, smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. The two left in a hurry. Such a great opportunity. They would definitely not let Chu Jingyun pass through it so easily. Soon, in the Golden Palace, only Chu Mu and Chu Feng were left. Chu Mu had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and an easygoing aura still permeated his body. The two of them met each other eye to eye, and the expression on Chu Feng's face became complicated. Chapter 59, Marquis Zhu Ming, Seventh Brother. What's your expression? Chu Mu looked straight at Chu Feng and smiled elegantly and casually. Chu Feng shook his head. It's nothing. It's just that I'm a little surprised as to why you would get involved in this matter. Chit ta. You're overthinking it. I'm just talking about things as they are. I've never thought of favoring anyone. Chu Mu explained seriously. Is that really true? Chu Feng indifferently shrugged his shoulders and without further words, swept past Chu Mu and left the palace. Chu Mu gazed at Chu Feng's departing back, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually disappeared. On the same day, Zhang Yunchang and Xu Mingho came to the Delizy, together with Gu Li to start the first review. The five main culprits of Wei Yun, along with witnesses who witnessed the scene such as Yusan Yang Su Miaogo, were called together for interrogation. The process is very smooth. Wei Yun 5 people at that time although drunk, but the mind is still somewhat sober. The process of the crime are remembered very clearly. Under interrogation, the 5 confessed and told the whole story, coupled with the fact that the testimony was basically the same as that of Yusan Yang and the others. The tripartite trial quickly concluded this first interrogation. During this period, Zhang Yunchang repeatedly interrogated Wei Yun 5 people, his mental state at that time, whether he was provoked, etc. Gu Li and Xu Mingho, in response, both saw that Zhang Yunchang was trying to exonerate the 5, but the facts were already there, and it was undoubtedly a useless move for Zhang Yunchang to do so. The first interrogation has come to an end, and the second interrogation will take place in 3 days. If the result of the second interrogation is the same as that of the first interrogation, the case will be closed. It was night. On Chu Jingyun's residence, Zhang Yunchang slapped the table heavily in anger. Wei Yuanqing, how do you all teach your heirs in normal times? They're all as stupid as pigs, and this officer has hinted to them many times today, and is close to teaching them what to say. But what about them? Each one is like an elm, and froze up, not reading the old man's meaning. The Wei Yuanqing few on the side smiled awkwardly and didn't retort. There's no need to get angry. The first interrogation is just the first interrogation. There's still quite a lot of time left for us. Chu Jingyun smiled lightly. Zhang Yunchang sniffed and calmed his emotions, resumed his seat, sipped his wine and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, you can't blame the old man for being rude. It is true that this group of pig teammates simply can't be brought along. I understand this point. Sagittarius has worked hard. Chu Jingyun glanced at Wei Yuanqing's 5 people. The 5 people immediately understood, and they all picked up their wine glasses to apologize for their children. To Zhang Yunchang. Seeing this, Zhang Yunchang's face eased up a lot. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Yunchang frowned and said to Chu Jingyun, Your Highness, if you really still want to save the lives of Wei Yun's 5 people next, I'm afraid that you can only spend money to buy people's hearts. According to the old man's previous understanding, that Valley Night is a courtroom and old oil. Come up with some benefits is good to pull together. But this person, Marquis Zhu Ming, has always been a loner in the army, and even the Crown Prince and the Second Prince have not brought him into the fold. I am afraid that if I rashly pull the strings, there is not much chance of success, and I may even be denounced by him to His Majesty afterward. Chu Jingyun pondered for a moment. This statement of the sage is somewhat reasonable. In this case, leave Gu Li that to you to deal with. As for Xu Mingho, I'll be the one to step in. Even if we can't pull him in, we won't be left in the lurch. Zhang Yunchang nodded his head. It is still Your Highness who is thoughtful. Just do as Your Highness says. On the second day, Chu Jingyun sent someone to invite Marquis Zhu Ming to his residence for a gathering. In the gazebo in the center of the fish pond, Marquis Zhu Ming looked straight at Chu Jingyun and said blandly, Your Highness, what is the reason for inviting me here today? Ha ha, Marquis Zhu Ming is really quick to speak. I like it. Since you asked, I won't be polite with you. Chu Jingyun laughed out loud and then raised his hands to clap. Gu Feng walked into the gazebo and placed a huge box in front of Xu Mingho. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Marquis Zhu Ming frowned and said in a cold voice, There's no other meaning. I just want to make friends with Xu Mingho. Chu Jingyun took a sip of tea and said blandly. Xu Mingho glanced at it, then extended his hand to open the box in front of him. The box lifted open and a cold aura suddenly flickered in the gazebo, a piercing chill filling the air. When the cold aura dissipated, a long gun with silver light was reflected into Xu Mingho's eyes. Xu Mingho's eyes twitched as he sincerely exclaimed, Good gun. Wish Marquis Ming as much as you like. Xu Mingho was silent for a few breaths and closed the case. Shaking his head, he said, No merit, no reward, I won't take such an expensive treasure gun. The smile at the corner of Chu Jingyun's mouth condensed as he gazed at Xu Mingho without saying a word. The atmosphere in the gazebo instantly became deep. After a long time, Chu Jingyun opened his mouth and said quietly, Marquis Zhu Ming, You and I are both smart people. I'll make it clear today. You accept this precious spear. We'll be friends in the future. And when I ascend to the throne of the Imperial Lord in the future, you'll definitely be given less benefits. If you don't take it, then we will eventually meet in arms. When Marquis Zhu Ming heard this, his face kept changing, and finally a flash of determination appeared on his face. Xu Mingho reached out his hand and took the box back. Ha ha ha, this emperor knew that Marquis Zhu Ming was a man of understanding. Come, drink tea. Xu Jingyun's 2 eyes lit up, and he laughed out loud with delight. Xu Mingho raised his teacup and drank it. At this time, Zhang Yunchang came to the mansion in a glowing manner and saw that Xu Mingho was also there, looking like he wanted to say something. Minister Zhang, if you have something to say, just say it. Marquis Zhu Ming is not an outsider, Xu Dingyun said. Zhang Yunchang's expression was shocked upon hearing this, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Marquis Zhu Ming was a big red man in front of the Imperial Lord, and his prestige in the army was completely no less than that of an old marquis like Marquis Hao Ming. He was undoubtedly like a tiger with wings now that he had joined Chu Jingyun's command. Your Highness, Gu Li's side is done, Zhang Yunchang said. Good, well done. Chu Dingyun nodded in satisfaction. Xu Mingho, who was on the side, his eyes flashed when he heard Gu Li. Your Highness, are you trying to save the Wei Yun 5? Marquis Zhu Ming asked. That's right, after all, Wei Yuanchang and these few old ministers have followed me for so many years, and now that something has happened to their heirs, I naturally won't stand idly by and chill their hearts. Chu Jingyun said very frankly. Your Highness is merciful and righteous. I admire you. Marquis Zhu Ming arched his hand and said, Tell me, Your Highness, how you plan to save them, and I will certainly cooperate. Seeing Zhu Mingho take the initiative to open his mouth, Chu Jingyun told his plan one by one. After Zhu Mingho pondered for a moment, he shook his head. Your Highness, this plan of yours seems flawless on the surface, but if someone with a heart investigates it carefully, they can easily see through the abnormalities within. Once this matter is revealed, it will be hard for all of us to escape. Chapter 60, She's Different. Chu Jingyun's plan was very simple, which was to plant the charge of killing the 10th prince on the flower girl Su Miaoge and the pimp Yusan Nyang. That night Chu Hua beastly desire to Su Miaoge misbehaved. Was Su Miaoge and Yusan Nyang 2 people killed by mistake? Just as Wei Yun 5 people passing by to hear the commotion into the room. Was Su Miaoge 2 people planted on them? The execution of the plan is also very simple. Only need to buy other witnesses, so that Wei Yun 5 people collusion under the confession, and then give Su Miaoge 2 people to come to a bent to make a move can be. However, as Chu Mingho said, many parts of this plan could not bear to be knocked down. Once someone really scrutinizes them, then all of them won't be able to escape. Chu Jingyun and Zhang Yunchang's faces sank slightly into deep thought. Just then, Xu Mingho suddenly continued. This plan is a bit rough, but it's not impossible. There are just some places that need to be perfected, and then it will be flawless and leave no scourge. Oh, the eyes of both Chu Dingyun and Zhang Yunchang lit up. The plan remains largely the same. Still planting the crime on both Su Miaoge and Yusan Nyang. Only here there is still a need to find a motive for them. Your Highness, you must have heard about the recent emergence of the remnants of the demon religion to cause mischief. We can just use this as a way to just pin the religious remnant on both of them. The people of the demon religion killed the 10th prince and were run into by the 5 Wyans. The 5 people failed to save the 10th prince when they set out to save him, and were instead planted by the people of the demon religion. Your Highness, what do you think of this arrangement? Marquis Zhu Ming slowly smiled. Tear. Zhang Yunchang on the side sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Xu Mingho with a face full of unbelief. He completely did not expect that this Xu Mingho seems to be righteous and upright, but secretly his methods are so vicious. This arrangement is naturally good, but what if that flower girl and pimp would rather die than obey? Chu Jingyun asked to Xu Mingho. Your Highness, there is no need to worry about that. There is a technique that I once learned that can control the hearts and minds of the people. Those who are controlled by me can't see anything on the surface, but they have long since become my puppets. Xu Mingho smiled faintly. Chu Jingyun sniffed and pondered for a while before, feeling that Xu Mingho's plan was feasible. He nodded his head and said, All right, let's follow your plan. After the plan was finalized, Xu Mingho didn't stay any longer and left with his precious spear. Your Highness, is this person trustworthy? Zhang Yunchang glanced at the departing Xu Mingho and twisted his head to ask. Chu Jingyun lazily lay down on the mat couch and leisurely said, I don't know, but as long as he intervenes in this matter, he will be considered tied to our big ship in the future. Zhang Yunchang nodded in approval after hearing this. Xu Mingho left Chu Jingyun's mansion and his figure suddenly disappeared as he turned a street. A carriage traveled slowly through the streets, heading in the direction of the Dilizi. Inside the carriage, Chu Mu put down the books in his hands and looked at Xu Mingho, immediately noticing the wooden box in his hands. It looks like my third brother has put his blood on the line this time. Chu Mu laughed. Aha! Xu Mingho nodded slightly. The two men looked at each other, and silence once again fell over the compartment. Time passed, and the carriage soon stopped at the entrance of the Delizy dungeon. Xu Mu lifted the curtain of the car window and looked at it, then looked straight at Xu Mingho. Here's the place. Think about it, now you have a chance to regret it. But once you get out of the car, there's no chance of regret. Xu Mingho didn't say anything, picked up the wooden box containing the lance, walked straight off the carriage and into the dungeon of the Delizy. Inside the carriage, it wasn't until Xu Mingho's figure completely disappeared from his field of vision that Xu Mu withdrew his gaze. At this moment, a plain and unassuming man walked into the carriage and leisurely took a seat opposite Xu Mu. Now I kind of understand why you're so hung up on her. Truly a marvelous woman. After being dead for so many years, there are still so many people willing to lay down their lives for her like this, Xu Casting said with a great deal of emotion. Xu Mu's eyes became 10,000 times softer at this moment, and a smitten smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She is naturally different. Damp, muggy and dimly lit dungeon. Xu Mingho passed through the layers of defense and arrived at a prison cell in the deepest part of the dungeon. Opening the door to the prison cell, Xu Mingho walked in. The two people imprisoned in this prison cell were Yu Sanyang and Su Miaogo. The two women seemed to have long predicted that Xu Mingho would come, and there was not the slightest ripple above their beautiful faces. Has the plan begun? Yu Sanyang asked. Xu Mingho nodded silently. Seeing this, a smile then spread across the faces of Yu Sanyang and Su Miaogo. Lord Zhu, you may not need to come and run in person. Su Miaogo raised her eyes and softly said, is it really worth it? Xu Mingho looked straight at the two women, and at this moment, his voice became incomparably hoarse. The two women stared at the words, before their smiles spread once again. Lord Zhu, are you asking the two of us? Or are you asking yourself? Su Miaogo blinked. At this point she was all plain and playful like a neighborhood girl. Xu Mingho's fingers holding the wooden box were clenched in death as he turned around and left in large strides. From now on, the two of you are the remnants of the demon religion. Yu Sanyang and Su Miaogo straightened their faces and bowed towards Marquis Zhuming. Thank you, Lord Zhu, for your success. Xu Mingho's figure lurched, exhaled deeply, and stepped away from the Delizy dungeon. Xu Mingho's visit to the Delizy dungeon was naturally done to Chu Jingyun. No matter how Chu Jingyun thought about it, it was impossible for him to guess that the two women, Xu Mingho and Yu Sanyang, had known each other before. At the same time, in Chu Feng's mansion, after Xu Mingho left from the dungeon of the Delizy, Deicide returned from his stalking. As the leader of the first group of the Dark Net, Deicide's strength was the most outstanding among the members. Although his strength was only in the middle zone Shi realm now, as long as he was willing, even a strong person in the late zone Shi realm like Xu Mingho would not be able to detect it. In the courtyard, Deicide reported everything that happened today to Chu Feng without any discrepancies. Even the meeting between Chu Chu and Chu Mu in the carriage didn't escape Deicide's eyes. I really didn't expect that the murder of the 10th prince was planned for a long time. The White Jade House's old pimp flower Kuei, Xu Mingho, Chu Mu, Xu Casting. They are a group of people, but these people of theirs do. And what exactly are they premeditating? Chu Feng muttered. At that moment, Chu Feng remembered the epistle that Chu Chu had given himself. The first in the list on top of the letter paper was Zhang Yunchang. Zhang Xianghua. Could it be that their true purpose this time is him? A bold guess surged into Chu Feng's mind. As his thoughts turned quickly, the bright light in Chu Feng's eyes flickered more and more. The 10th prince is just a wedge. Their real aim is Zhang Yunchang. But with them, why waste so much effort? Wouldn't it be better to just let Marquis Zhuming make a move? With Xu Mingho's strength, wanting to assassinate Zhang Yunchang is not a difficult task. Chu Feng's brows furrowed, still puzzled. In the end, he just didn't want to think about it, and everything would be revealed in 3 days anyway. Chapter 61, Second Interrogation. 3 days later, the second interrogation was held as scheduled. The interrogation developed as Chu Jingyun and the others had expected, and everyone's words of evidence all flipped. The 5 Weiyuns balked that they were innocent, and that the 10th prince was killed by the 2 Yu Sanyang Su Miaoga. In Guli's torture under the confession, Yu Sanyang too finally confessed to the murder of the 10th prince of the things confessed. They also confessed their identity, that the two of them were remnants of the demonic religion. The reason why they killed the 10th prince was because the Great Xian dynasty's recent vigorous siege against the remaining parties of the demon religion had made them hate each other. The truth came out and the second interrogation was over. After Guli reported the results of the second interrogation, the entire courtroom was in an uproar, and Chu Aotian was furious. Imperial Palace. In a secluded palace, Chu Aotian's face was grim as he gazed at the folders handed up by Guli in his hands. Humph, I really didn't realize that it was someone from the demon religion behind this. It looks like I'm still too merciful to them. Chu Tian coldly snorted, his tiger eyes surging with killing intent. On one side, Lu Che looked up at Chu Tian and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the old slave does feel that there is something strange about this matter. There were only 3 days between this first and second interrogation, but the results of the interrogation were very different. If the two Yusaniangs really wanted to confess, why didn't they do so during the first interrogation?" Chu Tian's eyes stared at the words. "What the hell are you trying to say? Your Majesty, the old slave suspects that there is another hidden agenda, and that someone wants to use this matter to exclude dissenters," Lu Che truthfully said. Chu Tian did not say anything, picked up the folding and read it carefully again. Immediately afterward, Chu Tian's expression kept changing. After Lu Che's point, Chu Tian also saw some clues that he hadn't discovered before. Chu Tian angrily threw the folders to the ground and rubbed his eyebrows with quite a bit of headache. "Lu Che, if I remember correctly, the elders of these 5 people, Wei Yun, are all Lao San's people, right? And Zhang Yunchang is also Lao San's man," Chu Tian said in a cold voice. "Back to your Majesty." "Yes," Lu Che returned. "Lao San he is really that bold? Old Ten is his brother," Chu Tian said angrily. Lu Che dared not respond. Chu Tian sighed darkly. He also came from the prince step by step, naturally knows how cruel the struggle for imperial power is. Nowadays, there weren't many years left before he abdicated, so in the past, he had chosen to turn a blind eye to the ganging up behavior between the imperial sons. As long as these emperors did not go too far, Chu Tian would not interfere. But, there's a bottom line. If the truth was really as Chu Tian expected, then it had undoubtedly touched Chu Tian's red line. "Notify the 100 officials to come to the court tomorrow. I will personally interrogate them," Chu Tian ordered. "Yes," Lu Che nodded. On the other side, Chu Jingyun's residence, Xu Mingho, Gu Li, Zhang Yunchang and the others celebrated the end of the matter with Chu Jingyun over a glass of wine. Wei Yuanqing's 5 men came to Chu Jingyun with their wine cups and said with a straight face, "Your Highness, this cup of wine is our toast to you. This time, we really thank you for your willingness to come to your aid. Without you, our family's unruly offspring would be finished." Chu Jingyun glanced at the 5 men and took a sip from his wine cup. "If you want to be thankful, thank the 3 Zhang Shangwa. This time it's all thanks to the 3 of them. This is natural. This is natural." The 5 Wei Yuanqing nodded their heads and smiled fawningly before walking over to the 3 Zhang Shangwa people. "Lord Zhu, Lord Zhang, and Lord Gu, a great favor is not appreciated. If you need us in the future, just order." Xu Mingho and Zhang Shangwa nodded slightly and sipped their wine. Gu Li, on the other hand, stood up and said with a smile, "There's no need for you to be polite. From now on, we're all on our own. This favor is not enough." This day could be said to be the highest moment of glory for Valley Knight in all his years as an official. The secretary of the Delizy looks like a great power, but in reality, the real power is not much at all. Coupled with the special nature of the Delizy, the officials in the previous courtroom were simply unwilling to befriend him. But now, Wei Yuanqing, a few second-ranking ministers, owed himself a favor, and he had gotten on the big ship Chu Jingyun. It was as if Gu Li could see that a great career path lay ahead of him. Just then, Gu Feng hurriedly came here. "Your Highness, news has come from the palace that the Imperial Lord will need to personally interrogate this case tomorrow," Gu Feng said in a cold voice. As the words fell, the faces of the crowd immediately underwent a sudden change. "I know, go down." Chu Jingyun waved his hand blandly and said. When Gu Feng retreated, Chu Jingyun looked at the crowd and said with a smile, "There is no need for you all to be alarmed. After all, it was a royal son who was killed, so it makes sense that father would personally interrogate him. As long as the Wei Yun 5 and the Yusan Yang girls don't make any mistakes, this matter will naturally be turned over." Hearing Chu Jingyun's words, the crowd's expression eased slightly. "Your Highness, don't worry, those little brats in our family will definitely not make any mistakes," the 5 Wei Yuanqing assured. "The 2 of Yusan Yang Su Miaoga are also under control," Xu Mingho said blandly. "In that case, what is there to worry about? Come on, keep drinking." Gu Li raised his cup and laughed. Smiles appeared on the faces of the crowd and they continued to drink their wine, quickly forgetting about the matter. And the crowd didn't realize that a cold aura that was easily unnoticeable flashed in the depths of Xu Mingho's eyes. It's night. When this meal was over, Xu Mingho left Chu Jingyun's residence and went straight to Chu Mu's residence. Xu Mingho opened the door of the study and stepped into it. Xu Mingho glanced indifferently at the people in the study, and his eyes flashed with a trace of intense killing intent when he saw Zhu Casting. Zhu Casting was completely unconcerned about this, and familiarly poured a cup of tea for Xu Mingho. "Lord Zhu has worked hard. Come, have a cup of tea." Xu Mingho ignored Chu Chu and looked up at the other 2 in the study. "Everything is on schedule. They didn't notice anything wrong. Good. This will make the old slave feel relieved. So the old slave will go back first. A smile surfaced on Lu Che's withered face as he got up and prepared to leave. Elder Lu, I will join you, Xu Mingho said in awe, following behind Lu Che. When the two of them reached the doorway, Lu Che suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Zhu Zhu, a pair of cloudy eyes bursting out with suffocating moroseness. After this matter, the old man doesn't want to see the people of the demonic religion in the capital again. Junior, you know the meaning. Me too. Xu Mingho ho gazed at Zhu Zhu and warned. After the two finished speaking, their figures suddenly disappeared into the dark night. Chu Chu patted his heart and turned his head to look at Chu Mu on the side, saying with a palpitating look, "It's really my honor to be warned by two late Zongshi masters." Chu Mu laughed without saying anything. This expression of Chu Chu did not look like he was frightened. Chapter 62 Changes in the Dynastic Hall. The first sun rises in the east, and the long night is full of mist. Chu Feng put on his python robe and took an early carriage to the imperial palace. Everything that had happened in the capital during those 3 days had not escaped the eyes of the members of the Dark Net. Therefore, Chu Feng was clear that some unexpected surprises were bound to happen on top of the morning court today. In this regard, Chu Feng was very much looking forward to it. When he came into the Golden Palace, the other princes were also present. Chu Feng walked to his seat and twisted his head to look at both Chu Jingyun and Chu Mu, both of whom gestured with a faint smile. Time passed little by little. Soon the 100 officials arrived and Chu Ao Tian's figure appeared on the dragon chair. Greetings to the Imperial Lord. The 100 officials saluted. Get up. You should all know why I summoned the secretaries today. I'll cut the crap. Let's begin. Chu Ao Tian coldly said, and then waved his hand. Wei Yun 5 people and Yu Sanyang Su Miaoga 2 people, was escorted by the forbidden guards into the Golden Palace. Guli, as you are the main judge of this tripartite trial, let's have you give a speech, Chu Ao Tian said in a deep voice. Guli sniffed and hurried out. Yes, Your Majesty. In the case of the murder of the 10th prince, after a 3-way joint trial, it was found that it was not an accident, but rather a long-planned murder, and the real culprits are the White Jade Mansion's pimp, Yu San Yang, and the flower girl, Su Myogo. Of course, this is only their superficial identity. Their real identity is someone from the devil's religion. As for the process of their assassination of the 10th prince, it was like this. Guli stood on top of the Great Hall, and told the process that had been fabricated beforehand, one by one. After he finished speaking, he bowed to Chu Ao Tian. Your Majesty, this is the process of the murder of the 10th prince. The faces of the 100 officials showed astonishment upon hearing this. Even the faces of the crowd of imperial princes were filled with shock, all of them not expecting that the 10th prince's murder would hide so many hidden agendas behind it. Wei Yun, do you few have anything else to say? Chu Ao Tian gazed at Wei Yun's 5 people and said, Back to your Majesty. Lord Gu is true to every word. The 5 of us are truly wronged. That night, we inadvertently walked into the wrong room when we were drunk and witnessed the 2 of them killing the 10th prince. The 2 of them even tried to plant the crime on us afterward. We were truly wronged. The 5 Wei Yuns put on a miserable appearance and cried out. Chu Ao Tian's brows tightened. Then he looked at the 2 of them, Yu San Yang Su Miaogo, and said in a cold voice, What do the 2 of you have to say that you haven't already said? The 2 of them, Yu San Yang Su Miaogo, snorted coldly and did not speak. Zhang Shanghua, Xu Mingho, do you 2 have anything to add? Chu Feng, who had been watching the fun, had his eyes lit up, knowing that a good show was about to take place. At the same time, he also noticed that the corner of Chu Mu's mouth had slightly hooked up at this time. Zhang Shanghua and Zhu Mingho walked out. Back to your Majesty. Lord Gu spoke in great detail. There is nothing I need to add. Zhang Yunchang said respectfully. As soon as the words fell, Xu Mingho, who was on the side, opened his mouth and directly shocked the entire dynasty. Your Majesty, there is a mistake in what Lord Gu told us. The real culprit is someone else. Xu Mingho turned to look directly at Gu Li. Lord Gu, at this point in time, are you really going to gamble with your life's career? Ha! Gu Li was so dumbfounded that his brain directly went down on the spot. What is this Xu Mingho saying? How come he couldn't understand a single word? It's not like they discussed these words beforehand. At the same time, Zhang Shanghua and Chu Jingyun's faces sank as an ominous premonition surged through them. Xu Mingho, what do you mean by that? Tell me everything you know. Chu Ao Tian's gaze was like a torch, and a terrifying pressure escaped from his surroundings. Behind him, Lu Che, with all the gazes of the 100 officials fell on Xu Mingho. Xu Mingho's demeanor was calm. Back to your Majesty. It's not true that the 10th prince was killed by the Jade Sanyang Su Miaoga, but such a well-thought-out plan was not something the 2 of them could have plotted. Chu Ao Tian's eyes were ice-cold. You mean, someone instructed the 2 of them to do it? That's right. Xu Mingho nodded and continued. After my and Lord Gu's round-the-clock investigation, we finally discovered that the real culprit behind this is Zhang Shanghua, Zhang Yunchang. What? When these words came out, the entire courtroom was in an uproar. Everyone's face showed a very wonderful expression. Some people were shocked, some people were confused, and some people were angry. You spit blood. Zhang Yunchang's face changed drastically as he angrily looked at Zhu Mingho and cursed. Your Majesty. Xu Mingho's words are complete nonsense. Zhang Shanghua has been an official in Dexian for so many years. He is upright and selfless, and is recognized by the people as a good official. How could he be the real culprit behind the murder of 10th brother? Chu Jingyun stepped forward and said righteously. Chu Aotian glanced at it indifferently, ignoring Chu Jingyun, and said to Zhu Mingho, if you say so, do you have any evidence? Back to your Majesty. I naturally have evidence. Zhu Mingho pulled out a few copies of the epistles from his bosom and handed them to the eunuch at the side, who handed them over to Chu Aotian. These letters were searched by my minister in the White Jade building, and these are the letters to and from Zhang Shanghua and Yu Sanyang discussing the details of the crime. Of course, I understand that handwriting can be imitated, and it is far-fetched to use this as evidence. So I have been torturing the two Yu Sanyangs overnight, and under my means, the two eventually gave a truthful account that it was Zhang Shanghua who ordered the two of them to kill the 10th prince. After hearing this, Zhang Yunchang's face turned blue, and he opened his mouth to retort, but he couldn't open his mouth for a while. In fact, want to self-evidence is very simple. Zhang Yunchang as long as need to say, the 10th prince was killed by Wei Yin 5 people on the line, but once they said that, then everything they had done before would be wasted. Zhang Yunchang only felt the feeling of being mute and unable to speak. Yu Sanyang spoke expressionlessly. The 10th prince was indeed ordered to be killed by both of us by Zhang Yunchang, who is also a member of the devil religion. At this time, Chu Dingyun spoke. Father, my son feels that this must be a treacherous plan by the two Yu Sanyangs. They knew they were in trouble, so they deliberately slandered Zhang Shanghua. Zhang Shanghua fell to his knees. Your Majesty, my loyalty can be seen by the sun and the moon. Xu Mingho slandered my minister in such a manner. I do feel that the two of them, he and Yu Sanyang, have an unusual relationship. Zhang Yunchang raised his head, looked at Zhu Mingho with a malicious gaze, and questioned. Xu Mingho, I ask myself that I have never offended you, so why do you want to put me to death? Xu Mingho turned a blind eye to it and looked straight at Chu Aotian. Your Majesty, I have just said everything that should be said. As to how it is decided, it is all up to your Majesty. After saying that, Xu Mingho walked back to his position without asking any more questions. Chu Aotian looked at the crowd below, his face changing constantly. The hall was silent, and everyone seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock, their gazes flowing back and forth between Zhang Yunchang and Xu Mingho, and Veil Knight was still standing frozen in place. Where is this? Who is he? These people are talking about God? Chapter 63, Zhang Yunchang's imprisonment. There was silence in the Golden Palace. Above the dragon chair, Chu Aotian gazed down at Zhang Yunchang and Yu Sanyang and the others below, his eyes deep. A suffocating atmosphere filled the hall, and the 100 officials were silenced. The case has developed to this point, with Marquis Zhuming, who is a rising star among the military ministers, on one side, and Zhang Shanghua, the head of the civil ministers, on the other. On both sides, they didn't want to offend anyone. Chu Feng looked at Chu Jingyun, only to see that at that moment, his face was gloomy to the extreme. Father, my son has something to say. Chu Jingyun opened his mouth. Speak, Chu Aotian said in a cold voice. Zhang Shanghua has been an official for so many years. It's only reasonable that he would unintentionally offend some people during the course of his day. My son is willing to vouch with his head that Sage Zhang is not a member of the demon religion. As for why these two women want to slander Zhang Shanghua, is there someone behind the ghost? Here I do not know. Chu Jingyun said this. A hint of coldness flashed between his brows. My son proposes to check if the two Yu Sanyangs have been tampered with. Now the situation is obvious. Although Chu Jingyun does not know who exactly Zhu Mingho is. However, he was clear that Zhu Mingho had been a fake defector from the beginning, with the aim of bringing down Zhang Shanghua. Since this was the case, Chu Jingyun naturally stopped holding back. As long as the Imperial Lord agrees to his proposal to have people investigate the two Jade Sanyangs, then Marquis Zhuming's secret of controlling the two Jade Sanyangs with his technique would definitely be exposed. At that time, Zhang Shanghua's suspicion was naturally eliminated, and it was Xu Mingho's turn to be unable to defend himself. Zhang Yunchang's eyes lit up at the words, Imperial Lord, I think the third prince has a point. Please, Imperial Lord, return my innocence. Granted. Chu Aotian nodded and waved his hand. After Chu Jingyun and Zhang Yunchang heard this, their hearts were relieved and glanced at Xu Mingho with a cold smile in their eyes. Lu Che, who had been quietly guarding the dragon chair, walked over to the two Yusan Yang. Lu Che indifferently gazed at the two women, and all of a sudden a terrifying aura escaped from Lu Che's circumference. Lu Che slowly raised his hand, and two hair-thin phantom silks burst out from his fingers, inserting themselves into the heads of the two Yusan Yang women. As if the two women were suffering from inhuman pain, their faces turned white as they fell to the ground, their faces grimacing. After a dozen or so breaths, Lu Che retrieved the two phantom silks, turned around and whispered in a nonchalant manner, "Imperial Lord, the two women have no problem." Before Chu Aotian could speak, Zhang Yunchang's mouth let out an unbelievable cry of shock. "Impossible. This can't be. There must be something wrong with these two women. Eunuch Lu, please double check again." Lu Che snorted coldly. "Senior Zhang, are you doubting the old slave?" Zhang Shanghua trembled, and only then did he remember that this eunuch Lu in front of him was a late Zhongshe master powerhouse. "Eunuch Lu, I don't mean this," Zhang Shanghua hurriedly explained. Lu Che completely ignored him and silently returned to the dragon chair. "Lao San, Zhang Shanghua, what else do you two have to say? How ridiculous your previous suspicions seemed." Chu Aotian's tone began to flood with anger. Zhang Yunchang was speechless and looked at Chu Jingyun for help. Chu Jingyun stared angrily at Zhu Mingho, his hands in his sleeve robes clenched in death. Even if Chu Jingyun's reaction was no longer slow, at this point he understood what was going on. What casting yourself and the art of mind control? It's all fake. This matter was a trap from the very beginning. A trap specifically targeting him and Zhang Shanghua. And both of them were stupid enough to voluntarily drill in. It's all a done deal at this point. Even if he came forward now and asked the Wei Yun Five to tell the truth, that the 10th prince was killed by them, no one would believe it. It's the same as getting mud on your own pants. If it's not, it's... Men, take Zhang Shanghua down, Chu Aotian ordered. As the words fell, several forbidden guards walked into the hall and brought Zhang Yunchang under control. "Imperial Lord, I am unjustly accused." Zhang Yunchang shouted and screamed for injustice. "Humph, you're wronged? Did Marquis Zhu Ming wrong you? Or did these two women wrong you? Now the witnesses and material evidence are all in front of you. Ironclad evidence, what do you have to be wronged?" Chu Aotian angrily rebuked. A mountain of blood and a sea of corpses when the Emperor's Lord is angry. In an instant, the domineering Imperial Lord's power was like a shocking wave that filled the entire hall. Some officials without cultivation were directly frightened and fell to their knees. "Imperial Lord, calm your anger." The 100 officials spoke in unison. Zhang Yunchang lost all his strength under this might and knelt on the ground in despair. "Pass on my decree that the case of Old Ten's murder is a wide-ranging one. The two women who killed Laox will be executed on the same day, and Zhang Shanghua will be imprisoned in the dungeon, awaiting trial. As for the case of the main trial, Chu Aotian Ton Emil, gaze sweeping below the officials. Most of the 100 officials were shaken and lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. They all knew that Zhang Shanghua was the third prince's man. They didn't want to get involved and offend the third prince. "Father, my son has the audacity to ask for an order and is willing to be the chief judge of this case." The crown prince and the second prince stepped forward at the same time. How could Chu Aotian not know the two of them's little thoughts and directly eliminated the two of them first? But soon, Chu Aotian was in trouble. In addition to the crown prince and the second prince, he could not find any other suitable candidates in the large courtroom. These officials, all of whom were inextricably linked to the princes. It would be inappropriate to let anyone interrogate Zhang Yunchang. Seeing that, Chu Feng secretly let out a light sigh, guessing that he would be making his entrance soon. Fruity. Just then, Chu Mu stood out and said in a clear voice, "Father, this case is about the demon religion. Whether or not Sage Zhang is innocent, there must not be any slackness. My son suggests that it would be best for Chitta to handle it." When these words came out, Chu Aotian's expression flickered. "Yeah, isn't Lao Chi the best choice to handle this case? The old 7 has just been promoted to the 5 Pearl Princes now, and he has no close friends in the court." "Well, that's a good offer you have, old 4, old 7. This case will be left entirely in your hands next. I hope that you will not let me down," Chu Aotian said to Chu Feng. "Yes." After Chu Feng received the order, he looked at Chu Mu with a deep gaze. Chu Mu was busy with such a big circle, but he actually just wanted to hand over Zhang Yunchang to him. It looked like this Yunchang had a little-known secret on him. When Lu Che and Zhu Mingho heard Chu Mu's suggestion, a strange look flashed past their faces. The two stood still and silent. At the end of the morning court, the harsh but warm sunlight shone down, and the golden tiles above the golden palace glittered. The 100 officials hurriedly walked out, leaving only Chu Feng and Chu Mu outside the hall. Chu Mu closed his eyes and lazily stretched his body against the sunrise, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. "I don't understand. You've been planning for so long. Why did you end up handing Zhang Yunchang over to me? Chu Feng stared at Chu Mu and asked suspiciously. Chu Mu slowly opened his eyes, looked straight into Chu Feng's eyes, and suddenly smiled. Because only you can do it. Chu Feng frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning of Chu Mu's words. Seventh brother, you don't have to think much here. When you interrogate Zhang Shanghua, you'll naturally understand what I mean. Chu Mu blinked, his face suddenly becoming incomparably serious. When that time comes, my brother only begs you for one thing, to tell me what happened. After saying that, Chu Mu actually bowed down and performed a great salute towards Chu Feng, counting me in as well. Have you thought about the consequences? Chu Feng said in a cold voice. Thought that after this matter has come to an end, I am at the disposal of the seventh brother. Chu Feng looked at Chu Mu for a long time in silence, and finally turned around and left straight away, until Chu Feng's figure completely disappeared from Chu Mu's eyes. Chu Feng did not speak again. Why? Why didn't you execute what you had planned in advance? Today in the courtroom, things have been finalized. Why did you do this? You need to give me an explanation. In the study room of Chu Mu's residence, Xu Mingho's furious voice seemed as if it was going to lift the entire roof of the room, so it could be imagined what level of anger he had reached at this moment. In the study, Xu Mingho and Lu Che both looked at Chu Mu questioningly. Your Highness, you should know how long the two of us have waited for this day. For this reason, the 10th prince suffered an undeserved disaster, and the two of them, Yu Sanyang and Su Miaogo, sacrificed their lives. And yet you let Zhang Yunchang go at the last minute. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, I will bloodwash your mansion. Lu Che changed his usual feminine, killing intent thick as quality. The temperature in the study room suddenly dropped more than 10 degrees. At this moment, the 3,000 silk devils that had disappeared for many years manifested once again. Shu Casting seemed to have expected it, or hadn't forgotten the warning that the two had left last time, and hid in the secret room without coming out. Under the pressure of the two late zone master powerhouses, Shumu savored his tea without changing his face. When the cup of tea was finished, Shumu blandly put down the teacup and blandly said, What happened today is my fault for not informing you beforehand, but I just want to ask you one thing. Even if Zhang Yunchang falls into our hands, can we really learn what happened back then? Xu Mingho and Lu Che stalled, their faces instantly becoming embarrassed. Why can't I? It took so much to bring Zhang Yunchang down. Even if it costs me this life, I must know what really happened back then. Lu Che firmly bellowed. That's right, Xu Mingho agreed. Shumu shook his head and smiled bitterly. If this matter could really be successful with a few lives, why would I have to go through so much effort? Lu Che's two faces turned deep as they heard this. It was clear to them that Chumu was telling the truth. Although Chumu was just an ordinary person, his wisdom and strategy has reached the level of a demon. If he was willing, he could easily make a strong Zhongshe realm master willingly die for him. Could there really be no other way? Why? I just want to know what really happened back then. Xu Mingho sat paralyzed on the ground as if he had lost all his strength and muttered in disorientation. At this moment, he was no longer the famous Xu Mingho of Dexian, but more like a sad and helpless child, with a pair of tiger eyes turning red. The killing intent on Lu Che converged. His body hunched down, and the grooves on his aged face were deep, which still has the power of the 3,000 silk demons of the year. Looking at the two of them glumly lost in thought, a trace of intolerance appeared on Xu Mu's face. Though you have no means, my seventh brother does. Xu Mingho raised his head and stared indifferently at Xu Mu, sneering, the seventh prince? With him, even the two of us can't do what he can do? Your Highness, are you bent on poking fun at us today? Xu Mu shook his head. I'm not poking fun at you guys. Everything I said is true. That seventh brother of mine can really do it. Seeing Xu Mu being so certain, Xu Mingho and Lu Che's expressions were shocked. Your Highness, it is hard not to believe that the seventh prince Lu Che seemed to have guessed something. His eyes snapped shut and he exclaimed in disbelief. Xu Mu looked at the two and nodded. You guys didn't guess wrong. After Xu Mingho and Lu Che got the confirmation, the two of them sucked in a breath of cool air in horror and their brains directly went down. The seventh prince seems like he's only 20 years old. 20 years old and he's reached this realm. When this is said, I'm afraid not many people will believe it because it's too appalling. After learning the cause of the incident, Xu Mingho and the two men regained hope. The two of them did not stay in the Chumu residence for much longer and left silently. On the other side, Chu Feng returned to the mansion. In the first place, let Kingslayer find all the information about Zhang Yunchang. After Chu Feng carefully watched all of Zhang Yunchang's information over the years, he did not see anything suspicious. From the information, Zhang Yunchang has been an official for more than 20 years, clean and honest, with numerous achievements, is a rare clean official. The only thing that caught Chu Feng's attention was the two major career changes that Zhang Yunchang had made over his 20 years as an official. The first time was 20 years ago, when Zhang Yunchang was suddenly elevated from an obscure 6th ranking official to a 3rd ranking official. The second time was 6 years ago, the year before Chu Feng was deported to the Northern Realm, when Zhang Yunchang was suddenly favored by the Imperial Lord and jumped from a 3rd-ranked minister to a 1st-ranked minister. Then in the year that followed, Zhang Yunchang became the present-day Zhang Sanghua. This first point in time immediately caused Chu Feng to associate it with the epistle that Chu Chu had handed over to himself. In the epistle, Chu Chu only wrote 4 words to Chu Feng, the murderer of his mother. And Zhang Yunchang is the first on the list. Of course, Chu Mu and the others had gone through so much trouble. Obviously not for Chu Feng's mother. 6 years ago, did anything significant happen in the capital at that time? Chu Feng murmured. At that moment, an aura suddenly flashed through Chu Feng's mind. If I remember correctly, Chu Zhan's mother died 6 years ago, and Chu Zhan was also relegated to the southern barbarians at that time. Could it be that this is Chu Mu and the others' true purpose? Chu Feng had a premonition that he had absolutely not guessed wrong. It was just that if he wanted to confirm it, he still needed to find Zhang Yunchang to confirm it. The next day, Chu Feng arrived at the palace dungeon to meet Zhang Yunchang. In the dark and damp dungeon, Zhang Yunchang, who had changed into a prisoner's clothes, no longer had the prestige of a pharaoh. Upon seeing Chu Feng, a trace of unnaturalness flashed in the depths of Zhang Yunchang's eyes. The guilty official pays his respects to Prince Hao. Zhang Yunchang saluted Chu Feng. Get up. Chu Feng gestured down blandly. Although Zhang Yunchang quickly hid his emotions, he still did not escape Chu Feng's eyes. After this moment, Zhang Yunchang was already a corpse in Chu Feng's eyes. Chapter 64 2 Questions. In the dungeon, the head of the prison respectfully brought Chu Feng a bench, and Chu Feng sat opposite Zhang Yunchang in a dignified manner. When Zhang Yunchang faced Chu Feng, his demeanor was constrained and his eyes dodged around. Chu Feng from birth. This Yunchang has been in the capital as an official. The two have never dealt with each other. There has never been a chance to meet alone. Like now. At first, Chu Feng thought that it was because Zhang Yunchang could not look down on himself, a powerless prince. Now it seems that this Yunchang has a ghost in his heart and does not dare to see himself. A cold aura flashed from Chu Feng's eyes. Zhang Shanghua, you seem to be very nervous? Chu Feng said indifferently. Your Highness, you're overthinking it. I'm not. A far-fetched smile appeared on Zhang Yunchang's face as he snapped back. Is that so? Chu Feng laughed coldly. Zhang Shanghua, I think you know your own current situation better than anyone else. If you're still thinking that Chu Jingyun will come to save you, I advise you to die of this. The moment you fell, Chu Jingyun had already chosen to give you up. Zhang Yunchang's face was very ugly as he sniffed, his brows furrowed tightly. Your Highness, it's not for you to worry about. The cleaner the better. I, Zhang Yunchang, have been an official for more than 20 years, and I ask myself if I am a good official for my relatives and the people. There are some little people who are trying to trip me up with a trumped-up charge. It's a fool's errand. Your Highness, I'm sure you'll clear my name. Zhang Yunchang suddenly looked relieved, as if the whole person had found his backbone again. Chu Feng looked straight at Zhang Yunchang and saw that the other party was not bluffing, and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. It's kind of fun. It looks like Zhang Yunchang is not the only one backstage. Of Chu Jingyun. Chu Feng stood up and took a step in front of Zhang Yunchang, his pair of eyes looking straight into the other party's eyes as if they could see into the hearts of people. A drop of cold sweat slid down from Zhang Yunchang's forehead, and Zhang Yunchang subconsciously swallowed his saliva to avoid Chu Feng's eyes. At the same time, waves of shock rippled through his heart. Zhang Yunchang has been an official for so many years. What people have not seen. But although this Chu Feng did not exude any breath and pressure, Zhang Yunchang could not help but feel a strong sense of awe deep inside. It was a feeling that he felt for the first time ever. Even before, when he was facing Chu Aotian, Zhang Yunchang had never panicked like this. Sage Zhang, regarding whether or not the 10th prince was killed by you in premeditation, and whether or not you're a member of the demon religion, I'm not interested. I have only 2 things to ask you. If you can give me a satisfactory answer, maybe you still have a chance to survive. A ghostly voice came out from Chu Feng's mouth. Zhang Yunchang pondered for a moment. Your Highness, what do you want to ask? First thing, how did my mother die 20 years ago? As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Zhang Yunchang's pupils involuntarily trembled. Your Highness, of course your mother is ill because of... Before Zhang Yunchang could finish, Chu Feng interrupted him. Think before you answer me. I'm only going to give you one chance. Zhang Yunchang closed his mouth and was silent with his eyes lowered in thought for a long time. Your Highness, after giving birth to you, your mother's body was originally weak, and then she contracted a wind cold and died after a long time of untreated illness. The old men in the palace know about this matter. I don't understand why you are suddenly asking me about this. Zhang Yunchang clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice. Chu Feng coldly smiled and indifferently raised his hand to land on Zhang Yunchang's shoulder. Zhang Yunchang was slightly stunned and unsure. In the next second, a sharp pain instantly surged from his shoulder to his brain. A heartbreaking scream came out from the cell and echoed throughout the dungeon. The head jailer and the other prisoners glanced fearfully in the direction from which the voice had come, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. In the dungeon, Zhang Yunchang collapsed on the ground, his body bent in one piece, constantly trembling. Brilliant red blood continuously sprayed out from his broken arm. Chu Feng threw the broken arm and his hand aside with a bland expression. Zhang Shanghua, your answer makes me extremely dissatisfied. Chu Feng, are you stepping on a horse crazy? You actually tortured me. Zhang Yunchang raised his head and stared angrily at Chu Feng, his face livid. Chu Feng raised his foot and pressed Zhang Yunchang's head to the ground, raising his hand to grab Zhang Yunchang's other shoulder. Rhetorically, he asked, Zhang Yunchang, since the Imperial Lord has given this case to me to handle, I will naturally do whatever I want. I'll give you one last chance to answer my questions properly. How the hell did my mother die? Feeling the pain at his broken arm, Zhang Yunchang was completely scared. He could hear from Chu Feng's tone that the other party was not bluffing him. Your Highness, spare your life. Spare my life, I say. I'll say whatever you want to know. Zhang Yunchang's voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Chu Feng loosened his shoulders and lifted his finger to point in the air, stopping the injury. Say it. Zhang Yunchang struggled to get up from the ground, breathing heavily under his breath, gazing at Chu Feng with fear as if he was looking at a devil. He said, 20 years ago, not long after you were born, Your Highness, the Imperial Lord then wanted to enthrone Your Highness Mother as a consort, but just the night before the enthronement, Zhang Yunchang paused, seemingly still torn. Continue. Chu Feng stared coldly at Zhang Yunchang. Zhang Yunchang didn't dare to hesitate and continued. Just one night before the enthronement, Eunuch Su, the chief administrator of the harem, found me. Let me supply him with a neurotoxin poison, because that's the one I'm in charge of as the trade straight piece with the other imperial traders. I bought the poison that day from a vendor from the Great Qin dynasty and gave it to Eunuch Su. Eunuch Su is the empress's man, so I wouldn't dare inquire about the use of the poison. It wasn't until the next day when word came from within the palace that your mother, Your Highness, had died suddenly that it dawned on me. After listening to Zhang Yunchang's words, Chu Feng's eyes grew colder and colder. A few days after the death of His Highness's mother, Eunuch Su found me again and warned me to keep my mouth shut. On top of that, he promised me that I would rise up the career ladder in the future. It was just as he said, and it wasn't long before my career began to rise rapidly, from a 6th-ranked sesame official to a 3rd-ranked minister. Your Highness, I've told you everything I know, absolutely nothing half-hidden, just spare my life. Zhang Yunchang knelt before Chu Feng and pleaded. Chu Feng gazed at Zhang Yunchang and nodded. It's all up to you if you want me to spare your life. Second question. What exactly happened in the palace 6 years ago? 6 years ago? Zhang Yunchang sniffed with a blank expression, then began to think back. But right at this moment, Zhang Yunchang's face turned pale as he painfully slapped his head with his palm. Wailing sounds kept coming out of his mouth. 6 years ago? What the hell happened 6 years ago? Why can't I think of anything at all? It hurts. It hurts so much. Aha! Chapter 65, 6 years ago. Seeing this sudden scene, Chu Feng's face froze, and his figure instantly appeared beside Zhang Yunchang. Lifting his hand and landing on his skull, aura surged into his body, stabilizing his vitality. With that, Chu Feng released his divine sense to check Zhang Yunchang's situation. Surprisingly, a trace of astonishment surfaced on Chu Feng's face. Under Chu Feng's examination with his divine sense, Chu Feng immediately discovered something strange. In the depths of Zhang Yunchang's mind there was a talismanic body, which was pitch black and exuded an evil aura. Like maggots attached to Zhang Yunchang's nerves, it sealed all of Zhang Yunchang's things about 6 years ago. Once Zhang Yunchang tries to recall the events of 6 years ago, the talismanic body will be unleashed, causing him pain. At that moment, Chu Mu's words once again resounded next to Chu Feng's ears. Only you can do it. Chu Feng suddenly let out a laugh. And he was really the only one who could do it. The person who planted that talismanic body in Zhang Yunchang's mind was a powerful person who was about to step into the grandmaster realm. If not a grandmaster, the only person in the world who could undo this talismanic body was a grandmaster. Without thinking about Chu Mu counting on himself, Chu Feng began to lift that talisman body, because he was also curious as to what kind of a secret it was that would make someone go through all the trouble of sealing someone else's memories. Chu Feng controlled his divine sense and transformed it into an unstoppable sword that stabbed at the talismanic body. The talisman body instantly lost its luster and became dull, gradually dissipating. But in the next second, the talisman body automatically disintegrated, suddenly turning into countless black thin snakes, scattering in all directions. I want to exterminate Zhang Yunchang. Humph! Chu Feng mockingly laughed. To even think of killing and exterminating people under his eyes was simply delusional. An aura as terrifying as an abyss burst out from around Chu Feng. Under control, Chu Feng's divine sense transformed into 3,000, catching up with those thin snakes in an instant and wiping them all out. Chu Feng collected his divine sense, took his hand back, and sat back on the bench. On the ground, Zhang Yunchang gasped for a long time before the pupil focus of both eyes contracted and regained consciousness. Tell me, what really happened in the palace 6 years ago? Chu Feng once again brought up 6 years ago, and a wave of memories flooded into Zhang Yunchang's mind like a tidal wave. Zhang Yunchang, who wanted to come to everything, gazed at Chu Feng with a face full of shock. He could clearly remember that the person who had planted the talismanic body in his mind back then had confidently said, there were only 5 great masters in the world who could unlock the rune body in his head. And just now, Chu Feng easily unlocked the talisman body. Wouldn't that mean that his strength has already reached? At the thought of this, Zhang Yunchang couldn't help but have his brain go down in shock. After a few breaths, Zhang Yunchang came back to his senses and raised his head to look at Chu Feng in awe. Not daring to hide it, he told the story of what happened 6 years ago. Your Highness, do you remember 6th Prince Chu War's mother? Chu Feng nodded, and a valiant figure came to mind. Chu Zhan's mother. How could he forget? It was an extremely individualistic and strange woman, different from the common lady of the house. She is a martial artist with a spontaneous and frank personality, never dividing people into 3, 6, 9 classes, and is warm-hearted to everyone. When Chu Feng was in the palace back then, he hadn't received much care from her. At one point, Chu Feng thought that she was also a bit of a traveler, but after Chu Feng tried several times, he found out that she was not. When Zhang Yunchang mentioned her, Chu Feng then remembered that Chu Zhan's mother seemed to have disappeared 6 years ago as well. As for why Chu Feng only thought of it at this time, it was only because within the imperial palace's forbidden grounds, there were people innocently disappearing or dying every hour of every day. Once in the palace, all the fights within the palace are hidden in the dark. It is also like the mother of Chu Feng, and it is also like the mother of Chu War, and it is also like those low-status court ladies, eunuchs. This was already a thing of habit for the Chu Feng of that time. Could it be that Chu Mu, Xu Mingho, and the others went through all the trouble for Chu War's mother? After Chu Feng was puzzled for a moment, he spoke. Continue. Zhang Yunchang nodded, recalling the incidents 6 years ago. After all thoughts were cleared, slowly, he said, 6 years ago, there were 3,000 beauties in the harem, but the imperial lord favored Jia Guifei alone, which gradually caused the empress to become jealous. It just so happens that year was the once-in-a-decade 100 clans pilgrimage, and all the 100 clans of the Great Xian imperial dynasty would come to the capital to participate in this event. I wonder where the empress learned that Jia Guifei is actually a rare physique. The empress asked me to secretly tell this news to the Harmony sect's old ancestor, who came to participate in the 100 sects pilgrimage. According to rumors, this old ancestor of the Acacia sect relies on the art of extracting yin and replenishing yang, and his strength has reached an unfathomable level, and he is even just 1 foot short of the threshold to step into the grandmaster realm. The old ancestor of the Harmony sect who learned of the news was overjoyed and met with the imperial lord to plead with him to reward Jia Guifei. And then, Chu Feng's face was icy cold as he listened in silence. Zhang Yunchang stole a glance at Chu Feng and continued. At first, when the imperial lord heard this request, he became furious. This request from the old ancestor of the Acacia sect is undoubtedly a provocation to the Great Xian dynasty, and the imperial lord didn't agree to him. The old ancestor of the Acacia sect could only return without success. It wasn't until the end of the 100 Clans pilgrimage event that the old ancestor of the Acacia clan approached the imperial lord again. Along with him this time there's also that great master from the Great Xian dynasty. Others may not know, but I know that this great master, who has been hidden from the world, was invited by the empress. After the old ancestor of the Acacia sect made a blood oath that he would serve the Great Xian dynasty unconditionally for 50 years after he had stepped into the rank of grandmaster. No matter how much the imperial lord refused to do so, the great patriarch of the Great Xian dynasty still agreed and bestowed Jia Guifei to the old ancestor of the Harmony sect. This matter, after all, is detrimental to the prestige of the Dexian royal family, so afterward, at the sign of the Grand Sovereign, in addition to the imperial lord and empress, the old ancestor of the Acacia sect sealed the memories of the others. Using a woman as a bargaining chip in exchange for benefits. In my opinion, this Grand Master of the Great Xian dynasty is also old and confused. After hearing that, Chu Feng let out a disdainful sneer from his mouth. Zhang Yunchang bowed his head in silence. He would not dare to be like Chu Feng and disrespect a grandmaster. Now that he had said what he should have said and what he shouldn't have said, he knew he was dead in the water. Even if Chu Feng spared him, the Great Xian dynasty's great patriarchs and imperial lords would not spare him after they knew that the events of that year had been revealed. The truth was just as Zhang Yunchang had predicted. when Chu Feng lifted the rune body in his mind. Thousands of miles away from the capital, the Acacia sect. Acacia sect ancestor Huang Yucheng immediately awoke from his cultivation and sent someone to deliver the news to the capital. In the dungeon, Chu Feng looked at Zhang Yunchang on the ground and kept his promise of not killing him. Zhang Yunchang is nothing more than a pawn in the hands of a human being from the beginning to the end, and even if Chu Feng does not kill him, his days are numbered. The pot of the 10th prince's murder is still yours to carry. As for how long you have left to live depends on luck. When Zhang Yunchang, who was on the ground, heard those words, he raised his head and gazed at Chu Feng's departing back, and his face became a mixture of emotions. Chapter 66, No, she's not sick, is she? It was evening when they walked out of the dungeon. The blazing beams of the deep golden sunset seemed to cloak the earth in a veil of glitter. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Chu Feng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The two slayers silently appeared behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng slightly froze and raised his head to look forward, only to see three figures standing not far ahead of him. A playful smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. These three people were quite well informed. Chu Feng stepped toward the front with an indifferent expression, and eventually stopped in front of the three, with the two slayers following closely behind Chu Feng. Three of you, are you waiting for me? Chu Feng looked straight at the three of them, Chu Mu, Xu Mingho and Lu Che, and opened his mouth to ask, Seventh brother, don't make fun of fourth brother, you know why we came. Chu Mu smiled elegantly and said calmly. On both sides of his body, Xu Mingho and Lu Che looked at Chu Feng, and the shock still could not be suppressed from their eyes. Previously, they had all thought that Chu Feng did not have half a trace of aura flowing from his body because of his low and weak strength. It was only now after their careful observation that they shockingly realized that Chu Feng's entirety was like an unfathomable black abyss that caused one to shudder. Even the two attendants behind him were similarly collected on their bodies, without half a hint of leakage. But gazing at the sharp and merciless eyes of the two men, a strong sense of crisis instantly surged in the hearts of Xu Minghu Lu Che. Xu Mingho and Lu Che exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in the other's eyes. A 20-year-old grandmaster, followed by two followers of the grandmaster realm. It was surprising that Chu Feng was hiding so deeply. Chu Feng glanced at the three of them and said indifferently, I have to say that your plans are very perfect, and you even counted me in. Fourth brother, I'm sure that the envelope Zhu Zhu handed me was also authorized by you. Chu Mu nodded matter-of-factly. Without the list in that envelope, how can I be sure you'll take the case? If you don't take this case, we will never get an answer even if we take down Zhang Yunchang. When Chu Feng heard those words, he stared appreciatively at this fourth brother of his and could not help but feel emotion in his heart. In the eyes of outsiders, the fourth prince has always been a nerd who never meddles in the battle for imperial power and only reads books. But it is such a nerd in the eyes of the world, but will be full of civil and military play in the palm of the hand. From the moment he entered the capital himself, his layout began to turn. Even he himself knew in advance that it was a conspiracy, but he still willingly entered the game because of the list in that envelope. To be able to analyze the human heart to such a fine point was proof of how terrifying a level Chu Mu's intelligence had reached. Chu Chu, who had single-handedly planned the changes in Castle Peak Academy, was afraid that he wouldn't be able to compare himself to Chu Mu. After Chu Mu spoke those words, he was basically already showing his cards to Chu Feng. Chu Feng and Chu Mu, both gazing into each other's eyes, did not speak. The setting sun shot westward, scattering over the bodies of the two parties, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After a dozen or so breaths, Chu Mu moved, his upright body bending 90 degrees toward Chu Feng, his tone heavy with a hint of trembling. Seventh brother, I, Chu Mu, have never begged anyone in my life. Today, my brother begs you, and also wishes to tell me what exactly happened within the palace 6 years ago. My brother will surely be grateful, and after I take care of what happened back then, I would like to offer my head to you to make amends. Xu Mingho and Lu Che bent down together and firmly said, I hope Prince Hao will fulfill us. In the future, we are also willing to die in thanks for our sins. Looking at the three people in front of him, it was as if a heartstring within Xu Feng's heart had been silently plucked. A face overflowing with a pure smile surfaced in Xu Feng's mind. Her appearance is not outstanding in the harem, and although she is good at martial arts, her strength is only comparable to the 5th grade realm. But she was so different. Whether she herself was used as a reparation by her own royal dynasty, or ostracized and bullied by other concubines in the harem, she always had an unyielding smile on her face, like a snow lotus standing on a 10,000-year-old snow mountain. Even though she disappeared for 6 years, there are still people who keep searching for her, and for this reason some are even willing to give up their lives. This is probably what people used to call charisma in their previous lives. Chu Feng took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Perhaps you all have more or less guesses in your minds. Do you have to break the mold? If I tell you that the person behind this has enormous energy, and that the three of you will only die for nothing when you meet him, Do you still want to know? Is it really worth it for someone who disappeared for 6 years? Chu Feng whispered. The three of Chu Mu's figures lurched, raising their eyes to look directly at Chu Feng. Worth it. Seeing this, Chu Feng stopped persuading each other and nodded. I know. You guys go back and wait. The three Chu Mus were delighted at his words, and solemnly performed another large gift to Chu Feng as a token of appreciation. Chu Feng ignored the three. He was helping them, but he hadn't forgotten about Chu Mu counting on him. When things fell into place, this account was still to be settled by Chu Feng. After their purpose was achieved, Chu Mu's trio retreated to the side, making way for Chu Feng. As Chu Feng took a step and was about to leave, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he stopped his steps once again. The others present likewise sensed something and looked up into the distance, only to see in the distance a charming and demonic woman wearing a peach-red gauze dress with a delicate figure slowly walked towards this side of the dungeon. The 2 pink jade feet were wearing cool boots, and the 10 exposed teeth were smeared with a brilliant purple color. The jade feet gently moved, and in a few steps, from the distance, they arrived in front of Chu Feng's several people. Both Xu Mingho and Lu Che could not help but show scorn on their faces when they saw this woman. Slave Zi Yun, meet the 4th prince, 7th prince. Zi Yun gently bent her thin waist and saluted Chu Feng and Chu Mu. Chu Mu indifferently nodded his head in a gesture. Chu Feng, however, stared at Zi Yun with some curiosity and pondered for a long time before remembering where he had heard that name before. Zi Yun. Isn't this the head of the harem? The Empress's personal handmaiden. I didn't expect her to be a late Zhongshe powerhouse, or an existence far stronger than Xu Mingho and Lu Che. Along the way from the northern realm to the capital, Chu Feng had sort of seen quite a few late Zhongshe master powerhouses. These late sect master powerhouses could also be roughly categorized into 3 stages, with a world of difference in strength between each stage. Xu Mingho, Lu Che, then belonged to the first stage of the late Zhongshe period, and Chen Xingqing, the dean of the Green Mountain Academy, belonged to the second stage with the Zi Yun in front of her. As for the third stage, Chu Feng had only seen one person, and that was Qin Yuan, who had practiced the heavenly demon transformation to the 8th transformation. 7th prince. Why do you keep staring at slave? Zi Yun looked like a weak girl, shyly shying away. Chu Feng's eyes immediately became odd when he heard that. Is she okay? At her age she could be her own mom and she's still whining in front of him. Chapter 67 Palace Maid Zi Yun. Before waiting for Chu Feng to speak, Lu Che stared coldly at Zi Yun and rebuked, daring, Zi Yun, you are nothing but a small palace maid. How dare you speak to the emperor like that? Zi Yun laughed lightly and turned her head to glance disdainfully at Lu Che. His Highness isn't even angry. What are you? A rootless person, shouting blindly from the sidelines? You. Lu Che angrily glared at Zi Yun. Luckily Xu Mingho on the side pulled him in time. Otherwise Lu Che was afraid that he would have to make a move. Zi Yun. The dungeon is an important place in the palace. Don't be reckless, grab and leave. Xu Mingho warned. Zi Yun sniffed without warmth or anger and took out a token and shook it. The 10th prince is not the empress' own son though, but my empress is a motherly figure and treats every royal son as her own. The 10th prince was killed, and the empress sent me to come and see how Zhang Yunchang is doing. After saying that, Zi Yun threw a wink at Chu Feng and walked straight into the dungeon despite the others. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose slightly as he gazed at Zi Yun's back. That's a grandiose way of putting it, but it's just to check if Zhang Yunchang is talking blindly. Unfortunately, she was one step too late. What should be said should not be said, Zhang Yunchang said. Seeing that Chu Feng had been staring at the entrance to the dungeon, Xu Mingho kindly reminded, Your Highness, this Zi Yun is the previous patriarch of the Harmony sect. What is practiced is the art of double cultivation and sun harvesting. Don't look at her as young looking, but she is 40 or 50 years old. How could Chu Feng hear Xu Mingho's words? His expression slightly tinged with a hint of speechlessness. The patriarch of the Acacia sect? Why would the imperial lord let her stay in the palace? Chu Feng asked curiously. Chu Mu's trio looked embarrassed and had a look of wanting to say something. In the end, it was Lu Che who spoke the reason. Your Highness, the current empress is the previous grand elder of the Acacia sect. The two of them, this Zi Yun and the empress, are like brothers and sisters, and when the imperial lord incorporated the empress into the harem, the empress was unwilling to part with Zi Yun. In the end, the imperial lord had to include both of them in the harem together. On the surface Zi Yun is just a maidservant. In fact, so that's how it is. Chu Feng suddenly realized. Sister's flower. His cheap old man play quite flower. Just as a few people were talking, a violent aura suddenly emerged from the dungeon, and the crowd looked over, only to see, Zi Yun rushed out of the dungeon with an angry face and appeared in front of Chu Feng. The flirtatious face no longer had the previous flirtatiousness, and a pair of slender eyes stared at Chu Feng like a viper. Say, what did you just do to Zhang Yunchang? Why did he die in the dungeon? Zhang Yunchang is dead? The faces of the others present other than Chu Feng changed. Chu Feng, however, had a calm face and was not surprised. After Chu Feng had lifted the talismanic body in his mind, Zhang Yunchang had realized that he would not survive. Instead of waiting for the queen to come after her later, it would be better to take matters into her own hands and spare herself some torture. Zi Yun, watch your attitude. Xu Mingho and Lu Che stood out, the aura of a late sect master surging out at the same time to fight against Zi Yun. Ha! Zi Yun coldly snorted without the slightest fear, her eyes staring at Chu Feng through the two. Seventh Prince, although you are the main judge in this case, the case has not yet been settled. You even forced Zhang Yunchang to die right there. I'll see how you'll explain it to the Imperial Lord. Chu Feng's eyes sank. How am I going to explain myself? Is it not possible that I still need to obtain your approval? How dare you, a tiny harem servant girl, contradict this imperial prince? If your master doesn't discipline you, then this emperor will discipline you for your master today. The moment the words fell, Chu Feng's figure instantly appeared in front of Zi Yun. Raising his hand, he crumpled Zi Yun's aura with a palm, and then he choked Zi Yun's neck and lifted her high up in the air. At this moment, the expression on Zi Yun's face was 10,000 times more brilliant, with shock, anger, and killing intent. Junior, looking for death. A murderous intent flashed across Zi Yun's face as she coldly snorted. Zi Yun then wanted to revolve her own gung-fu and give Chu Feng a profound lesson. But in the next second, Zi Yun was directly dumbfounded. She realized with horror that no matter how much she ran her gong methods, nothing moved. It was as if one's strength was sealed by an invisible shackle. Snap! A slap was thrown heavily on Zi Yun's face, and the force directly shook Zi Yun's ears. Before Zi Yun could slow down from her daze, the slaps came with her and kept landing on her cheeks left and right. In no time, Zi Yun was slapped no less than 100 times. The whole face was swollen like a pig's head, and could no longer be seen before. Worthy of being a powerhouse of the sovereign realm, this face skin is thick. Chu Feng disgustedly threw Zi Yun to the ground and lamented. In order not to scare the snakes, Chu Feng did not choose to kill Zi Yun. She was still somewhat useful alive. The corners of Zhu Mingho's and Lu Che's mouths on the side tugged. Looking at Zi Yun's miserable state, the awe of Chu Feng in his heart couldn't help but deepen a few more points. As a strong person in the late Zhongshe stage, well, they were all dignitaries. They would rather be killed than end up like Zi Yun. Shumu glanced at the fainting Zi Yun on the ground and frowned. Seventh brother, this Zi Yun is the Empress's person. If you do this, I'm afraid that it will lead to a lot of trouble. Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders. If she doesn't come to me, I will still look for her to avenge my mother's murder. That's true, but Zhang Yunchang died in the dungeon, and you're afraid that it will be difficult to explain on father's side, Shumu said in a deep voice. When Chu Feng heard that, he raised his head and gestured to Deicide. Kingslayer willed his way into the dungeon. Soon after, Deicide walked out of the dungeon with a bloody letter and handed it over to Chu Feng's hands. Shumu curiously came over and watched together. The blood book was written by Zhang Yunchang before he died. Zi Yun went in and saw Zhang Yunchang die, and then immediately rushed out to find Chu Feng to raise the blame, and did not notice the blood book. On the blood book, Zhang Yunchang took the initiative to take the crime of killing the 10th prince and also admitted that he was a member of the devil religion. With this letter of blood, the case of the murder of the 10th prince even finally came to an end. The crowd left, leaving only Zi Yun, who had fainted on the ground. It's night, in Chumu's residence. Chumu, Zhu Mingho and Lu Che, looking nervous, paced back and forth in the study. At this moment, even Chumu could not hide his inner excitement, his gaze constantly sweeping towards the entrance of the room. They were all waiting for an answer that they had been waiting for 6 long years. Finally, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and Deicide slowly walked into the study. Deicide scanned the three, pulled out an envelope from his pocket and handed it over to Chumu, then turned around and left. Xu Mingho and Lu Che immediately gathered around, staring at the envelope in Chumu's hand with eager eyes. Unexpectedly, Chumu didn't open the envelope, but looked solemnly at the two. My lords, it is better for me alone to read the contents of this envelope. You've already helped me so much, I don't want to drag you two down again. Chumu was not stupid, and had previously heard from Chu Feng's tone of voice that Jia Guifei's disappearance had a wide range of involvement behind it. Even experts like Xu Mingho and Lu Che would be in danger. After much deliberation, Chumu decided that it was better to bear it alone. When Xu Mingho and Lu Che both heard this, their faces suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 68 Empress Qiao Jiaofeng. Fourth Highness, what do you mean by that? The truth of everything is close at hand. Do you think we'll just let it go? Xu Mingho, the two of them, said to Chumu. Chumu was silent for a moment, knowing that he was unable to dissuade the two. Chumu opened the envelope and looked at it with the two men. After reading all the contents of the envelope, there was silence in the study. The three men's faces were grim as a strong killing intent erupted from their eyes. The Acacia sect. Today, I must exterminate his entire clan. Xu Mingho angrily slapped the table and walked towards the door. Xu Mingho, calm down. Fighting against the entire Acacia sect with our strength is undoubtedly hitting a stone with an egg and going forward to die for nothing. Lu Che stopped Xu Mingho. Xu Mingho clenched his teeth and let out an indignant grunt. A look of indignation on his face. What then? Is this matter just going to be left alone? We went to all this trouble to find out the truth about what happened back then. Now that we also know who the enemy is it because he, the Acacia sect, is powerful that he won't take revenge? Lu Che sniffed, and his heart was likewise 10,000 times harder to bear, but he was much calmer than Xu Mingho. Ever since the Great Xian dynasty was founded, this Acacia sect has been the #1 sect in the Great Xian dynasty. After so many years of development, its power has long penetrated all over the Great Xian dynasty, and the clan is filled with experts. I know you're eager to take revenge, but if you just rashly rush over there, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to see the face of the old ancestor of the Harmony sect. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Lu Che's eyes lowered as he calmly analyzed. Xu Mingho's hands clenched his knuckles and turned white. His pupils filled with unwillingness. Lu Che turned his head and stared at Chu Mu. Fourth Highness, that Acacia sect's old ancestor is afraid that only a great master can. Chu Mu raised his hand and directly interrupted Lu Che's words. I know what you're thinking, but Seventh Brother has already helped us a lot. If you want to use him to help us deal with the old ancestor of the Acacia sect, you'd better break that thought. That Seventh Brother of mine isn't a man to be trifled with. We can't bear the wrath of a great master. When Lu Che heard this, a look of loss could not help but spread across his face. All right, it's getting late, so go back, all of you. Leave me alone to think about what to do next. Xu Mu waved his hand. All right, Fourth Highness, if you think of something, please be sure to inform the two of us. Xu Mingho and Lu Che arched their hands and said. After the two left, Xu Mu stood by the window and looked out at the bright moon in the sky. At that moment, the chamber in the study opened, and Chu Chu walked out and picked up the envelope on the table and looked at it. After reading the contents of the envelope, Chu Chu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise as well, looking up at Chu Mu and letting out a sigh from his mouth. I can't believe you guys dug up this awesome thing. If my demon religion was at its peak, this Acacia sect wouldn't be a problem. But now, I can't help you. Shu Casting opened his mouth. Xu Mu turned around and gazed at Chu Chu with a faint smile. I know. Shu Casting frowned. It's better to forget about it. It's not worth it to offend the Acacia sect for the sake of a woman. Ever since he was born, Chu Chu was held up as the hope of the demon religion by the people of the demon religion. Having been constantly uplifted since childhood, there is no way to understand something as nebulous as the three emotions. In his eyes, anyone and everything in the world had a corresponding value. Therefore, he was very incomprehensible to Chu Mu. Xu Mingho's trio who did so many things for a woman who had been missing for many years. Now they wanted to make enemies of the Acacia sect for the sake of this woman. Chu Mu smiled and didn't respond to Chu Chu's words, but walked to the table and sat down, taking out the chessboard and setting it up. Shu Casting tacitly sat down opposite Chu Mu and picked up the chess pieces to play against him. The evening breeze was cool and pleasant. The study is quiet and silent. As time continues to pass, Shu cast expression but more and more serious. The speed of the hands of the sun more and more slow. On top of the chessboard, the black and white pieces intertwined with each other, forming a matrix of killing opportunities and playing against each other. Today, Chu Mu's chess style changed from the previous days. There was no layout, no backhand, there was only the courage to charge forward. Intense killing intent was about to permeate out from the chessboard. Under Chu Mu's intense offense, Chu Chu had come to the edge of the cliff. One step to life and one step to death. After pondering for a long time, Chu Chu finally snapped his pieces helplessly and admitted defeat. Chu Chu rose from his seat and rubbed the corner of his brow wearily. Brother Chu, I know your choice now, but reality is not this game of chess after all. Chu Mu blandly put the pieces away. In this matter, what I do has never been a choice. Shu Casting's expression froze, and after a long period of silence, let it go, and I'll fulfill what I promised you. Chu Mu raised his head and looked straight at Chu Chu and said sincerely, thank you. That night, Chu Chu left Chu Mu's mansion, going in an unknown direction. Meanwhile on the other side, in the heavily guarded harem of the palace, in the Empress's chambers, sister, that Chu Feng is really bold, knowing that I am your person. He still dared to humiliate me like that. Zi Yun looked pitiful and sobbed. The gauze curtain embroidered with dragons and phoenixes was slightly rolled up. A pair of slender white thighs stepped out, and a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a phoenix crown on her head came in front of Zi Yun. Xiao Jiaofeng raised her palm to caress Zi Yun's still somewhat red and swollen face, a hint of heartache showing in her phoenix eyes as she softly asked, does it still hurt? 2 blushes crept onto Ziyun's cheeks, and the anger in her heart instantly dissipated into thin air. Thank you for your sister's concern, it's already much better. Ziyun shyly lowered her head. Her voice like a fine mosquito said. Xiao Jiaofeng rubbed Ziyun's face, her head slightly nodding down. Tell me in detail what happened today. Yes. Ziyun was hot and her eyes were a bit mesmerized as she lightly bit her red lips and told the matter one by one. You mean, when you first went to the dungeon, Zhang Yunchang was already dead? Xiao Jiaofeng's phoenix eyes became deep as she listened. Yes, and that Chu Feng also has problems. When I made a move on him, he didn't know what means he used to actually make me lose all my strength. Ziyun responded with difficulty, her body getting hotter and hotter, her entire skin flushed pink. After Xiao Jiaofeng pondered for a long time, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked into a seductive smile as she murmured, "That's kind of interesting. Sister, that Zhang Yunchang knows too much. This is if he said something he shouldn't have said to Chu Feng before he died. I'm afraid that it will cause us a lot of trouble." Ziyun whispered. Xiao Jiaofeng looked down at Ziyun, who looked like a ripe peach, and a glint of light emerged from her eyes. It's good that Zhang Yunchang is dead. As for Chu Feng, it's just a royal prince. Even if there are some means, how big a wave can they turn? Come, go to the bed with elder sister. Elder sister will help you rub it properly. After saying that, Xiao Jiaofeng pulled Ziyun's hand and walked towards behind the gauze curtain. Chapter 69. Today, people I must kill. On the second day, the sun came up. Chu Feng walked out of the room comfortably, enjoying the sunlight. Gongzi, Su Yanran carried the morning tea and walked over. Chu Feng turned his head to look and said in surprise, "You've stepped into the second grade realm?" Su Yanran nodded shyly. "Yes sir. Recently Sister Tu has been instructing my sword skills daily. Under her guidance my swordsmanship became more and more exquisite, and yesterday I stepped into the second grade realm." "That's right. Not bad. Keep up the good work," Chu Feng said encouragingly. "Okay Gongzi, I will continue to work hard," Su Yanran said with firm almond eyes. Chu Feng smiled faintly, and after eating his morning tea and changing into a python robe, he walked onto the carriage and headed towards the palace. Coming to the gate of the palace, the carriage was pulled down by the forbidden guards. "Seventh Highness, I wonder what you came to the palace for?" The head of the forbidden guards respectfully inquired. "There is something that requires an interview with the Imperial Lord," Chu Feng blandly returned. "I'll trouble your 7th Highness to wait for a moment. My subordinate will go and report." Aha! Without the convening of the morning court and the summons of the Emperor's Lord, no courtier may set foot within the palace's confines. The head of the forbidden guards did not mean to make things difficult for Chu Feng, and simply followed the rules. After roughly half an incense stick of time had passed, Lu Che and the leader of the forbidden guards arrived in front of Chu Feng. "7th Highness, please follow me," Lu Che said to Chu Feng in awe. When the head of the forbidden guards on the side saw the scene, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. They were naturally aware of what Lu Che's status was within the palace. On weekdays, when some first and second rank ministers came to meet the Imperial Lord, Lu Che didn't give them any good looks, and now he's being so respectful to the 7th Highness. Under Lu Che's leadership, Chu Feng entered the palace. On the way to the palace where the Imperial Lord was, Chu Feng looked at Lu Che in front of him and spoke. "You've read that envelope, right?" Lu Che's figure slightly lurched. "Back to the words of your 7th Highness." The old slave looked at it. "Aha!" Chu Feng hummed and said no more. The two of them passed through the layers of barriers and eventually arrived at the entrance of a splendid palace. As he entered the palace, Lu Che suddenly asked curiously, "7th Highness, today is for the case of Zhang Yunchang?" "Yes and no." Chu Feng gave Lu Che an ambiguous answer. With a puzzled face, Lu Che led Chu Feng into the palace. Inside the temple, when Chu Ao Tian on the dragon chair saw Chu Feng, he put down the zhengzhua that he was approving in his hands. "Old 7, you're here." Chu Ao Tian coldly looked at Chu Feng, a trace of displeasure on his dragon face. The news of Zhang Yunchang's death in the dungeon had reached his ears. This case was only handed over to Chu Feng's hands not a day. The murderer of this case suddenly died. How could Chu Ao Tian not be angry after hearing that? Originally, Chu Ao Tian wanted to declare Chu Feng to enter the palace to ask for punishment, but he didn't expect him to come over on his own. "My son pays his respects to father." Chu Feng bowed and saluted. "Be excused, old 7. I already know about Zhang Yunchang's matter. Are you going to give me an explanation?" Chu Ao Tian said in a cold tone. "Naturally." Chu Feng nodded his head tersely and handed the book of blood from Zhang Yunchang to Lu Che. Lu Che handed the bloody book to Chu Ao Tian, who opened it to view it. After reading it, Chu Ao Tian threw the bloody book onto the ground and let out a cold snort of anger. "Surprisingly, it is precisely this guy who is behind this. It's really cheap to let him die so easily." Chu Feng's face remained unchanged. and Lu Che on the side likewise did not look away, without the slightest ripple on his face. Old 7. You've done well in this matter. Say it, what reward do you want? Chu Aotian looked at Chu Feng. His face softened a little. Father, a reward is not necessary. My son has come today to ask you only one thing. Chu Feng looked straight into Chu Aotian's eyes and blandly said. Chu Aotian's thick eyebrows furrowed. Chu Feng's eyes at this moment caused him to feel uncomfortable, causing him to have a feeling that his dragon's might was being provoked. What is it you want to ask? My son's mother, did she really die of an illness? Chu Feng's words startled 1,000 waves. As the words fell, the air inside the palace seemed to freeze. Lu Che's two eyes widened as he stared at Chu Feng in shock, as if he did not expect Chu Feng to be so direct. Chu Aotian's face was gloomy, and a monstrous aura of might permeated around his body as he pounced towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng was like a pine tree standing tall on top of a cliff face, not moving like a mountain under the might. Father, my son has a list here. I hope you can take a look at it. Chu Feng pulled out the list that Chu Chu had given him earlier and waved his arm. The list floated to the table in front of Chu Aotian. Chu Feng naturally did not come here today only for Zhang Yinchan's matter. The biggest purpose of his trip was to kill people. Chu Aotian glanced at Chu Feng with a rather deep meaning, and then lowered his head to look at the list on the table. Chu Aotian's gaze swept over every name written on the list, and after a long time, he raised his head and asked, Old 7, who gave you this list? Father, you need not know where this list came from. From the look on your face just now, it's obvious that you also know that my mother was murdered, and that all these people on the list are murderers as well. Next, my son knows what to do. Chu Feng smiled blandly. Old 7, is it possible that you want to rebel? Whether your mother was killed or not, I will not allow you to touch anyone on this list. Seeing that you just solved the case of the 10th prince, I will not pursue you for your rude behavior. Go back and reflect on yourself. Chu Aotian waved his hand and chided. No. Chu Feng coldly spat out 2 words. When Chu Aotian heard this, he instantly became furious with the dragon's face, and his eyes became incomparably sharp. Lu Che, take this son down for me. Chu Aotian shouted. Lu Che, who was on the side, stood still with a bitter expression on his face, asking him to make a move against a great master? Wasn't this just asking him to die? Seeing that Lu Che did not make a move for a long time, Chu Aotian's face was as gloomy as water. With a late-stage Zhongshu's strength on display, Chu Aotian's large hand clenched, and the air within the palace suddenly stirred wildly. A dragon claw covered in golden scales surfaced above Chu Feng's head, and the sharp claw tore through the air and grabbed towards Chu Feng. Rebellious son, I have just promoted you to Prince of the 5 Pearls and you dare to disobey me. Today, I must punish you properly. Chu Aotian's low voice was filled with rage. The truth is Chu Aotian didn't show any mercy. As soon as he struck, this blow was enough to obliterate a first-grade realm expert. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Chu Feng. Chu Feng slightly raised his head to look at the incoming dragon claws, and his eyes stared. The dragon's claw, which had been so powerful in the previous second, instantly shattered open with a bang and turned into bits of golden light that spilled down. In the golden rain, Chu Feng was like an exiled immortal, and an aura of transcendence escaped from him. Chu Feng looked straight at Chu Aotian without a ripple on his face. Today, people must be killed. Chapter 70. Once upon a dragon's breath. Inside the hall, overbearing imperial might continuously permeated out from Chu Aotian's body. Under this pressure, Lu Che had to run his gongfu to resist. Chu Feng, who was dressed in white, had a gaze like electricity, and a sharp aura erupted around him. It was as if the entire person had transformed into a sharp sword, tearing the emperor's might to shreds. When Chu Aotian above the dragon chair saw this, his eyes couldn't help but quake and tremble. His heart was incomparably shocked. Old 7, your strength. Chu Feng indifferently looked at Chu Aotian and blandly said, Today, I did not come here to seek your consent, only not to inform you. Whether you promise or not, the people on the list will die today. Chu Aotian's face turned blue when he heard this, and the fire of anger in his eyes could not be suppressed as it blazed. A large portion of these people on top of the list were important officials of the Dacian dynasty, and a few were even involved in the harem. If they died, it would definitely cause turmoil in the Great Qian dynasty, which was definitely not the result Chu Aotian wanted to see. Secondly, since Chu Aotian stepped onto the throne of the imperial lord, no one had ever dared to provoke him like this, not to mention that Chu Feng was still his child. With all the reasons, it was even more impossible for Chu Aotian to agree to Chu Feng. Old 7, are you forcing me? Do you know what the consequences of doing so are? Chu Aotian stared at Chu Feng and said in an icy, deep voice. The voice was as if it came from beneath the 9 ghosts, echoing in Chu Feng's ears. At the same time, the dragon robe on Chu Aotian's body fluttered up without wind. and the Dragon Emperor's might on his body began to soar. The overbearing imperial might rushed out of the palace, piercing straight through the clouds and sweeping across the entire palace. Everyone in the palace stopped what they were doing at the first opportunity and looked in the direction of the palace in horror. Inside the capital, all the martial artists sensed the overbearing aura, and their gazes gathered in the direction of the imperial palace. Chu Xiong, Chu Mu, Chu Jingyun and all the royal sons appeared outside the house looking over the palace. An inexplicable fear and awe welled up in his heart. As a member of the royal family, though blessed by the dragon's energy, he is equally bound by it. That was why they were more able to feel the terror of this emperor's might compared to the others. This is father's breath? Who is it? To have forced father to such a point. Chu Xiong, Chu Jingyun swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with shock. Chu Mu stood at the entrance of the study, his gaze deep in the direction of the palace. In the entire capital, that great master of the great Xian dynasty does not come out, and there is only one person who can force Chu Aotian to the point of moving. For real. Chu Mu let out a sigh, and a flash of deep envy passed through his eyes, but the envy in his eyes was immediately replaced by determination. Chu Mu ignored the movement outside and turned around to walk into the study, closing the door of the room firmly. In Chu Feng's mansion, 100 Darknet members simultaneously sent down the matters in their hands, and their figures instantly appeared in the hall. The members of the Darknet all took off their disguises, dressed in black, wearing bronze masks, each like a ghost. Under the leadership of the two group leaders, Slayer and Tu, they headed in the direction of the palace. In the Eastern Palace, when Chu Aotian utilized his own Dragon Chi, Crown Prince Chu Xiao was closest to him, and the influence he received was far deeper than the other emperors. Chu Xiao knelt down on both knees. The strong feeling of oppression caused him to grimace and cold sweat spread all over his body. Just then, a fragrance drifted in. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the middle of the Eastern Palace, and the solemn woman at the head of them gently waved her phoenix robe. The feeling of oppression on Chu Xiao's body swept away, and Chu Xiao palpitated and gasped for a few ragged breaths. My son thanks mother. Chu Xiao stood up and bowed respectfully to Xiao Jiaofeng. Xiao Jiaofeng ignored Chu Xiao, her pair of phoenix eyes staring dead on in the direction of the palace where Chu Aotian was, her delicate features filled with gravity. Is this the dragon chi that the lord of the great Xian is nourished with? It's truly terrifying. Just this aura alone. I'm afraid it'll be able to wipe me out. Behind Xiao Jiaofeng, Ziyan smacked her lips with fear on her face. The luck of a single gathering and condensation is naturally not mortal. In this world, I'm afraid that only a grandmaster would be able to fight against it. Xiao Jiaofeng said calmly. Ziyun nodded approvingly at his words. Eunuch Su, can anyone meet with the imperial lord today? Xiao Jiaofeng asked. Behind him, a feminine-faced eunuch arched his hand and said, according to the news from the side of the Forbidden Guards, the 7th Imperial Prince Chu Feng is meeting with the Imperial Lord. The 7th Prince, Chu Feng. Xiao Jiaofeng and Ziyun's beautiful eyes both stared when they heard this name. Xiao Jiaofeng no longer asked more questions, raised his eyes, frowned and stared at the direction of Chu Aotian. There is always a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Premonition today in the Dexian Imperial Dynasty will certainly happen a huge change. Inside the palace, Chu Aotian's body was bathed in the vast dragon chi, and bursts of dragon chants swung low. Chu Aotian's eyes were red and gold, like a god without half a trace of emotion, scornful of all beings. Below, Chu Feng did not have any trace of timidity on his face, instead staring at Chu Aotian with considerable interest. In his vision, it was as if Chu Aotian had an invisible bond with the entire Great Xian dynasty. Endless dragon chi continuously surged into Chu Aotian's body from all directions. The dragon chi on Chu Aotian's body took shape, and a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around his body. With the help of this unceasing source of dragon chi, Chu Aotian's strength reached an extremely terrifying point. It was several times stronger than the previous Qin Yuan, and was considered to have stepped into the grandmaster realm. Although this power did not belong to Chu Aotian himself, it was still shocking enough. At that moment, Chu Feng also finally understood why the 5 great imperial dynasties had been able to stand for a long time. The Archmage might die of a depleted lifespan, but the dragon chi would not dissipate. The dragon energy that each imperial dynasty nourished was their greatest heritage. Chu Aotian stared indifferently at Chu Feng as he waved his dragon robe. Chu Feng instantly felt the space around him begin to distort and compress towards him. At the same time, the majestic dragon chi condensed into a 100-meter large dragon head, and the golden dragon opened its bloody mouth and devoured towards Chu Feng. Good come! Chu Feng excitedly let out a low chorus, his eyes erupting with battle intent. Although Chu Aotian was not a Grand Master realm himself, his current strength was considered a Grand Master. This was the first time Chu Feng had fought against a Grand Master, so how could he not be excited? As the low roar fell, Chu Feng no longer hid his own strength, and the aura of a grandmaster escaped, instantly shattering the distorted space around him. In his hand, the gold and hardy light flickered, and the Regulus sword appeared. Chu Feng held the Xian Yuan sword, his gaze coldly looking at the incoming dragon's head as he swung his sword. In the next second, a brilliant and dazzling sword aura burst out from the Regulus sword, cutting the dragon's head into two pieces. The sword rushed towards Chu Aotian with unabated speed, and the rest of its might swept up endless astral winds, destroying this palace in an instant. Chu Aotian flew high into the air. Two golden swords shot out from his eyes to meet the golden aura. The two forces collided and mingled high in the air, blossoming a haze of beauty filled with destruction. The aftermath rippled and spread over the entire capital before dissipating. Chapter 71 White-haired old man, Grand Master of Dexian? Defense formations activated everywhere in the palace, and a barrier surfaced to fend off the attacks. In the ruins of the palace, Chu Feng held the Xian Yuan sword and floated high into the sky, looking directly at Chu Aotian. At this moment, everyone in the capital city noticed the two people high in the sky. The figure bathed in dragon chi was naturally known to the crowd as the imperial lord of the great Xian dynasty. As for the young figure opposite it, most of the people didn't recognize it, and their faces were perplexed. Only those who were officials in the great Xian dynasty recognized Chu Feng. The person who fought with father is actually the seventh brother. No way. How old is he? Seventh brother. How could he be so strong? For a while, Chu Xiao and the other royal princes watching the battle all let out disbelieving exclamations from their mouths, with an expression like they had seen a ghost. Xiao Jiaofeng, Zi Yun and Eunuch Su's three faces were very ugly at the moment. No way. This is absolutely fake. How could this kid have this kind of strength? Zi Yun shook her head in denial as she was unwilling to believe it. Xiao Jiaofeng was much more calm than Zi Yun, and after a brief moment of shock, her face immediately regained its composure. Calm down. Since the imperial lord has even utilized the dragon chi of a dynasty, it is obvious that this Chu Feng has done something that has angered the imperial lord. Although Chu Feng's strength is strong, is it hard for him alone to be able to withstand the entire great Xian dynasty? Xiao Jiaofeng said quietly. Zi Yun's eyes lit up at his words, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a vicious sneer. High in the air, Chu Aotian looked at Chu Feng with a strange expression. He prided himself on having thought highly enough of this child of his, but now it seemed he had been narrow-minded. This child of his own, unexpectedly so stunningly beautiful, stepping into, at such a young age, that realm that was out of reach for all martial artists in the world. This kind of demonic talent, when looking at all the generations of the great Xian dynasty, it was the top of the line. Although Chu Aotian did not want to admit it, he still felt that he was kind of ashamed of himself in front of Chu Feng. Old 7, you really gave me a big surprise today, Grand Master, immortal of the land. Since you have already stepped into this realm, why do you care about those old stories? Today, as long as you are willing to put it down, I can assure you that this future position of the great Xian imperial lord will be yours. Chu Aotian said seriously. The loud voice resounded throughout the heavens and echoed down to earth. In the capital, the crown prince and the other princes had a strong sense of unwillingness on their faces when they heard about it. However, when they saw Chu Feng's overwhelmingly talented figure high in the air, their feelings of unwillingness were all replaced with a deep sense of powerlessness. Compared to Chu Feng, they were like ants shaking a large tree, ridiculously insouciant. High in the air, Chu Feng shook his head at the words and pointed his sword at Chu Aotian and indifferently said, I am not interested in this position. I have to kill those people today. As the words fell, everyone in the capital could feel Chu Aotian's aura begin to change. Some experts above the first grade realm realized that the aura of the entire capital city was rapidly converging and surging towards Chu Aotian. The dragon chi on Chu Aotian's body still continued to thicken and condense, wanting to dye the entire sky dome a golden color. In a trance, the crowd seemed to see a huge figure hovering around Chu Aotian. Chu Aotian's golden eyes were icy cold, and without further words, he directly made a move. In an instant, Chu Aotian disappeared from his original position and appeared in front of Chu Feng, and dozens of kung fu divine abilities came out in unison. Chu Feng was not willing to show weakness, and met him head-on with the Xian Yuan sword in his hand. The sword blade wrapped in endless sharpness between swings and stabs. Avatars and sword lights roamed the sky, each collision emitting a deafening chirp, the aftershocks causing the earth to shake with them. Everyone in the capital held their breath at this moment, watching the battle high in the sky in awe. A battle between great masters. That was not rare, and they naturally didn't want to miss any exciting details. This battle had lasted for more than 100 breaths of time, during which Chu Aotian and Chu Feng had exchanged thousands of moves. In the eyes of outsiders, the strength of the two seemed to be equal. Chu Aotian, but the more he fought the more he was alarmed. Using a dynasty of dragon chi, He had enough confidence to force down the powerhouses in the pre-Great Master realm. However, when he was fighting Chu Feng, Chu Aotian actually had a feeling of powerlessness as if his fists were hitting cotton. No matter how terrifying one's divine ability was, Chu Feng could dissolve it with just a flick of his sword. Right at this moment, a sword uncut straight at Chu Aotian's face. Chu Aotian's face was shocked, immediately discarding the distracting thoughts in his mind, mobilizing his dragon chi to transform into 9 golden dragons. Rushing towards the sword manies, the two clashed, and the 9 golden dragons and sword awnings dissipated. Chu Aotian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief after seeing the blow defused. It's not interesting. At this moment, a voice floated into Chu Aotian's ears, and Chu Aotian's face stiffened. Chu Aotian raised his head to look at Chu Feng, only to see that Chu Feng put away the Xian Yuan sword in his hand and raised his hand towards him to grab through the air. At first, Chu Aotian looked at Chu Feng in uncertainty, but in the next moment, he realized with horror that his power was constantly fading. The dragon chi around his body was like a torrent, uncontrollably surging towards Chu Feng's side. After only a few short breaths of time, all of the majestic dragon chi from Chu Aotian's body reached Chu Feng's body. Chu Aotian's strength had also fallen back to the late Zhongshe realm, without his previous prowess. What kind of tactics are you using? Chu Aotian gazed at Chu Feng in horror. Chu Feng, who was bathed in dragon chi, played with the dragon chi around him and smiled faintly without explaining. This was the first time Chu Feng had used the dragon-devouring hegemony technique, and it had to be said that the effect was far better than what Chu Feng had expected. The fact that even the dragon chi of a dynasty's lord could be extracted in an instant was undoubtedly proof of the hegemony of the dragon-devouring hegemony technique. Still want to continue fighting? Chu Feng looked at Chu Aotian playfully and lightly laughed. Chu Aotian was speechless. That's a hell of a thing to say. Chu Aotian was silent. Below, the capital was silent. Everyone froze as they saw the monstrous dragon chi surging into Chu Feng's side. The crown prince and the imperial princes immediately lost all the luster in their eyes, and it was as if all the strength in their bodies had been drained away in an instant. Just then, a white figure walked out from the depths of the palace and took a step high into the sky. The visitor wore a plain white shirt, had long snow-white hair and a face like a jade crown, and appeared to be only 30 or 40 years old. Old ancestor. When Chu Aotian saw this person, he immediately bowed and saluted. Chu Feng's mind stirred as he heard the words and gazed at the white-haired man. Ancestor? It must be that this person is that great master of the great Xian dynasty. The white-haired man smiled faintly, his smile like a spring breeze brushing the heart. The white-haired man raised his hand and a wave of invisible power filled the air. The dragon chi in the sky suddenly receded and the sky returned to clear. You should be called Chu Feng. Right. Let's chat. The white-haired man looked toward Chu Feng and lightly smiled. Chapter 72 Chukwuka. Above the capital. The white-haired man suddenly appeared between Chu Feng and Chu Aotian. Between the light strikes, the roiling dragon chi and suffocating dragon might dissipated, and palpitations appeared on the faces of the people in the capital. Although the white-haired man's body did not have the flow of half a breath, he was able to intervene in a grandmaster's battle so easily. Then his identity cries out. Inside the capital, the people of the Dixin imperial dynasty fell to their knees in the field, honoring the white-haired man with the highest meaning of reverence. The aura on Chu Feng's body converged and returned to its previous appearance, lightly glancing at the white-haired man and shaking his head. Today, no one can stop what I'm going to do. Not even you. Even if he were to face the true underbelly of the great Xian dynasty, Chu Feng would not be afraid in the slightest. Chu Feng's voice was calm and confident, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that did not matter. Chu Feng, the old ancestor is here. Don't be reckless. Chu Aotian's face was grim as he angrily rebuked. The white-haired man's face stared, turned his head to look at Chu Aotian, and indifferently asked, what exactly happened? Old ancestor, the matter is like this. Chu Aotian walked to the side of the white-haired man and respectfully told the original cause of the matter in its entirety. At the time Chu Aotian spoke, the 3 major forbidden guards guarding the great Xian imperial palace all gathered. The crowing tripartite army. The overriding intent of war permeated out from every soldier. The battle intent condensed into a mass, transforming into a sword, a spear, and a lance. 3 huge phantoms that hung over the capital city, causing everyone to be terrified. The capital was silent. Everyone was watching the 3 figures high in the air, waiting for developments. Inside the eastern palace, Xiao Jiaofeng's 3 faces were divine as they saw the white-haired man appear, and their eyes were scornful. Chu Guxiang, isn't this old thing dying? How come it looks like its cultivation has become exquisite again? Ziyun frowned tightly and whispered incredulously. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Jiaofeng's face suddenly changed, and just as she was about to open her mouth to stop it, a powerful qi descended from the sky, as fast as rushing thunder. with horrifying power. Before Xiao Jiaofeng and the others could react, Ziyun's body trembled and a large amount of blood was spat out of her mouth. Her entire body flew out hundreds of meters and collapsed on the ground in a shriveled state, no longer able to get up. When Xiao Jiaofeng and Eunuch Su saw the scene, they felt a chill go straight to the sky and didn't dare to make any noise, heart trembling with fear. They didn't expect Chu Guxiang to be so terrifying that he could even hear the conversation between them. High in the air, Chu Guxiang bashfully withdrew her gaze and continued to listen to Chu Aotian. A little bit of time passes. Old ancestor, this is how things are. After Chu Aotian finished the matter, he respectfully stood aside, completely lacking a trace of the imperial lord's prestige. In the end, the reason why the Great Shen dynasty had its current achievements was entirely due to the fact that there was this old ancestor, Chu Guxiang. Before Chu Feng's strength was exposed, of the 5 great masters in the 5 great imperial dynasties, Chu Guxiang had become famous the earliest. Before Chu Aotian was even born, Chu Guxiang was already a renowned grandmaster. The other 4 grandmasters could only be considered upstarts in front of Chu Guxiang. As for Chu Guxiang's exact age, no outsider knew at all. Only Chu Aotian knew that Chu Guxiang was once a prince of the Great Shen dynasty, and then in one day, he suddenly had a martial arts epiphany and stepped into the grandmaster realm. Then he stayed closed about the depths of the palace and became the guardian of the Great Shen dynasty. Time flowed on, imperial lords kept changing, and only Chu Guxiang remained unchanged through the years. So in front of Chu Guxiang, how could Chu Aotian dare to have any kind of stance? Chu Guxiang glared at Chu Aotian with an angry face and cursed, "Stupid." In Chu Guxiang's eyes, Chu Aotian striking out at Chu Feng for this trivial matter was undoubtedly a foolish thing to the extreme. It's just some officials. If they're killed, it's a big deal to find someone else to take their place. Chu Feng was able to reach the Grandmaster realm at such a young age. How much of a demonic level should his talent be? His future was bright. Not to mention some of the officials. Even if Chu Feng were to kill all of the officials of the Great Shen dynasty, Chu Guoxiang would not have any opinions. Old ancestor. Chu Aotian was scolded, lowered his head and did not dare to retort. How could he know what realm Chu Feng was in just now? The only reason he did it was because he was a father and was being contradicted by his own child, which made him angry. Now that the fight was over, Chu Aotian also realized that he was wrong and regretted his actions of striking just now. Chu Guoxiang ignored Chu Aotian and turned her head to look at Chu Feng, her deep eyes filled with fondness. Chu Feng, I know all about what happened. I'll take second place for your father this time, and leave those on the list to you. Do you think this is okay? Chukwuka asked as she spoke amiably. Chu Feng stared at Chu Guoxiang, as if he did not expect him to be so good at talking, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Yes, Chu Feng nodded. Where is the dark web? As Chu Feng's words fell, 100 members of the darknet in the palace below walked out from the shadows, standing in neat rows, in unison, in. Chu Aotian and Chu Guoxiang couldn't help but have a shocked expression on their faces when they saw these darknet members. The strength of each and every one of these people in front of them was actually above the first grade realm. There were also 2 of them whose strength had also reached the sovereign realm. The dark web? Such a powerful force. They had actually never heard of it before, so one could imagine how terrifying the hidden strength of this force was. Do it! Chu Feng's eyes drooped as he icily whispered. Yes. The 2 group leaders, Kingslayer and Slaughter, led the darknet members' silhouettes to suddenly disappear from their original locations. Chu Aotian gazed at Chu Feng with a complex expression, naturally understanding what these darknet members went for. Chu Aotian secretly sighed and waved his hand towards the 3 major forbidden guards below. Seeing this, the 3 leading commanders of the 3 forbidden guards retreated with their men. Chu Feng, now that your matter has been resolved, would you be able to accompany me? Chu Guoxiang asked with a smile. Since Chu Guoxiang had appeared until now, Chu Guoxiang had not put up any kind of stance in front of Chu Feng, and was completely treating even Chu Feng as if he were of equal status. Good. Chu Feng agreed. And he just happened to have some things he wanted to ask Chu Guoxiang about as well. Seeing Chu Feng agree, the smile on Chu Guoxiang's face became much more intense. The figures of Chu Guoxiang and Chu Feng both instantly disappeared from high in the air, leaving Chu Aotian alone. Without half a hint of temper, Chu Aotian landed in the palace and began to select people to fill the official positions that were about to be vacated. The people inside the capital city looked at the empty sky, their excitement unable to be calmed for a long time. Soon, the events that happened in the capital of the Great Xian dynasty today went viral, spreading throughout the 5 great imperial dynasties. Upon hearing that the 7th prince of the Great Xian dynasty was a grand master, the remaining 4 great dynasties were in an uproar, all envious of the Great Xian dynasty. 2 great masters in one dynasty. This invariably made the strength of the Great Xian dynasty far ahead of the other 4 great dynasties. Chapter 73, Sudden Flip-Flop. Deep within the palace of the Great Xian dynasty, this was a quiet bamboo forest. Throughout the Great Xian dynasty, without Chu Guxiang's summons, even the imperial lord was not allowed to step into this place. At this moment, in a simple wooden house in the bamboo forest, Chu Guxiang and Chu Feng sat at a wooden table, and Chu Guxiang enthusiastically handed Chu Feng a cup of hot tea. The two sat opposite each other, calmly savoring their tea. Chu Feng, this is a tea that the old man has treasured for many years. Even your old man didn't have the chance to be able to drink it, so you have a good taste. Chu Guxiang took a sip of the tea and said with some pride. Chu Feng nodded his head and sipped the tea without saying anything. The tea was a good tea. The entrance was slightly bitter, but it seethed in the heart and lungs, and the aftertaste lingered in the mouth for a long time. Chu Feng sipped his tea while observing Chu Guxiang on the opposite side of the table. The first time he met this grandmaster of the Great Xian dynasty, Chu Feng realized that he was much more powerful than he had imagined. The breath was converged as usual, and the cultivation of the body had clearly gone to the peak of the martial arts path, with the realm reaching the late grandmaster realm. After drinking the tea, Chu Guxiang looked at Chu Feng and sighed. Chu Feng, you should not be angry either. As the saying goes, the imperial family is the most ruthless, and your father had his reasons for doing so. Chu Feng shook his head. After today, this matter will be over, and I do not care as to which is right or wrong. Chukwuka was silent for a moment after hearing this. Since you can think that way, then naturally the old man is relieved. Only, there's still one thing the old man would like to beg you to be able to grant. Chu Feng gazed at Chu Guxiang and said with a faint smile, you want to talk about the empress of the current dynasty? That's right. Even though Old Me didn't see her name in that list, it's clear to Old Me that she must be behind this matter. Chu Guxiang said in a cold voice, a chill emerging from his eyes. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose. If you are trying to plead for her, it is better to be spared. Even if she doesn't die by my hand today, she doesn't have a few days to live. Chu Feng was telling the truth. The empress would not let her go even if she did not kill herself. Chu Mu would not let her go. But that's not what Chukwuka thought when she heard it. Chu Feng, Old Me is still unwilling to see you make a move against her. Chu Guoxian looked straight at Chu Feng and said seriously. Why? Why can't I move her? Is it because of the acacia sect behind her? Or is it because you know your lifespan is about to run out? As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Chu Guoxian's eyes stared. The air in the bamboo forest suddenly freezes. The swaying bamboo, the falling bamboo leaves all freeze. A terrifying aura flickered from Chu Guxiang's body, and an essence light emerged from Chu Guxiang's deep eyes. Chukwuka's figure gave a slight lurch, and the bamboo forest once again returned to normal. Still, you saw it. Yes, old man is running out of time. The reason why I appeared before the public's eyes today in this appearance was also because I wanted to deter those secret curmudgeons, Chu Guxiang frankly said. After saying that, Chu Guxiang's face quickly changed, revealing his true appearance. The body is as thin as a wood. The body is stooped. The face is withered and deep yellow. The eyes are cloudy and lightless, and the body is filled with a thick aura of death. Before I saw you again, the old man was unwilling to move Xiao Jiaofeng because of the old man's own bitterness. After meeting you, Old Me didn't want you to touch Xiao Jiaofeng. That's because Old Me didn't want the Great Xian dynasty to fall into turmoil. Chu Guxiang slowly said. Chu Feng was unmoved by what he heard and laughed coldly. Your bitterness? It's that incident 6 years ago, right? Chu Guxiang trembled and said in shock, how did you know? I'm a grandmaster. So wanting to know that isn't simple? Chu Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, so that's how it is. Chu Guoxiang was enlightened and guessed that Chu Feng was unlocking certain people's memories. Before today, I didn't understand why you did this, but seeing the way you look now, I can kind of see your pain. I'm not going to let this matter go with you. Exchanging a woman for a great master's allegiance for 50 years. This deal is cost-effective any way you look at it. But have you ever thought that when there are no great masters in the Great Xian dynasty after your death, that old thing from the acacia sect will really be able to hold it down? It seems to me that a promise weighs less than a stone. It's ridiculous. Chu Feng's words penetrated deeply into Chu Guxiang's heart. Chu Guxiang's eyes were dull and lifeless for a long time. How could he not have thought about what Chu Feng had said? But 6 years ago, the choice was in front of him, and he only had to gamble. Gambling that the old ancestor of the acacia sect would keep his promise after his death. Tired. Too tired. Chu Guxiang has never been a person with great ambitions, or else he would not have been just for the ordinary prince back then. He also wanted to spend an ordinary life like ordinary people, living and dying. But ever since his martial arts epiphany stepped into the grandmaster, everything had changed. He had transformed from an ordinary prince into the underpinning of the Great Xian dynasty, a guardian deity. He clearly remembered that his father, his elder brother, before he died, told him to make sure that he properly guarded the Great Xian dynasty's kingdom and mountain. It is this will that invisibly imprisoned Chu Guxiang for so many years. 6 years ago, When the old ancestor of the Acacia sect found Chu Guxiang and made that request, Chu Guxiang had also thought of refusing. But in the end, in order not to let his dead father and elder brother down, Chu Guxiang still agreed. In these past few years, whenever Chu Guxiang closed his eyes, the scene of that woman being taken away by the old ancestor of the Acacia sect could not help but appear in his mind. Could it be that I'm really wrong? Two tear tracks crossed Chu Guxiang's aged face. Guilt and self-blame filled his chest and pressed for breath. After a long time, Chu Guxiang let out a deep breath, and a stern color surged in his eyes. Fine, I'll leave this matter to the old man. If the old ancestor of the Acacia sect dares to turn his back on the great Xian dynasty because of this matter, I will have his Acacia sect completely removed from this world. Good. A smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. To be honest, Chu Feng did not want to make a move against Chu Guoxiang either. After this matter had been chatted about, Chu Feng did not leave and asked Chu Guxiang about the matter of the heavenly beyond. After hearing that, Chu Guoxiang stared at Chu Feng with a surprised expression on her face, as if she did not expect Chu Feng to have touched on this matter. Why are you suddenly asking about these things? Chukwuka asked. Just a little curious. On my way back to the capital, I had read quite a few stories of absolute heavenly prides in quite a few ancient books of the ancient sword sect and the Green Mountain Academy. I realized that after they stepped into the grandmaster realm, they would all suddenly disappear into thin air, and some had suspected that they had all gone to another world. I wonder, are all these rumors true? That they all went to another world? And how did they get there? Chu Feng asked. Chu Guoxiang gazed at Chu Feng, her expression suddenly becoming serious. Regarding the truth of these rumors, I don't know if they're true or not, but those disappeared heavenly prides, every one of them deserves the admiration of everyone in the 5 great imperial dynasties. Okay, nothing else, you go back. Chu Feng froze, not sure why Chu Guxiang would suddenly blow himself away when he was still chatting properly just now. Chapter 74 Fighting with Heaven. Chu Feng sat on the chair and watched Chu Guxiang, showing no signs of moving. Seeing this, Chu Guxiang did not open her mouth to urge, but instead lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, Chu Guxiang murmured a few times with a low curse on her face in embarrassment. You entered the grandmaster at the age of 20. Your talent is demonic and absolute leap. As long as you don't probe into this matter, in time you will be able to crown the world and be invincible in the world. Why do you have to probe beyond the sky? Isn't it good to be your number one in the world in style? Chu Guxiang was still not dead set on persuading. After seeing that Chu Feng was a grandmaster, Chu Guxiang couldn't help but loosen some of the burden on her body, and the person became unprecedentedly relaxed. Originally, he had thought that Chu Feng would take over his shift and sit in the great Xian dynasty. I didn't expect that Chu Feng would be this interested in matters outside the heavens. Now it seemed that even if he didn't tell him, he would still go and ask the other 4 grandmasters. In that case, it would be better to tell him by himself. I don't have many days left to live, and I was thinking of having a good time in these last few years. You brat is giving me as many problems as you can. Chu Guoxiang glared at Chu Feng in displeasure. Once the matter was told to Chu Feng, no matter how Chu Feng chose, it would be impossible to let Chu Feng take over his own class in a short period of time. Old ancestor, the world is so big I still want to see it. This first in the world in this corner of the world. It's fine not to be. Chu Feng looked at Chu Guxiang's appearance and understood that the other party had agreed. The heart could not help but well up with a hint of delight, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly as he smiled and said, perhaps for others, Chukwuka's words were full of temptation, but Chu Feng was, after all, a bit of a traveler, and also carried a system, so he naturally wouldn't settle down in a corner. Chu Guoxiang's complexion stared at the words, gazing squarely at Chu Feng with 1,000 emotions in her heart. Good. Since you think so, then I won't hide it from you. You'll know about this matter sooner or later anyway. Instead of letting others tell you, it would be better for the old man to tell you personally. Chu Guxiang picked up the teapot and filled both of their teacups. Chu Guxiang picked up his teacup and sipped his tea, his mind pondering what to say about it. Chu Feng did not urge and sat on the sidelines quietly waiting. It was only until all of the tea in the teapot had been consumed that Chu Guoxiang slowly spoke. Chu Feng, what do you think of this world? Chu Feng blandly said, it's not bad. The area is vast with countless beautiful scenery, and although it is cut off by the 5 great imperial dynasties, the people are living a pretty good life. You're right, but you're only looking at the world from the people's point of view. If you look at it from the perspective of a martial artist, you will realize that this world is a huge cage. A cage that most martial artists can't escape from after spending their entire lives. Chu Guxiang said in a low tone, all things in the heavens and the earth, operating in the underworld, will always give birth to some deviants. And these deviants are great masters like you and me. I'm sure you must have noticed something when you stepped into the grandmaster. Chu Feng touched the bridge of his nose somewhat awkwardly. Can he say that he is originally from another world? and that he is not surprised by the idea of multiple worlds coexisting? Seeing that Chu Guxiang did not say anything, she tacitly agreed that Chu Feng had discovered it. On the path of a martial artist. Why the world calls a grandmaster a land immortal? It's because a grandmaster can sense certain things that ordinary people can't perceive. For example, the world is a captive cage. This world is man-made, and that person is heaven. As Chu Guxiang said this, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky above his head, and for the first time, a look of fear surfaced in his eyes. You're saying that this world was artificially created? Chu Feng raised his eyebrows, his face showing surprise, stunned by that statement. Originally, he had only thought that this world was a separate side of the world just like the world of his previous life. Now that he heard Chu Guxiang say that this world was man-made, Chu Feng could not help but feel incomparably shocked. Is this your personal guess? Chu Feng opened his mouth and asked. Chukwuka shook her head. This is not my personal speculation, but a fact. Aren't you curious as to why those supreme celestials suddenly disappeared after stepping into the Grandmaster? That's because they don't want to be eaten by heaven and want to fight with heaven for a chance of survival. Chu Guxiang's words were so unbelievable that even after Chu Feng heard them, his expression froze and he was unable to return to his senses for a long time. Combining what Chu Guxiang said, Chu Feng came to a conclusion. You mean, heaven or the person behind heaven, who created this world and then kept everything in captivity. When it's raised, the sky will appear to eat the raised ones? Those great masters who disappeared in the past were eaten by the heavens? Chu Guxiang shook her head. Tian needs to eat but each cycle is very long. Most of the great masters came to heaven of their own accord, desiring to defeat heaven. They are the ones who are the role models of our generation, and their spirit deserves to be sung by the world for all eternity. Chu Feng was still a bit puzzled after hearing that. If it's really as you say, the 5 great imperial dynasties have been established for hundreds of years, right? After such a long period of time, heaven should also need to eat. So why is there no record about this in the history books? Chu Guxiang seemed to anticipate that Chu Feng would ask this and narrated. Because heaven was eschewed. He can't sense this world anymore. More than 1,000 years ago, the forces of this land once again entered a period of iteration, when our great Xian imperial dynasty rose strongly under the leadership of the founding lord. At one time it claimed the entire land, and it was during this heyday that the lord of the founding dynasty raised the entire dynasty to use the land as a map and the mountains and rivers as ink, outlined the creation of a giant formation that will completely sever all ties between this land and heaven. Later on, because of this move, the great Xian imperial dynasty gradually declined with its vitality greatly injured, and the other 4 great imperial dynasties showed up one by one at this time, ultimately resulting in the formation of the situation that exists today. It was also because of this act by the Great Han's founding dynasty lord that the future great patriarchs were protected. Over the years, I've thought countless times that perhaps there really are other worlds beyond this one, a grand and colorful world. But we can't even escape this cage. So what chance do we have of catching a glimpse of the other world? Chu Guxiang smiled bitterly and raised her eyes to look at Chu Feng and asked, now that the facts have been told to you, are you still interested in the matter of the heavenly beyond? If you still want to get out of this heaven and earth, I'm afraid there's only one way to do it, and that's to do the same as those ancestors before you. Speaking of this, Chu Guxiang's tone of voice, 1 word at a time to say 3 words. Want heaven fight. Chapter 75, Do you still want to try? The moment these words came out, a stern and sullen momentum instantly permeated the bamboo forest. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows, and there wasn't the slightest bit of timidity on his face. Instead there was a hint of a leap of faith. How strong is heaven? Chu Feng asked. I don't know. No one knows, and no one has ever seen heaven strike, but there is no doubt about one thing. Great masters do not have a single fighting chance in front of heaven. Chu Guxiang spoke after thinking down. Alright. Chu Feng nodded his head, drank the tea in his cup in one go, and stood up from his chair. Chu Guxiang had been observing Chu Feng's expression. You really still want to try? That's right. Chu Feng returned truthfully. According to Chu Feng's current rate of cultivation, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to break through to the late Grandmaster realm. In other people's eyes, perhaps above the Great Master was an insurmountable mountain. However, in front of Chu Feng, who was equipped with the system, breaking through to a Grandmaster was only a matter of time. Things are done talking. I'm leaving. Chu Feng waved his hand and turned to leave. Chu Guoxiang gazed at Chu Feng's departing back, his cloudy eyes filled with complexity. Alas! Chu Guxiang let out a deep sigh and paced outside the wooden house, raising his head to look straight up at the sky, like a statue for a long time. Inside the Eastern Palace, only after Chu Guxiang and Chu Feng both left did Xiao Jiaofeng dare to help Ziyun up. Sister! This Chu Guxiang is too arrogant. Ziyun wiped off the blood at the corner of her mouth in a sorry state and said with a face full of malice. Shut up! Xiao Jiaofeng lightly glared at Ziyun and helped Ziyun onto the bed to heal her injuries. Crown Prince Chu Xiao and Eunuch Su walked out of the palace to escort the two inside. A little bit of time passed, and the two did not speak, each thinking about things. At this time, Eunuch Su glanced sideways at Chu Xiao and saw that the other party's expression was bleak and filled with a disheveled aura. Your Highness, are you being disturbed by Chu Feng? Eunuch Su asked with a faint smile. Chu Xiao froze, then nodded bitterly. I really didn't expect my seventh brother to hide so deeply. It's amazing when he doesn't make a move. Grandmaster. Ah, there are thousands of martial artists in the world, yet only 5 grandmasters have been born. Now that my seventh brother has become a grandmaster, what else can I compare myself to him? Chu Xiao said bitterly. Eunuch Su sniffed, and the smile on his feminine face did not diminish in the slightest. Your Highness need not be despondent here. Even if all those forces under your command fall back, what can they do? You have the support of the Tianji Pavilion and the Acacia sect behind you. This great Xian Imperial Lord position will definitely belong to you. Eunuch Su smiled faintly. Chu Xiao sniffed, and a bright light welled up in her eyes. Aha! Chu Xiao nodded heavily, regaining her confidence once again. Although Chu Feng was powerful and had Chu Guxiang behind him, what could he do? Other people might not know that old ancestor of the Acacia sect had stepped into the Grandmaster realm 5 years ago. Now that 5 years had passed, the Acacia sect's old ancestor's realm had been completely consolidated. As long as the Acacia sect's old ancestor supported it, he himself was sufficient to touch base with Chu Feng. Just as the two of them were talking, an upright figure slowly walked towards this side of the Eastern Palace. Chu Xiao and Eunuch Su were shocked as their gazes fell on that figure. At the same time, when Chu Ao Tian in the palace saw that figure, his expression was entangled to the fullest, and several times he wanted to come out to stop it, but in the end, he gave up. Under the attention of the crowd, Chu Feng strolled to the outside of the Eastern Palace. Chu Feng, what do you want here? Chu Xiao stared at Chu Feng and opened her mouth to ask. Chu Feng looked at Chu Xiao indifferently. Kill. Before the words fell, Chu Feng raised his hand and waved it, and Eunuch Su beside Chu Xiao's face stiffened. In the next second, the whole person flew out backwards like a cannonball, smashing down heavily on the ground, setting off a gust of smoke. The smoke cleared and Eunuch Su fell in a pool of blood with no breath. When Chu Xiao saw this scene, the pupils of her eyes couldn't control the vibrations. A single move obliterated and killed a late sect master. Is this the terror of the great master? Chu Xiao gulped in fear, her entire body frozen in place, not daring to move. Chu Feng glanced at Chu Xiao indifferently and took a step to swipe past Chu Xiao into the Eastern Palace. It wasn't until after Chu Feng walked into the Eastern Palace that Chu Xiao's entire body immediately went limp, panting with palpitations. Inside the Eastern Palace, Chu Feng swept a glance around and realized that no one was around. Escaped? The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose as he sneered and coldly hummed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The entrance to the palace. Xiao Jiaofeng took Zi Yun and quickly fled towards the outside of the palace. Just as they were about to escape from the palace, 3 figures suddenly appeared at the entrance, stopping the two in their tracks. Seeing these 3 people, Xiao Jiaofeng's face revealed a look of surprise. Marquis Zhu Ming, Lu Che, what do you two want? Xiao Jiaofeng stared at the two and coldly rebuked them. As for Chu Mu, she was directly ignored. Xu Mingho and Lu Che didn't have any nonsense as they leapt towards Xiao Jiaofeng. 3,000 white wires rushed out from Lu Che's sleeve robe, and under Lu Che's control, each one was like an arrow feather that shot out. Xu Mingho was clad in crimson armor, and the lance in his hand stabbed out, and all of a sudden, monstrous battle intent and might gathered at one point. Seek death. Xiao Jiaofeng saw that the two dared to make a move on herself, and her phoenix eyes turned upside down in fury. Xiao Jiaofeng let go of Zi Yun and a terrifying aura erupted from her delicate body as Xiao Jiaofeng met the two men straight on. Xiao Jiaofeng's eyes flashed a cold aura. One hand gently slapped. 3,000 white silk roots crumbled. Lu Che spat out blood and flew out backwards. At the same time, Xiao Jiaofeng's other finger landed on Xu Mingho's lance with a point, and an unstoppable force surged into the lance. The lance trembled, emitting a wailing chime. The body of the gun turned into ashes, and Xu Mingho's armor exploded and fell to the ground covered in blood. In just a single glance, the late sect master Xu Mingho and Lu Che were defeated. So it could be imagined that Xiao Jiaofeng's strength was not weaker than Zi Yun's. After resolving these two people, Xiao Jiaofeng turned her eyes to look at Xu Mu, killing intent rising in her phoenix eyes. Thinking quickly for a second, Xiao Jiaofeng killed towards Xu Mu with unabated speed. Xu Mu stood in place, gazing at the killing Xiao Jiaofeng. His face did not ripple. Instead, a pair of bright eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. Just as Xiao Jiaofeng approached a foot in front of Xu Mu, a suffocating pressure suddenly swept over and tilted onto Xiao Jiaofeng. Xiao Jiaofeng's body trembled, and a trail of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth, dripping onto her phoenix robes, which was extraordinarily blinding. Chu Feng appeared in front of Chu Mu's body and grabbed Xiao Jiaofeng's hands with one hand with a firm grip. Shasta time. The sound of bones breaking and Xiao Jiaofeng's agonizing wail rang out. Xiao Jiaofeng knelt down in front of Chu Feng. Her hands twisted into an oozing pattern. Chu Feng did not have half a trace of mercy, and with a big wave of his hand, Xiao Jiaofeng smashed on top of the city wall, and the strength of it directly set her entire person into the city wall. Chu Feng lightly tapped in the air, and blood holes appeared on Xiao Jiaofeng's limbs, and he was completely wasted. After doing so, Chu Feng withdrew his hand and walked to the side to look at Chu Mu. His intentions obvious. Chapter 76, The Battle of the Imperial Palace. Thanks, Old 7. Chu Mu looked at Chu Feng, his clear and bright eyes slightly curved as he sincerely thanked him. After saying that, Chu Mu pulled out a dagger and slowly walked towards Xiao Jiaofeng. Xiao Jiaofeng, who was severely injured and unable to move, seemed to detect the breath of death, and a hint of trepidation could not be suppressed from surfacing on her beautiful face. Chu Mu, Chu Feng, what are the two of you trying to do? This palace is the empress of the great Xian dynasty, the head of the harem. All of you, get out of this palace. Xiao Jiaofeng looked at the gradually approaching Chu Mu and shouted angrily. Chu Mu was unmoved, ignoring Xiao Jiaofeng's words as he walked up to her. Looking at Xiao Jiaofeng, who was in a sorry state at the moment, Chu Mu raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it into Xiao Jiaofeng's shoulder. A blood splattered and stained Chu Mu's elegant face, adding a touch of eeriness to his aura. You two dogs, how dare you make a move against this palace? This palace is the empress of the great Xian dynasty. There's also the Acacia sect behind us. If you guys dare to kill me today, you won't want to live either. The intense pain caused Xiao Jiaofeng to grimace, her voice becoming hysterical. Ha! Chu Mu pulled the dagger out, calmly wiped the blood on his face with his sleeve, and sneered. Xiao Jiaofeng, I really can't figure out how you managed the harem for so many years with this stupid head of yours. Do you think the people in the palace will not know what is happening here? The people in the palace knew but didn't do anything about it. That's because you've been abandoned by them. As for the Acacia sect, you can rest assured that it won't take long. The entire Acacia sect will go down to accompany you. Chu Mu's voice was calm, but when it fell on Xiao Jiaofeng's ears, the words sounded like thunder. A look of despair surged across Xiao Jiaofeng's face. Xiao Jiaofeng stared viciously at Chu Mu and questioned icily, Chu Mu, among so many imperial sons, this palace asked itself that it had never offended you. Why do you hate me so much? Chu Mu sniffed and was silent for a long time without answering. It's time for you to be on your way. As the words fell, Chu Mu raised the dagger without the slightest bit of procrastination and plunged it into Xiao Jiaofeng's heart. Just in case of accidents, Chu Mu also rotated the dagger a few times, stirring Xiao Jiaofeng's heart thoroughly before pulling it out. Chu Mu arrived in front of Zi Yun. Ignoring how Zi Yun begged for mercy, his hand raised his sword and ended her life. After killing the two, the dagger fell from Chu Mu's hand, and Chu Mu stood in front of the two corpses for a long time. The severely injured Zhu Mingho and Lu Che supported each other and came to Chu Mu's side, their gazes icy cold as they stared at the corpses of the two Xiao Jiaofengs. Time flew by, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the imperial palace that day, the unprecedented battle between Chu Feng and Chu Aotian had spread to every part of the 5 great imperial dynasties during that period of time. Everyone knew that there had appeared, among the imperial sons of the great Xian dynasty, a young grandmaster. Originally, the great Xian dynasty, the strength of the 5 great dynasties is the most powerful, and now there are 2 great masters in one dynasty. This undoubtedly envied the other 4 great imperial dynasties. Under the fermentation after this period of time, there were also quite a few people who didn't believe in these rumors and rushed to the great Xian dynasty's capital in pairs, wanting to challenge Chu Feng and break this heavenly lie. This made the originally lively capital city become even more hot extraordinary. All parties gathered in Dashuan capital city. The streets people come and go. Fish and dragons mixed. Every private room and every restaurant and inn was booked out. A field was drawn in an empty space in front of Chu Feng's residence. The 2 martial artists on the field were exchanging hand-to-hand matches, while a whole bunch of martial artists from all over the world were waiting on the side. In these 5 days, there had been an endless stream of martial artists who had come to Chu Feng's residence to challenge him. Among them were the heavenly prides on the subterranean dragon ranking, as well as some 4th and 5th rank realm idiots who wanted to become famous in one battle. There really were all kinds of cats and dogs, which could not help but disturb Chu Feng's leisure. Chu Feng sometimes really wanted to wipe out all of these people once and for all, but after thinking about it, he let it go. After all, these people were from the other 4 great imperial dynasties. Killing these people would undoubtedly be declaring war with the other 4 great imperial dynasties. With Chu Feng's current strength, he was not allowed to be so arrogant. So Chu Feng thought of a way, and that was to set up a ring outside the mansion, and only the ringmaster party would be qualified to challenge him. After the ring was set up, Chu Feng was also finally returning to his free time again. In the ring, a martial artist flew backwards out of the ring after taking a slap to the chest. The winner had been decided. Seeing this, the other martial artists scrambled and swarmed trying to rush onto the ring. Right at this moment, a blade light suddenly flickered up, and the terrifying blade intent caused the hairs on everyone's body to immediately stand up, stopping them in their tracks. When the blade light dissipated, only 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground a foot in front of them. The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air in horror at the sight. Whoever dares to take another step forward, dies. A rough voice rang out. The crowd looked at the voice, only to see a long-haired man clad in animal skin and as strong as a savage bear, carrying a heavy sword, staring at them. Underneath that messy long hair, the man's pair of eyes were filled with a brutal glare, more like the pupils of a wild beast. Barbarian thou! I can't believe he's even here. Someone recognized the man and exclaimed. The people around them immediately caused an uproar at the words. Barbarian Ru. You're talking about the 10th place on the current potential dragon ranking. The Barbarian Ru from the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty? Of course, who else could it be but him? Hiss. No wonder it's so powerful. So it's him. According to the rumors, this Barbarian Ru was born in a human tribe captive to the demon race in the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty, and attracted the attention of the demon race due to his natural divine power. The demon clan promoted him from a two-legged sheep to a slave, focusing on him. Later, as soon as this savage Ru was introduced, he killed several human heavenly prides on the subterranean dragon ranking and became the 10th. On the subterranean dragon ranking, the crowd murmured, and some unknown martial artists had the same look of shock on their faces after hearing this. After learning of the Barbarian Ru's fierce reputation, no one dared to take another step forward. A blast of hot air comes out of Barbarian Ru's nose, and a ferocious laugh escapes from Barbarian Ru's mouth as he comes barefoot into the ring. In the ring, the martial artist who had just won the victory was so frightened that his legs kept shivering when he saw Barbarian Ru. He raised his hand and conceded defeat before the fight even started, and ran out of the ring in disgrace. Seeing that the other party directly admitted defeat, a trace of displeasure emerged from the pupils of Barbarian Ru's eyes as he raised the heavy blade in his hand high and swept the surrounding martial artists. Is there anyone else who dares to come up to the stage and challenge me? The Barbarian Ru roared out, his sound waves spreading out rapidly in all directions. Looking at Barbarian Ru's body that was as oppressive as a small tower, with the fury that permeated around him, the surrounding martial artists gulped in fear, and no one dared to come out to meet them. Waiting for more than 10 breaths of time, the Barbarian Ru seeing no one dares to answer. Face reveals a trace of sarcasm. Low voice cursed a group of waste after. Carrying the heavy sword, he turned around and walked towards the gate of Chu Feng's residence. The dark net members guarding the gate watched the barbarian now indifferently, not stopping him and letting him walk in. After Barbarian Ru left, the crowd of martial artists took a breather and began to fight for the ringmaster's position again. Within the capital, the experts on the subterranean dragon list naturally came to more than just Barbarian Ru. In a restaurant not far from Chu Feng's residence, the rest of the subterranean dragon ranking experts were secretly observing. In an elegant room of the restaurant, the ancient sword sect master, Gu Jianfeng, and the president of the Castle Peak Academy, Chen Qingqing, stood beside the window and followed every move outside Chu Feng's residence. Behind the two of them, Gu Jianfeng's great disciples, Wan Zhuahao and Gu Yaya quietly stood guard. Ever since the rumor of the battle at the imperial palace spread, the two of them, Gu Jianfeng and Chen Qingqing, immediately rushed over without stopping. None other. It was only because both of them had a sense of crisis in their hearts. When Chu Feng's great master strength was exposed, there would naturally be countless forces that would want to defect in the future. The two were deeply afraid that Chu Feng would forget about them, so they rushed over to show their loyalty as soon as possible. Fortunately, the world was foolish enough not to believe that Chu Feng was a great master, and was still using their own juniors to test Chu Feng. The two withdrew their gazes after seeing Barbarian Ru walk into Chu Feng's residence. Dean Chen, what should we do now? I really didn't expect that the first one to hold back would be the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty. This Barbarian Ru must have been sent by them. Gu Jianfeng looked towards Chen Qingqing and frowned. Ever since the ancient sword wind worshipped Chu Feng, the entire ancient sword sect no longer hid their clumsiness. Ancient Sword Wind personally announced that the disciples of the Ancient Sword sect should not focus on building swords in the future, but rather, they should work hard on cultivation to recapture the former reputation of being the #1 sword sect of the Great Qian dynasty. When this news came out, the disciples of the Ancient Sword sect all cheered. After this period of time, the overall strength of the Ancient Sword sect had undergone a huge increase, and the Ancient Sword Wind had even entered the Sect Master realm in 1 day, stepped into the Middle Sect Master realm in 5 days, and had even touched the threshold of the Late Sect Master. It was not uncommon for Gu Jianfeng to belong to the thick and thin. Previously, The reason why he didn't break through into the sovereign realm was because of the evil consequences caused by the Ancient Sword sect in the past, causing countless forces to see the Ancient Sword sect as a thorn in their side. Secretly, they kept suppressing the development of the Ancient Sword sect, fearing that the Ancient Sword sect would produce another madman who wielded a devilish sword and slaughtered gods. Now that he had Chu Feng, a grandmaster, as his backer, Gu Jianfeng was naturally not afraid of the threats from those forces. Brother Gu, there's no need to rush. It's not time for us to make a move at this point, Chen Xingqing said with a faint smile. Right now, these forces are nothing more than not wanting to fall into the mouth of bullying the small with the big, which is why they sent the subterranean dragon ranking juniors to test the waters. Only when these juniors are all defeated will the experts of those forces make their move, and then it will be time for us to relieve your highness. When Gu Jianfeng heard this, his eyes lit up and he praised. Brother Chen's words have really opened up my mind. I'm impressed. Brother Gu is second to none. You both serve his highness. From now on, our two clans will be family. And why should a family talk about two families? Chen Xingqing said modestly. Ha ha ha, Dean Chen is right. Gu Jianfeng and Chen Xingqing raised their teacups and drank tea instead of wine with each other. Alas, it's a pity that this great disciple of mine is too weak, or else all these celestial pride of the subterranean dragon ranking wouldn't have to labor on your highness' personal hands. Gu Jianfeng sighed. Wan Zhuahao, who stood behind Gu Jianfeng, sniffed, and a hint of shame immediately appeared on his face. A hint of gloomy loss passed through Chen Xingqing's eyes, and she couldn't help but think of that 10th disciple of hers. Not more than half an incense stick of time after Barbarian Ru walked into Chu Feng's mansion, the two Darknet members flung Barbarian Ru's corpse, along with the broken heavy sword, out of the mansion. After doing so, the two Darknet members indifferently turned around and walked into the mansion without saying a word in the process. Outside the mansion, there was silence. All the martial artists stared at the corpse of the Barbarian Ru on the ground in stupefaction. The 10th ranked Heaven's Pride expert on the subterranean dragon ranking had died just like that? From the wounds on Barbarian Ru's body, it appeared that the person who killed Barbarian Ru only had one move before piercing through Barbarian Ru's heart and killing him. This undoubtedly shows that the strength of the Barbarian Ru and the other party is not a level at all. In an instant, quite a few of the martial artists present developed a sense of withdrawal in their hearts. The two martial artists still fighting in the ring both stopped, their faces changing. Without much thought, the two martial artists gave up at the same time and jumped down from the ring. For a while, no more martial artists in the ring dared to go up to the stage. Some of the forces that were observing in the dark saw this scene, and their eagerness to try was instantly doused. With your strength, can you kill Barbarian Ru so easily? A handsome and beautiful man said in a deep voice. A young man with a cold look beside the beautiful man glanced at the body of the Barbarian Ru, and his icy eyes were filled with gravity. Can't, the teenager said truthfully. The beautiful man sniffed and frowned, rubbing his chin as he wondered what he was thinking. If someone from Great Qin was here, he was afraid that he would immediately recognize the identity of the two. This beautiful man was a prince of the Great Qin dynasty named Easy King. This young man, on the other hand, was the second prince of the Great Qin dynasty, the third-ranked Heaven's remarkable expert of the subterranean dragon ranking. Like the conversation between these two, the same was happening on the other side of the force. At this moment, these forces finally had some shakiness within their hearts and began to believe the rumors. With Barbarian Ru as a lesson from the past, these forces did not send their own descendants to continue testing the waters. Inside a courtyard in Chu Feng's residence, Chu Feng let out a helpless sigh, a hint of impatience flaring up between his brows. Barbarian Ru naturally wasn't killed by his hands, but deicide moved instead of Chu Feng. After all, whoever of the two of them did it was the same. It didn't matter. However, after being relentlessly harassed by these martial artists for 5 days, Chu Feng still could not help but have a somewhat large head. Pushing open the door of his room, Chu Feng walked out into the courtyard and stopped to look up at the clear blue sky. After a long time, Chu Feng withdrew his gaze and spoke. Su Yanran, Your Excellency, what are your orders? Su Yanran walked forward and asked respectfully. You go to the palace and ask the Imperial Lord to hold a morning court tomorrow. I have something to say. Okay, Your Excellency. Su Yanran answered and turned to leave. To have a dynasty's Imperial Lord open the morning court just to say something for himself. In this world, I'm afraid that only Chu Feng has this qualification. When Su Yanran brought the words inside the palace, Chu Aotian's entire face darkened. But thinking of his child's terrifying strength, Chu Aotian's aura couldn't help but soften and nodded his head in agreement. When Su Yanran left, Chu Aotian had the eunuchs go to the officials' homes and notify them to come to the morning court tomorrow. Early in the morning of the second day, after Chu Feng washed up, he changed into a python robe and came to the Imperial Palace. 2 chapters merged together. Stable daily updates. Thanks for your support. Chapter 77, Giving Up the Throne of the Emperor. Familiar with the Golden Palace. The 100 officials in the temple, but with the previous period of time then. Most of the brand new faces. 5 days ago Chu Feng took out that list after killing Empress Xiao Jiaofeng. Members of the Darknet killed everyone on the list. And the entire capital was gripped in panic that day. Seeing that things had developed to an irreversible point, Chu Aotian simply sent people to start investigating the 100 officials of the imperial dynasty. Once you find out which official is secretly colluding with the Empress and the Acacia sect, you will be immediately executed. This does not know without checking. Once checked, Chu Aotian shocked to find that most of the officials in private have an unspoken relationship with the Acacia sect. Chu Aotian didn't have a soft heart, and directly used a thunderous force to replace all of these officials, and then arranged for new people to top them. It is precisely for this reason that there will be so many new faces among the 100 officials in the temple. As Chu Feng stepped into the middle of the Golden Palace, the palace immediately quieted down, and all of the 100 officials looked at Chu Feng in awe. Chu Feng's might, they had all seen it clearly 5 days ago, easily defeating the imperial lord. The old ancestor of the great Xian dynasty stepped forward and politely met him. This kind of brilliant battle record and prestige, there was no one in all the dynasties that could find anyone that could compare to Chu Feng. In the eyes of the 100 officials, Chu Feng was already the next imperial lord of the great Xian dynasty. Chu Feng ignored these officials who were constantly showing goodwill to him, and took a step to his position. The crown prince and the royals looked at the arriving Chu Feng with different demeanors. Crown Prince Chu Xiao stared at Chu Feng in death, his eyes filled with blood, and the killing intent in his heart surged. If she was not afraid of Chu Feng's strength, Chu Xiao was afraid that she would immediately pounce on Chu Feng's body and eat his flesh and drink his blood. The second prince Chu Xiong and the third prince Chu Jingyun changed from their previous combative style. Their faces were haggard, just like frosted eggplants. When the two saw Chu Feng, a trace of bitterness and helplessness appeared in their dull eyes. Ever since Chu Feng had displayed his might 5 days ago, the forces that had originally defected to the two of them had tacitly begun to stay away from them. Chu Jingyun was fine. Since the fall of Zhang Shanghua, he had very little power left and had no hope of continuing the battle for the imperial lord. But Chu Xiong was different. The vast majority of his power came from the Great Xian dynasty's military department. As everyone in the military department, they all looked up to the strong. Therefore, after Chu Feng's strength was exposed, all of the forces in Chu Xiong's military department turned against him, and all of them became Chu Feng's fervent followers. At this moment, Chu Feng did not even know that his own prestige in the military department of the Great Xian dynasty had reached such a terrifying level. Except for the crown prince, the second prince and the third prince. The expressions on the faces of the other emperors were very friendly, and all of them looked at Chu Feng with fervent gazes and faces of adoration. They knew that they had no hope of getting anywhere with the throne of the emperor, so they had always wanted to be a free emperor. Now that the Great Xian dynasty had 2 grandmasters in one dynasty, it had become even more powerful. Then they will be better off in the future. So what reason do they have to be unhappy? 7th brother. Good morning. Today, Shumu was wearing a white shirt, his long black hair flowing behind him, and his entire person exuded an elegant temperament. Shumu smiled and looked at Chu Feng to greet him. The smile on his face seemed to carry a temperature that warmed people's hearts. Good morning. Chu Feng nodded slightly in greeting. Shumu walked forward at that moment, as if he had something to say to Chu Feng. But an upright figure was one step faster than him and arrived in front of Chu Feng, and Shumu's eyes stared. 7th brother. I have something I want to ask you, and I hope you won't fool me. The 6th imperial prince, Chu War, looked at Chu Feng with a serious expression. A hint of pleading actually appeared in a pair of steely, cold eyes for the first time in history. When Chu Feng saw this expression on Chu Zhan's face, he immediately guessed what the other party wanted to ask. Chu Feng glanced in Chu Mu's direction and secretly sighed. Say it. Seeing Chu Feng being so forthcoming, Chu Zhan's expression eased a lot. After a moment of silence, Chu Zhan still opened his mouth and asked, these days in the capital, are those rumors about my mother true? My mother back then was really given by him to the old ancestor of the Acacia sect? After Qiao Jiaofeng's death, rumors about Chu Zhan's mother, Jia Guifei, spread throughout the streets of the capital in the past few days. Chu Warfare had naturally heard about it, so that was why he had come to question Chu Feng. In his opinion, Chu Feng's move to kill Qiao Jiaofeng was naturally because he knew some of Qiao Jiaofeng's unknown secrets. Chu Feng looked straight at Chu Zhan and nodded his head after pondering. This rumor is true. As soon as the words fell, a battle intent burst out from Chu Zhan's body, and Chu Zhan's pair of tiger eyes flashed with a piercingly cold aura. 7th brother. Many thanks. I owe you a favor. Chu War arched his hand at Chu Feng and thanked him. After saying that, Chu Zhan's gaze mercilessly looked at the dragon chair in the center of the palace, and a cold snort was emitted from his mouth. Ignoring the crowd, Chu War turned around and left the Golden Palace straight away, no longer waiting for Chu Aotian to come and start the morning court. When Chu War left, Chu Mu came before Chu Feng, his handsome face filled with helplessness. Shit ta. Why do you need to tell him about this? With his current strength, it is undoubtedly impossible to avenge his mother's death. It's better not to let him know the truth than to let him suffer when he learns it. There are some things that will be fine for me to bear handling, Chu Mu said in a deep voice. Chu Feng raised his eyebrows at those words, turned his head to look at Chu Mu, and said in a cold voice, I don't have that obligation to hide the truth for you. As for the aftermath of this matter of Jia Guifei, I don't care. After speaking, Chu Feng stood in place and no longer paid attention to Chu Mu. Chu Mu smiled helplessly at the situation and resumed his position. Not long after, Chu Aotian's figure appeared on the dragon chair, looking down on the 100 officials below with an expressionless face. Greetings to the Imperial Lord. The 100 officials saluted in unison and said respectfully. All the ministers leveled off. Chu Aotian said in a faint voice. After waiting for the 100 officials to rise, Chu Aotian raised his eyes to look at Chu Feng. Chu Feng walked out, gazed at Chu Aotian, and spoke. Father, my son has a matter to present. Say, I'm sure you've heard of the recent events in the capital. Father, and my son has been in the midst of these people lately. That is why I wish for my father's permission that I unload all the affairs in the imperial dynasty and leave the capital. When Chu Feng's words fell, it was like a huge stone hitting the surface of a calm lake, instantly stirring up shocking waves. In the entire Golden Palace, other than Chu Feng, everyone's faces suddenly changed, staring at Chu Feng incredulously, wondering if they had heard wrong. Unload all your affairs and leave the capital? Isn't this a disguised way of showing that one is giving up the throne of the Imperial Lord? Chu Feng was honored as a grandmaster. He was clearly already standing at the peak of martial arts. As long as he wanted to be the Imperial Lord of the Great Xian dynasty, I believe that no one up and down this Imperial dynasty would oppose it. But now he had taken the initiative to give up the Imperial throne that was within his grasp? It was a million times more incomprehensible to everyone. Chapter 78, Crowning the Hawushan. Above the dragon chair, Chu Aotian's brows knitted tightly, his gaze staring deeply at Chu Feng, not understanding why Chu Feng was doing this. Crown Prince Chu Xiao and the second prince, the third prince. Three people heard. Eyes immediately burst into light. The whole person from the state of disheveled recovery. This decision of Chu Feng undoubtedly gave them hope again. As long as there was no Chu Feng around, then there was still hope for them. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered on Chu Aotian's body to see how he would decide. Below, Chu Feng always had an expressionless look on his face as he waited for Chu Aotian's reply. He naturally had his own plans for doing so. Being disturbed by those martial artists was just one of the many reasons. And the greater reason was that Chu Feng couldn't wait to raise his strength and fight with heaven to get out of this world. If you want to quickly increase your strength in a short period of time, then naturally you should go out and complete the system check-in to get system rewards. Chu Feng decided that this time, his journey would depart from the capital city of the Great Xian dynasty, with a range that encompassed the 5 major imperial dynasties. After pondering for a long time, Chu Aotian on the dragon chair was just about to open his mouth to speak when suddenly his eyes changed. Old 7. You want to unload all the affairs of the imperial dynasty and leave the capital. This is something I can agree to, but you are always a member of the royal family of my Great Xian dynasty. You can give up the real power, but you must hang on to a false name. I wish to appoint you as the Great Xian Hao martial god. Are you willing? Chu Aotian opened his mouth. Prince Hao, in the blink of an eye, became Hao Wuxian, the name of the martial god. That symbolized the highest glory of a martial artist in a dynasty. The Great Xian dynasty had been in existence for so many years, and the number of people who had been ordained as martial gods could be counted on the palm of one hand. Every one of them was in existence that had made a lot of achievements for the Great Xian dynasty and had made a lot of achievements in battle, and was admired and loved by all. This name of martial god seemed to be without real power, but the influence was far more terrifying than any real power. After Chu Aotian spoke these words, the 100 officials were in an uproar. The civil and military officials all looked towards Chu Feng with wild eyes, their excitement expressed without words. None of them expected that they would have the honor of witnessing the coronation of a martial god. As for whether Chu Feng was qualified to be able to become a grandmaster at the age of 20, this kind of demonic talent no longer needed any other gongshu to set it off. I implore Prince Hao to crown the martial god. For the first time ever, the civil and military officials were so united. The 100 officials bowed in unison to Chu Feng, and their loud voices resounded through the Golden Palace. Chu Feng raised his eyes and glanced at Chu Aotian, cursing the old fox in his heart. This look is not Chu Aotian's style. It is obvious that someone behind the scenes instructed him to do this. The one who can instruct Chu Aotian. There is only him within the palace of this Great Xian dynasty. Back to father. My son is willing. Chu Feng nodded his head. Chu Xiang knew where he was headed and did not forcefully tie himself to the great Qian dynasty, which was considered a concession to Chu Feng. Chu Feng naturally would not be ungrateful, and each gave up a step and agreed. Seeing Chu Feng agree, Chu Aotian nodded and said, "Good. Then we will hold a martial god coronation ceremony for you 3 days later." Things finished talking. Chu Aotian got up and left the Golden Palace. As the 100 officials dispersed, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyan both came before Chu Feng, arching their hands and saying, "Congratulations to 7th brother on being crowned a martial god. To be crowned a martial god at the age of 20. This is a first in the entire history of the 5 great imperial dynasties." Chu Feng indifferently glanced at the 2 men, took a step and swept past them, walking out of the palace. After Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyan touched a nose in Chu Feng's this, they were not the least bit angry and left the palace. 7th brother, aren't you curious as to why Chu Xiong, Chu Jingyan is so excited? Although the name of the martial god is glorious to the highest, once you become a martial god, then you can't become an imperial lord. That's exactly why they're so happy. Chu Mu walked beside Chu Feng and leisurely said, "In fact, sometimes even I can't read you. So many imperial princes have racked their brains and used all their means just for this imperial lordship. But the throne of the emperor was right in front of you, and you gave it up. What exactly are you asking for?" Chu Mu stopped his steps and stared curiously at Chu Feng. "What I am asking for, the great Qian dynasty can't give me, and neither can the 5 great dynasties. You wouldn't understand." Chu Feng's voice rang in Chu Mu's ears. Chu Mu's expression froze when he heard the words, and after standing in bitter thought for a long time, he still did not understand the meaning of Chu Feng's words. In the end, Chu Mu let out a deep sigh and his expression returned to normal, no longer wasting his energy on this matter, because there were other important things that he needed to do. Meanwhile, after Chu Aotian finished his morning court, he came alone to the depths of the palace. "Old ancestor, Chu Aotian requests an audience." Chu Aotian stood respectfully outside the bamboo forest and requested, "Come in." Chukwuka's voice came out from the depths of the bamboo forest. Chu Aotian heard the words, and only then did he dare to move and step into the bamboo forest. Arriving at the wooden hut in the center of the bamboo forest, Chu Guxian was lying comfortably in front of the wooden hut, on a rocking chair compiled from a 100-year-old rattan branch. At this time, Chu Guxiang reverted to a white-haired middle-aged appearance, with a face like a jade crown. "Elder ancestor, my juniors have done everything you said." Chu Aotian stood at the side and said in a low voice. Chu Guxiang stopped the rocking chair and slowly opened her eyes, a smile on the corner of her mouth. Well done, elder ancestor. The late generation really doesn't understand why you're doing this? Once old 7 becomes a martial god, then he won't be able to become the great Qian imperial lord in the future. Chu Aotian asked with a frown of incomprehension. Chu Guxiang raised her eyes and faintly glanced at Chu Aotian, regretfully shook her head and said, "People have their own aspirations. Chu Feng has his own choices. For him to agree to be this martial god, he's already given old man enough face." Chu Aotian sniffed and stood in silence. Chukwuka stood up and put her hands behind her back to gaze at the bamboo forest. A demonic wind blew into the bamboo forest, and the bamboo forest that was quiet in the last second was suddenly loud. The green bamboo swayed, and the fallen leaves rolled wildly. At that moment, a brilliant light emerged from Chu Guxiang's deep eyes. The Acacia sect side already knows about the deaths of Qiao Jiaofeng and the others. This matter can't be dragged on. In these 3 days, you still need to choose the right person quickly. Understand? Chu Aotian's heart and soul trembled as he gazed at Chu Guxiang and said with a straight face, "Yes, old ancestor." Chu Aotian knew clearly how much determination Chu Guxiang had made in making this choice. Chu Guxiang waved his hand and Chu Aotian retreated away from the bamboo forest. Looking at the bamboo forest in the gale, Chu Guxiang's eyes became incomparably sharp at this moment. The tumor that has attached maggots to the great Qian dynasty for so many years. It's time to cut it down. Chu Guxiang murmured to himself. The killing intent in his tone made the air in the entire bamboo forest seem as if it was about to freeze. Chapter 79, The 4 Great Dynasties Gather. Chu Feng left the palace and returned to his residence. Having just arrived not far from the mansion, through the window of the carriage, he saw that the front of the mansion was filled with martial artists. Each of these people had a powerful aura permeating their bodies, and were clearly not the nameless ones from before. "My lord, do we need to get rid of all these people?" Driving Deicide coldly stared at these people and asked for instructions. Inside the carriage Chu Feng contemplated for a moment. "It's not necessary." The carriage slowly drove to the front of the mansion, and Chu Feng lifted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present all gathered on Chu Feng's body, some eyes revealing curiosity, some eyes revealing depth. "Greetings, your highness." In the crowd, Gu Jianfeng and Shen Qingqing walked out and respectfully saluted Chu Feng. When Chu Feng saw the two of them, he lightly laughed and said, "What? The two of you are also here to make this wave of fun? Don't dare! Don't dare! You've misunderstood. My lord, we've only come here to help you out. If certain people with bad intentions dare to look for trouble with your excellency, they'll have to go through us first. Gu Jianfeng's words fell. Many of the people present changed their faces, looking at the two of them, Gu Jianfeng and Chen Qingqing, with scorn and astonishment. How many people present hadn't heard of the names of the ancient sword sect and the Green Mountain Academy? What surprised them was that these two sect master trustees were openly on Chu Feng's side, with such a low stance. At this moment, the rumor that Chu Feng was a grandmaster was something they believed a few more points. Alright, since you're here, don't hurry to leave. In 3 days I will be crowned martial god. You guys can leave after attending my coronation ceremony, and you can stay in my mansion for these few days. Chu Feng said with a faint smile. Yes, Zun listens to the arrangements of your excellency. Gu Jianfeng and Chen Qingqing answered. When it was answered, the two men shook themselves. What did you just say? My lord? You want to crown a martial god? Chen Qingqing exclaimed in shock as both of her eyes widened and stared at Chu Feng incredulously. That's right. It was just finalized at this morning's court, and the news should spread very quickly. Chu Feng calmly said, not feeling the slightest bit inappropriate. But the rest of the people in the room heard it and their emotions were immediately ignited. One must know that the name of the martial god, that represented the highest honor in a dynasty. For endless years, countless clear officials and wise ministers, who had vomited their hearts and souls all their lives, had not been able to obtain such an honor. How old is Chu Feng? 20 years old. To be crowned as a martial god at the age of 20. Such a situation was something that had never been seen before in any of the 5 great imperial dynasties. At this time, the easy king of the Great Qin dynasty and the second prince walked out. I, the 13th prince of the Great Qin dynasty, the easy king, have brought along the second prince to meet Prince Hao. The easy king arched his hand and said, a debonair smile always hanging on his face. Chu Feng twisted his head at the words and glanced at the two of them, nodding his head slightly to signal down. I dare to ask, Prince Hao, is what you just said true? One must know that the name of the martial god has great significance in all of the 5 great imperial dynasties. The easy king asked as he looked directly at Chu Feng. The second prince of the Great Qin dynasty beside the easy king, Yu Long, did not say a word as he swept his gaze sharply at Chu Feng. As the most outstanding prince of the current dynasty of the Great Qin dynasty, Yu Long had possessed a super high cultivation talent since he was a child, reaching the innate realm at a young age, and perennially residing in the 3rd position of the potent dragon ranking. That was why he had always had his own arrogance, completely disbelieving that someone who was even a year or two younger than him would reach that realm. Before today, Yu Long was certain that this was all a comical hype to suck up to the Dexian dynasty, but now that Chu Feng said that he was going to be crowned as a martial god in 3 days, Yu Long was immediately unable to remain calm within himself. And that was why he gestured for the easy king to walk up and strike up a conversation. True or false? You will naturally know 3 days later. Chu Feng faintly returned a sentence, then raised his head to look at the crowd present. Everyone, you all saw what happened to that great demon imperial dynasty's heavenly pride yesterday. If there is nothing else, disperse. If you are besieging the front of my mansion, then I will not be blamed for being merciless. After Chu Feng gave a warning, he turned around and walked straight into the mansion. The two slayers, with 100 members of the Dark Net, stood at the face of the mansion staring indifferently at these people. After feeling the coldness from Slayer and the others, most of the people's faces were a bit unnatural and dispersed. In the end, only people from the 4 great imperial dynasties remained. The representatives of the Great Qin dynasty were none other than Easy King and Yu Long. The representatives of the Great Demon Imperial dynasty were a rough man with gnarled muscles and a large body, and an old crone with a stooped body and a thin, yellow face. The two stood together, one tall and one short with a huge contrast, but the demonic aura that inadvertently pervaded both of them was enough to show that both of them were great demons with unfathomable strength. The representative of the Dechu Imperial dynasty was a woman wearing a green wind mountain dress and a white veil. The woman only had a pair of star-like eyes exposed. This woman was the youngest disciple of that sword saint of the Dechu Imperial dynasty, and likewise the disciple with the most demonic cultivation talent. Feng Qingla, the second-ranked heavenly pride of the subterranean dragon ranking. Behind Feng Qingla, the sword saint's eldest disciple, Zhang He, stood in place with his eyelids pulled back in 100 uninterested ways, looking like he hadn't woken up. The representative of the Daqing Imperial dynasty was only a handsome and domineering man dressed in crimson silk. The man had tiger eyes and thick eyebrows, and his majestic body matched with the 5-clawed red dragon of his clothes invariably gave a strong sense of oppression. When everyone present looked at this man, scorn showed in their eyes. None other. Before Chu Feng had appeared, this man was the most demonic existence among the younger generation in the 5 great imperial dynasties. Crown Prince of the Daqing Imperial dynasty. the next imperial lord of the Duqing imperial dynasty, and number 1 on the subterranean dragon ranking. Xiao Hong, gentlemen, what are your plans next? The old crone from the great demon imperial dynasty spoke, her hoarse voice causing everyone present to frown. Intend? This son Chu Feng is about to be crowned a martial god. I don't think there's any need for me to bother explaining what a martial god means again. It looks like Chu Feng has truly stepped into that realm. Alas, 2 great masters in one dynasty. What kind of a great time is this that it would happen in the great Xian dynasty? I think it's better for us to think about what to do in the future. The easy king sighed, his tone filled with jealousy and indignation. When the 2 great demons from the great demon imperial dynasty heard this, their eyes immediately turned cold as they looked at the easy king. The matters between your human race, our demon race is not interested in. After saying that, the 2 great demons of the great demon imperial dynasty turned around and left. Zhong He of the great Chu imperial dynasty, his drooping eyelids picked up and his eyes were like swords. Easy king, this is not the territory of the great Qin imperial dynasty. We're not cuties either. You'd better be careful what you say. The easy king's expression stiffened, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Feng Qinghua lightly glanced at the mansion, then turned her head to Zhong He and said, eldest senior brother, let's go. Good. With Feng Qinghua the 2 of them left. The only people left present were those from the great Qing dynasty and the great Qing dynasty. Chapter 80. I'm going to avenge her. Before the easy king could open his mouth to explain, Xiao Hong directly let out a proof of laughter and laughed unmercifully at the shame. Easy king, who doesn't know about the grudge between your great Qin dynasty and the great Xian dynasty? If you have some thoughts that you shouldn't have, this prince advises you to grab them and snuff them out. After saying this, Xiao Hong flung his sleeve robe and turned to leave. The prosperous king stood in place with a grimace. He didn't expect that these people would be so perceptive and see through the meaning of his words with a single glance. If the intelligence is correct, that old thing from the Acacia sect has also stepped into the grandmaster. 3 days later, the Acacia sect's people should arrive at that time as well. So what if there are 2 great masters in one dynasty? Let them great Xian dynasty themselves have an infighting first. We'll just watch the fun. Yu Long laughed grimly, coldness surging from the depths of his eyes. When the easy king on the side heard this, a similarly gloating smile appeared on his face. As the morning passed, the news about Chu Feng's coronation as a martial god 3 days later swept through the entire capital like a violent wind. Everyone who heard this news was first stunned, and then a look of shock appeared on their faces. There is no doubt about the authenticity of the news because it was passed on by other officials. Soon, this news was like a virus, starting from the capital and quickly spreading throughout the entire Great Xian dynasty. The 5 continents of the Great Xian dynasty all shook, and for a time, countless powers of the Palm trustees moved to rush to the capital, wanting to witness this martial god coronation ceremony. In the palace of the Great Xian dynasty, in a secluded hall in the depths, Chu Aotian gazed at the 3 people below, his eyes as deep as an abyss. Oldest 2, oldest 3, oldest 6. Today I have summoned all 3 of you here because I want to discuss a matter with you, and this matter will affect your next destiny. Chu Aotian said quietly. Below, the hearts and minds of Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun trembled, and their faces immediately became incomparably serious. They naturally understand what the fate in Chu Aotian's mouth means. Ever since Chu Feng had left the northern realm, too many things had happened in that period of time. They were afraid that if they took the initiative to fight for another chance, they would really be eliminated completely. Father, please speak. My son is all ears. The 2 men respectfully said. The 6th Imperial Prince Chu War, who was on the side, blandly looked straight at Chu Aotian without speaking. Good. I'll spare you all the nonsense. A few days ago, after the Empress was killed by Chu Feng, my great Xian dynasty and the Acacia sect were destined to embark on a break. According to the news, the old ancestor of the Acacia sect has come out of the gate in the past few days and recalled all the disciples who went out. What is the purpose of this behavior of his? I think you should know without my explanation. Below, Chu Xiong's 3 people's expressions moved as they listened, and their eyes became deep. This Acacia sect is really bold. How dare it have a pre-revolutionary mind? Chu Xiong cursed angrily. It looks like over the years, our great Xian dynasty has still been too good to his Acacia sect. A wolf-hearted thing is truly something that can never be fed. Chu Jingyun said in a cold voice. Chu Zhan did not say a word, but a strong killing momentum erupted from his body. Even though they were constantly fighting over the throne of the imperial lord, once someone threatened the great Xian dynasty, they would all immediately stand on the same front. Chu Aotian looked at the reaction of the 3 people. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. 3 days after Chu Feng is crowned as a martial god, I will summon the harmonious sect ancestors to attend. And after the old ancestor of the Acacia sect leaves the Acacia sect, I will send people to wipe out the Acacia sect. Do any of you want to go? Chu Aotian asked. As the words fell, Chu Xiong, Chu Gingyun, and Chu Zhan stepped forward at the same time. My son is willing to go. They were all aware of how great a feat it would be if they could destroy the Acacia sect. Once he succeeded, then in the future, the throne of the emperor would definitely be his. Acacia sect, as the #1 sect in the territory of Great Xian dynasty, could lead the extermination of it, and there was no need to say how great the credit was. The fact that Crown Prince Chu Chao didn't show up here undoubtedly indicated that she had already been treated as an outcast by Chu Aotian. His mother was from the Acacia sect, and the power behind him was the Acacia sect, which doomed him to be abandoned. And once Chu Feng was crowned martial god, he would not become the Great Xian Imperial Lord in the future. Combining all these reasons, whoever could grab this position of leading marshal would be the Great Xian Imperial Lord in the future. You guys didn't let me down. Chu Aotian nodded his head in satisfaction, scanning the three to start choosing. And right at that moment, 8 figures suddenly walked into the pantheon. In the palace, the pupils of Chu Aotian's eyes contracted in shock when the few people saw these 8 people. The person at the head was dressed in white, elegant and manicured, precisely the 4th Prince Chu Mu. Behind him on the left side to start counting are the new star of the military department who has recovered from serious injuries, Xu Mingho, the 3000 Silk Devil Lu Che, the commander of the 3 forbidden guards of the capital, the Shara gun, the slaughter sword, and the war god spear. The identities of the last 2 were even more shocking to everyone. The always mysterious and unpredictable capital city lord, and the most prestigious Hao Ming waiter in the military department of the current Great Xian dynasty. The energy possessed by the 7 people behind Chu Mu was clearly enough to represent the majority of the Great Xian dynasty's strength. At this moment, they were actually willingly standing behind Chu Mu, whose strength wasn't even at the 3rd grade realm. This caused Chu Aotian and the others to feel incomparably shocked and puzzled. After Chu Mu walked up and nodded his head with the 3 emperors, he then looked up at Chu Aotian. Father, my son has the audacity to ask for an order. I would like to lead the men to destroy the Acacia sect. I vow not to return until the Acacia sect is destroyed. Chu Mu's gentle voice was filled with the aura of looking death in the eye at the moment. I am willing to follow the 4th prince on his expedition, and vow not to return until the Acacia sect is destroyed. Xu Mingho's 7 men simultaneously knelt down and asked for orders. Inside the palace, there was silence. The 3 Chu Xiong emperors stared at Chu Mu with an expression like they had seen a ghost. Was this still the same 4th Prince Chu Mu who had always been quiet, and who only loved to read holy books? It's amazing that he has recruited so many people in secret. In particular, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun were the 2 most shocked, because they had always stayed in the capital. They were well aware of the energy that Xu Mingho's 7 people contained. Chu Xiong had gone to great lengths to do nothing more than pull together a commander of the Sharagun's Prohibition Army, which was simply not on the same level as the commander-in-chief. Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun both glanced at each other, both seeing a bitter smile in each other's eyes. It turned out that the 4th prince, Chu Mu, was the one who had hidden the deepest amongst these princes of theirs, and they had all underestimated this 4th brother of theirs before. On the dragon chair, Chu Aotian's face was deep, staring at Chu Mu. Give me a reason. Chu Mu slowly stood up and raised his eyes to look directly into Chu Aotian's eyes. At this moment, undaunted by Chu Aotian's sense of oppression, he bluntly said, there is only one reason. I want to avenge Yu Jiajia. All the feelings that had been suppressed inside for years burst out at that moment. The name Yu Jiajia seemed to have a kind of magic power. As soon as it appeared, the expressions of the people in the palace varied. Chapter 81, The Shocked Chu Mu. Xu Mingho and Lu Che's expression remained unchanged, as if they had long since seen the kind of unexplained affection that Chu Mu had for Yu Jiajia. And the pupils of the others' eyes shook as they looked at Chu Mu with different expressions. Chu Aotian's face was terribly gloomy at the moment, and the sense of oppression that permeated his body filled every corner of the palace. It's this woman again. It's because of her again. What was so special about this woman that made these people go through fire and death for her? Chu Zhan gazed at Chu Mu's back in front of him, his face covered with a complicated expression. He didn't realize that the 4th brother he had always respected was hiding such a big secret in his heart. Your Majesty, let us go in this battle. If we don't break the Acacia sect, we vow not to return. Xu Mingho and Lu Che, the 3 commander-in-chiefs of the Forbidden Guards, simultaneously knelt down and asked for orders, their eyes bursting with an incomparably resolute glare. You guys. Chu Aotian looked at these heavy ministers with shock on his face. The 3 emperors of Chu Xiong looked at the scene in front of them and were shocked for a long time. Unable to speak, an invisible oppressive feeling filled Chu War's chest, causing him to be somewhat breathless and his thoughts to become trance-like. Images of my mother kept coming to mind. As far as Chu War could remember, when he was alone with his mother, she had always treated him coldly. He had never been loved as his own child at all, and even to not see him, his mother had sent him to the military ministry as a child for training. That's why Chu War hasn't felt an ounce of motherly love since he was a child. But now, there would be so many people willing to willingly give their lives for the indifferent mother he saw. At this moment, the anger and hatred that had accumulated for many years within Chu War dissipated away. Perhaps, if he is not the child of the great Xian Imperial Lord, then he can also feel the tenderness of his mother. Chu Zhan let out a deep breath, discarding the distractions in his mind, and fell to his knees. Father, my son is willing to accompany fourth brother in the battle and vow not to return until the Acacia sect is broken. Seeing that Chu Zhan had also joined this team of petitioners, Chu Aotian's brows were tightly closed and 10,000 helplessness welled up in his heart. Your Majesty, just grant it. At this moment, the capital city lord stepped forward and said. The city lord was a middle-aged man with a plain and unimpressive look, one of those people who could not be found when placed in a crowd. But everyone in the Great Xian dynasty knew the great name of this mysterious and unpredictable capital city lord, because he was one of the true underpinnings of the Great Xian dynasty. He was Chu Aotian's father's life and death friend, the previous generation of the military god of the Great Xian dynasty's army. Your Majesty, it is promised. Although I have never seen Jia Guifei for a single moment, there are still so many people who embrace her after so long a time has passed. Old me is also willing to accompany these juniors to go crazy for once. Marquis Hao Ming lamented with a cheerful smile. Seeing that these two had spoken, Chu Aotian was no longer good at excusing himself. Good. Old Fourth, you will supervise this battle. Don't let me down. Chu Aotian gazed at Chu Mu and said sternly. Yes. Excitement surfaced on Chu Mu's face as he answered with an arch. After leaving the palace, Chu Mu hurriedly rushed back to his mansion and began to deploy the siege against the Acacia sect 3 days later. There wasn't much time left for him, only 1 day to come up with detailed tactics, and then the remaining 2 days to start secretly mobilizing his army to gather towards the continent where the Acacia sect was located. And just as Chu Mu returned to the mansion, he was stopped by an unexpected person. Looking at the man in front of him wearing a crimson dragon robe with a domineering aura, Chu Mu revealed a look of surprise. Your Excellency is? Chu Mu asked in confusion. Xiao Hong turned around and looked at the puzzled Chu Mu, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. My name is Xiao Hong of the Daqing Imperial Dynasty. Meet Brother Chu. What? After not seeing you for a few days, Brother Chu can't recognize me? Xiao Hong finished, playfully winking his eyes in jest. Chu Mu first froze when he heard the words, and then violently guessed what was going on, and his entire body stared at Xiao Hong in stupefaction, sucking in a breath of cool air in shock. He had naturally heard of the leader of the subterranean dragon ranking and the invincible prince of the Great Qing dynasty, but even if he squeezed his head, he would not have thought that Xiao Hong's identity was surprising. After a long time, Chu Mu finally accepted the reality and led Xiao Hong into the mansion and into the study. As Chu Mu closed the door, Xiao Hong familiarly sat down on the bed and made himself a pot of hot tea. After Chu Mu closed the door, he walked over to Xiao Hong, a hint of shock still tinged between his brows. Now should I call you Xiao Hong or Zhu Zhu? Xiao Hong smiled faintly. It's just a title. You can call it whatever you want. Chu Mu shook his head and sat down opposite Xiao Hong, staring at the other party in a daze. It wasn't until the teapot boiled with a bared sound that Chu Mu came back to his senses and poured tea for the two. Say, what is it that you've come to see me about? Chu Mu opened his mouth and asked. Xiao Hong sipped his tea and said with a serious expression, Brother Chu, I only came here to advise you not to get involved in this matter of the Acacia sect. The Acacia sect is going to be tougher than you think. Chu Mu's expression twitched at his words and stared at Xiao Hong with a rather deep feeling. Why are you telling me so much? There's no reason for it. It's just simply a thought. Throughout the 5 great imperial dynasties, there are only 2 people who can be worthy of being my opponent. One of them is Chu Feng, while the other is you, an opponent that can be looked upon by me. Zhu Zhu, I naturally don't want you to die so quickly. Xiao Hong shrugged his shoulders and said in a breezy manner. The corners of Chu Mu's eyes curved slightly as he laughed. I really didn't expect that I would be rated so highly by you. It really makes me feel a bit terrified. It's a shame you're a little late to the party. Xiao Hong's expression froze and he fell silent. Seeing this, Chu Mu smiled without saying anything and pulled out the chessboard from the pile of books on the side, inviting Xiao Hong to play chess. The rules are the same as before. The people are the same as before. They never change. As the pieces fell one by one, the wind and clouds surged above the game. Killing opportunities arose in all directions, and changes were unpredictable. What a ing up. Xiao Hong finally couldn't help himself, and as he flipped over the chessboard in front of him, he angrily looked at Chu Mu and cursed. Chu Mu, you're taking yourself too seriously. So what if you're even more intelligent and wise? You're nothing but a 4th grade trash. So many people stronger than you are willing to avenge that woman. What's one more or one less of you? Why did you have to rush up and die? It's just a woman. It's just a woman. This prince's true identity is unknown even to the people of the demon religion. But for your sake, the laborers are not even bothering themselves to personally rush to remind you. Is it worth it for a woman who's already dead? Is it really worth it? Xiao Hong had never been as angry as he was right now before, pointing at Chu Mu with profanities coming out of his mouth. Chu Mu looked at Xiao Hong, who was in a rage, his eyes flickering with a hint of emotion. Chapter 82 Siege of the Acacia Sect. In the study, after Xiao Hong had finished cursing, he panted and resumed his seat, drinking the tea from his teacup in a single gulp. Chu Chu, I understand all of what you said, but there are some things that have to be done personally, or I'll end up stuck in them for the rest of my life. As the young lord of the demon religion, you have carried a heavy burden from birth. Although you and I are in different situations, you should understand me. Chu Mu refilled Xiao Hong's tea. Plus, isn't the fact that I can't come back from this trip just a part of the partnership between you and me? It's just that the process is different and a bit earlier, but the result is still the same. Chu Mu joked. Xiao Hong returned a blank stare and angrily gulped down the tea in front of him, standing up to leave. Just as Xiao Hong opened the door to his room and prepared to walk out, his figure suddenly lurched. Xiao Hong turned back and said with a straight face, I never thought of letting you die before. You have always been the best candidate for the Great Xian Imperial Lord in my plans. So this time, you will roll back alive for me and become the Imperial Lord of this Great Xian dynasty. I will send some people to accompany you to the Acacia Sect. I'll wait for your return in the capital of the Great Xian dynasty. After saying that, Xiao Hong left the study without looking back. Chu Mu put down the teacup in his hand and looked up at the doorway, the corner of his mouth raising a smile. Chu Feng's residence, in the courtyard of the Tranquil Realm. My lord, the candidates for the siege of the Acacia Sect 3 days from now, the Imperial Lord has already chosen. It's the 4th Imperial Prince Chu Mu, and the 6th Imperial Prince Chu War. Kingslayer stood in front of Chu Feng and spoke out the information he had obtained. Aha! Chu Feng gently nodded his head. This list of names was not out of his expectations. Your Excellency, according to the news coming from the Darknet members over at the Great Qin Dynasty, that Great Master of the Great Qin Dynasty has recently left Great Qin, and his whereabouts are unknown. There's a good chance it'll be at your coronation as a Vulcan. Hearing this news, Chu Feng then raised a hint of interest. The Great Grandmaster of the Great Qin Dynasty is coming to Dexian? That's some powerful news. Who didn't know that among the 5 great imperial dynasties, the relationship between the Great Xian Dynasty and the Great Qin Dynasty was the worst, with friction at the borders of the two dynasties all year round, and wars constantly raging. Both have a desire to annex the other. After the news that Chu Feng was a grandmaster spread, the one who was most uneasy was afraid that it would be the Great Qin Dynasty. Now that the Great Grandmaster of the Great Qin Dynasty even dared to come to the Great Xian Dynasty, was he not afraid of a meatbag beating a dog and having no return? My lord, do we need to give the Imperial Lord a heads up? Slayer asked for instructions. After thinking about it, Chu Feng waved his hand and said, there's no need for that. If that Great Qin Imperial Dynasty's Great Master dares to come, then he will definitely not be able to return. Okay. Kingslayer nodded and retreated. After Deicide retreated, Chu Feng stood alone in the courtyard and pondered. If that Great Master of the Great Qin Dynasty wasn't coming to the capital, then where was he going? Right at that moment, an aura suddenly flashed through Chu Feng's mind, and a glimmer of light immediately emerged from Chu Feng's eyes. A breeze blew by, and Chu Feng's figure disappeared from the courtyard. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the capital rushed outside the southern part of the city early in the morning today to witness the crowning of the martial god. The people from the 4 great imperial dynasties also arrived early and mingled in the crowd. Time passes a little. When the sun goes up to the center dome, a group of well-trained steel soldiers came out of the palace and continued to the outskirts of the city. Dressed in a red-gold dragon robe, Chu Aotian walked in front of the horse, with all the courtiers of the Great Xian Dynasty arriving behind him. A group of people came to the outside of the city. Chu Aotian walked up to the stage, under the auspices of the Master of Ceremonies to carry out the process. After a set of processes came down, after Chu Aotian gave a shout, today's protagonist appeared. A haze of light shot up from the capital and landed on the stage. When the haze dissipated, Chu Feng was reflected in everyone's eyes, without any unnecessary tedious process. Under the witness of the crowd, Chu Aotian put on the jade crown symbolizing the martial god to Chu Feng. In the midst of the crowd's pleasant cheers, Chu Aotian and Chu Feng on the stage glanced at each other, their eyes becoming deep. Chu Feng's previous guess was indeed correct. The Acacia sect's old ancestor really had not come. Since he did not come, he must be still in the Heping sect now. Then the siege against the Heping sect. Meanwhile, in the Witch continent of the Great Xian Dynasty, outside the gate of the Acacia sect, the 300,000 elite soldiers led by Chu Mu had been distributed around the outside of the Harmony sect, ready to go, just waiting for Chu Mu to launch the final command. On top of a mountain peak outside the Acacia sect, Chu Mu stood at the top of the mountain with Chu Zhan, Xu Mingho, and the others, looking out over the Acacia sect, their emotions incomparably high. Your Highness, the time is almost up. Lu Che looked up at the time and said. Chu Mu's eyes stared at the words and nodded. Seeing this, Lu Che immediately issued an order, and in an instant, all 300,000 elite soldiers hidden in the dark appeared, like a torrent rushing towards the Acacia sect. Your Highness, we will go ahead. The capital city lord arched his hand and said. With that, the city lord, Hao Mingho, led Lu Che's group of Zhongshe realm experts and flew quickly towards the Acacia sect. Not long after they flew into the Acacia sect, an after effect of the avatar began to spread out from within the Acacia sect, and it was obvious that the city lord and the others had already fought with someone. Chu Mu had also changed into an iron armor today, holding a sharp sword in his hand. Let's go as well. Chu Mu let out a deep breath and said sullenly to Chu Zhan, who was at the side. Chu War looked at Chu Mu, who looked as if he was ready to die, and nodded indifferently. The two of them mounted their warhorses and headed in the direction of the Acacia sect. Ever since Xiao Jiao Feng had been killed by Chu Feng, the Great Qian dynasty had not given the Acacia sect any explanation. The Acacia sect had already anticipated that a major change was about to occur, and during this time recalled all of the sect's disciples, with the entire sect entering a level 1 alert. As the number 1 clan of the Great Qian dynasty, the Acacia sect's heritage was naturally not to be underestimated. There were 200,000 disciples in the entire sect alone, and the number of elders whose strength had reached the innate realm was in the hundreds. The strength of the 10 inner sect elders among them had even reached the Zhongshe realm. These were still just the bottom middle tier of the Acacia sect's battle force. The true heritage of the Acacia sect was that the Acacia sect's patriarch and the sect's 6 supreme elders, each of whom was a long-established powerhouse of the late sect master realm. After the 300,000 elite soldiers launched their attack, the Acacia sect was immediately alerted to it and reacted quickly, gathering their disciples to fight. Looking down from a high altitude, at this moment, the Acacia sect had clearly become a battlefield. The 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Qian dynasty and the disciples of the Acacia sect were like two giant meat grinder wheels colliding together, harvesting lives every moment. Chu Mu, under Chu Zhan's protection, passed through the periphery of the battlefield to the interior of the Harmony sect. The 5 towering peaks were immediately reflected in the eyes of the two. Chu Mu stared firmly at the most central peak, and the emotions that had been suppressed for many years finally had a vent at this moment, and completely erupted. Chu Mu patted the warhorse under him and galloped forward towards that mountain peak. Chu Zhan's face moved slightly, wanting to move to protect beside Chu Mu, but he didn't expect the 6 figures wearing red ghost masks to appear at this time. 6th Highness, go do your own thing. 4th Highness, let us protect you. After the 6 people with red ghost masks on their faces finished speaking, they got up and chased after Chu Mu in his direction. The bodies of each of the 6 emanated the aura of a Zhongshe realm powerhouse. Chapter 83, Acacia Sect Great Battle. Looking at these 6 red ghost-masked people who were closely accompanying Chu Mu, the pupils of Chu War's eyes were filled with surprise. It seemed that he didn't expect this 4th brother of his to have so many strong people following him. With the protection of these 6 Zhongshe realm powerhouses, Chu Zhan no longer worried about Chu Mu's safety and joined the battle with his weeping blood battle spear in hand. On the outskirts of the Acacia sect, the battlefield was like an inferno. Although the Acacia sect disciples had prepared for this, the gap between the two quickly became apparent when they faced the 300,000 elite troops of the Great Qian dynasty. 300,000 elite soldiers were arrayed in full force, each one of them a tough general who had survived countless battles between life and death. There were no half-assed frills in the moves, all solid killing techniques. 300,000 elite soldiers and more than 200,000 Acacia sect disciples. These two torrents just collided together that moment. The Acacia sect disciples were then instantly dispersed and collapsed, falling behind. Miserable screams echoed continuously in the sky. Blood dyed this dome of the sky red, and corpses covered the earth. The pungent and strong smell of blood stimulated everyone's nerves, keeping the spirit in a state of exhilaration. The field of view passed through the periphery of the battlefield and came to the interior of the Hopewell sect. Above the 5 peaks of the Acacia sect, the clouds and mist were surrounded by haze, and the horrifying aptitude aftermath shattered the clouds and mist, revealing the people who were killing each other. For this siege of the Acacia sect, Chu Aotian did not mobilize the heavy troops at the border in order not to scare the snakes. Instead, they had directly mobilized the capital's 3 major forbidden guards, from which they had selected innate realm powerhouses to form a squad, thereby obliterating the Acacia sect's huge group of elders. At a glance, every part of the Acacia sect was transformed into a battlefield. At this moment, Chu Zhan's armor was dyed red with blood, his stalwart face was stained with blood, and he was holding a weeping blood battle spear to fight with an outer sect elder of the Acacia sect. Above that elder's head, a duster was suspended high above his head, with dense haze flickering on top of each wisp. Under the control of the elder, each whisking silk was as agile as a fine snake, carrying the power of piercing through stone and breaking through gold towards Chu Zhan. Chu War's eyes were like torches. Without the slightest bit of panic, the weeping blood battle spear in his hand stabbed out. Hundreds of cold lights flashed, and each of them was filled with a momentum that was as strong as a bamboo. In just a breath, the whisking silk crumbled, and that elder flew out hundreds of meters as if he had been struck by lightning. Dozens of bloody holes pierced through his body, and he couldn't die anymore. After finishing off this elder, Chu Zhan did not change his face and looked for another elder, without changing his color. At the same time, Chu Mu rode his warhorse towards the peak at the very center of the Acacia sect. This peak was the main peak of the Acacia sect. Only the top management of the Acacia sect was qualified to reside there, and on weekdays, even the elders needed to ask for permission before they could enter. At this moment, the defense barrier of this mountain peak had been forcibly shattered by Zhu Mingho and the others. The Acacia sect patriarch, along with the 6 supreme elders, were fighting each other with Zhu Mingho and Lu Che, the 6 of them hovering above the mountain peaks. The least powerful of these people were all at the first stage of the late sovereign stage. Even the strength of both the Acacia sect patriarch and the capital city lord had reached the third stage of the late patriarchal stage. Under the great master, there is no enemy in the world. The area within a few miles beside these two people was empty. No one dared to approach, automatically cutting out a side of the battlefield. Compared to the other battlefields, the battle between the two of them seemed plain and simple, but there were hidden killing opportunities everywhere, and they would perish if they were not careful. Boom! At that moment, a sound like a flood of thunder resounded through the heavens. The Acacia sect patriarch and the capital city lord simultaneously withdrew their hands and retreated hundreds of meters before stopping their positions. Shockingly, the explosion just now was just the sound made when the two of them clapped against each other. Below, in the battlefield, everyone under the innate realm fell to the ground with pained faces and covered their heads, briefly losing their fighting strength. The powerhouses of the innate realm couldn't be spared and fell into a trance. The 6 red ghost mask powerhouses that had been guarding Chu Mu's side reacted quickly. At the same time, he made a move to protect Chu Mu. Otherwise, with Chu Mu's strength, plus the fact that he was so close to the battlefield, if he took this hit, he was afraid that he would be directly shocked to death. In response, the current Chu Mu seemed to have forgotten about life and death, and his gaze was filled with eagerness. Ignoring the battle high above, he drove his warhorse towards one of the mountain peaks. High in the air, Acacia sect patriarch Huang Xiao looked straight at the capital city lord with an icy face, his eyes full of ridicule. I really didn't expect the great Xian dynasty to think so highly of my Acacia sect that they even sent an old thing like you. This is really an honor for my Acacia sect. Ha ha ha. Huang Xiao laughed with his head held high, his gaze growing colder and colder. Capital city lord Li Yong's expression was indifferent as he lowered his eyes and faintly said, Huang Xiaoyu, your Acacia sect has become more and more excessive over the years, and you've even presumed to want to control Great Xian's imperial government. The Acacia sect touched the red line of the Great Xian dynasty, which led to this calamity today. No one else is to blame. Ha, Li Yong, you don't have to put words in such a grandiose way. Back then, if my Acacia sect's founding ancestor hadn't assisted me, where would today's Great Xian dynasty have come from? As the founder of the dynasty, how did the Great Xian dynasty treat my Acacia sect? Secretly keep suppressing the development of the Acacia sect, trapping the Acacia sect to death in this continent. If the Great Xian dynasty does such things, how could my harmonious sect not be chilled? Huang Xiaoye shouted angrily, the air around him rippling as his emotions fluctuated. Li Yong's demeanor was indifferent, not affected by it at all. There's no point in talking more. It's a fact that your Acacia sect is meddling in dynastic affairs. Today your Acacia sect will die. Huang Xiaoye seemed to have something to rely on when he heard this, and smiled contemptuously. Is that so? If you guys want to destroy the Acacia sect, it's a fool's dream. As the words fell, Huang Xiaoye charged straight towards Li Yong, and the two of them battled together. In the main mountain peak, Chu Mu drove his horse to a dark place. This place stands on 3 sides of the cliffs. Sunlight cannot come in, and is in darkness all year round. In the midst of this dark, shadowy place, an eerie palace was built. The walls of the palace were carved and painted with murals of various room arts, obscene to the extreme. There was a huge deep pit in front of the palace, in which the white skeletons were like a sea, making one's scalp numb. The warhorse under Chu Mu's body involuntarily trembled as it approached the dark place, not daring to take a step forward. Seeing this, Chu Mu dismounted and walked into this dark place on foot. As soon as he stepped in, Chu Mu felt a piercing cold wind blowing, and the hairs on his body immediately stood up. A strong sense of unease surged through him, warning him not to advance any further. Chu Mu forced down this feeling, his eyes clear and snowy, and his footsteps revealed an unwavering determination. In the darkness Chu Mu kept walking towards the depths with his senses. After walking for about 10 minutes, the deep pit full of skeletons appeared in front of Chu Mu. With the help of the faint light, Chu Mu's body stumbled and nearly fell to the ground when he saw those women's skeletons in the deep pit. Chapter 84, Three Great Masters Gather. During these 6 years, Chu Mu had fantasized about countless possibilities. It was also expected that Yu Jieja had suffered an untimely death. But when he saw these skeletons in the deep pit with his own eyes, it was as if the strength in his entire body had been instantly drained away, and a strong sense of oppression filled his chest, making him unable to breathe. 2 tears of blood flowed out of Chu Mu's eyes, and Chu Mu's gaze was lifeless as he fell to his knees, staring stonily at the deep pit, hands clenched tightly in death, nails piercing the skin, blood dripping out along the seams. The pain in his hand didn't pull Chu Mu out of his mourning. Endless grief enveloped Chu Mu, causing his sanity to begin to become confused, and various emotions constantly exchanged in his bloodshot eyes. The 6 red ghost-masked men appeared beside Chu Mu and looked at him gravely. This place should not be stayed in for long. We'd better grab him and take him away. Something is not right with him. If we keep him here any longer, he's afraid that he'll soon become insane. The 6 people discussed and made up their minds. The 6 of them were about to take Chu Mu away when they didn't expect an eerie cold laugh to suddenly ring out. Is the old man's place for you to come and go as you please? As soon as the words fell, a withered figure slowly emerged from the palace. The bodies of the 6 red ghost-masked men trembled as they looked in the direction of the palace in fear. Retreat! The 6 of them shouted, and without the slightest hesitation pulled Chu Mu up and stormed back towards the outside of the dark land. The withered figure walked out of the palace, and his figure changed into a green and strong and heroic form in an instant. A stunningly beautiful man clad in peach-colored gauze appeared, and the man's collar was loose, revealing a body of beautifully defined muscles. The skin on the delicate features was tender and white, and the eyes swirled in autumn waves, full of an invisible charm. As soon as the entire person appeared, he exuded a soul-crushing aura. The man looked at the 6 people who were looking at the 6 people who were trying to escape. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly, and his figure flashed. Once again, he appeared already in front of the 6 red ghost-masked men. The 6 people's footsteps lurched, and the eyes under the masks all looked scornfully at the stunningly beautiful man. Didn't you say the old man went to the capital? How come he's still here in the Acacia sect? The 6 people were constantly cursing in their hearts at the moment, and began to regret coming to this Harmony sect. Senior, we are not from the Great Xian dynasty, and we have no intention of getting involved in this matter. Would you be willing to spare us? A man in a red ghost mask said respectfully. The old ancestor of the Acacia sect, Huang Yuqiang, wrapped her fingers around her hair, raised her eyes to look at the person who had spoken, and covered her mouth with a poof of a smile. You've all barged into the old man's place of seclusion. Do you think the old man will spare you? The 6 of them sniffed and glanced at each other before suddenly storming out to attack towards Huang Yuqiang with all their might. Disdain flashed across Huang Yuqiang's feminine eyes as he raised his hand and lightly waved it. The 6 people in Chu Mu flew out backwards at the same time, smashing heavily on the ground and spitting out blood from their serious injuries. Grandmaster, you've really stepped into the grandmaster realm. The 6 gazed at Huang Yuqiang in shock. Huang Yuqiang ignored the 6 people and idly walked up to Chu Mu, looking down and sizing him up. You are the 4th prince of the Great Xian dynasty, Chu Mu, aren't you? It's quite a good-looking man, but it's a pity that your strength is too weak. Does the Great Xian dynasty have no one left to have you come to besiege my Acacia sect? Huang Yuqiang laughed lightly. Chu Mu's face was lifeless, and his pair of empty eyes kept looking in the direction of the deep pit. Huang Yuqiang raised his eyebrows lightly, noting this. What? There's someone you care about in the deep pit? To be able to let the old man step into this realm, they deserve to die. You should be happy for them. Huang Yuqiang spoke with a face of intoxication. And how will you mortals understand? Grandmaster, this realm, this power is too wonderful. The 6 red ghost-masked men looked at Huang Yuqiang, the fear in their eyes deepening. Forget it. What's the point of telling you all this? This time, after all, it was the old man who made the best move, calculating that the Great Xian dynasty would come to encircle the Acacia sect. That's why the old man didn't travel to the capital at all, but instead stood guard within the clan to keep a lookout. Huang Yuqiang smiled smugly and coldly. 2 great masters in one dynasty. So what? After I kill you all, I will immediately bring the top management of Acacia sect to join the Great Qin dynasty. At that time, what can the Great Xian dynasty do with me? Ha 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 ha. Huang Yuqiang laughed wildly with his head held high as a berserk aura erupted from him. Huang Yuqiang probed out his palm and slapped it toward Chu Mu's head. At this moment of life and death, an upright figure suddenly appeared in front of Chu Mu, raising his hand to meet Huang Yuqiang. The two palms clashed, and Huang Yuqiang was actually knocked back dozens of steps. Huang Yuqiang stopped her stance and looked at the person who suddenly appeared, her stunning face immediately gloomy. Chukwuka, how did you appear here? Huang Yuqiang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. The visitor was none other than Chukwuka. Huang Yuqiang, if you can be here, why can't old me? Chu Guxiang looked straight at Huang Yuqiang and smiled faintly. Chu Guxiang then turned her head to look at Chu Mu's state and secretly sighed. The reason why Chukwuka appeared here, that had to start 3 days ago. After Chu Feng knew that the Great Qin dynasty's great patriarch was nowhere to be found, he suspected that he had come to the Great Xian dynasty. Based on the various events that were about to happen in the Great Xian dynasty recently, Chu Feng guessed that it was related to the siege of the Acacia sect. The siege of the Acacia sect doesn't seem to have leaked out, but don't forget that the Crown Prince Chu Xiao has the help of the world's #1 intelligence organization, the Tianji Pavilion. That was why Chu Feng had suspected from the start that the news of the Acacia sect's ancestor rushing to the capital was a cover. He wouldn't head to the capital at all. Instead he would stay in the Acacia sect and kill all the incoming offenders, giving the Great Xian dynasty a heavy blow. After thinking about it, Chu Feng went to find Chu Guxiang and told the other party about his guess. After hearing this, Chu Guxiang also felt that there was this possibility, so he secretly followed along with the troops. The truth was also truly as Chu Feng thought. Huang Yuqiang gazed at Chu Guxiang for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Chu Guxiang, it's the old man who has underestimated you. Facing the late grandmaster Chu Guxiang, Huang Yuqiang, who had just stepped into the grandmaster realm, didn't have the slightest bit of panic. On the contrary, there was a kind of eagerness to try in his eyes. Brother Yu, come out and meet your old friend. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and solemn coolness appeared beside Huang Yuqiang in a floating and soundless manner. The middle-aged man was dressed in a luxurious brocade and silk, with a crystal-clear dragon-shaped jade tablet hanging from his waist. The middle-aged man's demeanor is arrogant, his eyes bursting with contempt for all indifference. His body invisibly exudes breath, making the air in this dark place have weight. Yu Longxing, you have indeed come to my Great Xian dynasty. Chu Guxiang coldly looked at the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, Yu Longxing? Isn't that the name of that great master of the Great Qin dynasty? When the 6 red ghost-masked men heard this name, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in shock, their gazes constantly flowing between the 3 of them. They had never dreamed that they would one day be able to see the scene of 3 great masters coming together. Chapter 85, Battle of the Great Masters. Yu Longxing stared at Chu Guxiang and said with a calm demeanor, Chu Guxiang, your Great Xian dynasty can't keep Brother Huang. Brother Huang wants to raise his clan to defect to my Great Qin dynasty, so it makes sense for me to come and greet him for a bit. Only what I didn't expect was to run into you today. Ha! Yu Longxing's tone was flat, but the scene became unusually marvelous. The two of them, Yu Longxing and Huang Yuqiang, looked intently at Chu Guxiang, and the aura around them became thicker and thicker. The 6 red ghost-masked men cowered to the side for fear of being subjected to an unwarranted disaster. Facing the 2 grand masters, Chu Guxiang's face was calm as he blandly said, Since I'm here today, I won't let any of the harmonious sex people go, even if you, Yu Longxing, come. It's no good. Yu Longxing let out a light laugh at his words. Is that so? But what if I have to try? Brother Yu, don't bother with him, the 2 of us will be able to kill him today. As long as he dies, what qualifications does the Great Xian dynasty have to fight the Great Qin dynasty? On the side, Huang Yuqiang licked his lips sinisterly, a gust of morose laughter emanating from his mouth. Hearing Huang Yuqiang's words, Chu Guoxian's eyes suddenly became sharp. Huang Yuqiang, old me really should have killed you with a slap back then, Chu Guxiang said in low fury, his figure violently leaping up, leaving countless phantoms in the air. Each of these phantoms possessed a divine charm, as if they were all alive, raising their palms towards Huang Yuqiang. Before the attack arrived, the terrifying palm wind had already swept up the rigid wind, sweeping across the entire dark land. Huang Yuqiang and Yu Longxing's 2 faces changed, did not expect Chu Guxiang to be so decisive and resolute, and said that he would move without giving the 2 a chance to react. Huang Yuqiang let out a low roar from his mouth, his hands poking out, a charming peach-red breath condensing into an eagle claw, instantly tearing apart these phantoms of Chu Guxiang. At the same time, Yu Longxing ran towards the front in a hurry and swung a fist towards an unoccupied space. Surprisingly, at the place where Yu Longxing landed his fist, a ripple suddenly appeared in space. The ripples spread out, and invisible forces erupted in the land of darkness, and the ground was shaken out with countless densely packed cracks. At that moment, Chu Guxiang appeared in front of Yu Longxing without any warning, squeezing his fist and staring coldly at the other party. A barrier hovered in front of Chu Mu, blocking the fallout of this time for him. The 6 red ghost-masked men weren't so lucky, spitting out large amounts of blood at the same time and shriveling to the ground. This was the strength of the grandmaster realm. The aftermath of a single physical strength collision between the two had the power to obliterate and kill a Zhongshe realm expert. If the two of them exerted their divine abilities to fight, these 6 red ghost-masked men would not just be seriously injured. Chu Guxiang glanced in Chu Mu's direction and waved his other large hand. A gentle force wrapped up Chu Mu, and with the 6 red ghost-masked men, they flew directly out of the dark land. After there were no more worries, the temperament of Chu Guxiang's body instantly changed radically, like a sleeping beast awakening. 2 sharp swords erupted from the black and white pupils of Chu Guxiang's eyes, their blades pointing straight at Yu Longxing's head. The palms of his hands flared with great light, and countless green vines rushed out from them. The speed was so fast that Yu Longxing, Huang Yuqiong and the two of them had not been able to react, and the dark land was submerged in an instant. Boom! 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 The acacia sect's earth began to shake, and all those who were fighting stopped when they heard the commotion, stopping to look in the direction of the main peak. This look, a permanently unforgettable and shocking image, was imprinted in the minds of all. One could only see a wave of greenness like a tidal wave gushing out from the main peak of the acacia sect that towered over the clouds. In just an instant, the main peak was shattered by the green vines that covered the sky and broke at the waist. In the green vines, a figure stepped out, exuding the aura of a king who looked down upon the world. When the elite soldiers of the Great Qian dynasty saw this figure, their faces all showed a sense of exhilaration as they picked up the weapons in their hands and raised their arms. The acacia sect's Huang Xiaoye and the other high-ranking officials, however, turned pale, frantically storming back to 1,000 meters away, their eyes filled with scorn. Right at this moment, the green vines below suddenly burst open, and 2 slightly distressed figures rushed out. Damn! How is this old thing so strong? Huang Yuqiong ripped off his shattered top in a violent rage, staring at Chu Guxiang in shock and cursing angrily. Originally, he thought that after he stepped into the grandmaster, even if his strength was not equal to Chu Guxiang, the gap between the two would not be as big as before. But now it seemed how ridiculous his previous thoughts had been. Yu Longxing stroked the wound on his chest that had been cut by the 2 sharp swords just now and glanced indifferently at Huang Yuqiong. Don't be careless. Of the 5 great masters of today, Chu Guxiang has stepped into a great master for many years when the other 3 and I didn't. In terms of strength, that one from the Great Chu dynasty who uses a sword doesn't even dare to claim that he can defeat Chu Guxiang. Huang Yuqiong sniffed with a shocked face. In the past, the world only knew that the 5 great masters were powerful. But no one knew which of them was stronger or weaker, because the world had never heard of them fighting each other, so they assumed that the 5 were of equal strength. It was only now after Huang Yuqiong heard Yu Longxing's words that it became completely clear what a terrifying existence Chu Guxiang was. For a moment a wave of regret could not help but well up in his heart. Yu Longxing seemed to have seen through Huang Yuqiong as if he had, then said, "Don't be lucky, Chu Guxiang is moving for real. There is only one way before you now, and that is to kill him with me." Huang Yuqiong was silent and walked over to Yu Longxing, expressing the choice he made with his actions. At this moment, all the other battles stopped, and everyone held their breath as their gazes gathered high in the air. High in the air. Chu Guxiang used the strength of one person to fight the 2 great masters Yu Longxing and Huang Yuqiong alone, without the slightest ripple on his face. Yu Longxing, don't mistake yourself any further. This is a matter within my Great Qian dynasty, and there is no room for you to interfere. Old me will now give you one last chance. If you turn around and leave the Great Qian dynasty now, old me can pretend that you never came. Chu Guxiang said in a deep voice to Yu Longxing. The corner of Yu Longxing's mouth sketched out a cold smile, and with a wave of his big hand, a large gilt box appeared. The mouth of the box slowly opened, and a piercing coldness spread out from the box, making the blazing sun high in the sky seem to lose its temperature. Swish, 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 4 air-breaking sounds resounded, and 4 halberds of different shapes flew out and floated beside Yu Longxing. Under the backdrop of the domineering shape of the halberd, Yu Longxing was like an emperor, revealing a suffocating sense of oppression when he raised his hands and threw his feet. Chu Guxiang, if you want to fight, then fight. Where's all this nonsense? Today, let me ask for a good lesson on the strength of the first of the 5 great sect masters. Chapter 86, A Shift in the Landscape. Yu Longxing's voice echoed high in the air for a long time. Before the words fell, Yu Longxing took a step and rushed towards Chu Guxiang, and with every step that fell, a complicated and mysterious totem would emerge under his feet. The totem flashed with dazzling light, in which the sound of dragons and tigers roared. The aura on Yu Longxing's body continued to float upward, victorious as if he wanted to poke through this dome of heaven. In a split second, Yu Longxing had already come to 100 feet in front of Chu Guxiang, lifting his finger to lightly point at Chu Guxiang. The 4 war halberds beside him shook loudly, shooting out like arrows from a tight bow, leaving 4 thunderous shadows in the air. While Yu Longxing was striking out, Huang Yuqiong wasn't idle either. The Acacia sect's yin-yang dual cultivation technique was run to the extreme by Huang Yuqiong, and the aura of seducing people and gods filled Huang Yuqiong's entire body. The pupils of Huang Yuqiong's eyes turned a demonic peach color, and his eyes were disoriented and illusory. Below, when some people with unsteady minds saw these eyes of Huang Yuqiong, their expressions immediately became dull, and a silly smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Huang Yuqiong raised his eyes to look at Chu Guxiang, and two demonic rays of light shot out from his eyes, ignoring the distance and surging into Chu Guxiang's skull. Chukwuka's body shifted slightly, her expression falling into a brief trance. Huang Yuqiong took the opportunity to storm up, following right behind Yu Longxing and attacking Chu Guxiang. But just as the two rushed within 50 feet of Chu Guxiang's body, Chu Guxiang's eyes regained clarity. Looking at the two people who were attacking, Chu Guxiang lightly hummed lightly. The green vines under her feet grew and intertwined rapidly, and in the end, 10 green vines with a foot of 1,000 meters rose up from the ground to meet the two people. The moment the green vines met the two, they completely drowned them out. The people outside could only hear the constant roars of Yu Longxing, Huang Yuqiong and the two of them, along with the constant flickering of divine light from between the green vine's crevices. Unlike the two men's situation, Chu Guxiang stood on a green vine from the beginning to the end, not even moving. Everyone present couldn't help but look at Chu Guxiang again, and a look of awe couldn't help but appear on their faces. This kind of attack method was completely beyond their previous knowledge of martial artists, or perhaps, in their eyes Chu Guxiang had completely broken away from the boundaries of martial artists and had become a rumored immortal. This time, Yu Longxing two people did not break free as easily as just now. Enough time to be trapped for 100 breaths of time, the two people to break the green vine to escape. During this time, the green vines seemed to have unending vitality, and after being shattered, they frantically grew back. In the end, it was only after Yu Longxing endured the pain and blew himself up with his 4 battle halberds that the green vine was completely severed. Even so, the two paid a terrible price. Yu Longxing's body was covered with hundreds of tiny wounds, each of which was deep enough to be seen on the bone, and the constantly overflowing blood dyed him into a bloody man. Huang Yuqiong was even more miserable. In addition to the countless wounds on his body, a fist-sized bloody hole was pierced through his right chest and thigh by the green vine. The intense pain rattled his every nerve, causing his face to turn white and grimace. The two were also beaten out of their blood, and after getting out of the trap, they once again rushed towards Chu Guxiang. That gilt case of Yu Longxing exploded into pieces, and a war halberd that was as black as ink and emitted a monstrous aura flew into his hand. Huang Yuqiong's glowing skin lost its luster, her delicate features became pale, and the wounds on her body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two of them rushed directly into within 20 feet in front of Chu Guxiang. Chu Guxiang sighed softly, her eyes suddenly becoming cold. This time, he finally moved, and with a single movement of his figure, he appeared in front of the two Yu Longxing, fighting with them with the power of his palms and fists. A succession of flawless various martial arts aptitudes were continuously displayed at this time, and the terrifying aftershocks caused the sky to change color. Even the Acacia sect patriarch Huang Xiaoye and the capital city Lord Liyong, who had reached the third stage of the late patriarchal master stage, all had their faces changed drastically after feeling the power of these aftershocks, and did not dare to touch half of them. In the capital of the Great Xian dynasty, Xiao Hong stopped and stood by the window, his eyes gazing out in the direction of the Acacia sect, a hint of gloomy sadness flowing from the depths of his eyes. The old ancestor of the Acacia sect, Huang Yuqiong, plus that great master of Great Qin, two great masters. Brother Chu, do you and I really still have a chance to see each other again? Xiao Hong retracted his gaze and muttered. His tone of voice was full of despondency. In a palace with carved beams and pillars, Chu Aotian's expression was anxious as he paced back and forth in the temple, while Chu Feng, who had just been crowned as a martial god on the side, was completely different from him. With a bashful face, he sat in a chair and sipped the fragrant tea in his cup. Perhaps it was because Chu Aotian's commotion was too great, sparing Chu Feng's elegance. Chu Feng put down his teacup and said impatiently to Chu Aotian, "You're at least an imperial lord of a dynasty. Can you be more stable?" Chu Aotian's footsteps lurched at the words and he turned around to glare at Chu Feng. "You still have the nerve to mention this to me? I now ask you, since you have guessed that the siege of the Acacia sect is fraudulent, why didn't you tell me? Do you know how important Old Ancestor is to the Great Xian dynasty? To think that he would still allow him to risk his life alone. If Old Ancestor has any slip-ups, then you and I will be the sinners of the Great Xian dynasty." Chu Feng slowly stood up from his chair and shrugged his shoulders as he softly said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to Old Ancestor him." Seeing Chu Feng's face of certainty, Chu Aotian froze. "Can it be that you had an early deployment?" Chu Feng nodded truthfully. "That's natural. I can even more than you don't want anything to happen to Old Ancestor. If something happens to him, Won't the burden of the entire Great Qian dynasty fall on my shoulders? After Chu Aotian heard those words from Chu Feng, he still had a half-hearted look on his face. Without saying much, Chu Feng waved his hand and turned around to leave the palace. Arriving outside the palace, Chu Feng exhaled deeply and raised his head to look in the direction of the Acacia sect, beheading a grandmaster with the power of a grandmaster. TSK. If such a feat were to come to fruition, it would surely be a sensation in the world. Deicide. You must not disappoint me. Inside the Acacia sect, on a height of 10,000 feet, Huang Yuqiang Yulongxing's battle with Chu Guxiang continued. However, many sharp-eyed people noticed that the situation between the three seemed to be slowly changing. At the beginning, Chu Guxiang fought 1 against 2 and showed great power, completely standing in absolute advantage in the battle. The two Yulongxing could only struggle under the attack. However, as time passed, the two Yulongxing seemed to have sensed something, and their eyes erupted with an excited essence. The two men fought more and more bravely, and even gradually reversed the situation. From the bitter defense in the beginning, to now the two men occupied the advantage, while Chu Guxiang constantly repelled. Below, the crowd of the Acacia sect all let out delighted cheers when they saw this scene. It turns out that this old thing of yours, Great Qian dynasty, is about to die. Acacia sect patriarch Huang Xiaoyu glanced at Li Yong and the others and sneered. Li Yong and the other people of the Great Qian dynasty had grim faces when they heard this, and their hands were all clenched tightly as they looked worriedly at Chu Guxiang high in the air. Chapter 87, 10 Leaders of the Darknet. Chu Guxiang. Today this will be the place where you will be buried. Yu Longxing drank loudly, and a murderous aura enveloped the sky. In the midst of the fury, Yu Longxing was holding a shiny black halberd, his long, pitch-black hair flying wildly. Countless array patterns emerged on the surface of the skin of the robust figure, flickering with magnificent light flashes, just like a war god looking out of the world. The eyes were like electricity, carrying 10,000 feet of divine might. Beside him, Huang Yuqiang's pair of demonic peach-colored pupils became more and more bizarre, and regular people would fall into endless illusions with their gaze, unable to break free. In the opposite direction of the two, Chu Guxiang's double sleeves shattered off in the battle just now, and his hands were stained with blood. His body was slightly hunched over. Sweat was constantly breaking out on his forehead. His eyes showed a sense of exhaustion, and his breathing was rapid and disorganized. This old thing was completely bluffing before. Maybe you and I will really kill him today, Huang Yuqiang whispered excitedly. Yu Longxing had a fierce smile on his face, and his heart was equally filled with exuberance and excitement. The world honored the 5 great masters as the pinnacle of martial arts, and Chu Guxiang was the first of the 5 great masters. This also sidestepped the fact that Chu Guxiang was the current number 1 in the world. What could be more exciting than killing the number 1 in the world? A rich killing intent surfaced in Yu Longxing's eyes. Chu Guxiang. Suffer death. Kill. After shouting violently, the two of them, Yu Longxing and Huang Yuqiang, killed towards Chu Guxiang with all their might. Gazing at the two people who were killing, Chu Guxiang's face did not have the slightest ripple, and her eyes were gradually frozen. Right at this moment, 10 figures silently appeared beside Chu Guxiang. Among the 10 were men and women, wearing black corsets, all holding a sharp sword in their hands. There are different swords, some as thin as a cicada wing, some embedded with blood grooves, some as short as a dagger, and some as wide and broad. But the temperament on the 10 people was surprisingly the same. Indifferent and icy, people like cold swords in their hands. Below, when the crowd of the Great Qian dynasty saw the unfamiliar 10 people, their faces showed a blank look. On the other hand, Xu Mingho and Lu Che both had their eyes wide with disbelief, because the two of them recognized the man at the head of the 10. Wasn't it the attendant behind the 7th Prince Chu Feng? Senior, leave the old ancestor of the Acacia sect to us. You can just deal with the Great Qin dynasty great patriarch at ease. Deicide turned his head to look at Chu Guxiang and said indifferently. After saying that without waiting for Chu Guxiang to reply, Deicide, along with the other 9 group leaders of the Darknet, swished and disappeared from the original place. Chu Guxiang's eyes lit up at the sight of the situation. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Was this the backhand Chu Feng had left behind? Chu Feng was really constantly able to bring in different surprises. After lamenting, Chu Guxiang got up and met towards Yu Longxing. The heavy palm and the war halberd collided together, making the sound of flooding thunder exploding. Chu Guxiang performed the supreme palm technique. Each move contained a nameless divine rhythm, yanking Yu Longxing forcefully into his rhythm. Seeing this scene, Huang Yuqiang immediately wanted to rush over to help Yu Longxing, but as soon as he moved, a strong sense of crisis immediately surged through him. The air around Huang Yuqiang suddenly rippled, and 10 icy cold sword-on shot out, pointing directly at the vitals of Huang Yuqiang's body. The sword blade was as fast as rushing thunder. Without the slightest sense of procrastination, allowing people to react flawlessly. Huang Yuqiang's pupils shrunk, and his body retreated violently to the back, while at the same time, his hand cupped the divine power and shattered the 10 sword awnings. The swords shattered as they touched and turned into bits of starlight. Huang Yuqiang's heart palpitated as he looked towards where he had just been, and at this moment his entire back was wet with cold sweat. It's too thrilling. There was such a proficient assassination expert in this world, and 10 of them even appeared at once. Thinking back to the scene just now, if Huang Yuqiang didn't trust his sixth sense, he was afraid that he would have been killed directly on the spot. When he thought of himself, a grandmaster, nearly falling into the hands of a group of Zhongshe realm people, Huang Yuqiang couldn't help but feel incomparably humiliated. A bunch of unseen ants. How dare they make a move on old me? Looking for death. Huang Yuqiang burst into fury as a powerful aura erupted from around him, shaking the space in a few kilometers around him. The space fluctuated and rippled, but it didn't force the 10 Slayer out. Huang Yuqiang's pair of demonic eyes were currently scanning the surroundings like a falcon. Humph, do you really think that if you hide in the shadows, there's nothing I can do about you? Ridiculous. Huang Yuqiang snorted coldly and brought out his own full strength. There was no time for him to waste on 10 Slayer. He had to quickly go and help Yu Longxing take down Chu Guxiang before he could do so. Huang Yuqiang probed out a pair of plain hands, green onion white fingers gripped in the air. The space around him quickly twisted under the huge force and contracted in his direction. Seeing that the spatial distortion was becoming more and more severe, it was only then that the 10 Slayer appeared from the darkness surrounding Huang Yuqiang's body. No shock, no scorn. The 10 Slayers were like emotionless killing machines, holding their swords and killing towards Huang Yuqiang. Good coming. Huang Yuqiang laughed fiercely, storming up to meet the 10 regicide. In Huang Yuqiang's eyes, below the great masters, all were ants. These 10 people are just ants that are a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with. Now that they had lost their most relied upon hiding instincts, they no longer posed much of a threat to Huang Yuqiang. But Huang Yuqiang didn't know at all that the 10 Darknet group leaders of Deicide weren't from his world at all. So it was simply impossible to use this world's division of strength to assess their strength. Looking at the killing Huang Yuqiang, the cold light in the eyes of the 10 Slayer flickered greatly. Formation. Kingslayer bellowed. As the words fell, a monstrous baleful aura erupted from the body of the Deicide 10 at the same time. The baleful aura was like pillars connecting together, outlining a sky-shadowing formation above this piece of sky. The formation charts operated, and extreme darkness descended, instantly engulfing Huang Yuqiang. What kind of formation is this? Everyone below saw this scene, and a look of horror appeared on their faces. It was a pure darkness, and under the formation map, the area that was enveloped seemed as if it had been cut out of the world. It became a dark area where you couldn't see anything, and even the sunlight that shone on it was mercilessly swallowed up. On the other side, Yu Longxing and Chu Guxiang, who were fighting, similarly revealed astonished expressions. A formation that could control a grandmaster was something they had never even heard of before. Where on earth did these 10 sect master realm assassins come from? Yu Longxing's eyes were deep, his heart felt more and more uneasy, and his previous battle spirit was fading fast. On the contrary, the smile on Chu Guxiang's face was intense. Even though his lifespan was about to end and his strength was no longer at its peak, but it was still more than enough to deal with a Yu Longxing. Thinking of this, Chu Guxiang's attack was strong. The power of his palm and fist poured out indiscriminately on Yu Longxing's halberd. The war halberd vibrated with a silent wail, and Yu Longxing was similarly shaken as he kept retreating. The light on his body dimmed, and his defeat showed. Chapter 88. Formations show their power. On the other side, in the formation, Huang Yuqiang looked around at the darkness warily. Just now he was creeped out to realize that no matter what he used, he could not walk out. Trapped himself in this formation. The only way to get out now would be to kill the person who set up the formation, and the formation would naturally dissipate. The idea is a good one, but the reality is very underwhelming. This extreme darkness, that's a paradise for those who are good at assassination. So Huang Yuqiang did not dare to be half careless, and his nerves were always in a tight state. Time passed little by little, as if an hour had passed, and as if endless years had passed. Time had become a blur in this extreme darkness. In this extreme quietness, Huang Yuqiang's emotions gradually became violent, and the pupils of his eyes were streaked with red. Having been kept under extreme vigilance made his nerves like a string close to breaking. Huang Yuqiang let out a roar, and the divine ability in his hand swung out crazily in all directions. But no one responded to him, and 10 Slayer indifferently watched Huang Yuqiang, waiting for the best time to strike. In this formation, they are the masters of the extreme darkness. Unless the opponent's strength was to exceed theirs by 10 to 100 times, it would be possible to break this formation. Obviously Huang Yuqiang, who was only in the pre-great master realm, hadn't reached that level of strength. Outside the formation, the The battle between Chu Guxiang and Yu Longxing continued. The pitch-black war halberd in Yu Longxing's hand was dull and cracked. Yu Longxing's physical body strength reached the breaking point right under the power of Chu Guxiang's palm fist, and a large amount of blood emerged from the pores of his body. At that moment, Chu Guxiang blasted out another palm, and the palm wind swept through 10,000 feet of astral wind. Seeing this, Yu Longxing's eyes finally revealed a color of fear, clenching his teeth and raising the halberd in his hand to resist. Dang! A clear sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Yu Longxing's halberd exploded into countless iron slags, and Yu Longxing's entire right arm turned into a bloody mist. The terrifying palm force blasted Yu Longxing out thousands of meters. After Chu Guxiang's slap, he didn't multiply his victory and calmly stood still to watch Yu Longxing. In the distance, Yu Longxing, who had managed to stop his stance with great difficulty, shriveled up and covered the place of his broken arm, his eyes staring viciously at Chu Guxiang. Without hesitation, Yu Longxing let out a low roar of unwillingness, turned around and flew away from the Harmony sect. Below, when the crowd of the Great Xian dynasty saw the scene, they raised their arms and cheered, their battle spirit high. The Acacia sect's people, on the other hand, looked embarrassed, and a look of fear couldn't help but appear on their faces as their battle spirit faded. Even the long-established grandmaster of the Great Qin dynasty had been defeated by Chu Guxiang. How could their old ancestor be a match for Chu Guxiang? For a while, a layer of gloom enveloped the hearts of the Acacia sect. Seeing this, Li Yong and the others ordered the 300,000 elite soldiers to continue fighting. The entire Acacia sect was once again transformed into a battlefield. High in the air, Chu Guxiang looked up at the formation laid down by Deicide and the others, a hint of novelty on her face. Surprised by the power of this formation, even he couldn't peek inside the formation from the outside. If you want to see it, you must actively step into the formation to do so. After thinking about it, Chu Guxiang did not step into the formation and chose to guard the outside and wait. Chu Guoxiang believed in Chu Feng, and since Chu Feng had asked these people to deal with Huang Yuqian, he naturally had his confidence. The formation was in the endless extreme darkness. Huang Yuqian looked incomparably miserable. The whole person was disheveled, and there was no more of his previous elegance. A head of long hair was sliced off by a sword, and his body was covered with various sword wounds. A few of the sword wounds went straight through his body, and blood flowed out of him like fine running water. Like no money. Huang Yuqian, however, had no time to care about this. His face was fierce and his eyes were red as he swept around. If it was possible, Huang Yuqian hated to flay Slayer and the others alive and swallow them alive. It's too suffocating. It was as if Slayer and these people could sense his emotions. Whenever he slightly relaxed his guard, there would instantly be 10 sword slashes with tricky angles appearing, attacking all the vital points of his body. In response, Huang Yuqian could only keep dodging. Hit it, can't find anyone. If he didn't fight, Huang Yuqian was trapped in the formation again and couldn't walk out. This deep sense of powerlessness, Huang Yuqian had never imagined that he would still be able to experience it after he had stepped into a grandmaster. Just then, Huang Yuqian's eyes flashed quickly and he drifted off again. It was only in the twinkling of an eye, but it was still caught by the shadowy decimator. 10 people struck again. 10 extremely lurid sword awnings appeared and surrounded Huang Yuqian. Huang Yuqian held back and dodged again, but there were still 5 more deep visible wounds on his body. Feeling his physical strength continuously draining away, Huang Yuqian's eyes became unusually cold. We can't go on like this. If they continue to be consumed like this, we may really have to fold here. Huang Yuqian let out a deep breath, and the muscles on his body quickly dried up, his skin dull and black, turning into the appearance of a twilight old man. No longer purposely maintaining his appearance, Huang Yuqian restored his true appearance. Huang Yuqian adjusted his aura to its peak, his hand pinching the supreme divine power of the Harmony sect, recognizing a direction to strike out with all his might. In the dark, the corner of Deicide's mouth revealed a hint of sneer when he saw this, and gestured down towards the other 9. The 10 people simultaneously made a move to remove the formation, and sunlight shone into the area. Before Huang Yuqian, who had regained his light, could feel happy, he realized that the divine power he had struck out was actually in the direction of the Acacia sect's disciples. As the avatar fell, thousands of Acacia sect disciples failed to even utter a scream before they directly died violently on the spot. Seeing this, Huang Yuqian let out a roar in anger. Shut up! A flat voice resounded in Huang Yuqian's ears. Huang Yuqian was startled at the sound of his words and immediately looked back, only to see a fist land unhurriedly on his face. Huang Yuqian's entire body fell from high in the air like a cannonball, smashing a deep pit in the ground. Chukwoka withdrew her hand and looked appreciatively at Islayer and the others before falling into the deep pit. Why? A cute-looking, short woman leader of the Darknet asked in disbelief. The woman held a heavy sword in her hand that was about the same size as her. giving a powerful sense of contrast. Give us a little more time. It's enough to kill this great master. The woman skimmed her small mouth and looked at Deicide and said with dissatisfaction. Kingslayer smiled faintly at his words. This I am naturally aware of. It's just a grandmaster. Why does the name of our darknet need to use his head? To intimidate the world? We've done enough. Now that the big picture is settled, it's better to leave this Huang Yuqiang's life to someone else to collect. After saying that, Deicide left no trace of glancing in Chu Mu's direction. Of the 10 group leaders, Deicide had followed Chu Feng for the longest time and had experienced the most. He was also very clear about Chu Mu, and he could not help but have some admiration for this man who used his love to the core. Anyway, Huang Yuqiang must die today. Why don't Kingslayer do a favor? I believe that Chu Feng is here and will also agree with this decision of regicide. Since you've decided, it's up to you to go back and explain it to the Lord. We're leaving. After the heavy sword woman finished speaking, her figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, the other few group leaders signaled to the 2 slayers and also left. They still needed to return to their strongholds and continue to collect information on the 5 great imperial dynasties for Chu Feng. Chapter 89 Mutation. Abduction. Once the Darknet leader had left, the 2 slayers landed in the deep pit below. In the deep pit, Huang Yuqiang lay on the ground in a sorry state, shriveled up, his breath thin and weak. Chu Guxiang stood in front of him, gazing at Huang Yuqiang with murderous intent. Cough. Huang Yuqiang coughed out heavily as blood continued to spill out along the corners of his mouth. Raising his eyes and glancing around, seeing that the traces of Yu Longxing had long since disappeared, Huang Yuqiang couldn't help but let a trace of bitterness flash across his face. The old man has nothing to say when it comes to becoming a king. Chu Guxiang, give me a break. Huang Yuqiang stared at Chu Guxiang and said in a deep voice. Chu Guxiang coldly grunted, a hint of ridicule surfacing on his face as he raised his hand and blasted a palm towards Huang Yuqiang's head. Slow down. At that moment an urgent voice called a halt as Chu Mu hurried over from the distance. Chu Guxiang stopped her palms, looked at Chu Mu who had rushed over, and let out a light sigh under her breath. Elder ancestor, I implore you, could you please leave this person to me? Chu Mu said pleadingly. Chukwuka nodded and stepped aside as he thought about it. Now that Huang Yuqiang was seriously injured, he could not pose any threat at all. Seeing Chu Guxiang agree, Chu Mu revealed a hint of delight and walked over to Huang Yuqiang to ask. Huang Yuqiang, I ask you where the woman you took away from the palace 6 years ago is now located? As Chu Mu said this, his entire voice became trembling from nervousness. At this point he still had a glimmer of hope that Yu Jia was still alive. To the side, Deicide too looked at Chu Mu and couldn't help but feel a trace of pity welling up in his heart. Chu Guxiang's face was low, regretting that decision he made 6 years ago. A woman from 6 years ago? Huang Yuqiang froze, then seemed to guess something and stared at Chu Mu with a sneer. You're talking about the consort that Chu Aotian gave me, right? Should I say it or not? Old me really needs to thank her. If not for her, old me wouldn't have been able to step into the grandmaster realm. It's a pity that she was too fragile and lost her life in less than half a year of being favored by the old man. As for where she is, didn't you already see her in the deep pit in front of the old man's palace just now? Ha 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 ha. Huang Yuqiang's words caused everyone present to feel shocked. The last glimmer of hope was doused, and Chu Mu completely lost all light in his eyes. There was no mourning, no anger, no expression of any kind. Chu Mu mercilessly looked straight at Huang Yuqiang, slowly drew the sharp sword at his waist, and stabbed at his head. Just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce through Huang Yuqiang's head, the corner of Huang Yuqiang's mouth suddenly hooked up an evil smile, and his pair of dull eyes erupted with 2 dazzling lights of a different kind, shooting straight into Chu Mu's skull. Subsequently, Huang Yuqiang and Chu Mu both fell to the ground at the same time in response. This sudden scene caused Chu Guxiang, Slayer Slaughter's 3 faces to suddenly change, instantly coming in front of Chu Mu to check the other party's status. After Chu Guxiang checked some of Chu Mu's body, his face was gloomy to the extreme. Damn! This old thief Huang Yuqiang. Before he died, he even wanted to pull a back. It's all because old me was careless, Chu Guxiang whispered with incomparable self-blame. Senior Chu doesn't have to worry too much. This is merely Huang Yuqiang's last struggle before dying. I think Huang Yuqiang must not be able to take Chu Mu. The 2 slayers checked it out and urged their voices. I hope so. Chu Guru sighed. The 3 of them stood beside Chu Mu, closely monitoring his condition. Inside Chu Mu's body, the 2 divine souls were constantly fighting for control of this body. Ha ha ha, this old piker Chu Guxiang is still too merciful. How dare you leave me in the hands of a junior like you? Huang Yuqiang's divine soul transformed into a human form and laughed arrogantly and maniacally. Across from him, Chu Mu's divine soul similarly manifested its appearance and coldly looked straight at him. Junior, don't make a pointless struggle. Obediently let the old man devour you. At that time, you and I will coexist together. and you will be able to experience the power of the grandmaster realm without much effort. This kind of opportunity, regular people can't touch it even in their lifetime. Huang Yuqiang compelled in a seductive manner. Chu Mu sniffed and directly responded to Huang Yuqiang with practical actions. Chu Mu explored his hand, and thousands of sword feathers instantly surfaced around his divine soul, shooting sharply toward Huang Yuqiang. Looking at the incoming attack, a trace of contemptuous smile appeared on Huang Yuqiang's face. Something that doesn't know how to die. You, a person of less than the 3rd grade, still presume to injure old man? It's simply ridiculous. Since you are unwilling to be honestly devoured by the old me, then I can only be rough. Huang Yuqiang drank coldly. As the words fell, Huang Yuqiang's figure suddenly enlarged countless times, like a god descending from the sky. Although Huang Yuqiang was now severely injured and his divine soul was weakened, he was, after all, a great master's powerhouse. The strength of the two divine souls was simply not on the same level. The giganticized Huang Yuqiang only gently raised his hand and waved it, and Chu Mu's attack was easily dissolved. Junior, old man will give you one last chance. Be willingly devoured by the old man so that you can still be spared the pain. If I really let the old man do it himself, the pain of that divine soul being obliterated inch by inch can be tens of thousands of times more painful than the destruction of the physical body. Huang Yuqiang's voice boomed in Chu Mu's ears like a burst of flooding thunder. Chu Mu raised his head, calmly looked at Huang Yuqiang, and faintly asked a rhetorical question. Is that so? As Huang Yuqiang looked at Chu Mu's unperturbed demeanor, his heart couldn't help but be stirred up with a burst of anger. Terrifying pressure began to spread out continuously from Huang Yuqiang's body as Huang Yuqiang raised his palm towards Chu Mu to suppress him. As he descended, his palm continued to expand, wanting to burst through this space. Huang Yuqiang looked down at Chu Mu, who was like the size of a mole cricket, and a scornful demeanor appeared between his brows, as if he had already seen Chu Mu's downfall. But at that moment, a blazing aura that drifted up at an extremely fast speed appeared. The blazing temperature seemed as if it was going to burn out this space, and Huang Yuqiang's palms were melted away by this aura in a matter of moments. This pain of the divine soul being burned caused Huang Yuqiang's mouth to let out a heart-rending wail. Huang Yuqiang immediately retracted his broken arm and stared towards Chu Mu with wide eyes in horror. Junior, are you crazy? Grasp and stop. Burning God's soul. You'll die this way. Huang Yuqiang shouted with a trembling voice. Huang Yuqiang was afraid. No matter how he thought, he did not expect that the junior in front of him, who was all bookish, was so ruthless, directly burning one's divine soul. This was undoubtedly burning one's lifespan, only to see that Chu Mu's body was bathed in flames, which became more and more blazing red, and the power it contained caused even Huang Yuqiang to feel chilled to the bone. In the fire flames, 10,000 pains stabbed at Chu Mu's nerves, a pain that could no longer be expressed in words. Chu Mu's expression remained unchanged, only slowly stepping towards Huang Yuqiang, his eyes filled with coldness. At this moment, the scales of strength and weakness were reversed. Chu Mu wants to avenge Yu Jia with his own hands. Chapter 90, The sun is setting. White hair is dying, deep in the pit. As Chu Mu burned his divine soul, his body then underwent a heavenly change. An incomparably hot aura burst out from within him, and Chu Mu's black hair began to turn white at a speed visible to the naked eye. The original white skin loses its luster and the muscles dry down. Chu Gu Xiang, Slayer Slaughter, and the three of them could clearly sense that Chu Mu's divine soul was weakening at an extremely fast rate. The three of them weren't sure what exactly was happening inside Chu Mu's body, and could only guard the side with worry. At this moment, Chu Mu's body, Chu Mu and Huang Yuqiang swapped their identities, and Huang Yuqiang looked at Chu Mu, who was constantly approaching towards him, and kept retreating like a mouse seeing a cat. There was now no retreat left for Huang Yuqiang. Once his divine soul left Chu Mu's body, he believed that he would be instantly obliterated by Chu Guxiang. But if he didn't leave, the strength of Huang Yuqiang's current divine soul would be around the first great realm at best, and he would be a complete match for Chu Mu, who was burning his divine soul. So, Huang Yuqiang is in a dilemma. Little Junior, if you have something to say, why do you have to fight so hard? As long as you can spare my life, I will once again swear that I will never strike at you in the future. You only need to leave a place for the old man's divine soul to reside, and the old man will never think otherwise in the future. Huang Yuqiang swallowed his saliva and said in a consultative tone, in the future, whenever you encounter any difficulties in your martial arts path, old man will be able to help you out. In that case, it seems that as long as you don't kill the old man, it will benefit you in numerous ways. In the face of Huang Yuqiang's chatter, Chu Mu's mouth sketched out a cold smile. Chu Mu took a step in front of Huang Yuqiang, and the blazing flames of his body baked on Huang Yuqiang's divine soul, causing his divine soul to dim a few more points. Chu Mu explored his hand and grabbed towards Huang Yuqiang, who immediately turned around and fled as the pupils of his eyes shrunk at the sight. But a force that could not be resisted suddenly appeared, firmly choking Huang Yuqiang from behind him and yanking him in front of Chu Mu. Chu Mu grabbed Huang Yuqiang's arms, and the blazing temperature scorched Huang Yuqiang, causing him to let out a wail with a grimace on his face. Chu Mu's hands exerted force and directly ripped Huang Yuqiang's arms alive. Huang Yuqiang's divine soul dimmed in an instant, like a flickering lamp in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Ignoring Huang Yuqiang's miserable scream, Chu Mu's hands once again probed out and reached for Huang Yuqiang's two legs. The sun was setting, and the crimson evening sunlight shone in the Acacia clan, blending with the blood on the ground. Under the strong attack of the 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Xian dynasty, the disciples of the Harmony sect died and fled. The number of dead and injured disciples reached the majority of the 200,000 plus disciples, and the remaining ones fled in all directions when they saw that the Harmonious sect's defeat was finalized. But Chu Mu had already prepared a foolproof plan, so how could he let them escape? None of these disciples escaped far before they were intercepted and killed. Right now, all that was left in the Acacia sect was Patriarch Huang Xiaoye and the 6 supreme elders struggling. In the deep pit below, Chu Guxiang stared nervously at Chu Mu, not daring to move her eyes away for a moment. After this period of observation, Chu Guxiang was very optimistic about Chu Mu, the imperial son. Although Chu Mu's strength and character did not stand out amongst the group of imperial sons, but Chu Mu possessed a demonic intelligence, the ability to surpass ordinary people in power and strategy. Since Chu Feng had no desire for the position of imperial lord, then Chu Mu would be the best candidate for the next imperial lord of the Great Xian dynasty. Chu Feng and Chu Mu, one martial and one cultural, both complementing each other. The Great Xian dynasty would definitely reach the peak once again. But now that Chu Mu's life was worried, Chu Guxiang was naturally a bit anxious as hell. Right at this moment, a wave of divine power aftermath came down from high in the sky. Chu Guxiang frowned, anger surfaced on her face, and a cold aura flickered in her eyes. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in the middle of the battlefield high in the sky. Without any nonsense, Chu Guxiang probed out her palm towards Huang Xiaoye's several people and grabbed them through the air. Huang Xiaoye's several people's bodies flew uncontrollably in the direction of Chu Guxiang. Chu Guxiang turned his hands into palms, and the palm winds landed on the bodies of Huang Xiaoyu's several people. Crackle! The sound of bones breaking resounded continuously from within the bodies of Huang Xiaoyu's several people. Huang Xiaoye's several people's bodies seemed to have been drained of all their bones, like a puddle of water falling from a high altitude, smashing heavily on the ground, instantly losing the power to fight again. After doing this, Chukwuka re-entered the deep pit. When Hao Mingho and the others looked at the miserable state of Huang Xiaoyue and the others, a look of awe appeared on their faces. Once again, Chu Guxiang had demonstrated the terror of a grandmaster in front of them. Instead of executing Huang Xiaoye's men on the spot, Hao Mingho instead took control of the men and prepared to bring them back to the capital to be handed over to the imperial lord for a decision. With the fall of Huang Xiaoye's few people, the Hoshuan sect, the number one sect of the Great Xian dynasty, had completely become a thing of the past. The 6 red ghost-masked men who had been following Chu Mu around and guarding him before quietly left. As the 300,000 elite soldiers cleaned up the battlefield, Chu War and Zhu Mingho and the others came to the deep pit. As they saw Chu Mu's appearance at this moment, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Looking at the sight of Chu Guxiang, Slayer 2's 3 people with a grave look on their faces, the crowd realized that Chu Mu's situation at the moment was very unpromising. The crowd, like Chukwuka, stood aside and waited quietly. Time passes a little, and on the western horizon, the setting sun has shyly hidden a big head. Just then, the eyelids of Chu Mu on the ground suddenly moved. The commotion was small, but clearly noticed by all present. A heart of the crowd instantly hung in the air, their gazes tightly fixed on Chu Mu. Under the crowd's gaze, Chu Mu's eyelids moved a few more times and slowly opened his eyes. What are you all surrounding my side for? Chu Mu laughed with a hoarse voice, seemingly sensing that the atmosphere was a bit depressing and pretending to be relaxed. The crowd was silent, all of them looking at Chu Mu with complicated expressions. His eyes were cloudy and no longer clear. Chu Mu stretched out his hands to support the ground and moved slowly to get up from the ground. Phew! A simple rising action seemed to have taken all of Chu Mu's strength. After standing up, Chu Mu heaved a deep breath. His expression snapped into a trance for a moment, and his feet stumbled. The Chu warrior on the side was quick on his feet and immediately stepped forward to support him. Chu Mu gratefully glanced at Chu Zhan, then raised his head to look at Chu Guxiang and smiled. Without dishonoring my mission, my junior has already killed Huang Yuqiang. Chu Guxiang patted Chu Mu's shoulder and only returned 3 words. Well done. Chu Mu smiled faintly and scanned the crowd. Gentlemen, can you give me some more time? There's still something waiting for me to do. After saying that, Chu Mu raised his head to look in the direction of the Hawan sect's broken main peak, and a touching deep emotion flowed from his eyes. Xu Mingho and the others' hearts and minds froze, guessing what Chumu wanted to do. Xu Mingho, Lu Che both walked forward and assisted the white-haired Chumu towards the main peak. Chapter 91, Returning to the Palace. Nightfall. The 300,000 elite soldiers of the Great Xian dynasty stood physically upright in the Harmony sect, their sharp gazes looking towards the main peak in unison. At the front of the army, Chu Guxiang, Hao Mingho and Li Yong had deep eyes and complex expressions. Even now, I still can't believe a little that the Acacia sect, which has coexisted with the Great Xian dynasty for so many years, is gone just like that. Marquis Hao Ming said with a million emotions. Who says it isn't? Blame it on the Acacia sect for crossing the line. Otherwise, who within the entire Great Xian dynasty would dare to shake it? Li Yong nodded his head and similarly lamented. Chu Guxiang, who was on the side, had a different opinion when she heard this. You guys are still looking too superficially. It's not once or twice in 1,000 years that the Acacia sect has meddled in the dynastic affairs of the Great Xian dynasty. As long as they don't do too much, successive imperial lords have turned a blind eye to this. As to why this time has become an exception, it is not that today's imperial lord has no sand in his eyes. Rather, the Acacia sect should never have killed that woman. Chu Guxiang said in a deep voice. Hao Mingho and Li Yong's hearts and minds stirred at the words, and both immediately knew who the woman in Chu Guxiang's mouth was. It's a pity that we weren't fortunate enough to get to know her for a while. It's really a great pity. Hao Mingho lamented. Li Yong followed. After dying for so many years, he can still make so many people willingly die for him. Perhaps Jia Guifei's strength is mediocre, but her personality is enough to move all of us. Truly a marvelous woman. Mentioning this woman again, Chu Guxiang's eyes were filled with regret. Old me has a feeling that the things that have been happening in the capital of the Great Xian dynasty lately are all being secretly pushed by someone. And all that happened was for one result, and that was the annihilation of the Acacia sect. This child Chumu is not simple In the crumbling main peak, Chumu walked in the center of the group, and Lu Che and Xu Mingho both followed him. Supporting him, Chu Warrior and the three great commanders of the Forbidden Guards followed closely behind. Following the route in their memories, Chumu's group quickly arrived at the dark place where Huang Yuqiang was in seclusion. At this time, the dark land had long been covered by rocks and that palace had also turned into ruins. After Chumu scanned around, he raised his hand and pointed to the location of the deep pit piled with corpses. A few people behind him walked over and began to take care of the messy rubble. After the messy rocks were all dealt with, the deep pit was reflected in the eyes of Chumu and the others. Looking at the countless skeletons in the deep pit, Chu Zhan and the others couldn't help but breathe heavily, and anger erupted from their eyes. Time moved on and no one could recognize the remains of Yu Jia anymore. The people stood wordlessly in front of the deep pit, each thinking back to their own past with Jia Guifei. Mournfulness enveloped the air, and tears glistened in the eyes of the crowd. After a long time, Chumu wordlessly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and let out a deep breath. Gentlemen, I believe that we have done these things for her today. She would have seen it. Now let's let her rest in peace. The crowd nodded, and the crowd exerted their magical abilities to take out all the corpses in the deep pit, and then found a place with pleasant scenery in the Harmony sect to bury these corpses. After doing all this, Chumu suddenly fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Seeing this, Chu War and the others immediately brought Chumu back to Chu Guxiang's side. Old ancestor, how is he doing with fourth brother? Chu Zhan asked with a worried expression. After checking Chumu's physical condition, Chu Guxiang shook her head with a bleak face. Previously, Huang Yuqiang tried to take over him and was killed by him burning his soul instead. The divine soul is a person's origin, and once injured there is no remedy. What's more, he is still taking the initiative to burn his own divine soul, and now his divine soul is already in a very vain state, and may be extinguished at any time. There's nothing I can do about it. After hearing Chu Guxiang's words, the crowd looked at the unconscious Chumu and fell into silence. After resting for a night in the Acacia sect, the 300,000 elite soldiers then began their return journey. On the road, Chu Zhan carefully drove the carriage, and inside the carriage Chu Guxiang kept guarding Chumu's side. During that time, Chumu had also awakened a few times, but he had always been in a trance, murmuring in a daze for a while before falling back into unconsciousness again. Looking at the increasingly weaker Chumu, Chu Guxiang could only let out a hopeless sigh. Drums and music were playing in the capital, and the people gathered at the city gates to look into the distance. The main ministers of the imperial dynasty also arrived early at the city gates to greet the army's triumphant return. During the period when Chu Guxiang and the others were returning, the news that the Acacia sect had been destroyed had already spread throughout the 5 great imperial dynasties. In particular, the battle in which Chu Guxiang had fought 2 great masters, Huang Yuqiang and Yu Longxing, with the strength of one person, had been spread by countless people during this period of time. When the people of the 5 great imperial dynasties heard about it, they were all in an uproar. Apart from the people of the Great Qian dynasty who were leaping and shouting, the people of the other 4 great imperial dynasties were shocked at Chu Guxian's power and were fearful. At the city gates, Chu Feng and Chu Aotian stood side by side draped over their shoulders, the two of them looking normal, unable to see the slightest expression. Old 7, have you heard about Old 4's situation? Chu Aotian opened his mouth and asked. Chu Feng nodded. I heard about it. Do you have a way to save him? Chu Feng truthfully shook his head. Burning the divine soul was undoubtedly a way to take death. Once you start, there's no turning back. As powerful as the Archmage was, he was still just a land god. If he wanted to save Chu Mu, he was afraid that it would only be possible if he reached the realm above a grandmaster. When Chu Aotian saw Chu Feng shaking his head, his tiger eyes couldn't help but dim as he sighed. Perhaps this is oldest 4's fate. The two are not far away. In the ranks of the imperial princes, the second prince Chu Xiong and the third prince Chu Jingyun gazed into the distance, not knowing what they were thinking. As for the crown prince Chu Chao, before the siege of the Acacia sect, he had been controlled by Chu Aotian's men, and was now stripped of his identity as a crown prince and imprisoned in a death cell. If there are no accidents, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out in this lifetime. Second brother, you've heard about Old 4's matter. At that moment, Chu Jingyun suddenly spoke. Chu Xiong's eyes twitched at the words, and he faintly returned. I know some. What? Do you have a way to save 4th brother? 3rd brother? If you do, then you must hurry to tell father, and perhaps father will even give you credit for it. Chu Jingyun's expression remained unchanged, seemingly not hearing the mockery in Chu Xiong's words as he continued. When the divine soul is damaged, even the old ancestor can't do anything about it, so how could I possibly have a way to save it? I merely have something important to discuss with you. Second brother. Oh, Chu Xiong raised a hint of interest and looked sideways at Chu Jingyun, signaling him to continue. Second brother. Now that 7th brother has been crowned a martial god, he is no longer involved in the battle for the imperial lord. The crown prince has fallen, and Old 4 has been successful in besieging the Acacia sect, but he won't live long. Although Chu War has some merit this time, it's nothing. In that case, it seems as if there are only the two of us, you and I, left amongst these imperial princes now. Chu Jingyun said leisurely. Chapter 92 Angry Xiaohong. Chu Xiong frowned at his words. Lao San, I'm still very clear about what kind of person you are. We've all been fighting each other for so many years, and you don't think I'm still a cutie. Lao Si's feelings for Jia Guifei are no secret now. This siege of the Acacia sect, Old 4 obviously went there with the mindset of going to his death, but why did he choose to bring Chu battle with him? This is clearly him building up momentum. Once Old 4 dies, Xu Mingho's group will inevitably favor Chu War. So what are we going to fight him with? I can't believe that you can't see the situation as it is. Chu Xiong was quick to speak and did not leave Chu Jingyun the slightest bit of mercy. Worthy of being second brother, to see the current situation so clearly, Chu Jingyun complimented. Say something. Shut up if there's nothing, Chu Xiong said in a low voice. Chu Jingyun smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, Second brother, your analysis is correct. Old 4th, this person, I know him. He has always been uninterested in the position of imperial lord. That's why he purposely brought along Chu Zhan in this siege of the Acacia sect, with the express purpose of creating momentum for Chu Zhan. Old 4 is bent on having Chu War sit on the throne of the imperial lord. If nothing happens to Old 4, then there's nothing we can do. But now that something has happened to him, once he dies, as long as the two of us join forces are still afraid that we won't be able to deal with a Chu warrior? When Chu Xiong heard this, a hint of a heartfelt expression appeared on his face, but it quickly disappeared again. The two of you and me teaming up? Do you still think it's the old days? How can you and I have a heartbeat now? Ever since Chu Feng returned to the capital, and then the siege of the Acacia sect, one thing happened during this period, and it was as if the two of them had been purposely left out in the cold. The ministers who had previously defected under them were also quick to cut ties with the two of them in the meantime. Nowadays, the two of them were completely bare-knuckle commanders, without any beloved ones in the courtroom. Ergo, hear me out. You and I have no one, but someone does. I can only tell you one thing right now. Today Xiaohong came to find me. Chu Jingyun turned towards Chu Xiong and winked. You remember to come to me if you are interested in cooperation. After saying that, Chu Jingyun turned away and stopped talking. Xiaohong? The crown prince of the Great Qing dynasty, the pride of the top of the dragon list? When Chu Xiong heard this name, his pupils trembled like an earthquake, and in an instant, his brain turned quickly. A multitude of possibilities were guessed at one time. If Chu Jingyun wasn't lying, then it wasn't as if the cooperation couldn't be renegotiated. The Daqing imperial dynasty was different from the Dacian imperial dynasty. Xiaohong is like a bright sun. The other emperors can only look up to its posture. simply cannot afford to have any competition for power. It was already a foregone conclusion that Xiao Hong would become the next imperial lord of the great Qing dynasty. That's why Xiao Hong had incomparable power over the courtroom. When Chu Xiong thought of this, his already dormant heart lit up with a glimmer of hope again. Chu Xiong turned his head to look into the crowd on one side, and Xiao Hong in the crowd looked up as if he felt something. The two men's gazes met, and Xiao Hong indifferently nodded his head in greeting. In the crowd, Xiao Hong was still as usual, wearing a crimson python robe, mighty and domineering. Only the only thing that stood out was that he was not alone today, with 6 attendants following behind him. Time passed a little by. At noon, an army that looked like a long dragon finally appeared from the distance, rapidly rushing towards the capital. In the midst of all the attention, the army walked into the capital, and for a while the smoke and cannons were set off, and the gongs and drums were in full swing. Chukwoka did not show herself in the public eye and went straight back to the bamboo forest, and Hao Mingho, Li Yang and others were called into the palace by Chu Aotian to listen to the reward. Chu Mu's residence. People came and went. Chu Aotian has long since notified the world that as long as he can save Chu Mu, he will reward him with a title and 10,000 years of gold. For a time, countless famous doctors flocked to Chu Mu's residence to give it a try, but after a day, all these famous doctors returned with no success and could do nothing about Chu Mu's condition at the moment. During that time, Chu Feng had also come to Chu Mu's residence, looking at Chu Mu on the bed and couch, who had completely changed his appearance. Chu Feng sighed with a complex expression. Chu Mu, who had been in a coma, woke up again at this time, and seeing Chu Feng in front of him, Chu Mu's cloudy eyes flickered with a hint of light. Seventh brother, you're here. The corners of Chu Mu's mouth forced a smile. Aha, in this line of work, you are considered to have finally gotten your revenge. It's just that the price seems to be a bit high. How do you feel now? Chu Feng said indifferently. Oh, what's a little price to pay to find her? As for feelings, there are none. I only feel that I'm now incredibly relaxed all over. Chu Mu said calmly. Chu Feng looked straight into Chu Mu's pair of eyes and was silent for a long time. Unfortunately, if nothing had happened to you, you would have been a good imperial lord in the future. Chu Feng said. Chu Mu shook his head weakly at his words. Ever since I embarked on this path, I was destined to have nothing to do with the throne of the imperial lord. Previously, I have never forgotten the matter of me joining forces with the demon religion and pulling you down. Chu Feng waved his hand and said in a cold voice, I'm too lazy to bother so much with a person who is about to die. After saying that, Chu Feng directly turned around and left. Chu Mu looked at Chu Feng's departing back, smiled faintly, and wearily closed his eyes to recuperate. He can't die until he sees the man. It's night. A figure silently appeared in Chu Mu's room. Chu Mu, who had been waiting quietly on the bed, slowly opened his eyes, looked at the person in front of him, and smiled. You've finally come. Xiao Hong looked at Chu Mu on the bed and gave a light him. Under the night light, Xiao Hong's eyes were icy cold, like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his heart was suppressed with endless anger. Tell me why. My people have all told me about the situation, and that the Acacia sect's defeat is assured. So why do you have to go up there to die? Xiao Hong's tone was icy. Chu Mu grinned, a snickering smile on his frazzled face. What? You can't let me die that badly? Before the words left his mouth, Xiao Hong violently came to Chu Mu's body and yanked him up from the bed with one hand. Chu Mu, have you forgotten what you promised me before? Now things are not done. You just want to die? I'll tell you not to think about it. As long as I'm around, you won't be able to die so easily. The force of Xiao Hong's hand caused cold sweat to break out on Chu Mu's forehead. Chu Mu forced himself to endure the pain and calmly looked at Xiao Hong. Naturally, I haven't forgotten the plan between you and me. Now that Chu Feng has been crowned martial god, the crown prince has fallen, and the second and third emperors no longer have any power in the dynasty. Once I'm dead and you keep pushing according to the plan, things will naturally come to fruition. My dying was part of the plan, so why should you be angry? Chapter 93 Breakthrough. Late Grandmaster. Inside the room, after Chu Mu finished his sentence, his face took on a sickly red color, and his breath gradually had a tendency to dissipate. Xiao Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a regal glow as he remained silent for a long time. Eventually all the anger in his heart turned into melancholy. Even though he was the proud son with the most outstanding talent since the creation of the demon religion, able to play everyone in the palm of his hand. However, in the face of his divine soul being damaged, Xiao Hong was likewise helpless. The wood has been turned and there is no turning back. Xiao Hong carefully placed Chu Mu back on the bed and couch, and finally looked at his only best friend again, smiling to himself. You did the right thing. It was me who was a bit disorganized. Don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. Chu Mu struggled to catch a few ragged breaths, which barely slowed him down, and gazed wearily at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, you and I were never meant to be on the same path. so there's no need to be spared for what happened to me. You have a big heart, and I'm just an ordinary guy who's been trapped by love all his life. Go back and do what you need to do. Xiao Hong nodded calmly and wordlessly turned toward the door. As he walked to the doorway, Xiao Hong's figure lurched, leaving behind one last sentence. When my plan succeeds, I will bring you a glimpse of that other world. On the bed Chu Mu sniffed. The corner of his mouth curved slightly and slowly closed his eyes. Time has moved on, and in the blink of an eye it's winter. On this day the sky was foggy and hazy, as if covered by a layer of grey cloth, and goosefeather snow suddenly fell in the air of the capital. The sudden drop in temperature caused the people to wake up early and get out of their homes busily to buy items to keep them warm. In the Chu Feng residence, in the quiet courtyard, draped in a sable coat, Chu Feng stood in front of the door of his room, looking at the falling snow with a calm expression. The majestic aura in his body that was as majestic as the sea was surging at this moment, constantly washing his limbs and marrow and impacting the divine platform at his dantian. The aura operated and constructed the base divine platform. The dantian was the place where all the auras converged, while the shentai was like an innate shackle. After reaching the grandmaster realm, one could feel the existence of the divine platform, and as the strength became deeper and deeper, the sense of realization became deeper and deeper. If one wanted to break through again, one had to constantly challenge the realm after shattering the divine stage and leaping vertically to a great master. At the pre-great master stage, there were at most dozens of cracks on top of the divine platform at most. At the middle stage of a grandmaster, the cracks above the divine platform would reach hundreds. As for the late grandmaster stage, the divine platform would be covered in cracks, with 10,000 golden auras glowing between the cracks. At this moment, Chu Feng was deep in the state of epiphany. The surface was calm, but the body was thrilling. Under Chu Feng's meticulous control, the unceasing aura sometimes transformed into swords and knives, sometimes into monstrous ferocious beasts, constantly impacting the divine stage. In the center of the dantian, Chu Feng's divine platform was transmitting a shiny black light, and there were enough cracks on the surface to reach 800 or 900, each crack running through the entire divine platform. Under Chu Feng's constant impact, the number of cracks on the divine stage continued to grow larger, and outside of his body, a powerful aura quietly and breathlessly permeated out from Chu Feng's body and was still soaring. On the mansion, Slayer and the members of the Darknet immediately responded when they sensed the aura. The Darknet members immediately occupied all the key points of the mansion, and the two Slayers appeared outside the small courtyard at the same time, escorting Chu Feng. Time flowed, and at noon, the warm sun finally tore through the dark clouds and shone on the earth. The divine stage within Chu Feng's body had long since become bruised and battered under the constant impact of Chu Feng's strength. As Chu Feng charged once more after that, the divine platform suddenly shook greatly, rolling all the aura within Chu Feng's body. In the midst of the aura storm, a golden aura filled with divine charm burst out from the divine platform. Chu Feng successfully broke through the mid-great master stage and stepped into the late great master realm. At that instant, Chu Feng could clearly sense that his strength and all of his body's abilities had undergone a skyrocketing change. Chu Feng collected his thoughts and returned to reality. This is the late grandmaster realm. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth slightly hooked up as he felt the terrifying power contained within his body. This time, everything about the breakthrough appeared to be in place without any surprises, so Chu Feng was very calm. Congratulations, Your Excellency. The two Slayers came into the small courtyard and congratulated. Chu Feng smiled and nodded his head down. His mood was quite good. At that moment, Deicide looked towards Chu Feng with a look of desire to speak. Chu Feng glanced at him and asked, "What happened, my lord?" According to the news that has come in, 4th Prince Chu Mu was sworn in last night at the mansion. Slayer bowed his head and said. Chu Feng's expression froze at those words, and he stood in silence in the small courtyard for a long time. "I know. You guys stand down." After a long time, Chu Feng waved his hand and said. After the two Slayers had retreated, Chu Feng let out a sigh of regret, and the joy of the breakthrough just now dissipated a lot. Chu Feng tightened the sable fur coat on his body and took a step forward towards the snow, his figure instantly disappearing. Chu Mu's mansion. White cloth and white lanterns were hung up early in the morning, and the entire mansion was plunged into a sad atmosphere. The courtiers and princes of the capital, upon learning the news, came to offer their condolences. As Chu Feng appeared in the spirit hall, the courtiers present stood up and saluted. Chu Feng nodded indifferently and walked to Chu Mu. After looking at the eternally sleeping Chu Mu, Chu Feng burned incense and then turned around to leave the spirit hall. When Chu Feng left Chu Mu's residence, he happened to meet up with a man who hurriedly arrived. This man was none other than Xiao Hong. Seeing that this crown prince of the Duqing imperial dynasty had come to offer his condolences to Chu Mu, Chu Feng's eyebrows flashed with a hint of surprise. Is it possible that this Xiao Hong doesn't know Chu Mu? I, Xiao Hong, pay my respects to the Hao martial god. Xiao Hong arched his hand at Chu Feng and said, "Aha! I have been staying in the great Xian capital recently, and today I heard the bad news about the fourth prince's princely heaven, so I have come here to offer him incense." Xiao Hong said, "Have a heart." Chu Feng calmly returned a sentence, then left straight away. Looking at the departing Chu Feng, seeing that the other party did not become suspicious, Xiao Hong could not help but feel relieved in his heart. The identity of Xiao Hong was Zhu Zhu's biggest card, so nothing must go wrong. After dispelling Chu Feng's doubts, Xiao Hong's eyes immediately dimmed again and he took a step towards the spirit hall and hurriedly rushed there. On the other side, after Chu Feng left Chu Mu's residence, he did not go back but came to Chu Guxiang's bamboo forest. In the wooden house, Chu Guxiang stared at Chu Feng with a stagnant face, looking as if she had seen a ghost. As Chu Guxiang, who had stepped into the late grandmaster realm for many years, she could naturally sense the changes that had occurred in Chu Feng's body. You broke through?" Chu Guxiang exclaimed in disbelief. "Well, I just made a breakthrough this morning." Chu Feng blandly replied back and familiarly sat down to pour himself a cup of hot tea. Chapter 94, Snowfall. At 20 years old, breaking through to the late grandmaster realm. If this is known to the world, I don't know how many martial artists will be ashamed of themselves, but you are so calm. Chu Guxiang blankly eyed Chu Feng and lamented without a good mood. Chu Feng did not pick up on this conversation and leisurely sipped his tea. Seeing this, Chu Guxiang shook his head, sat down and said, "Speak, what is it that you came to find me today?" Chu Feng raised his hand and extended 2 fingers. "2 things. First thing, I'd like to ask you some questions about the divine platform. According to the current trend of cultivation, how exactly can I break through the grandmaster realm and step into the next realm? Could this have something to do with the divine platform? Or perhaps by shattering the divine platform completely, one will be able to step into the next realm." This was not Chu Feng's unwarranted speculation. After Chu Feng had broken through to the late stage of the grandmaster stage, the divine platform though seemed to be getting more and more shaky, as if it would be shattered easily. But in reality, the divine platform that flashed 10,000 feet of golden aura was even more impregnable than before. The strength gained after the breakthrough was a substantial increase, but the divine platform's suppression of itself was likewise increasing. At that moment, Chu Feng's divine platform was like a needle that fixed the sea, firmly rooted at the dantian, more like a natural shackle, a curse that imprisons the talents of all martial artists in the world. After Chu Guoxiang heard this question from Chu Feng, her face condensed, her eyes instantly deepened. After pondering for some time, Chu Guoxiang looked at Chu Feng and let out a bitter smile. "If I tell you that I can't give you an answer either, do you believe me?" When Chu Feng heard that, his brows furrowed. "You stepped into the late stage of the grandmaster stage for so long. Have you not attempted to impact the divine platform?" "No, not once." Chu Guxiang returned with an incomparably positive expression. "Old me didn't lie to you. In all the years since I stepped into the late stage of the grandmaster stage, old me had never even entertained that thought. The aura flows, constructing the foundation divine platform." This saying has been circulating among the great masters since an unknown number of years ago. In our eyes, the Shintai is the source of our power, the cornerstone for controlling the aura. Once the divine stage is completely shattered, whether one will step into the next realm or die from the aura riot is anyone's guess, Chu Guxiang said leisurely. Regarding this argument, Chu Feng had heard it for the first time. "You wouldn't be afraid of death, which is pulling out this ridiculous claim for me." Chu Feng squinted at Chu Guxiang. Chu Guxiang shook her head, without the slightest hint of anger on her face. "Perhaps you think that the old man is afraid of death and willingly holds on to this foundation of the great Xian dynasty. But in the end Lao Fu is likewise a martial artist. How could the old man possibly lie to you in this matter? There have been countless times when I couldn't resist the temptation to strike the divine platform again, but every time I reached the last moment, both had a strong premonition that stopped me in my tracks. A premonition that told me that once I went any further, the consequences would be more than I could bear." Chu Feng looked straight at Chu Guxiang, and seeing that the other party did not appear to be lying, he opened his mouth and asked, "Is it hard to believe that there has never been a strong person at the late stage of the great master stage that has impacted the divine platform?" "Yes, there have been many impacts throughout history." "How?" "They all disappeared and no one knows the outcome." Chu Feng's brows tightened after hearing that. Those who impacted the divine platform again didn't die, but disappeared. What Chu Guxiang said is also too evil. In his mouth, God stage is more like a taboo that cannot be blasphemed. But if it was really like what he said, then how could one break through to a realm above the grandmaster realm? For a while, Chu Feng also did not have a clue. At that moment, Chu Guoxiang looked at Chu Feng and said in a deep voice, "In the past, those great masters would have all embarked on this path of fighting with the heavens in order to break through the realm. But since our founding ancestor of the great Xian dynasty cut off the induction with heaven by using the world as a formation, The road is kind of completely blocked. Each person has the right to choose their own destiny, and the old man will not persuade you. If you really want to impact the divine platform again, then go ahead and do it. Chu Feng nodded, his eyes regaining their clarity as he nodded. I know. It was impossible to make Chu Feng give up. He was sworn to walk out of this world. Right now, he might not be going to impact the divine stage, but after he finished touring the 5 great imperial dynasties and made all the preparations, inevitably, he would embark on this path of impacting the divine platform and fighting with the heavens. After the first thing was said, Chu Feng continued to say, the second thing, I will leave the capital in the next 2 days. In the next 2 days? Does it have to be so urgent? Chu Guxiang sighed with a complicated expression. There are only a few months left before the change of imperial masters, and with the death of that child Chu Mu today, a storm is bound to rise above the imperial dynasty once again. In addition, certain people from the other 4 great imperial dynasties are also stirring. It was not a good choice for you to leave at this time. When Chu Feng heard that, his face calmed down and said, if the great Xian dynasty is in chaos again, don't you still have you to sit on it? As long as you're around, those people can't make any waves at all. Whether I'm in the capital or not is irrelevant. Seeing that Chu Gu's intention to go had been decided, Chu Guxiang let out a deep bitter smile, knowing that Chu Feng was right, and stopped persuading him. Chu Feng finished his cup of tea, got up, waved his hand, and walked towards the door. Chu Feng, which imperial prince is suitable to be the next great Xian imperial lord? Chu Guoxiang's voice resounded in Chu Feng's ears. Chu Feng's footsteps lurched. Don't ask me. I'm a martial god nowadays, and I cannot participate in the battle for the imperial lord. Don't pick a cutie. Just sit on the throne of the emperor. As the words fell, Chu Feng's figure had already disappeared from the bamboo forest. Chu Guxiang gazed at the snowy sky outside the house, his eyes gradually becoming deeper. The snow was heavy, and the day passed as if it had been frozen in time. At that moment, a figure surfaced in the snow, rapidly approaching towards the capital. The soldiers guarding the gates fixed their eyes and saw that it was an elite soldier covered in blood and driving a fast horse. Urgent report from the north. The great Qing dynasty has suddenly come to attack, and the battle situation at the northern border fortress is urgent. The elite soldiers held the border army flag. When he came to the entrance of the city, he did not slow down in the slightest, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the palace, his voice resounding through the streets of the capital. The people came out one after another at the sound of the sound, looking at the faraway backs of the elite soldiers. All of them had a worried look on their faces. The soldiers guarding the city gates had not yet recovered from their shock at this point, when 3 more hasty figures appeared in the distant snow, running quickly towards the capital. Urgent report from the southern barbarians. Urgent report from the west. Urgent report from Dongyan. Emergency reports came from the 4 borders of the great Xian dynasty at the same time, and urgent and cold voices echoed in the capital. On this day, the first day of Chu Mu's death, heavy snowfalls descended, and the situation that had been peaceful for many years in the 5 great imperial dynasties began to change. It was as if there was a hand behind this that was pushing, using the world to pay tribute to Chu Mu's departure. A brand new storyline will be kicked off. Please use your little rich hands to click on the hypes. Your hypes will give me a great motivation. Chapter 95. The capital city in the fog and heavy snow was completely broken quiet by the voices of these urgent reports. The window of a luxurious inn's elegant room was violently pushed open. Chu Xiong stood by the window, his eyes gazing at the streets of the capital outside in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. The heatwave's aerosol blows out the window and blends into the haze and disappears. In the elegant room behind Chu Xiong, Chu Jingyun and Xiaohong were sitting on the seat couch, pursing the wine in their cups without changing their faces. The piercingly cold wind hit Chu Xiong's face and brought him back to his senses. Chu Xiong closed the window in silence, turned to look at Xiaohong, and asked shakily, how did you do that? Xiaohong put down the wine glass in his hand at the words and lifted his eyes to lightly glance at Chu Xiong in a domineering manner. Since this prince has cooperated with the 2 of you, he naturally has to show some sincerity. The so-called chaos produces heroes, and now that Chu Mu is dead, the 2 of you must make some political achievements in order to regain power. Once you get back your previous regime, are you still afraid that you won't be able to deal with the tiny Chu war? Lighten up, this is just the beginning. As Xiaohong's words fell, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun's hearts and minds shook. The 4 major borders of the great Xian dynasty are in trouble at the same time, and it's just the beginning? This Xiaohong cannot be. Is trying to make the entire great Xian dynasty fall into chaos? He, a crown prince of the great Qing dynasty, had such great energy. This undoubtedly caused the 2 Chu Jinjians to feel incomparably shocked. Chu Jingyun, Chu Xiong both looked at each other. Both saw hesitation in each other's eyes. They were trying to compete for that imperial lordship, but the price was a bit too high. Xiaohong seemed to have seen the concerns of the 2, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face as he sneered coldly. What? You guys hesitate? Good. Since you're not so determined, then it's considered that this prince was wrong about the two of you, as long as you don't regret it afterward. After all, this will be the last chance for both of you. After saying that, Xiao Hong stood up and prepared to leave. Chu Jingyun. Two people see the situation, hard across at the same time, clenched their teeth to take a decision. Brother Xiao, wait. Chu Jingyun stopped Xiao Hong's path. For Brother Xiao to come up with such great sincerity to help us two brothers, our brothers are grateful. It's just that before that, I have some curiosity, and I hope that Brother Xiao can shed some light on it for me. Xiao Hong squinted indifferently at the two. Speak. Brother Xiao went to such lengths to help us. What is your purpose? Or rather, what do you want when one of us becomes the Imperial Lord? Chu Xiong nodded. He had likewise always had this doubt in his heart. Naturally, they would not believe that there would be any good things falling from the sky in the world. Xiao Hong laughed coldly. These two people are now even thinking of becoming the throne of the Imperial Lord. It is simply ridiculous. Although he despised and sneered in his heart, Xiao Hong's face did not change. Since you have asked so, then this prince will not hide anything from the two of you. Undeniably, this prince is helping you guys out so much. Naturally, I have my own agenda. In the future, no matter which one of the two of you becomes the Imperial Lord, as long as you are willing to ally with my great Qing Imperial dynasty. Alliance? It's that simple? Chu Jingyun and Chu Xiong half-heartedly stared at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong continued. Naturally, it's not a simple alliance relationship, but a life and death alliance. There are too many dynasties in this world now. The two of them, Chu Jingyun, stared in their hearts and instantly understood the meaning of Xiao Hong's words. I really didn't expect that Brother Xiao was harboring such grandiose ambitions. Good. As long as I, Chu Xiong, can ascend to the throne of the Imperial Lord, I am willing to form a life and death alliance with the great Qing dynasty. So do I, Chu Jingyun said right after him. When Xiao Hong saw the two agree, his face eased a bit. The three of them raised their glasses and drank from them together. Both of you, it's time for me to leave Dexian, or else I'm afraid I'll have to become a hostage of your great Qian dynasty. I'll be waiting for the two of you in the great Qing dynasty, Xiao Hong said with a smile, then turned around and left the elegant room. Only Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun were left in the elegant room, and the atmosphere immediately became subtle. Second brother, we'll see what we can do next, Chu Jingyun said with an evil smile at Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong coldly grunted, and without more words directly seized the door and walked out. On a mountain peak outside the capital, Xiao Hong looked out over the great Xian capital. His eyes lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. Those 6 attendants behind him took out their red ghost masks and put them on, faithfully guarding behind Xiao Hong. Your Highness, it's time to leave. Otherwise, when the people of Dexian react, we are afraid that it will be difficult for us to leave Dexian. A person reminded. Xiao Hong retracted his gaze, a soft sigh laced with many emotions in his tone. The way of heaven is small, and all beings are numerous. Compared to this sky, we are still too small. It's a relief that he's gone just like that. Xiao Hong explored his hand and let the snowflakes drift down into his palm. The 6 attendants behind him did not answer, but looked at Xiao Hong in surprise. After following Xiao Hong for so many years, it was the first time they had seen this sentimental side of Xiao Hong. Thoughts come and go quickly. Xiao Hong heaved a mouthful of turbid air and once again resumed his domineering and cold demeanor. Let's go. Yes. The 7 figures quickly disappeared into the roiling snow. Palace. Inside the Palace of Diligence, a dragon-robed Chuao Tian was sitting on top of the dragon chair, his face grim as he listened to the report from the 4 elite soldiers below. Your Majesty, early this morning Dechu suddenly filled the northern border with 300,000 troops and attacked our Dexian northern border fortress. The person who leads the army of Deqin this time is Zhonghe, the chief disciple of the Great River Sword Saint, and our army in the northern border of Dexian is retreating under the fierce attack, and has now been defeated for 50 kilometers. Your Majesty, the situation in the southern barbarians is the same as the northern border. The Great Demon Imperial Dynasty suddenly increased its troops by 300,000 this morning and attacked the southern barbarian border of Great Xian. The people leading the troops are 2 late sect master great demons from the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty, and now the war situation in southern barbarians is urgent. Reporting to the Emperor's Lord, as in the western region, Great Qin has increased its troops by 300,000, led by 2 patriarchal powerhouses. Your Majesty, East Yandaqing has increased its army by 300,000 troops, courtesy of. A burst of reports came down, and as if the other 4 great imperial dynasties had reached some sort of tacit agreement, they used their troops towards the Great Xian Imperial Dynasty at the same time. For a time, the Great Xian Dynasty was in a state of war, and the 4 borders of the 4 directions were in a disadvantageous situation. and the state of affairs was sudden and unpromising. Chu Aotian angrily stood up and heavily slapped the table in front of him. The 4 great imperial dynasties. Good. They're declaring war on me. De Xian, aren't they? Then let it be as they wish. Chu Aotian's eyes erupted with a ferocious light. His cold voice resounded throughout the entire palace, and a dense austere and murderous momentum permeated out from his body. Lu Che, summon the 100 officials into the hall. Chu Aotian said angrily. Yes. Lu Che's face stared at the side and led the order to hastily retreat. Just as Lu Che left the palace, capital city Lord Li Yong walked into the palace with a grave expression on his face. Your Majesty, just now, news came from the continent masters of the 5 continents that organized riots have appeared in many places within Great Xian. Most of these martial artists who rioted were roving bandits, thugs who carried a life. At the head of them are the 36 bandits of Yuezhou. Each of these 36 bandits is an expert above the innate realm. Our De Xian has been promulgating bounties for them for years, but they've all been unable to do anything about them. Now these 36 bandits have appeared at the same time, spreading out to cause trouble on the Yuwu and Wu continents. The officials and military generals of the 2 states are not their opponents, Li Yong said archly. After Chu Aotian heard this, a cold aura flickered greatly in his tiger eyes, and in his heart he detected a trace of an ominous feeling. It's all too fishy. Even if the 4 great imperial dynasties had sent out their troops at the same time, now the entire Great Xian imperial dynasty was actually in chaos internally as well. This looks like an elaborate conspiracy by someone else any way you look at it. Li Yong, you should have heard the news from the border side. What do you think about this matter? Chu Aotian didn't make a reckless decision and looked at Li Yong and asked. Below, Li Yong pondered for a moment before returning. Back to your Majesty. I have also heard something about the situation at the border. When the 4 great imperial dynasties used their troops against our dynasty at the same time, a riot suddenly broke out in our territory. I feel that the matter reveals strangeness everywhere, and it is impossible to treat it carelessly. Chu Aotian nodded. Li Yong's thoughts coincided with his, but both the riots in the country and the war on the border were too imminent to give them time to investigate. Now Chu Aotian could only follow the flow of the black hand behind the planning of all this, and grasp the opportunity to send troops to suppress the riots within the territory and the incoming enemies at the border. No one was talking, and a silence fell over the palace. Li Yong stood to one side and waited for the 100 officials to come, and Chu Aotian's fingers on the dragon chair rhythmically tapped on the table. Right at this moment, Chu Aotian raised his eyebrows and his eyes flashed with refined light. Li Yong, when the 100 officials arrive, you let them wait here. I will leave for a while. Chu Aotian gave an explanation to Li Yong. Yes, Li Yong answered. Chu Aotian's figure flashed and after leaving the Palace of Diligence, he quickly rushed to the bamboo forest where Chu Guxiang lived. Arriving in front of the wooden house in the center of the bamboo forest, Chu Aotian respectfully stopped. Come in. Only after hearing Chu Guxiang's voice did Chu Aotian move to walk into the wooden house. In the wooden house, Chu Feng had likewise been called over by Chu Guxiang, and was currently sitting beside Chu Guxiang, leisurely drinking tea. Chu Aotian naturally did not dare to act like Chu Feng and bowed respectfully to Chu Guxiang, old ancestor. Chu Guxiang put down the teacup in his hand and nodded. Aotian the riots within the territory and the border war situation. Old me already knows about it. Chu Aotian's face was delighted at his words. Old ancestor, is it possible that you want to make a move? Chu Guxiang waved her hand and said with a serious expression. You're still thinking things too simply. Would the one who could cage all 4 great imperial dynasties and cause them to send out their troops at the same time forget about me? The great patriarch? Just now, the great masters of the 4 great imperial dynasties invited me to a gathering. The purpose is obvious. That is, they don't want me to intervene in this matter. And once I do, then they will likewise strike. At that point, this war will be elevated to the level of a national war. When Chu Aotian heard this, a shocked look immediately appeared on his face. How could he not have expected that this matter had even alarmed the great masters of the 4 great imperial dynasties? Old ancestor, then what should I do? Chu Aotian couldn't decide and looked at Chu Guxiang to inquire. Chu Guxiang smiled flatly. Deal with it as you should. Since they dared to call over, then you'll send people to give it back. Great Xian dynasty, not to be dishonored. As for what the person behind the curtain really wants to do, I'll find the other 4 old things and ask them. Hearing Chu Guxiang say that, Chu Aotian then put his heart down and looked at Chu Feng who was on the side. Then why did you call Chu Feng here? Old ancestor? Is it hard to believe that you're preparing to let him make a move? Chu Feng curiously looked towards Chu Guxiang when he heard the words, and he was equally puzzled as to what Chu Guxiang was doing by calling himself over. Chu Guru nodded. I do mean that. Chu Feng, plans don't change as quickly as they do, and you've seen the situation in the Great Xian dynasty. now that the Dexian imperial dynasty is besieged on all sides? Shouldn't you, as the Dexian martial god, also contribute something? Don't worry, as long as this fiasco is over. Wherever you want to go, old man won't care anymore. How's that? Chu Feng frowned and said in a deep voice. Speak, what do you want me to do? No matter what. His body is flowing with the blood of the Great Xian dynasty. Now that the Great Xian dynasty is in crisis, how can he not take action? Seeing that Chu Feng agreed, Chu Guxiang said, there is no need for you to be concerned with the war situation of the other three great imperial dynasties and the riots within their borders. But over in the north, the old man wants you to promise me that you will hold the northern fortress without losing an inch of territory. Chu Feng's eyes flickered with a glint of essence. The north? This north again? That female emperor of Dechu had just taken office and couldn't wait to attack the northern fortress. Now the Dexian dynasty is being attacked by enemies in all directions, and it is reasonable to say that among the four great imperial dynasties, the Deqian dynasty has the deepest fault with the Dexian dynasty, and the war situation is afraid to be the most disastrous. Chu Guxiang did not allow himself to travel to the western battlefield. Instead he went to the northern realm. If there was nothing fishy in this, Chu Feng would absolutely not believe it. But Chu Feng had also lived in the northern realm for 5 long years and did not find anything unique about the northern realm. Why did this great Chu empress and Chu Guxiang care so much about the northern realm? Alright, I'll go to the northern realm. Chu Feng nodded his head. Ao Tian, you go back and deploy. Just leave the northern realm for Chu Feng to handle. Chu Guxiang waved his hand towards Chu Ao Tian, who respectfully retreated. After Chu Ao Tian left, Chu Guxiang looked deeply at Chu Feng. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Chu Feng guffawed and stood up leisurely. There is no need. After I return to the northern realm this time, I will naturally know. Chu Guxiang nodded in agreement. Also, with your current strength, when you return to the northern realm, one glance reveals the uniqueness of the northern realm, so I'll waste my breath here for nothing. Chu Guxiang slowly stood up, patted the dust on his clothes, and Lang Lang said, let's go. It's been more than 10 years since the 5 great sect masters have gotten together, and to be honest, old man really misses those old things a bit. If they don't give me a satisfactory answer this time, I won't blame me for lifting the table. Humph. The words echoed, and Chu Guxiang was no longer in the bamboo forest. 96. Battlefield deployment. After Chu Feng left the bamboo forest and returned to his mansion to make quick arrangements, he drove out of the capital with Deicide and headed towards the northern border. The war situation was urgent, so Chu Feng did not choose to travel in a carriage this time, nor did he bring along Su Yanran and the others. At the same time that Chu Feng left the capital, the Great Xian dynasty, a dynasty that had stood for 1,000 years, began to show its fangs once again. The 4 great imperial dynasties sent out their troops at the same time to attack the Great Xian imperial dynasty. Such things hadn't happened for hundreds of years after the 5 great imperial dynasties had divided and occupied this continent. The Xian dynasty, as the most powerful party among the 5 dynasties, is not afraid of battle, and likewise is not timid of war. On this day, deep within the Great Xian palace, an existence with a terrifying aura awakened and walked out of the place of seclusion, appearing within the palace of diligence. These existences were all the successive generations of imperial lords of the Great Xian imperial dynasty in the past 100 or 200 years. Because the lifespan of a martial artist is far longer than that of a normal person, there is an unwritten rule in all 5 major imperial dynasties. Each imperial lord cannot reign for more than 30 years, and must abdicate after the 30-year period. It is not about the saintliness or pedantry of the royal master. Each dynasty, if it is to last, must be constantly flooded with new blood and ideas. If an imperial lord reigns for too long, then invariably the dynasty will be influenced by him, and the pros and cons cannot be weighed. After these imperial lords abdicated, they would not meddle in matters of dynasty and government, and would focus on pursuing the martial arts in seclusion. At this moment, the fact that these imperial lords had come out of the gate undoubtedly showed how angry they were right now. Inside the palace of diligence, the 100 officials arrived, trembling and shivering as they looked at these abdicated imperial lords, not daring to make a sound. Inside the hall, these abdicated imperial lords lowered their eyes and stood quietly in a corner. Although they did not release their own breath, the invisible sense of oppression that permeated their bodies made the air in the hall heavier. Where the emperors stood, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun always inadvertently looked over in this direction, and horror surfaced in the depths of their eyes. At this time, they finally understood the meaning of the words that Xiao Hong had said. This is just the beginning. It turns out that the 4 great imperial dynasties sending troops is really just the beginning. The main event was the riots within the Great Xian dynasty. Even the ferocious and notorious 36 bandits had come out to cause trouble. Internal trouble and external trouble. These 4 words were enough to describe the current situation of the Great Xian dynasty. While marveling at Xiao Hong's means, the 2 Chu Xiong's were on fire deep inside. The The two raised their eyes to look at the sixth Prince Chu War, and a cold aura flashed from their eyes. This will be their last chance to turn the tide. The more chaotic the situation was, the better. Only then could they create merit from it and pull back the forces of the past. Right at this moment, Chu Aotian's figure reappeared in the Palace of Diligence. Greetings to the Imperial Lord. The 100 officials all knelt down and saluted, and those few abdicated Imperial Lords only made a faint bow. Well, get up. Chu Aotian signaled with a light hum. Dear ministers, I'm sure you all know about the border war. The 4 great imperial dynasties sent troops to press to my great Xian border at the same time. Such a big gesture hasn't appeared for years afterward. I won't mention the extra words. This unbridled provocation by the 4 great imperial dynasties has touched my bottom line. The bottom line of Great Xian. Since they dare to go to war, then how would this Xian be afraid of them? Chu Aotian swept his eyes at the 100 officials below and said in a domineering cold voice, this time, I will let the 4 great imperial dynasties know who is the overlord on this continent. In a situation where the only way to solve the problem is a battle, Chu Aotian is already too lazy to listen to the chatter of the civil officials. The so-called dignity is only in the force, and the only truth now is to annihilate all the future enemies. Chu Aotian stood up, waved his dragon robe, and began to order his troops to deploy for battle. The southern barbarian border was led by Chu Jingyun, Marquis Zhu Ming, and commander of the Shakura gun. The eastern Qing border was led by Chu Xiong, the slaughtering blade, the war god spear, the 2 forbidden guard commanders, and others. The western border, where the battle was the most intense, was led by Chu Zhan, Lu Che, and Hao Mingho. Each side will lead 200,000 men in battle, vowing to destroy all incoming enemies. Imperial Lord, what about the Northern Realm? Seeing that Chu Aotian did not deploy the Northern Realm's army, someone stood out and asked, there's no need to worry about the battle situation over in the North Realm. The Hao martial god has already moved on. Chu Aotian faintly said. The 100 officials looked relieved when they heard it. With Hao Wuxian making a move, then the Northern Realm would naturally have nothing to worry about. The saying that a great master was comparable to 1,000,000 lions was not meant to be taken lightly. After arranging the border deployment, Chu Aotian turned his head to look at those abdicated imperial lords. These several retired imperial lords immediately understood, and a few of them exchanged eye contact and walked out 3 people. Imperial Lord, let the 3 of us follow the army to the border. The 3 of them blandly said, with the 3 seniors making a move. Then I will be able to rest on my laurels. A smile appeared on Chu Aotian's face. After the generals heading to the border left, Chu Aotian's eyes instantly became cold again. Li Yong, subordinate is here. Li Yong stepped forward. Inform the 5 continent masters to issue the Great Xian summoning order, summoning all forces above the 4th rank within the Great Xian, and have them send out everyone within their clans to come out to get rid of the thieves and quell the chaos. Tell them that if anyone can kill any of the 36 bandits, I will exempt their forces from taxes for 100 years, and at the same time, their forces will forever be sheltered by the Great Xian dynasty. Yes. Li Yong's eyelids twitched as he sniffed. It looked like the riots within the territory made Chu Aotian even more angry compared to the 4 great imperial dynasties sending out troops. This time, Chu Aotian would not stop until the 36 bandits were completely eradicated. Imperial Lord, those old things in front of the 36 bandits, every one of them is not an idle person. Those few old things, let us handle them. The 5 remaining retired imperial lords stepped forward and said, that's right, after being in seclusion for so many years, it's time to move around. A dragon walking, burly old man's pair of tiger eyes erupted with a ferocious light. Chu Aotian nodded. Then I will be grateful to the several seniors. No need to be polite. The 5 waved their hands and followed Li Yong as they left together. After all were deployed, the 100 officials retired from the court. Inside the Palace of Diligence there was only Chu Aotian left alone again, and Chu Aotian rubbed the corners of his eyes with slight fatigue. He truly did not anticipate that so many things would come to pass in the few remaining months of his reign. Enough has happened in this time to be more than in the 29 years of his previous reign. The reason why he had arranged for the 3 emperors, Chu War, Chu Xiong, and Chu Jingyun, to fight just now, that was also due to his own selfishness. He also knew that during this period of time, after Chu Mu's death, many ministers in the court were leaning towards Chu War's side. Although Chu War was outstanding, half of the great Qin blood flowed within him. So Chu Aotian hoped Chu Xiong, Chu Jingyun 2 people can this time to fight well. After the war, he or she also will pass the throne of the emperor to one of the 2 of them. Chapter 97, The 5 Great Masters Meet. After retiring from the court, the military department of the Dacian imperial dynasty ran quickly. On that day, the 3 emperors, Chu War, Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun, each led a 200,000 000 strong army and left the capital in great numbers, rushing to the border. On the other hand, outside of Great Xian's borders, in an out-of-this-world secluded valley, a pavilion sits beside a lake in a secluded valley. The refreshing aroma of tea accompanied by gusts of water mist floated out from the pavilion. 4 people were already situated in the pavilion at this time, and one of them, a middle-aged man with a cold look and a broken arm, was none other than the Great Qin Dynasty Grandmaster Yu Longxing. As for the other 3, their identities speak for themselves. Yu Longxing, is what you said true? Chu Guxiang is really dying? At this moment, a bald old man with a face full of black spots and a stooped old waist looked at Yu Longxing, asked with his mouth full of black teeth, a strong odor accompanying the opening. The odor wafted through the pavilion, causing the remaining 4 to frown. Yu Longxing used his only remaining broken arm to wave, and the odor in the pavilion then dissipated. Old thing Xiao, do you think I would make fun of this matter? If you don't believe me, wait until Chu Guxiang arrives. You can't just ask him personally. Yu Longxing frowned and coldly snorted. The old man who was called Old Thing Xiao was none other than the Great Qing Dynasty's Grandmaster. Xiao go. Xiao Wu immediately shrunk his head at the words, looked at Yu Longxing's empty sleeve, and smiled sarcastically. Forget it. The old man wants to live fast for a few more years. Yu Longxing sensed Xiao Wu's gaze and a trace of anger immediately surfaced on his face. Alright. The 5 of us haven't gotten together for over a decade either. So don't the 2 of you pinch each other the moment you meet. At this moment, an old man in the pavilion with a clean-cut look and wearing a section of white clothes said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The old man had white hair and a white beard, and his eyes were as clear as water. With a look of peace and harmony, Xiao Wu hemmed and hawed, and Yu Longxing coldly grunted and turned his head away, also no longer speaking. Obviously both of them were very afraid of this white-clothed old man. And this white-clothed old man was none other than the leader of the Sword Dao, the world's #1 sword saint, the Grand Master of the Great Chu Dynasty, Fan He. Not that I'm talking about you, old man Xiao. You are at least one of the 5 great masters. Can you pick yourself up? The odor on your damn body is even more offensive than a demon race member of mine. Sitting on the left side of Xiao Wu, a young man wearing a dark red corset with a demonic handsome look couldn't bear it any longer and stood up, pulling himself away from Xiao Wu and spitting. Xiao Wu picked his nose and said in disbelief, ancient monsters, you don't understand. If you are an honest man, why should you care what others think? Among us here, only old man is considered an understanding person. Who is like one of you who still purposely keeps his appearance? Isn't it tiring? Xiao Wu's mouth was as if it was hardened with poison, and the words he uttered were as smelly as his mouth. Even the good-natured Fan He couldn't help but frown after hearing this. That demonic handsome-looking man's face was even more sullen. As a great patriarch of the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty, the lifespan of their demon race was far longer than that of humans. Among the 5 great sect masters, other than Chu Guxiang, he was the oldest. Xiao Go's sentence of ancient monsters instantly drew out his violent temper. Gu Feng's pair of golden vertical pupils stared coldly at Xiao Wu. Old man Xiao, are you trying to practice with me? Yu Longxing and Fan He raised their heads and looked at the 2 with a look of amusement. Xiao Go scratched his head and was about to say something when his eyes suddenly froze and he turned his head to look outside the pavilion. Gu Feng, Yu Longxing and Fan He stood up with equally solemn faces. Gentlemen, it's rather elegant. A low voice came from the distance, echoing next to the ears of the 4. Before the words fell, Chu Guxiang had already appeared in the pavilion, gazing at the 4 with an expressionless face. Xiao Go was startled and took several steps back violently with a speed that didn't match his appearance at all. Yu Longxing's body involuntarily took 2 steps back, a wave of fear bubbling up in his eyes. It was obvious that Chu Guxiang's palm that had seriously injured him earlier had caused him a considerable shadow, and the 2 of them, Gu Feng and Fan He, stood in place without moving a muscle. Gu Feng's pair of golden pupils shone brightly. Monstrous demonic aura burst out from his body, and a pair of extremely oppressive pupil phantoms surfaced behind him. Fan He is no longer elegant. An unstoppable sword intent permeates his body. The whole person is like a sheathed sword. Chu Guxiang glanced at the 2 men blandly, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, the aura of the 2 men instantly swept away. The pupils of Gu Feng and Fan He's eyes shrunk, and a hint of scorn appeared on their faces. Chu Guxiang swept past the 2 men as if they were no one else, walked to the stone chair in the pavilion and sat down, picking up the tea on the table and sipping it. The old man is giving you a chance. If you do not come up with a reason today as to why you are suddenly moving against my Deshien, you will not blame me for being merciless. Fan He's 4 people's faces changed when they heard this, but they still walked over to Chu Guxiang and sat down next to him. Xiao Wu hurriedly said, Brother Chu, don't misunderstand. The reason why my Great Qing Dynasty sent troops, that was also under the compulsion of the 3 of them. And it's not a big deal for my Great Qing Dynasty not to send troops when they all did. Chu Xiang glanced at Xiao Wu and did not doubt what he said. That's something Xiao Wu could do. Chu looked at the other three. At that moment, Fan He spoke. Brother Chu, you don't need to ask any more questions. This time, sending out troops was the intention of Gu Feng and I. Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing were only not forced onto the ship by us. Chu Xiang stared at Fan He, and the two of them were silent for a long time. Why? After a long time, Chu spoke. No reason. It's just that I'm allowing the human race to have one more great master. Gu Feng said brightly to Chu Xiang. Chu Guoxian's face revealed a dawning realization. So your target is Chu Feng. It wasn't just my personal idea. It's enough for Dexian to have you. Chu Xiang. Gu Feng said in a cold voice. Chu scanned the other three. Is that what you guys mean too? Fan He, Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing were silent. Looking at the three people with this expression, Chu Xiang immediately understood. So, you guys asked me out just to deal with Chu Feng. If it's put that way, then your four great imperial dynasties sending troops is just a front. And the real killing move is rioting in the Great Xian territory, right? Let me guess again. The Great Xian 36 bandits should have been instructed by you to take advantage of my absence to intercept Chu Feng. Xiao Go and Yu Longxing still remained silent. Brother Chu, you guessed correctly, Gu Feng admitted. When Chu Xiang heard this, no anger appeared on his face. Instead a playful smile surfaced. Are you sure that the 36 bandits just really have that strength? Chapter 98 The Real Purpose. Gu Feng picked up his teacup in disbelief and sipped his tea. Those 6 bandits in front of the 36 bandits have been stepping into the Zhongshe realm for many years. It's just an opportunity away from breaking through to grandmaster. With their strength could they still not kill a Chu Feng? It was obvious that Gu Feng had looked at Chu Feng too simply, looking at him as if he had just stepped into a great master. Chu Xiang didn't dwell on this topic with Gu Feng any further after hearing this. There was no point in speaking more. Everything would wait for the results to come out. And Chu Feng would naturally give the few of them a big surprise. There's one thing I still haven't figured out. And how would you all know where I would send Chu Feng? Chu Xiang asked with a bland expression. Gu Feng shrugged. Brother Chu, we are making such a big fuss this time. And naturally, we are not doing this for Chu Feng alone. Getting rid of Chu Feng is just an addition. And our true purpose is still the Great Xian Northern Realm. The importance of the Northern Realm is clear in the hearts of everyone here. And you are equally not stupid. When Dexian's borders on all sides were hit by enemies, you would definitely send Chu Feng to rush to the northern border. Chu Guru nodded. This calculation of yours is really good. The 4 great imperial dynasties sent out their troops at the same time, in which it was true and false, and the Great Chang, the Great Demon, and the Great Qin were all false moves. Only Great Chu is here for real, taking down the northern realm while also killing Chu Feng. TSK, the trick of killing 2 birds with 1 stone has been played out by you old things. When Chu Xiang finished speaking, his eyes had already been shimmering with a great deal of coldness. When Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing saw this, their nerves immediately tightened. On the contrary, Gu Feng and Fan He looked unchanged, sitting in front of Chu Xiang and drinking tea in a dignified manner. Brother Chu, you know exactly what we are asking for. The Great Xian dynasty has been established for 1,000 years, and if you Great Xian are still bent on going on, all that awaits you is extinction. Since you hesitated and delayed your decision to come, then the 2 of us will make this decision for you, Gu Feng said with an incomparably resolute attitude. There seems to be no room for negotiation in this matter. Chu Guxian's face moved a bit, turning her head to look at Fan He and asking, is this also your intention? Fan He looked straight into Chu Guxian's eyes and said in a firm tone, that's right. Perhaps the decision made by the founding lord of your Great Xian dynasty back then was for the good of the martial artists in the world. But we, martial artists, should have fought against the heavens, fought against ourselves, fought against others, and fought against the heavens. A peaceful world like this, obtained by hiding and fleeing, is too fanciful. Gu Feng and I are willing to be that ancient sinner and expose this continent to the eyes of heaven again, destroying the great formation laid down by the lord of the Great Xian creation dynasty back then, allowing heaven to come back to this continent. This was the real purpose of both Fan He and Gu Feng, and the North Realm was precisely one of the most important formations in the Grand Formation. Chu Xiang looked at the 2 of them, Fan He, Gu Feng, and there were a few more complex colors in her eyes. Among the 5 great masters of today, Fan He and Gu Feng belonged to the rising generation, although they had only stepped into the great master realm later. However, it only took a very short period of time before he surpassed both Xiao Go and Yu Longxing and stepped into the late grandmaster realm. Even Chu Xiang did not dare to guarantee that he could win against them in a one-on-one situation. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that the martial arrogance in their hearts had not yet been smoothed out. I have been all but invincible on earth, and if I don't fight with heaven, who will I fight with? They weren't willing to be stuck in their current realm for eternity. which was why they wanted so badly to break the great formation set up by the lord of the great Xian creation dynasty. In other people's eyes, this big formation was a shelter, but in their eyes, it was a shackle that was cuffed to them. The pavilion fell into a brief silence, and the 5 great patriarchs looked different. Fan Yigufeng's eyes were sharp, and his body revealed a forward-looking aura. Xiaogo's expression was bleak as he stood behind the crowd, silent. Of the 5 great masters, he was the most similar in age to Chu Guxiang, but his talent was precisely unsatisfactory, and he was still stuck in the middle stage of the great masters after so many years. He knew exactly how much he weighed, so he didn't get involved in the matter and kept a neutral attitude. Yu Longxing, on the other hand, had a gloating expression on his face. As long as it was something against Dashuan, Chukwuka, he threw up his hands in favor of it. So the current situation was that Fan Yigufeng and Yu Longxing were in one camp. Xiao Wu chose to be neutral, and Chu Guxiang was alone. The piercingly cold wind whipped into the pavilion, blowing away the tea's aerosol and aroma. Chu Guxiang looked at Fan Yigufeng in a daze. If old me wasn't from the great Xian dynasty, old me wouldn't be in charge of this mess at all. We'll even join you and learn what this sky is all about. But, I'm ultimately from the great Xian imperial family, and I must guard the great array laid down by my old ancestor. The two of them, Fan He and Gufeng, seemed to have guessed this situation long ago and were not surprised. Brother Chu, it's too late for you to say anything now. The experts of my great Chu and the experts of the great demon have now gathered at the northern realm of the great Xian, and it won't take a day for the northern fortress of the great Xian to be lost. And Chu Feng, who you sent to support, had 36 bandits intercept him halfway. Fan, he said calmly. Chu Guxiang shook her head at the words and stood up. Since the words have come to this, there's nothing more to talk about. Seeing that Chu Guxiang wanted to leave, a dazzling light immediately erupted from Gu Feng's golden vertical pupils. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky above the Valley of the Ghosts suddenly changed, and the originally gloomy sky was completely blackened. The water in the lake next to the pavilion suddenly surged and coalesced into a 100-meter water dragon, its body roaming around the pavilion. The hideous dragon's head was lifelike, hovering in front of Chu Guxiang, and the dragon's mouth emitted a gurgling whisper. Fan He put down the teacup in his hand and gently pointed his fingertips, and a whistling astral breaking sound rang out from the sky. An ancient sword that was flat and unimpressive, like a meteor cutting through the sky, landed in front of the small pavilion, alongside the dragon head, with the tip of the sword pointing straight at Chu Guxiang, the blade of the sword sending ripples through the air. Brother Chu, it's better to sit down and drink tea with a few of us. Today, you can't go anywhere. Fan He and Gu Feng stepped in front of Chu Guxiang, and Yu Longxing followed closely behind the two. The situation instantly became tense. Brother Chu, why don't you sit down and have a drink? Xiao Wu rubbed his hands together and smiled sarcastically. Chu Guxiang coldly looked at the Yu Longxing trio, and suddenly a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fine. With a wave of his sleeve robe, Chu Guxiang turned around and resumed his seat, pouring himself a cup of tea and drinking it. This sudden change in Chu Guxiang's attitude caused the Yu Longxing trio to freeze. After a brief moment of disorientation, the three of them turned around and sat back down, chatting and drinking tea, with a peaceful atmosphere. And just outside of the Valley of Secrets, the battle in the 4 directions of the Great Xian dynasty's borders became more and more intense, forming a stark contrast with here. Chapter 99 The Grand Scene. At the border of the Great Xian dynasty, war was raging. The two emperors, Chu Jingyun and Chu Xiong, led their armies and arrived at the southern barbarians in Dongyan in just half a day's time. On the southern barbarian border, in the grassy primitive forest, the Daxian border city stationed here had lost more than half of it under the onslaught of the demon army of the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty. By the time Chu Jingyun arrived with his army, 90% of the border towns had been lost in a heck of a lot of ways. As soon as Chu Jingyun's army arrived, under Chu Jingyun's deployment, the army began to launch a counterattack that night. To Chu Jingyun's surprise, after occupying the city, the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty's army didn't choose to continue pressing in, but instead stationed themselves in the city to engage in an offensive and defensive battle with the Great Xian army. Apart from the fact that Daxian's army had just arrived and caught him off guard, capturing some cities, there had been no other progress. The army of the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty hunkered down in the city, not coming out to answer the battle no matter how much the people of Great Xian clamored. With Chu Jingyun helpless, the battle began to enter a stalemate. Same as the southern barbarian border. At the East Yen border, after the army of the Daxing Imperial Dynasty quickly captured most of the border cities, they also began to station their troops to defend the city, and began to stall for time with Chu Xiong. As for the other two borders of the Great Xian Dynasty, the battle situation was about to get even more intense. On the western border, Daqian's iron cavalry trampled on the border cities in blood, and for a time, All the cities on Deqian's western border were lost. Because of the bad relationship between Deqian and Deqian, the Deqian Iron Cavalry began to burn and loot after every city they captured. For a time, the western border was ablaze with the fire of war. And the fire of war was burning and expanding. After Chu War arrived with his army, without any nonsense, he started a counterattack battle. The dark night was illuminated by the flames of war. The sounds of killing resounded through the heavens, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped the entire western region. The western region was transformed into a battlefield, where the 300,000 Iron Horsemen of Great Qin and the army led by Chu War collided together like two huge meat grinder gears. Every moment someone falls. This battle had lasted for a full night without stopping, and both Chu War and the Great Qin generals understood. It's an endless battle that only ends when one side falls completely. Meanwhile, within the Great Xian dynasty, as the convening order of the Great Xian dynasty was released in the 5 continents, all the forces in the Great Xian dynasty were all abuzz. Just the head of any one of the 36 bandits would be exempted from taxes for 100 years, along with being granted asylum by the Great Xian dynasty. After Chu Feng was crowned as a martial god, Chu Feng's name had long since spread throughout the 5 great imperial dynasties. 2 great masters in one dynasty. This caused the prestige of the Great Xian dynasty to reach its peak long ago. In the eyes of these forces, exempting 100 years of taxes was nothing. What made them excited and even crazy was obtaining the Great Xian dynasty's asylum. If they could hitch a ride on the thigh of the Great Xian dynasty at this time, wouldn't their forces be walking horizontally inside the Great Xian dynasty? So after these forces saw the summoning order, they immediately began to mobilize all their forces to hunt down the 36 bandits. This pursuit caused the Great Xian 5 continents to completely boil over. For a time, the information about the 36 bandits in the Tianji Pavilion was even more difficult to find for thousands of dollars. One could imagine how crazy these forces were right now. Which island? In the middle of a mountain of roving bandits, the 36th bandit and the 35th bandit are organizing local roving bandits to start a riot. Right at this moment, a large number of martial artists attack the mountain from all directions like a tidal wave. Before these roving bandits could understand the situation, they had already died under the chaotic swords. The 36th bandit and 35th bandit were equally dumbfounded when they saw this. It was only when they heard the crowd shouting, "Take both of their heads," that the two immediately reacted and quickly killed towards a side where there were fewer people. After a bloody battle, the 2 bandits were able to kill their way out of the siege and quickly fled towards the distance. Treadmill. Are these people crazy? Old 36. Did you just notice the eyes of those people looking at the 2 of us? They were no different from a hungry wolf. Who the hell is a bandit? After getting out of the trap, the 35 bandits panted and cursed. At this time, the 2 of them were drenched in blood, and they couldn't tell if it was their own blood or someone else's. Whether they're crazy or not, I don't know. All I know is that if we don't flee, we're going to be split up by them. The 36 bandits replied back, their figures storming up once again, fleeing towards the distance. The 35 bandits were first stunned upon hearing this, and then a look of panic immediately appeared in their eyes. Without half a moment's hesitation, he used all his strength to chase towards the 36 bandits. Old 36, what should we do next? What to do? Things are beyond our control. Grab those old things in front of us. After all, they're the ones who made us do this. You have a point. Let's do it. Behind the 2 bandits, a large number of martial artists were like maggots attached to their bones, following closely behind the 2 bandits. The 2 bandits did not have the courage to look behind them at this point, and hated the fact that they only had 2 legs and ran too slowly. What happened to the 2 bandits across the 5 continents was also going on with the rest of the 36 bandits. Under the siege of a large number of martial artists, there were some bandits who weren't as lucky as the 2 of them, and instantly died in the siege, their bodies being divided up on the spot. The bandits who survived all made the same choice, which was to go and seek help from a few old things in front of the 36 bandits. After all, between them bandits, there was not even the slightest bit of emotion to speak of. All there was interest. The trouble this time was also caused by these old things, so if we don't look for them to set things right, then who? In this way, the 36 bandits fled and the Deqian martial artists chased after them, all rushing in the direction of the northern realm. Such a powerful sight had never happened before in the Great Xian dynasty. In the territory of Hangzhou, on a windy and sunny lake, Li Yong and the 5 abdicated royal lords were fighting with 10-3 of the 30 bandits. All sorts of terrifying divine abilities kept surfacing among these people, and the aftermath waves set off 100 feet of waves. Although Li Yong and the others were strong, these 8 bandits were equally not weak, and were all strong at the 3rd stage of the late sect master stage, so neither side could do anything about the other. And the battle was unusually fierce, but it was a stalemate. Hu Mang, who exactly was behind the riot that ordered you to riot? Which one of the 4 great imperial dynasties is it? Or are all 4 great imperial dynasties involved? How about if you just tell me the truth today? I can do it for the imperial lord and absolve you of this offense? At this time, a retired imperial lord of the Great Xian looked at the third bandit and said in a cold voice. After Hu Mang waved his sleeve robe to counteract the divine ability that was attacking him, he stared at the abdicated imperial lord with a sneer. Chu Hao, do you really think that I, Hu Mang, am the first day I met you? Don't waste your breath on us. We're not just in it for the money this time. Your Great Xian dynasty has 2 great masters, giving us brothers too much pressure. So, today, one of your Great Xian dynasty's grandmasters must fall. After saying that, the 8 bandits laughed wildly with their heads held high and executed their respective magical abilities towards Li Yong and the others to kill them once again. Chapter 100 Jixia Valley Interception. Chu Hao and the others' faces exploded with rage. You are looking for death. As the words fell, the few people from Chu Hao executed their supreme divine abilities to meet the few bandits, and the great battle began once again. Just as the people were killing each other, a huge shock suddenly came from the distance, and the lake and the surrounding mountains shook with it. Chu Hao, the 3 bandits, and the others stared at the same time, stopping their hands and looking toward the distance, only to see in the distance a huge group of martial artists like locusts, swarming towards the direction where they were darting. Each martial artist's face showed excitement, and their eyes were filled with fervor that caused one to shiver. And in front of this group of martial artists, a dozen or so bandits were covered in wounds and in a sorry state, but they did not dare to have half a rest, riveted to flee. Completely behind the pursuit of them is not a person, but a flood of beasts. When Chu Hao and the 3 bandits and the others saw this scene, their eyes became dull. What's going on here? Chu Hao and the others knew about the Great Xian dynasty's issuance of the summoning order, but they didn't hold much hope for these forces. Therefore, upon seeing this scene before them, Chu Hao and the others were shocked. When did these forces listen to the Great Xian dynasty so much? Apparently they had all underestimated the impact that one dynasty of 2 patriarchs would have. As for the 3 bandits, the few people were covered in cold hairs, their scalps tingling, realizing that this time, they seemed to have done an extremely stupid thing. Those martial artists in the distance were too numerous to count. At a glance there were at least tens of thousands of people, during which the number was still expanding, sparing the powerful few of them. When they encountered these martial artists, they were afraid that they would be instantly drowned in the sea of people, with their corpses and bones not surviving. The 3 bandits and a few people secretly glanced at each other, and the intention to retreat immediately sprang up in the hearts of several people. But before they could move, a dozen bandits fleeing in the distance spotted them. Several big brothers, come and save me quickly. The dozen or so bandits shouted for help as if they had encountered a life-saving straw. The 3 bandits and the others' faces darkened at the words, and they cursed in their hearts. At this time, wouldn't it be asking for death to go and save them? The 3 bandits and the others didn't even bring half a hint of hesitation as they simultaneously stormed off to escape in another direction. The dozen or so bandits who were being chased and killed immediately erupted with rage in their eyes when they saw the 3 bandits and the others seeing death. Everyone, those same 36 bandits in front of us, their heads are worth a lot more than ours. As soon as these words came out, the red aura in the eyes of the martial artists behind them flickered more and more, and in an instant, there were quite a few powerful experts who chased towards the 3 bandits and the others. The 30 bandits fled with all their might in front, while a large number of martial artists frantically chased after them. In an instant, this large group of people swept across the lake and ran towards the distance. In the lake, Chu Hao and the others looked at the vociferous crowd and directly passed in front of them obliviously. Chu Hao and the others looked at each other for a moment, unable to speak. Looking at this situation now, it seems like we are not allowed to make a move, an abdicated imperial lord said with a strange expression on his face. A few of the others nodded in agreement as they sniffed. Then we go back now? An abdicated imperial lord proposed. No, didn't you hear what Hu Mang just said? For my Great Xian dynasty to have only one grandmaster, if I haven't guessed wrongly yet, those 2 old things from the first bandit and the second bandit are afraid that they've gone to intercept and kill Hao Wuxin. Those 2 old things, they are only half a step away from the grandmaster realm. Even we are afraid that we won't be a match for the 2 of them when we meet them. With the strength of the 2 of them, I'm afraid that they can really do it. Chu Hao frowned and whispered in a grave manner. This kind of thing should never happen. Li Yong said in a proper voice. Hao Wuxin should be on his way to the northern realm right now, and the first bandit and the second bandit want to intercept him, so they're bound to be on the path he's bound to take. Let's hurry over there now and maybe we can be of some help. Okay. Chu Hao and the others nodded. After a few people finalized their ideas, they flew rapidly in the direction of the northern realm. Yuezhou territory, Jixia Valley. After a long period of separation, Chu Feng once again returned here. Looking at the cliffs on both sides, Chu Feng vaguely remembered the scene from the last time he passed by here. At that time, he was still followed by Su Yenran, not deicide. The warhorse underneath him seemed to sense the long lingering sword intent in the valley as it stepped into the valley, and its speed couldn't help but become slowed down. The horse's hooves made a crisp clatter on the rocky surface of the valley. Chu Feng's expression was indifferent as he scanned both sides of the valley, and although there was no change on the surface, a cold aura flashed through the depths of his eyes. Continuing to tie the rope, he drove his horse toward the front. At this moment, the Jiexia Valley was lonely and cold, and other than the two Chu Fengs, no other figures could be seen anymore. A gale blew into the valley, making a ghostly whistling sound. When the two of them walked to the center of the valley, Chu Feng suddenly called a halt to the warhorse underneath him, and the eyes of deicide beside him immediately sharpened when he saw this. Come out! Chu Feng glanced ahead to a dark place. Jia jia jia! Two uncomfortable and sinister laughs came out from the darkness. As the laughter dissipated, two hunched figures slowly walked out of the shadows and appeared in front of Chu Feng. These two old men in front of me. They look strangely ugly, clad in a tattered and torn hemp garment, just like beggars, but it is such two old men. But it is the most powerful existence among the 36 bandits in the territory of Dexian, the first bandit and the second bandit. Throughout the 3 or 4 changes of imperial lords in the Great Xian dynasty, no imperial lord had ever taken down these two people during his reign. It's been more than 2 decades since the two of them were last seen in the public eye. Now that more than 20 years had passed, there were quite a few people who speculated that the two of them had died of old age. And there were also people who suspected that the two of them had been captured by the Great Xian imperial dynasty and locked up in death rows. But no one would have expected that these two people had been shutting up for more than 20 years, comprehending the true meaning of martial arts and wishing to step into the grandmaster realm. It was a pity that just as they were about to succeed, they were disturbed to come out of the gate early and came to intercept this recently crowned Haowu god of the Great Xian dynasty. How martial god! You've stepped into the grandmaster realm at the age of 20. You're still really making old me jealous. The two of us have been in seclusion for more than 20 years, and we have reached the age of old age before we first glimpsed the opportunity to break through to grandmaster. The first bandit and the second bandit stared straight at Chu Feng, their eyes filled with jealousy. But it's a pity that this kind of heavenly pride is going to lose its life to the two of us today. It's really exciting just thinking about it. The more the two bandits talked, the more excited they became, and maniacal smiles appeared on their parched faces. Chu Feng on horseback looked straight at the two people who were chattering on and on. His brows slightly furrowed as his gaze swept past the two bandits and looked in other directions. Since they're all here, get the hell out. Don't waste my time. Lang Lang's voice echoed in the valley. And as the words dissipated, several more figures appeared in various parts of the valley. Each of these people had a powerful aura permeating their bodies, and their strength was all above the first stage of the late Zongshi. These people came from the 4 great imperial dynasties and had gathered here with only one purpose, and that was to intercept and kill Chu Feng. At this moment, the valley was silent, as if the air had frozen. The powerhouses from the 4 great imperial dynasties, along with the two bandits, were all staring at Chu Feng with murderous intent. Facing these powerful people, Chu Feng raised his drooping eyes, did not say much, and raised his finger to the crowd and hooked it. When the crowd saw this, killing intent instantly erupted from their eyes. In the next second, the crowd simultaneously stormed up towards Chu Feng to kill him, and the roiling divine abilities covered the sky and surrounded Chu Feng. In response, Chu Feng unhurriedly explored his hand, and a sharp sword that was golden yellow in color and exuded endless majesty appeared in the palm of his hand. With the Xian Yuan sword in his hand, a heavenly sword intent rushed straight out from Chu Feng's body, piercing through the clouds and reaching the dome of the sky. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth hooked up slightly, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in his eyes. With a swish, he floated up from his horse, his long basilica-colored clothes fluttering on the haze of the avatar. Chu Feng was holding the Xian Yuan sword, just like a heavenly banished immortal, and every move carried a divine temperament. Chu Feng closed his eyes and felt that sword intent that remained in the Jiexia Valley, and with that, he swung out a sword. A sword came out, and the sword intent was like the sea, like the mountains, like the breeze, like the grass. The blade of the sword cut through space, and the sword's aura was as eye-catching as the blazing sun above the dome of the sky, daring to call for the heavens and earth to change color. The divine abilities in the sky were instantly obliterated by the sword intent it contained when they touched the sword. When the crowd saw this scene, their faces all showed shock, and they reacted quickly by storming backward. However, there were still a few people who reacted a bit slower and were struck by the sword, not even able to let out a scream. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the body instantly dissolved into nothing, leaving not a single trace between heaven and earth. The sword intent dissipated, and silence once again returned to the Jiexia Valley. The powerhouses from the 4 great imperial dynasties had nothing but endless fear in their eyes when they looked at Chu Feng. He didn't just step into a great master. A powerful person who had just narrowly escaped death cried out in tremor. The crowd was silent. None of them here were cuties. And naturally they all saw it. The people looked at each other. And they all saw the color of gravity in each other's eyes. This kind of scene was something they hadn't really imagined. They, the powerhouses of the four great imperial dynasties, joined forces and intercepted one person together. This kind of lineup was the first time in the history of the five great imperial dynasties. Originally, they thought that Chu Feng had only just stepped into the great master category, and that it would be sufficient for so many people to intercept and kill him. However, the truth was very different from what they had imagined. From the sword that Chu Feng had wielded, it appeared that he was by no means as simple as a pre-great master. The four great imperial dynasty experts who were confident 1 second were drained of all their strength the next. The first bandit and the second bandit were the most cunning. Seeing that the situation was not right, they immediately got up and tried to escape. Chu Feng eyed the fleeing backs of the two men and indifferently swung his sword once again. The sword-ons rushed into the sky, instantly drowning both the first bandit and the second bandit. When the sword awnings disappeared, the two corpses fell heavily from high in the air, dropping to the ground. Seeing Chu Feng kill the two bandits who were stronger than them as easily as if they were killing a chicken or a sheep, the experts of the four great imperial dynasties were all afraid at this moment. The powerhouses of the four great imperial dynasties stormed up and fled in all directions towards the outside of the Jexia Valley. Now that you're here, is there any reason to leave? The environment here is quite good, so all of you should stay. Chu Feng's ice-cold voice resounded in the ears of all the powerhouses of the four great imperial dynasties. Chu Feng, holding the Regulus sword, was like a ghostly white shadow as he rushed towards the fleeing powerhouses. Quick as lightning, every time the Regulus sword appeared in his hand, he effortlessly took away the life of a strong person, whether it was a divine ability or a divine weapon. In Chu Feng's eyes it was all a matter of a sword. When a sword fell, the divine ability was broken, the weapon was damaged, and the person died. For a while, the corpses were like raindrops, constantly dripping down into the Jexia Valley. After a dozen or so breaths, Chu Feng re-entered the valley and appeared on his warhorse, the Xian Yuan sword in his hand having been placed back into the system storage. The strong wind blew and hunted, blowing away the residual smell of blood on Chu Feng's body. Go, Chu Feng said to deicide. The two men swept their horses over the wreckage that littered the landscape and continued on their way. After the two had left for an incense stick, Chu Haoliyong and the others appeared in the Jexia Valley. When several people looked at those corpses in the valley, all of them stood stiffly in place, their brains in downtime. Northern Realm, Northern Desert City. Most of the cities in the Northern Realm had already fallen under the heavy military pressure of the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty. At this time, the surrounding area outside of Bayemo City was occupied by Dichu's army, and Dichu's soldiers were constantly launching attacks towards Bayemo City. On the city walls, the 100,000 tigers and wolves trained by Chu Feng were all like killing machines, flawlessly cooperating with each other and killing the enemies that climbed up the city. However, after taking down the other cities, Dichu immediately summoned all the forces, and the attack on North Desert City became more and more violent, maintaining it for a day and a night, vowing to gnaw down this most difficult bone to gnaw, going through a day and night of fighting without sleep. Even 100,000 tigers and wolves could not gradually carry the battle. More and more Dichu soldiers rushed on top of the city walls, and Bayemo City gradually began to show signs of falling. A Dichu soldier climbed up the city wall and immediately pounced on the Dixian soldier. The Dixian soldier reacted quickly, turning his lance around to stab into the Dichu soldier's body. Blood erupted as the Dichu soldier, like an enraged beast, ignored the wounds on his body and swung the greatsword in his hand to slice off the head of the Dixian soldier. Heads fell off and both the Dichu soldiers and Dixian soldiers were killed. This kind of battle of the same death might never occur in a competition, but in the cruel battlefield, it seemed very commonplace, occurring everywhere on the battlefield at all times. As more and more Dichu soldiers poured onto the walls of Bayemo City, Dixian soldiers gradually began to fall behind. When the old and weak in Bayemo City saw this scene, they all subconsciously clenched their fists, a look of fear on their faces. It was at this critical juncture that the city walls were about to be lost. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Bayemo City, and when the Dixian soldiers and the people of the city saw this familiar figure, their eyes erupted with a dazzling light. This figure was none other than the guardian deity of all of them in the Northern Realm. Previously, he was still just a royal prince, but now he had heatedly become a country's martial god. 50 miles away from Bayemo City, in the base camp of the Great Chu army, the Great Chu Empress Fan Cece and several of Fan He's disciples stood up violently when they saw the figure in the sky. How is this possible? How could he appear in the Northern Realm? Fan He's eldest disciple, Zhang He, let out an unbelievable cry of shock from his mouth. On the side, Empress Fan Cece of Great Chu was silent, her pair of phoenix eyes complexly looking deeply at the figure. Chapter 101 Chu retreats. In the Great Chu army base camp, a silence fell along with the fall of Zhong He's shocked voice. A look of unwillingness spread across the faces of all the leaders and powerhouses of Chu. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. As long as they were given another half an hour, they would have enough confidence to take down Bayamo City. Unfortunately, the cruel reality is in front of them, so they have to recognize the truth. How can that be? How can that be? He's so young. How could he be so strong? Zhong He, the great Chu Fanha Sword Saint's eldest disciple, was still immersed in shock at this moment, and a muttered whisper escaped his mouth. Everyone in the Great Chu dynasty, including Empress Fan Sisi, thought that this was just an ordinary battle that the four great dynasties had united and waged against the Great Shan dynasty. Only Zhong He knew that the true purpose in this battle was this Chu Feng, the newly crowned Hao Wushan of the Great Xian dynasty. For that reason, the four great imperial dynasties had simultaneously dispatched quite a few late-stage sovereign master powerhouses, along with the first and second bandits of the 36 bandits, to intercept and kill Chu Feng. Such a battle force is more than enough to deal with a strong person who has just stepped into a great master. Naturally, Zhong He would not believe that those powerhouses of the four great imperial dynasties would let Chu Feng go. But now that Chu Feng appeared in the northern realm intact as usual, what that meant was self-evident. At the thought of this, a hint of fear appeared on Sahei's face. Eldest senior brother, what's wrong with you? A soft voice rang out as Fan He's junior apprentice, Feng Qingla, noticed that Zhong He was out of sorts and asked with concern. Zhong has sniffed and raised his head to give Feng Qingla a far-fetched smile. I'm fine. Feng Qingla frowned lightly and didn't continue to ask more questions. Zhong He walked up to Fan Sisi, arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, retreat. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Chu generals in the tent changed, their eyes bursting with anger. The soldiers at the front were fighting in a bloody battle without regard for life or death, just so that Chu could seize the northern fortress's heavy ground. And yet, at this point in time, Zhong He proposed a retreat. Isn't this chilling the hearts of the soldiers on the front line? Your Majesty, I do not agree to retreat, seeing that this northern desert city is about to be captured. If we retreat now, won't all the previous efforts be in vain? At once, a hot-tempered general stepped forward and protested. Immediately thereafter, several more generals stepped forward to second the motion. So what if it's a grandmaster? I don't believe that this Chu Feng can kill all 300,000 of our heavy troops. I don't believe he dares to carry this kind of killing. Hearing the words of the generals below, a hint of helplessness and entanglement surfaced on Fan Sisi Ronggui's face. In her heart she was reluctant to retreat. After all, victory was close at hand, but she was equally clear about what kind of person Chu Feng was. If she did not retreat, Chu Feng would really be likely to slaughter all 300,000 soldiers of Great Chu. As for any killing sins, cause and effect, Chu Feng would not care at all. Just as the people in the tent were still arguing about whether to retreat or not, outside on the battlefield, as Chu Feng appeared, the soldiers of Chu and Xian all stopped and looked up at the magnificent figure in the high school. Regarding the name of this Hao martial god of the Great Xian imperial dynasty, it had long spread throughout the 5 great imperial dynasties recently. At the age of 20, he had obtained the highest honor of a country, and on top of that, he had stepped into the peak of martial arts, the grandmaster realm. That was why when the Chu soldiers saw the Chu Feng in high school, their eyes involuntarily revealed a sense of awe. On the contrary, the eyes of Xian soldiers were filled with fervor and adoration as they raised their weapons in their hands and shouted the name of Hao Wushan, because it was clear to them that they had won this war. No one dares to question the strength of a grandmaster. One person can break millions of soldiers. High in the air, Chu Feng looked down below, at the northern desert city where he had lived for 5 years, with those soldiers he had trained. A familiar feeling instantly surged through him, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I am the great Xian Hao martial god, and I have now arrived at the northern realm. You are restricted to immediately lay down your weapons and exit the northern border of Xian, and if you go against my wishes, you will suffer the consequences. Chu Feng's lips slightly opened, and his voice clearly resounded everywhere in the northern realm. All of the Chu soldiers in those captured cities stood frozen in place when they heard the voice. After a brief moment of disorientation, these Chu soldiers discarded their armor and quickly fled the city. On the battlefield of Bayamo City, the soldiers of Chu looked at each other in dismay, all losing their will to fight. As one soldier dropped his weapon, the others followed suit. Great masters are unbeatable, immortals of the land, invincible in the world. These various concepts have long been ingrained in the minds of these people. No one dared to disobey a great master, and even more so, no one dared to disregard a great master's warning as if it had fallen on deaf ears. After seeing that none of the Chu soldiers had any fighting spirit, Chu Feng's figure flashed, and in the next second, he appeared in the Chu's military camp. In the noisy military tent, Chu Feng silently appeared in front of the Dechu crowd. The generals who had been clamoring about their unwillingness to retreat a second ago. When they saw Chu Feng, it was immediately as if their vocal cords had been pinched, not daring to make any sound. Having come into such close contact with a great master, these generals realized why the world had rumored that great masters were unbeatable. Chu Feng just stood there alone, and a divine charm and oppression that ordinary people did not have pervaded his body. It made them unable to raise any thought of resistance in their hearts. Chu Feng indifferently swept a glance at these generals of Dechu before landing his gaze on the Dechu Empress. It looks like the lesson I taught you last time was still too light. How long has this been going on? And you still have the audacity to bring your troops to invade the north. Although Chu Feng's tone was light, it caused everyone in the tent to subconsciously tense their bodies. Zhong He and the several experts of the Great Chu immediately protected Fan Cici's body and stared at Chu Feng vigilantly. Fan Cici stared at Chu Feng, a hint of aggression flashing through her phoenix eyes, but her eyes quickly became sharp. Turning to Chu Feng, he stubbornly and coldly said, "I'll do whatever I want. What do you care?" Chu Feng only smiled faintly when he heard that. "Are you sure this is the decision you made?" Fan Cici's face changed slightly as she sniffed, lowering her head in silence. "Retreat before I get up to killing now. And don't be hitting the northern realm of Dexian in the future. If there is a next time, I won't be as kind as I am now," Chu Feng said indifferently. Fan Cici lightly bit her vermilion lips. Seeing Chu Feng so indifferent, her heart could not help but be flooded with a trace of sadness. "No, I'll retreat if you tell me to? You really think you're great just because you're a grandmaster? Don't you forget that I, Dechu, also have grandmasters," Fan Cici said angrily. As the words fell, everyone in the tent in Dechu could not help but feel a huge trembling in their hearts and minds. None of them seemed to have expected that this sire of theirs would be so ballsy as to dare to speak to a grandmaster in such a manner. The faces of the people were bleak, their heads bowed in resignation, and they had begun to count down the days to their lives. After Chu Feng heard Fan Cici's words, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "It's only been a few days. When did Vance's guts get so big?" It looked like, without a lesson, she had forgotten what she had experienced when she was her maid before. "All of you go out and wait. I have something important to talk to your majesty alone." Chu Feng's voice rang in the ears of the people in the tent, and before the people could react, they only saw a flash before their eyes, and the people had already appeared outside the tent. In the tent, Fan Cici's phoenix eyes revealed a timid expression when she saw Chu Feng getting everyone out. The shapely body wrapped under the dragon robe kept retreating towards the back of the seat. Chu Feng, what are you doing?" Fan Cici stared at Chu Feng, who was constantly approaching towards her, her voice no longer strong. "What do you say?" "Of course it's to help you remember the consequences of offending me." Chu Feng walked to Fan Cici's body. His body slightly moved forward and pressed Fan Cici firmly into position. The corner of his mouth rose as he said. When Fan Cici heard that, her mind immediately associated it with something, and her face changed just as she wanted to say something but was directly interrupted by Chu Feng. Chu Feng probed out his hands as he picked up Fan Cici by the waist, then sat himself on a high seat, flipped Fan Cici over onto his lap, raised his palm and swung it down towards Fan Cici's butt. "It's soft in the hand, quite a bit stretchy, and still feels like it used to." Ignoring Fan Cici's frenzied shouts, Chu Feng's palms continued to fall without mercy. Outside the tent, when Zhong He and the others heard Fan Cici's shouts, their faces turned strange, and no one dared to take half a step closer to the army tent. It was only after a long time that the shouts of Fan Cici in the tent subsided. In the tent, Chu Feng let go of Fan Cici. Fan Cici immediately climbed up from Chu Feng's lap, and the pain coming from her buttocks caused her feet to soften and she almost fell. At this moment, Fan Cici's delicate features were reddened with white jade-like skin. The dragon robe on her body became wrinkled due to the constant struggles just now, and a few strands of hair fell out of her hairpins and landed on her cheeks. The phoenix eyes were mesmerized, and the whole person exuded a messy beauty that was full of temptation. As Chu Feng admired the beautiful person in front of him, his heart could not help but emit feelings of praise. Those roleplays from my previous life really still can't compare to the real thing. After breaking away from Chu Feng's clutches, Fan Cici viciously stared at Chu Feng with a ferocious look of gnashing teeth, but in Chu Feng's eyes, Fan Cici was more like selling her cute. "What? You still want to be taught another lesson by me?" Chu Feng raised his eyebrows and snickered. At that, Fan Cici subconsciously touched her butt and immediately put away her fierce expression. "That's only right." Chu Feng smiled with satisfaction. "This is just a small punishment for you. You should be glad you didn't lead this war. If you are the one leading the charge, it's going to be a lot more than just a few spankings." Fan Cici's face straightened, slightly surprised, and she looked at Chu Feng, her eyes flowing as she pondered for a long time. Fan Cici said in a deep voice, "You're right. This attack on Dexian's northern border is not my will. It's the meaning of that great master of our great Chu dynasty. The reason why I am able to sit in the position of the imperial lord of the Chu dynasty is also all due to his support. So I have no other choice. Chu Feng stared at Fan Cc and shook his head with a sigh. He could naturally hear the meaning in Fan Cc's words. Obviously, she was not as good as she wanted to be as a royal master. On the surface, she seemed to be the king of the world, but in reality, she was just a puppet of that great master of Chu. There is no real power in his hands at all. If you don't want to sit in this seat anymore, then you don't. With me here, that grandmaster of Chu wouldn't dare to do anything to you, Chu Feng said seriously to Fan Cc. As the words entered her ears, Fan Cc's expression shook, and as if a certain heartstring in her heart had suddenly been plucked, her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Fan Cc looked at Chu Feng in a daze, and a few more hints of other emotions appeared in her eyes. It's not necessary. It's a path I've chosen for myself. Now that I've chosen, no matter how hard it is, I will go on. After a long time, Vance said calmly as she came back to her senses. Only this time, she did not call herself me in front of Chu Feng again. Chu Feng nodded his head, respecting Fan Cc's choice, and got up to walk towards the tent. Looking at Chu Feng's back, it was as if Fan Cc had made some sort of decision in her heart. Chu Feng, wait. Just as Chu Feng was about to walk out of the military tent, Fan Cc called out to him. Fan Cc trotted over to Chu Feng and handed over a map made of sheepskin. Many thanks for not going on a killing spree against my Chu soldiers this time. This will be taken as a token of appreciation. Chu Feng received this map, opened it up and looked at it, and realized that it summarized the entirety of Dexian's northern territory. On the map, there are also several prominent red markers. Chu Feng's pupils contracted, and immediately guessed that the ultimate goal of that sword saint of Chu was these red-marked places. After Chu Feng fixed his eyes and watched carefully for a while, he did not see anything special about these red markings. Raising his head, Chu Feng looked at Fan Cc just about to open his mouth to ask, but Fan Cc didn't give him a chance at all, turning over and saying icily, "Don't ask. I can't tell." Chu Feng stared at Fan Cc's back, and eventually left the military tent without speaking again. Walking out of the army tent, Zhonghe and all of the people of Chu looked at Chu Feng in awe. Chu Feng indifferently glanced at Zhonghe. "This time, go back and tell your master that I'll take note of this time for counting on me. After a while, I'll go to him myself and ask for a statement." After saying that, Chu Feng's figure quickly became illusory, and the person had already disappeared from the Chu military camp. When the people of Chu saw Chu Feng leave, a heart hanging high in the air was finally released, and they heaved a sigh of relief. Only so he had a bitter look on his face, knowing that the matter was not yet over. Fan Cc called the people into the military tent and gave the order to retreat. This time, these generals of Chu did not come forward to oppose it again. In less than half a day's time, 300,000 heavy troops from Great Chu retreated from the northern border like a tidal wave. When the people of the northern realm saw that Chu had retreated, they ran out into the streets to cheer and celebrate, chanting the name of Hao Wuxin, Northern Desert City. In the city lord's mansion, after Chu Feng chatted for a while with some of the commanders that he had trained in the past, he walked into the study. After ordering that no one should be allowed to disturb him, Chu Feng took out the map that Fan Cc had handed over to him, opened it up and placed it on the desk, and seriously pondered over it. Several places on this map were marked out in red, and one of them was precisely the northern desert city where he was currently located. Updates will remain the same. Just 2 chapters have been combined into one big chapter. So good luck reading. Chapter 102, Ridiculous to the Core. On the map, several red-marked cities and pools were spread out all over the northern realm, and at a glance, it seemed as if these cities and pools were able to form a huge net that enveloped the entire northern realm. There seems to be a special bond between these cities, stringing them together. But for a moment, he could not see anything special. There was always a kind of mist blocking Chu Feng's face, making him one step away from the true picture. Just as Chu Feng was exploring the secrets on this map, in the valley of seclusion where the 5 great patriarchs had gathered, beside the calm lake, in the small pavilion, the 5 people of Chu Guxiang were sipping tea with different hearts, waiting for the news coming from within the great Xian dynasty. Looking at Chu Guxiang, who had a face that was calm and collected, there was always a lingering sense of strangeness in the hearts of the 4 of them. Fan He Gu Feng. From the way Chu Guxiang looked right now, it didn't seem like he was in a hurry. Their 4 great imperial dynasties had laid out a plan to intercept Chu Feng. Shouldn't he have immediately rushed back to provide support? Originally, the 4 of them thought that they would have to go through a hard battle to block Chu Guxiang from going back, but Chu Guxiang actually did not do it, but instead stayed with a breezy look, not the slightest sign of going out, calmly accompanying them to drink tea. There must be something fishy going on here. Just Chu Guxiang did not say. Fan He 4 people are not good to take the initiative to open their mouths to ask, can only sip tea while secretly racking their brains to think about where in the end there is a mistake. After a long period of calmness, a trace of levity spread across Yu Longxing's face, and he was the first to hold back, looking at Chu Guxiang and asking, Chu Guxiang, right now there are experts from the 4 great imperial dynasties joining forces to intercept the Chu Feng. Aren't you the least bit anxious? Chu Feng is a grandmaster. His future achievements are immeasurable. The 3 of them, Fan He Gu Feng and Xiao Wu, looked at Chu Guxiang with the same curiosity at the sound of their voices, only to see Chu Guxiang unhurriedly put down his teacup, glanced at the 4, and asked a rhetorical question with a faint smile. Why should I be in a hurry? Yu Longxing was speechless at his words, staring at Chu Guxiang as if he was looking at an idiot, and snorted coldly. This old thing can't be at the end of its lifespan and its brain has turned confused along with it. Brother Chu, I'll be straight with you. In order to deal with that Chu Feng, our 4 great imperial dynasties have made a bloody effort. No less than 50 late Zongshi masters have been summoned, as well as those 2 old things from the first bandit and the second bandit who have half entered the great Zongshi. This kind of lineup, even if I were to meet it, I would feel a sting in my hand. Chu Feng is only how old? Encountering this kind of lineup is undoubtedly a certain death. Xiao Wu held a teacup and looked at Chu Guxiang and said carefully. There was a complete lack of the playful posture that he had when he was with the Yu Longxing trio. Chu Guxiang put away the smile on his face, rubbed his chin and analyzed for a moment before nodding seriously. A certain death? What you said is somewhat reasonable. When Yu Longxing heard this, he bared his teeth and laughed out, a playful smile appearing in his eyes. This old thing can be considered to have reacted, but unfortunately it's all come to this. Is it too late? Before Yu Longxing's laughter dissipated, Chu Guxiang continued, Xiao Wu, if you are not talented yourself, don't think that everyone in the world is like you. In my opinion, Xu Feng's cultivation talent can be more terrifying than all 5 of us. By certain death, I'm referring to the people of your 4 great imperial dynasties. When Chu Guxiang's words fell, Yu Longxing's laughter came to an abrupt end. Fan He's 4 people's eyes instantly widened in disbelief as they stared straight at Chu Guxiang. Associated with his aura of tameness, a bad premonition suddenly surged into the hearts of the 4. Looking at this expression of the 4 people, Chu Guxiang's heart was secretly pleased, and the anger of being counted by the 4 people who had joined forces could not help but dissipate some. While the 4 people were still in shock, Chu Guxiang threw down another bomb. With Chu Feng's current strength, even old man may not be his opponent. With that group of dirtbags from your organization, you want to intercept him? It's ridiculous. Chu Guxiang's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the minds of the 4 Fanny people. They had dealt with Chu Guxiang for so many years, so they naturally knew clearly that Chu Guxiang would not lie about such matters. Chu Guxiang said that he is not even necessarily Chu Feng's opponent. That is not a disguised statement that Chu Feng's realm has already reached. At the thought of this, the 4 were instantly shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder you are so calm, Brother Chu. Xiao Wu shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling nothing other than shock. As for the other 3, they weren't as spontaneous as Xiao Go. Yu Longxing's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with jealousy, and the hand in his sleeve robe was clenched in death. He didn't understand why the great Xian dynasty's fortunes were so prosperous, and he saw that Chu Guxiang was about to be boiled to death by him, but now a Chu Feng popped up again. And this Chu Feng is even more demonic than Chu Guxiang. This could not help but make Yu Longxing's heart rise with jealousy, and his heart felt as if it was blocked, making his body uncomfortable. Fan He and Gu Feng both, after a short period of shock, their faces became equally embarrassed. This was a miscalculation on their part. In the beginning, they had all treated Chu Feng as a pre-great master, thinking that sending those experts to intercept and kill him would be a sure thing. But now it seemed that the group of experts were afraid that it would be very difficult to leave the great Xian dynasty alive again. Of course, what Fan He Gu Feng was most concerned about was not the death or survival of that group of experts. What the 2 of them cared about the most was still the northern realm of Dexian. If that group of experts failed in their interception, it would also mean that they wouldn't be able to take the great Xian North realm this time. All of this planning by the 4 great imperial dynasties, the 2 points of intercepting Chu Feng and taking the northern realm would end in failure. Fan He and Gu Feng gazed at Chu Guxiang and sighed with bleak faces. It's really a case of one wrong step and the whole thing is lost. What are you waiting for? Drink tea. Chu Guxiang smiled and poured tea for the 4. However, the 4 of them were still in the mood for tea, and they all sat in their seats in silence. Right at this moment, a sword brief shot from the distant sky, appearing in the valley in a flash and landing in Fan He's hand. Yu Longxing, Gu Feng and Xiao Wu's faces stared, immediately knowing that it was news from the North Realm, and looked at Fan He with quite some anticipation. Fan He crushed the sword simplicity in his hand, and the information in it immediately flooded into his mind. Fan He looked up at the three of them, Yu Longxing, and smiled bitterly. Chu Feng has appeared in the Northern Realm. There was only such a short sentence in the sword brief, but it revealed a lot more. Those experts sent by the four great imperial dynasties had failed to intercept them, and there was no hope of taking the Northern Realm. The last illusions in the hearts of the four Fan He people in the pavilion were shattered. Alright, the tea is almost finished. This small gathering should also come to an end. Chu Guxiang stood up and took a step towards the outside of the pavilion. Fan He Gu Feng, Yu Longxing did not make another move to stop it this time. Brother Chu, could it be that after all these years, you've really been willing to rest on your laurels? Just as Chu Guxiang was about to walk out of the pavilion, Fan He's voice came from behind. Chapter 103, Heaven. Chu Guxiang's feet lurched, stopping to stand in place for a long time in silence. After a long time, Chu Guxiang sighed quietly. Alas, Brother Fan, Brother Gu, Old Me is well aware that the two of you are unwilling and resentful of the great Xin dynasty creator's lord. But back then, he did it for the people of this world. Fan He laughed angrily at his words, slamming the table and sneering. Chu Guxiang, you're quite good at making excuses for your ancestors. What for the sake of the people of the world? This is total bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Heaven has never been a rival to ordinary people, and it seems to me that this is nothing more than a reason fabricated by your ancestors' greed for life. He has survived, but he has directly cut off the path of future generations of martial artists. Isn't he selfish for doing that? At this moment, Fan He completely lost the steadiness of a generation of sword saints and stared at Chu Guxiang's back, angrily questioning. In the pavilion, the remaining three people looked at Fan He, Chu Guxiang and the two of them with complicated expressions. Without speaking, I'm just not willing. What's wrong with not being willing to be trapped in this side of the cage forever? Throughout history no one has been able to walk out. So what? I will use this life of mine to go for a gamble. Fan He's eyes erupted with an incomparably determined glare as he said these words. Chukwuka, remember, I won't stop. Go away. The moment Fan He said this, the other three people in the pavilion's faces changed drastically. This last sentence of Fan He's was undoubtedly a complete attempt to tear his face off with Chu Guxiang. Chu Guxiang turned around, did not move in anger, just looked straight at Fan He and said, Fan He, the old man has no right to interfere with what you want to do, but I would like to make a point here. According to the ancient records left by my ancestors, in his time, heaven grew an appetite, and not satisfied with only taking on great masters, he began to take on the great masters. Once even the patriarch doesn't satisfy heaven's appetite, who do you think heaven will strike at next? The four people in the pavilion heard a trace of dissimilarity erupting from their eyes, obviously hearing Chu Guxiang talk about this matter for the first time. If really according to Chu Guxiang said so, then when the great Xian open dynasty of the Lord is really for the sake of the people of the world, even Fan He, who was full of resentment, could no longer say anything at this time. Chu Guxiang swept a glance at Fan He, Gu Feng and the two of them, and continued, there's one more thing that old me wants to tell you. My ancestor's natural talent was superb, and his attainments in formations were unrivaled in the past. This mountain and river formation that was laid was even the pinnacle masterpiece of his life. Do you really think that by controlling this formation in the Northern Realm, you'll be able to crack the mountain river grand formation? Don't be naive. And in the future, farces like today's should not happen again. After saying that, Chu Guxiang walked straight out of the pavilion, her figure instantly disappearing from the valley. After Chu Guxiang left, the small pavilion fell into a silence. Fan He and Gu Feng sat at the table, their eyes lost all light. A generation of great masters was like walking corpses at this moment. Of the five great patriarchs, it was the two of them who had the deepest obsession. Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing looked at the two of them and Fan He and sighed with empathy. Without disturbing the two Fan He, Xiao Wu and Yu Longxing silently left the Valley of Seclusion and returned to their own imperial dynasty, ordering a retreat. The two of them, Fan He and Gu Feng, sat in the pavilion for a full day. On the second day, without saying a word, Fan He got up and left the Valley of Secrets. After Fan He left the valley, a magnificent figure slowly stepped into the valley and came to sit in front of Gu Feng in the pavilion. How? I was right in the first place. This person, Chu Feng, is too mysterious, even I cannot see through him. It was undoubtedly a bad decision for you guys to take the opportunity to make a move against him. Xiao Hong shook his head and sked. When Gu Feng heard this, he raised his head and looked coldly at Xiao Hong. Since you already knew the outcome, why did you plan this time? Opposite a great master's questioning, Xiao Hong did not show the slightest bit of timidity. Xiao Hong smiled faintly and stretched out two fingers, saying, to plan this plan, I only have two purposes. First, to determine the importance of the North Realm, and whether or not it is really one of the eyes of the mountain and river formation. Now it seems that the Northern Realm is the eye of the mountain and river grand formation without a doubt. Secondly, that would be to fulfill my plans with a deceased person. At this point in time, my second purpose should be almost complete. So overall, the program was done perfectly. Right at this time period when Xiao Hong was speaking, far away in Great Xian's East Yen, the southern barbarian border, the two great imperial dynasties, the Great Demon and the Great Qing, suddenly retreated, and the two men, Chu Jingyun and Chu Xiong, were eager to make their mark and wanted to chase after the retreating troops, but in the middle of the road, encountered Xiao Hong has long been arranged by the experts of the devil religion. The two emperors along with their men all perished. No one expected that the two princes would perish after winning the war and die so suddenly. When the news reached the capital, caused a big Xian courtroom uproar. Chu Aotian is even more furious. A succession of 7 or 8 imperial decree, lifting the whole dynasty to find the remaining party of the devil religion, to avenge for the two emperors. As for the western border side, the war situation was unusually fierce though. More than half of the soldiers of Dexian and Deqin were killed or wounded. But in the end, Deqin retreated and Dexian won the war. The 6th Prince Chu War had even killed quite a few of Great Qin's generals in this battle, and his achievements were remarkable. If there were no accidents, Xu Zhan would be honored by the imperial lord when he returned. And at the same time, above the court, there was no other prince who could compete with him, and becoming the next imperial lord of the Great Xian was already the nail in the coffin. In the pavilion, Gu Feng's golden pupils suddenly became deep after hearing Xiao Hong's words. The brain of this demon religion young lord in front of him was far more terrifying than his strength. Since you've accomplished both of your purposes, what's your next plan? Gu Feng opened his mouth and asked. Xiao Hong smiled and confidently returned. Since the eye of the formation has already been determined, then the next step will be much easier. Chu Xiang said that no one in the world can break through this formation in the North Realm. This is something I don't really agree with. Since one person can't break it, then if, for example, if I were to gather the dragon chi of the 5 great imperial dynasties, and use the dragon chi of the 5 great imperial dynasties as a blade, could I break it? Gu Feng's pupil shook, shocked by this crazy idea of Xiao Hong. Elder, it's not that I'm being whimsical. You represent the Great Demon Dynasty, while I am the Crown Prince of the Great Qing Dynasty, and I naturally have a way to pull him in after Chu War of the Great Xian Dynasty takes the throne. When you do the math, there's only the Great Chu Dynasty and the Great Qing Dynasty left to take care of. Xiao Hong said while breaking his fingers. As long as I'm given some more time, these two great imperial dynasties will surely be of use to me as well. After all, my goal is the same as yours, Senior. It's also about wanting to fight the legendary heaven and get out of this side of the cage. Chapter 104, The Secret in the Map. In the valley, Xiao Hong's words fell. Gu Feng looked squarely at Xiao Hong, and he couldn't suppress the astonishment that flowed from his golden pupils. Previously, he knew that Xiao Hong, a teenager, was different from the norm and had an ambitious heart, but he had never imagined that Xiao Hong's ambition was so great that he couldn't even let go of this side of the world. With the strength of a patriarch, one would presume to lift the power of the world to shake the heavens. Now that the world is divided by the 5 great imperial dynasties, the 5 great imperial dynasties' dragon chi is the deepest underbelly in the world nowadays. Gathering the dragon chi of the 5 great imperial dynasties for one's own use was undoubtedly lifting the power of everyone in the world. This kind of unprecedented means, even after Gu Feng heard it, he felt incomparably shocked. Senior, there's no need to be so surprised. With my talent, it's a matter of time before I step into the grandmaster realm. The situation you are now encountering is the same problem I will need to face in the future. Since that's the case, why can't I set up some backhanders earlier? Xiao Hong laughed lightly. Gu Feng said slowly after a moment of silence at his words. Do you understand the consequences of doing this? A few of us old things are merely trying to gain a glimmer of hope for ourselves, but you have to use the entire world of the bottom of the world. Once failed. Xiao Hong laughed softly in disbelief, stood up and walked outside the pavilion, gazing at the sky above his head, the arrogance of looking out of the world appearing on his face. Every man for himself. As long as this mountain and river formation is broken afterward, heaven will descend upon this heaven and earth once again. At that time, success or failure is all a matter of death. Why can't I take the people of this world and have a good fight with heaven? Looking at the combative Xiao Hong, he had to say that Gu Feng was convinced by Xiao Hong's set of words. In Xiao Hong, this human, Gu Feng saw an aura of defying life and death and going forward. This kind of aura caused him, a demon, to be infected. Gu Feng walked up to Xiao Hong and said with a straight face, then I'll wait for your news in the Great Demon Dynasty. Anything you need, just contact me. As long as the Great Demon Dynasty can help, it will definitely strike without leaving any stone unturned. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Hong's face straightened as he solemnly bowed to Gu Feng. The meaning of Gu Feng's words was undoubtedly that he agreed with this plan of Xiao Hong's. In fact, Xiao Hong and the Great Demon Dynasty had always cooperated in secret. And the last time there was an incident at the Green Mountain Academy in Hangzhou, the human essence blood needed to create those demon-congealing blood pills was provided by the Great Demon Dynasty. Only the cooperation between Xiao Hong and the Great Demon Dynasty was just the demon religion and the Great Demon Dynasty each seeking what they needed. And today, it is Xiao Hong and Gu Feng who are really joining hands and standing in the same camp. When Xiao Hong got up, the Gu Feng in front of him had already disappeared. Great Xian Dynasty, Northern Desert City, Northern Realm. As the 300,000 heavy troops of the Great Chu retreated, the major cities and towns began their restoration work in a well-organized manner. The lives of the people on the border were once again restored to peace. It's night. In the study room of the city lord's mansion, Chu Feng rubbed his eyes slightly tiredly and put down the map made of sheepskin in his hands. He had been studying it in his study for a whole day, but he still hadn't been able to explore the secrets in this map. These red markers marked on the map appear to have a mysterious connection, but this connection is more like an iron lock on a chest, and to get to what's in the chest, you have to break the lock to get to it. As for the key to open the iron lock, it should be similar to being a kind of wedge, which needs to be found from the map. Chu Feng had searched for a day without finding it, and his thoughts were instead becoming more and more disorganized. Chu Feng put down the map, stood up from his chair and stretched slowly, walked to the window and opened it. A piercing evening breeze poured into the study the moment the window was opened, caressing Chu Feng's face and sobering him up a bit. Chu Feng looked out the window. The dark night, the dome of the sky was like a piece of ink cloth, hanging high in the sky. There is only a round full moon that remains unchanged for 10,000 years, hanging silently in the sky, and the soft moonlight shines down, causing the earth to be covered with a layer of silver-white gauze. At that moment, Chu Feng raised his head to look at the bright moon high in the sky, his brain emptying in a daze. Right at that moment, an aura suddenly flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Chu Feng's face shook. A pair of pupils instantly focused together, violently thought of something, turned around and walked back to the table. As soon as he picked up the map and went back to the window, Chu Feng lowered his head and eyes gathered at the coordinates of the northern desert city on the map, and then afterward raised the map above his head with conviction and suspicion. Overlay the coordinates of the northern desert city on the map with the full moon high in the sky. While overlapping together, a booming sound like flooding thunder exploded in Chu Feng's head. At this moment, those red markings on the map instantly melted together to form a pattern. The key to the metal box that held the secret was finally found. All the fog is lifted from this map. No wonder Chu Feng had racked his brain before and couldn't stand out the clues. The original wedge to unlocking this map was actually the full moon high in the sky. The full moon corresponds to the North Desert City coordinates on the map, and the other red-marked cities on the map. It was actually a very famous set of constellations near the full moon in Chu Feng's previous world. After knowing the answer, a strange expression surfaced on Chu Feng's face. This world was different from the world of Chu Feng's previous life, and there were no stars in the night sky at all, let alone any constellations. Since there are no stars, the person who made this map, how did he know about the stars? Could it be that he, like himself, had traveled to this world? Chu Feng could be certain that this was by no means a coincidence, because the group of constellations outlined on the map in terms of the city was missing one of the stars, and there happened to be a city at the coordinates of that unmarked star. That city should be the answer to all this. After determining that his guess was true, Chu Feng could not help but reveal a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Did Chu have to keep wanting to take the entire fortress of the north from Dexian instead of a single city? It was only because, in this world, Chu Feng was afraid to be the only one who could unlock the secrets in this map, and cannot solve the answer to the Chu, can only use the dead method. First the map of the north of the entire fortress after the capture of the hands, and then slowly decrypted. It was a pity that even if Chu took the entire fortress in the north, he was afraid that he would not be able to unlock the secrets on the map. Gazing at the map in his hand, Chu Feng had already guessed who the maker of this map was. In order to be further certain, Chu Feng took the map and flew out of the study. Floating above the northern realm, silver-white moonlight scattered on the corners of Chu Feng's clothes as Chu Feng looked down at the many cities and towns in the northern realm below. Then comparing the map, the coordinates of the unmarked star, he found the corresponding city. Chu Feng's figure flashed and appeared in that city. This city was not large, and among the many cities in the northern fortress, it was one of the lesser in number. In the middle of the night, on the empty streets, Chu Feng stopped at the center of this city. The streets in this city were piled up from a single piece of green rock, and the pavement looked incredibly smooth under the baptism of the years. Everywhere revealed an ancient aura of age, and it was obvious that these streets had existed for an unknown number of years. Substituting the thoughts of the person who made the map, Chu Feng slowly closed his eyes. In the next second, all of the streets in the city quickly surfaced in Chu Feng's mind, and in the end, They even formed a font that Chu Feng was familiar with. This font does not belong to this world, any era of any royal dynasty. Instead, it was a traditional Chinese character from the country of Chu Feng's previous world, Dragon. When this font clearly appeared in Chu Feng's mind, Chu Feng's eyes snapped open, and a shocking light of essence erupted from one pair of eyes. If it was still a guess before, then now Chu Feng could already be certain that the person who made the map must be from the same world as him, and it was still two people from the same country, the oldest and most powerful dragon nation on that blue star. After Chu Feng stood in place and pondered for a few seconds, he took a step and walked to the street that corresponded to the first stroke of that character dragon. The people had gone to sleep in the darkness of the streets, which fell into an unbelievable silence. After Chu Feng arrived at the location, he swept a glance towards the surroundings and realized that there was nothing special about the surroundings. Chu Feng frowned slightly and released his divine sense, instantly enveloping everything within a 10-mile radius. All the people or things within 10 miles could not escape Chu Feng's divine sense at that moment, and clearly appeared in Chu Feng's mind. Found it! At that moment, Chu Feng's eyes lit up, and a trace of delight appeared on his face as his figure disappeared once again. When Chu Feng reappeared, he appeared in an airtight chamber. The chamber was pitch black and the air inside smelled damp and unpleasant. The chamber was not large, only a dozen square feet, and its depths were more than 10 meters underground. Chu Feng curiously looked around the chamber, and eventually his gaze landed on a huge green rock in the center of the chamber. The green rock was so huge that it took up a third of the space of the chamber. When Chu Feng took a step to the front of the green rock, a beam of light suddenly shot down from above Chu Feng's head and shone onto the top of the green rock. On the surface of the green rock, a line of small, densely packed characters instantly reflected into Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng fixed his eyes to carefully look at the script on the green rock, and after only seeing the opening phrase, Chu Feng's face suddenly became odd. Hello, old iron. Don't be skeptical, don't be shocked. When you can unlock the secrets of that map I left behind, and read and understand the script I left behind in this paragraph, it means that you, like me, are from another world. I know what you're here for, but hold your horses and let me spit on the world. After I crossed over to this world, I naively thought I was the protagonist in those novels from my previous life, but apparently, those damn novels are a lie. There's no awesome background, no golden fingers, and no grandpa ring. Forget it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. After all, a great man in a previous life once said that heaven rewards hard work and hard work makes you rich. With all that knowledge from your past life, where can't you make a good living? So without a golden finger, I embarked on the road of business without any hesitation. But after I figured out the situation of this world, a heart-stirring heart was instantly wiped out by a pot of cold water. In this era where I am, this continent is divided by various sects, and every moment there are sects fighting each other because of the territory. The whole continent is in a chaotic mess. I am also unlucky enough. Business has just had some ups and downs. It was targeted by a sect. That sect said beautifully that it saw my business acumen and accepted me as a disciple. But in reality, is not it just looking at the wealth that I have accumulated? I simply day their whole clan immortal board. At that time, I was angry, but I still knew that I couldn't twist my arm. So I could only agree. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the young poor. When I rise, I will dig up all the ancestral graves of this clan. Seeing this, Chu Feng could not help but show a trace of sympathy on his face, and in his heart, he silently felt sorry for this old countryman of his for 3 seconds. It's really the same person. Originally, Chu Feng thought that his start was bad enough, a royal prince status with no background, but compared to the opening of this old countryman of his, Chu Feng's opening was undoubtedly the ceiling. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about survival for his own opening, whereas this old countryman of his still had to worry about survival. An unfamiliar environment, with no relatives, not even a single person to talk to. These fonts words seemed to be expounding and spouting their experiences, but Chu Feng could clearly feel the loneliness in his heart. He just wants to find kindred spirits and have a good conversation. Chu Feng's gaze fell back onto the green rock and continued to look down. Time moves on, and in a flash I've been in that sect for 5 whole years, and in those 5 years with the assistance of the sect, my business has grown bigger and bigger, and although most of the proceeds don't reach my pocket, the quality of my life in the sect has gradually improved. After all, no one wants anything to happen to my chicken that only lays golden eggs. During this time, I have also managed to step onto the path of a martial artist. My only regret is that my talent is too poor. 5 years have passed before I reached the 5th grade realm. Hey, it's a bit of a shame to say it out loud to the traveler. I'm not sure if I'm a good person or a good person. My strength is weak, but I was born with a good skin. In the 5 years of this sect, secretly, I have hooked up with a lot of the opposite sex, of which the most proud of me is still the wife of the sect's patriarch. At a time when the two of us were rapidly warming up, I was tempted to give up on the idea of digging the ancestral grave of the patriarchs, his ancestor. Unfortunately, on a stormy night in my 7th year of joining this sect, the pure feelings between the two of us were still discovered by the patriarch. Decades afterward, every time I think of that night, the patriarch's grim-faced appearance with a large sword in hand, I still feel an overwhelming sense of sadness. That night, I fled the sect under the cover of the patriarch's wife, the two heterosexual friends of the sect's eldest elder. In the years that followed, I lived an incognito life until I heard that sect had been destroyed by another, which is when I appeared again in my true colors. At that time, I was already almost 40 years old, and my strength had just reached the late 2nd grade realm, so I had some means of self-preservation, and I didn't have to live in fear like before. Chapter 105, Old Iron? Last chapter has been filled in, so watch for it. When I came out again, the situation on this continent gradually became stabilized, and the resources of the entire continent were held by 4 clans. Clans naturally have their benefits, but in my opinion, it is undoubtedly a dream to want to control the continent's resources with the model of a clan. It was at this time that an extremely crazy idea sprang into my mind, and after pondering it seriously for several nights, I refined the possibilities of the idea, until it was perfected to the point that after 10 years, I began a decade-long deployment. The specific steps are really too tedious. I won't elaborate here. If you're interested, old-timer, you can go to the Dixin Dynasty's book depository to read it and catch a glimpse of my uncapitalized style back then. Of course, if the Dixin Dynasty still existed. In the secret room, when Chu Feng saw this passage, he raised his eyebrows, and in his heart, he had probably guessed the identity of his old countryman. For a time, a sense of speechlessness rose in Chu Feng's heart. One second he was feeling sorry for him, the next he came up and gave himself a super plus generation. Chu Feng shook his head inside a secret sigh of creation before continuing to read on. Well, without further ado, let's get back to business. When I was 60 years old, the plan that took me more than 10 years to set up was finally completed, and the entire continent was under my control. 2 years later, I started my own dynasty with a group of Minders, naming the dynasty Dixin. I have to say, it's still a wonderful feeling to be an emperor. And looking at all the years I've been in this world, I didn't think I'd make it this far. In the time since then, the Great Xian dynasty has become more and more consolidated under my management, and no one can shake it. After a few years of living as the royal lord, I passed the royal lord to my heir, residing deep within the palace. When I was 70 years old, I used formations to enter into enlightenment and managed to step into the grandmaster realm, renewing my lifespan for another 100 years. When power and strength reached the peak of this world, I actually developed a strong sense of loneliness once again. This feeling is the same as when I first crossed over, and it haunted me for the next while. During that time, I tried to go out of the palace incognito and experience a variety of different lives. A long 50 years have passed again, and this feeling of loneliness has not dissipated in the slightest, but my strength has risen once again. The life bar. The more you think about it ending quickly, the longer it gets. In this state, my mind becomes more and more unstable, and I am deeply afraid that I will go off the deep end one day. Just when I was about to think of suicide, I didn't think I would meet the coming of heaven. I've heard a lot of rumors about heaven, but it seems to me that this is just another invasion of a higher civilization. While the other Grand Masters are panicking, I am overwhelmed. The founding lord of a dynasty commits suicide. It's always bad to talk about it. It's better to die in battle. And so it was that I found heaven in spite of the objections of my heirs. But when I found heaven, I realized that my previous notions were wrong. Heaven isn't a higher civilization. He's just a human being like us. It's just that he's a little stronger than us. When I met him, I realized that he was in a very wrong state. Very weak. But even so, I was likewise still no match for him. And after being seriously injured by him, I eventually escaped with the power of the formation. Since he was able to come into this world, it means that I am likewise able to come out of it. This gives my unchanging life something to look forward to again. And I don't want to die again. Ha ha ha. After fighting him, I am confident enough to meet again to defeat him with the power of the formation. And then I can threaten him to take me out of this world. The plan was good, but unfortunately the reality is cruel. Just as I was hiding and recuperating, heaven began to devour other Grand Masters. And after devouring these Grand Masters, he actually began to devour the Grand Master experts. And after finishing, he actually set his sights on the Ascended Realm experts and other martial artists. Combined with his weakened state, I finally detected an anomaly at this time. His target for this visit is not only the Grand Master, but all the martial artists in this world. After coming to this conclusion, I was caught in a dilemma, with the world's martial artists on one side, and another, wider, brand new world on the other. After a fierce battle of heaven and earth, the damnable sense of duty prevailed. After recuperating from my injuries, I used up all of my own blood and used this world as a cornerstone to lay down the most powerful mountain and river sky covering formation of my life. Gathering all the aura of heaven and earth for his own use, he squeezed heaven out of this world, and at the same time masked the aura of this world, cutting off heaven's senses, so that he could no longer sense this world. After doing this, knowing that my days were numbered, I came here and recorded it all on this green rock. Old iron. I don't know exactly what realm your strength has reached now. Maybe they are just ordinary martial artists, or they have already reached the grandmaster realm. And I don't know if you found this place by chance, or if you found this with a purpose. Under this green rock, it is one of the eyes of the mountain and river sky covering formation, and there are 2 other eyes in. Once you destroy all 3 eyes of the formation, the butterfly effect it creates will completely destroy the entire formation a month later. At that time, the heaven will sense this world again. To give you a warning, that heaven's strength is far beyond the grandmaster realm, but it has not reached the situation of being unbeatable. According to my guess, his strength is also in the realm above the grandmaster. Well, I've said what I should have said and what I shouldn't have said. And anyway, I'm dead, so there's no need to care about the world's life. The option of all this is considered a gift from me to you. Goodbye. After reading the words on the green rock, Chu Feng stood in place for a long time in silence. In his divine sense, underneath this green rock was a formation map inscribed with complicated mysteries, and the lines of the formation map spread and stretched, covering the entire underground of this city. And such a large formation diagram was only one of the eyes of the mountain river sky covering formation. At the same time, Chu Feng also discovered that the sturdiness of this formation eye had reached an appalling level. A strong person who was not in the late grandmaster realm would not be able to cause the slightest damage to this formation eye. It could be imagined that the founding lord of the great Xian imperial dynasty had reached such a terrifying level of attainment in formations. For this old townsman's rough and brilliant life, Chu Feng only had admiration in his heart. Chapter 106, Chu Feng was silent. In his later years, he encountered the descent of heaven. He could have left this world, but for the sake of the martial artists in this world, he gave up this only chance. If Chu Feng was allowed to substitute into his situation at that time, Chu Feng knew that he would not be able to be as resolute as he was. Above the Grand Master realm. Well, old iron, I'll help you with this revenge of yours. Chu Feng looked at the green rock in front of him and muttered. After learning that his ancestor was a traveler from the same world as himself, Chu Feng could no longer accept the identity of the other party as his ancestor. It's better to call it old iron. It's more intimate. After Chu Feng silently wrote down the coordinates of the other 2 formation eyes, he turned around and left the secret room without shattering the formation eyes. Chu Feng was trying to leave this world, but he was not a reckless person. Now that he had learned of heaven's true strength, with the method to break the mountain river sky shading formation, Chu Feng was no longer in a hurry. Now that he had successfully stepped into the late grandmaster realm, he could comprehend the 9 Xian heavenly Tao laws to the final 9th stage. Once his comprehension was complete, he would be able to step into the realm above the great master. At that time, he will also have the strength to fight against heaven. After leaving the secret room, Chu Feng returned to North Desert City. After spending a few days in the northern desert city and waiting for the northern realm to gradually return to its usual tranquility, Chu Feng brought deicide back to the capital. Now that the 4 sides of the great Xian dynasty's border wars had come to an end, in addition to Chu Xiong and Chu Jingyun's 2 princes who had died in battle, all the other commanders had returned unharmed. At the Golden Palace 2 days ago, Chu Aotian discussed the merits and rewards. The generals and commanders had all been rewarded to varying degrees, and the 6th prince, Chu War, had even been bestowed with 3 dragon beads and promoted to Prince of the 6 Pearls. For a time, above the court, the scenery was boundless, and gradually had the tendency to become the next imperial lord of the great Xian dynasty. Regarding this, Chu Feng did not care, and the first time he returned to the capital, he came to the bamboo forest where Chu Guxiang lived. Chu Guxiang looked at Chu Feng who had come, and his brows were filled with a kind smile. This time in front of the other 4 great sect masters, Chu Feng could be considered to have made Chu Guoxiang earn face. Chu Guxiang warmly welcomed Chu Feng into the wooden house and poured a cup of hot tea for him. Well, did you get what you wanted? Chu Guoxiang looked at Chu Feng and asked with a smile. Chu Feng sipped his tea and glanced blandly at Chu Guxiang, cursing an old fox in his heart. Chu Feng took out the map made of sheepskin and flung it onto the table. Is that what you're asking? Chu Guxiang nodded cheekily. That's right. This is the item. This is a treasure left behind by the lord of our founding dynasty. The only clue to break the mountain and river formation, which no one has been able to penetrate for thousands of years. Didn't you want to come and leave this world? The only way now is to penetrate this map to find the eye of the formation. As long as the eye of the formation is destroyed, the formation will naturally disappear, and at that time you can fight with heaven. And if you win, you can leave this world. As he spoke, Chu Guxiang's eyes were filled with cunning. He was not worried at all that Chu Feng would be able to decipher the secrets of this map. After all, this map had long been circulating outside for hundreds of years. In all these years, there have been countless attempts to crack it, all of which ended in failure. Therefore, Chu Guoxiang did not believe that Chu Feng had the ability to crack this map. In doing so, he was also trying to persuade Chu Feng, in disguise, to stop thinking about leaving this world and to stay in the Great Xian dynasty without fear. When he dies, take his place. Chu Feng glanced at Chu Guxiang and naturally understood what the other party was playing in her heart. Unfortunately, Chu Guxiang's calculations this time were afraid to fall through. Are you so certain that I cannot solve the secrets of this map? Chu Feng asked rhetorically. That's natural. Our De Xian's ancestor that was such a magnificent figure. Throughout his life, it can be said that he has risen all the way to the top, and his cultivation talent has suppressed all the heavenly prides of his generation. Born with natural visions at birth, stepping into the ranks of martial artists at the age of 3, able to arrange troops and formations at the age of 5, and forming his own school of formation attainments at the age of 10. Afterwards, he created the Great Xian dynasty and unified the world. At the age of 20, he entered enlightenment with formations and stepped into the grandmaster realm. Later on, in order to save the world, he even used up his own blood to lay down the mountain and river formation. Such great, magnificent people deserve to be sung and passed down by the world for all eternity. Although you and I are gifted, we're still a bit tender in front of our ancestors. Chu Guxiang's face was filled with admiration when he mentioned his ancestor. Chu Feng was silent. If he hadn't seen those words left on the green rocks with his own eyes, Chu Feng would have almost believed it. This is also too able to pull the bar. If Chu Feng did not remember wrongly, his own that old township 20 years old, strength is only 4 realm or so, but also go in the sect with the patriarch's wife cheating it. To Chukwuka, a direct epiphany into the grandmaster realm? Chu Feng sort of understood why the emperors of every dynasty were unwilling to offend the historians. If you can make friends with these historians, they can help you fabricate a brilliant life resume. You saw it with your own eyes? Chu Feng gazed at Chu Guxiang and said with a hint of doubt in his tone. When Chu Guoxiang heard that, he glared at Chu Feng with a serious expression. Don't be so poor with the old man on this matter. Records of the deeds of our ancestors have always been properly preserved in the hidden scriptures of the Great Xian dynasty. If you're not doing anything, you can go and have a good read. That won't be necessary. Without waiting for Chu Guoxiang to finish speaking, Chu Feng directly waved his hand in rejection. Not bothering to converse with Chu Guoxiang any further in this topic, Chu Feng drank the tea in his cup in one go and then asked, "This time, what did you 5 great masters talk about when you met?" Hearing Chu Feng ask this, Chu Guxiang's face instantly became serious, and a look of gravity flowed from her eyes. Ugh, what else is there to talk about? As they get stronger and stronger, they are going to be unable to hold back. Especially Fan He of the Great Chu dynasty and Gu Feng of the Great Demon dynasty. The two of them started this war. And the target is you and the Dashuan Northern Fortress. They failed this time, but they didn't die and have completely fallen out with me. In these next few days, I'm afraid that the Great Xian dynasty won't be peaceful. Chu Guxiang looked up at Chu Feng and sighed. Chu Feng's brows frowned slightly at what he heard, and looking at the fatigue that flowed from Chu Guxiang's demeanor, he ultimately let out a dark sigh of intolerance. The previous plan remains unchanged. Tomorrow I will leave the capital, and I will travel through the 4 great imperial dynasties on this journey. The first stop is the Great Chu dynasty, and that sword saint of theirs will be left to me to deal with, Chu Feng said in a deep voice. After saying that, Chu Feng got up and walked out of the wooden house leaving the bamboo forest. Looking at Chu Feng's departing back, Chu Guoxiang could only smile bitterly. How was Chu Feng like Fan He and Gu Feng? All of them do not want to be disturbed by the world, and are only interested in becoming stronger. After today's conversation, Chu Guxiang understood Chu Feng's determination. This was the last time he would counsel Chu Feng, and he would not mention this matter again in the future. Chapter 107, Beginning Cultivation. Returning to the capital mansion, Chu Feng came into the cultivation room. Sitting cross-legged on top of the bed, Chu Feng deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and after discarding distracting thoughts and concentrating, he slowly closed his eyes. The 9 Xian Heavenly Dao Technique's 9th stage's mantra manifested into a golden stream that surged into Chu Feng's mind. The original incomprehensible recitals had instantly become less complicated and astringent to understand after Chu Feng's cultivation had reached the late stage of the grandmaster stage, with the demonic talent of being perceptive against the heavens being added. In a matter of moments, Chu Feng was able to integrate the 9th stage of the 9 Xian Heavenly Dao Technique and thoroughly comprehend it, only to see that above the bed, Chu Feng's body exuded a mysterious and unknown divine atmosphere. as if he wanted to be detached from this side of the world as ethereal. Surprisingly, the air in the cultivation room floated, with countless colorful lines intertwining with each other to build this world. These 5 colored lines correspond to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. These lines are the root laws that build out this world. After comprehending the 9th stage of the 9 Xian Heavenly Tao technique, Chu Feng's cultivation level had clearly reached the upper limit of what this world could accommodate, the late perfection of the great master. It was only when he sensed the 5 fundamental laws in the air that he realized how rudimentary the construction of this world was, and it was conceivable that the strength of the person who created this world was not much higher, ignoring the outside world. At this moment, a heavenly and earthly change was occurring at the spirit sea within Chu Feng's body. After he had thoroughly comprehended the 9 Xian Heavenly Tao Law, the originally majestic sea-like aura in the spirit sea actually took on a color, becoming a golden yellow. The golden aura continuously rolled up in a gust of sonorous waves, striking the divine platform in the center. At that moment, the golden aura that erupted from those cracks in the divine platform echoed the golden-colored aura in Chu Feng's spiritual sea, glittering. On the surface, sickening impurities bubbled out of Chu Feng's pores all over his body, and his skin became as white as jade, not bearing half a single blemish. Chu Feng opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed out of his bland eyes, and the light of his eyes caused the lines of the 5 great root laws in the air to tremble. Chu Feng got up and washed and changed into a clean outfit, stepping out of the cultivation room into the courtyard. When Chu Feng's realm reached the upper limit of this world, he clearly perceived the structure of this world, with the invisible suppression on his cultivation. In Chu Feng's field of vision, this world consisted of the 5 great root laws, and there was no more any other great Tao laws. Dense lines of laws surged into the martial artist's spiritual sea, intermingling with the divine platform, using the divine platform as a cornerstone, controlling the flow of aura in the spiritual sea. And in Chu Feng's spiritual sea, the spiritual chi in the spiritual sea transformed into a golden yellow color, revealing a transcendent worldly aura in each strand. The divine platform was unable to shake a single trace of aura at all, and could only allow waves of aura to recklessly bombard its body. Chu Feng knew clearly that the reason for the current situation was all because of his cultivation of the 9 Xian Heavenly Tao method. This Gong method was not a Gong method of this world, so it was not controlled by the laws of this world at all. The saying that the divine platform was the foundation of a martial artist was now a complete joke in Chu Feng's eyes. After reaching the late perfection of the great master, Chu Feng could clearly feel how heavily the divine platform suppressed a martial artist's strength. The divine platform was like an innate compulsion, and as long as one was a person in this world, everyone would have this compulsion planted in their spiritual sea. As the strength of the martial artist became stronger and stronger, the effects of this compulsion were gradually revealed. Even though Chu Feng's aura was not under control in his body due to his cultivation of the 9 Xian Heavenly Tao method, he could still feel the divine stage in his body, which was constantly affecting his body, suppressing his potential by a full 50%. One could imagine how badly the potential of other martial artists in this world had been suppressed by the divine platform. This innate compulsion was like a shackle seal, and every person in this world was born with this shackle seal on, limiting the potential within them. If there is no such restriction, the number of great masters in this world is afraid that the number of great masters will not be only so small. Chapter 108, Setting Off Again. In the courtyard, Chu Feng stopped alone to ponder. Just now, when Chu Feng had just made a breakthrough, Chu Feng very much wanted to try to impact the divine platform to see what exactly would happen after destroying the divine platform. However, just as Chu Feng raised this thought, a sense of crisis that he had never felt before surged into his heart, causing him to stop this behavior. He had a feeling that once he tried it, a situation beyond his control would occur. Obviously the person who constructed this world was not the only one who had such a yoke as the divine platform, and had secretly laid out other backstops. The reason for this was to prevent someone from breaking through to the grandmaster realm and walking out of this world. But what was the other backhand besides the divine platform? Chu Feng locked his brows tightly and after pondering for a long time still didn't have half an eyebrow. In the end, Chu Feng gave up on not wanting to. The so-called boat is naturally straight. Perhaps the other few great masters knew some hidden information. Chu Gu Xiang, Chu Feng is not clear. However, the two great patriarchs of the Great Chu dynasty and the Great Demon dynasty, Chu Feng was certain that they must be clear about it. After all, the two of them wanted to get out of this world so badly. They must have tried many methods during that time. After clearing his thoughts, Chu Feng called Slayer, Su Yenran and the three of them over and told the three of them to go prepare their luggage and depart tomorrow. The following morning, the sky was just slightly light, and a haze enveloped the capital. A carriage silently drove out of the capital and headed towards a faraway place. This time, there was no one else in the capital who knew about this departure other than Chu Gu Xiang. On the city wall, a figure suddenly appeared. Chu Xiang gazed at the carriage that was gradually moving away, and a hint of gloom passed through her eyes. Until after the carriage completely disappeared from his field of vision, Chu Xiang let out a light sigh and turned around to return to the bamboo forest. On this trip, Chu Feng's carriage was a few circles larger than the last one. There was plenty of room in the wagon, enough to accommodate a dozen people, and brocade and silk plush blankets were spread out on the floor in the wagon. Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the blanket, and on the side, Su Yanran and two women, respectfully made tea for him. Outside the car, Deicide played the role of a horseman, driving a dozen or so spirit horses down a country lane. 3 days later, the carriage drove into the territory of the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty. Great Chu Dynasty. Among the 5 great dynasties, the overall strength is most second only to the Great Xian Dynasty. One of them was because of that great patriarch of their imperial dynasty, Fan He, who was honored as the Great River Sword Saint. During the period when there were no great masters in the Great Chu Dynasty and the 4 great imperial dynasties were watching intently, Fan He has risen strongly. Once in the late Zhongshe realm, with the hand of the Great River Sword intent forced back millions of lions, preserving the Great Chu Dynasty. After this battle, Fanhe became famous and caused a huge sensation. Later on, the Great Demon Imperial Dynasty sent out several late-stage sect master powerhouses in order to obliterate this human expert. In that battle, the Great Demon Dynasty did not succeed, but on the contrary, all the strong men sent out died under Fan He's sword. After the battle, Fan He even used his sword to enter enlightenment and step into the grandmaster realm. Dozens of years passed by in an instant, and Fan He's strength became stronger and stronger, and he became the guardian god of the Great Chu Dynasty. Each of the several disciples under his command was also a renowned powerhouse, and his power was untouchable in the Great Chu Dynasty. Secondly, there are always 4 continents in the Chu Dynasty, and the continents are vast, and the people are martial. Under the Great Chu Imperial family, there were 7 other forces, like the 7 pillars of the Great Chu Imperial Dynasty. These 7 forces are, respectively, 3 factions, 2 clans, 1 mound and 1 village. The 3 factions are, the Yuan Yang faction, the Prime Thunder faction, and the Candeline faction. The 2 sects are, the Hao Tian Fist sect, and the Compassionate Flint sect. The 1 mound and the 1 bank are, the Sword Mound, and the Great River Sword Bank. There were not a few strong people of the Zhongshe realm in each of the forces, far exceeding any sect in Dexian. The reason for this was that the Dechu dynasty was different from the Dexian dynasty, and the Dexian royal family controlled 90% of the war power of the Dexian dynasty, and had absolute hegemony in the Dexian dynasty. But the Dechu royal family has had a thin bloodline since ancient times. The royal family is scarce, and there is not much war power in the hands of the royal family. Most of the war power was in the hands of these 7 forces. Among them, the Sword Mound and the Great River Sword Villa were the strongest, and the Great River Sword Saint Fan He had been a disciple of the Sword Mound. Later on, after stepping into the Grand Master, he formed the power of the Great River Sword Villa on his own. The Sword Mound and the Great River Sword Villa had always embraced the Great Chu Imperial family, so the other forces hadn't dared to hit the Great Chu Imperial family over the years. The reason why Chu Feng had set his first stop at the Great Chu dynasty was because one of the 3 formation eyes recorded on that green rock was precisely in the Great Chu dynasty, and this place where the eye of the formation was located would definitely amaze everyone when it was said. The place where this formation eye was located was precisely the Sword Mound Resort, in the 10,000 Swords Mound. If Fan He knew that the eye of the formation that he had been dreaming of searching for was right under his nose, in his previous clan, he didn't know how he would feel. The Sword Mound Resort Plus is one of the eyes of the mountain and river formation, which undoubtedly meets the conditions of the system's signing in. Of course, signing up for system rewards is one aspect. On the other hand, Chu Feng intended to meet with this Great River Sword Saint and have a good chat about the things that happened last time when he intercepted him, with respect to the divine platform.